Saturday Night Live here with Shaman Omar. Just doing more content. Good to see you. My name is Shaman Omar. Ayahuasquero, an author. I do a lot of deep dives and debates in theology and religion and spirituality. We're doing now weekly discussions pertaining to spirituality and mysticism, ancient history with my friend Jarl Balderson, as well as Clay. And on those are on Wednesdays. Saturday nights is just more of like the goal is to keep it in the spiritual planes, no blood sport debates. People start arguing back and forth. Who's right? I'm going to mute them and kick them off. I just want to have an opportunity once a week. And this is not going to be every Saturday, but on this Saturday, the idea is to be able to take questions live, to be able to bring people up live, and just to have a deep dive. There's no right, there's no wrong question, there's no stupid question. There is trolling though. And if I catch someone's trolling, we're going to banish them to the underworld. Tonight, we're going to start off. We actually have a guy, Ike. Ike joined our panel on Wednesday, and he said he's been watching some of the debates and wanted to talk about his worldview. Only thing I know about Ike is he's seems like a nice guy, and he said he's an OT Christian, which I believe is an Old Testament Christian, but we'll find out. I don't like to do scripts, and so what we'll do is we'll have a conversation with him about his worldview. He says he has a bunch of questions, and then we'll bring some people up for the panel, and then we'll hopefully have some new people join as well with some questions, right? Spirituality, ancient history. Let's do the deep dive. The search is the goal. You know, as long as you can allow your mind to dive into the philosophical aspects of things, not just the transliteral, like meaning that, you know, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Great. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Why? You know, ontology is like the question of like what exists, but epistemology is like the question of like, how do we know, right? And so how do we know is important. You can't say I know because I read it, because what if someone wrote something that was wrong? There's two sides to every coin, for example. So it's good to see you. I'm doing a lot more live streams, you know, as you may or may not know. Most people who know me as an ayahuasquero. I have over 12 years of my life in service with that medicine all around the world. I've taught meditations and breath works all around the world as well for the same amount of time. And around the time of the pandemic, which you know as COVID, I realized that we have not necessarily a religious problem. What we have is a spiritual problem. Specifically, what we have is a black magic problem. And I realized that the majority of the world is under a spell. And so abracadabra means what I speak, I create. And so the only way to really undo spells is with other words, right? And so sometimes it's not about telling someone what is right. It's about posing the question that leads them on the search for them to find their right. So I'm going to bring Ike up here. And bear with me. This is like my third time working this thing. I'm bringing Ike up here. Let's see. There he is.
Howdy.
Ike?
Can you hear me? Testing.
I can hear you. Maybe speak a little louder or get closer to the mic a little bit. And anyone in the chat, let me know how the audio sounds as well.
I did plug in my AirPods, so I could try taking them out if needed.
Let's try it. Try real quick and see how it works.
Oh, you want me to try it? Okay, here.
Yeah, just to see. Let's see how loud. Sometimes the air.
All right, testing.
Someone said, Donnie said, I'm lucky if I can stay up till 10 p.m. Well, hopefully we'll try to make this exciting for you.
Testing.
I can hear you either way.
I say we just send it, yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so
Ike, I said the only thing I know about you is you said you were watching some of these debates and panels, and you came on Wednesday and you wanted to like dive into some questions. And Mystic Wednesdays was kind of like, you know, most of the people are not trying to get into the theology, but I said, just message me and we'll dive in. And here we are, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
As
and
promised.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I led to with the thing Wednesday of like, I didn't want to impede on like, you know, the framework of that show. So hopefully everything was cool. But yeah, everything's completely cool, man. 100%. Yeah, so hopefully you thought our other conversation was interesting. You know, I gave a little bit of the framework of like why even ask that question, and just like the general of like getting your answer, Balderson's answers, Clay. Y'all are a cool panel. just watching all your stuff on Raging Tomato, like I've said. I think me and you actually agree on most things. So I guess
Okay.
technically, some of the stuff I wanted to ask you about was like again, like on the race stuff, but we kind of pretty much covered all that. Um, and then yeah,
As it
just some
pertains to the
others.
Bible, as it
Yeah,
pertains
yeah,
to the covenant.
well, so what I got from you was basically you kind of. So for me personally, I don't know if you remember, I said like I kind of buy into the general of like Genesis 1 and 2 are probably two separate events. So, but even then, it is still confusing because if you accept the concept of, of Noah's flood, that there's only 8 people getting off the boat, you still have to explain it. So I really don't have an answer as of right now. What I got from you is you basically take that as more of like a local thing, and like you said, Anunnaki or some type of race that could have survived. Um,
Here's the thing, man. The not really the problem. What a lot of times we find the answer when we don't try to find things that are mutually exclusive. Many things can all be true at the same time. Everyone seems to have this like false dichotomy where Jesus either has to be God or he had to never exist. The Bible has to be true or it has to be wrong. It's just like why do these things have to be mutually exclusive? Why can't two things be true at the same time in their distinct percentages? If you have a book, I get into this debate all the time. Like you cannot throw, like, if you have a book, like for example, if I disregard Second Peter because no one even knows who the author is, right? That doesn't mean it's not historical reference. Doesn't mean there's not historical components to that translate or correlate or corroborate other historical references, right? So we don't have to be so narrow-minded in everything. It's quite silly with that. Okay, can you maybe for the audience kind of give your overview, because I find a lot of problems with this, people put people in boxes. Someone's like, "Oh, I'm a Christian." What kind of Christian? Or someone says, "I'm a Muslim." Even then, I say, "Are you Sunni? Are you Shia?" Like, what kind of? So, what is your, if you?
I can give you a brief.
To put you in a box, but
kind of, no, it's totally fine. Yeah, I can give you.
Because I don't want to I don't want to create any straw men. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no worries. And just to quickly, the two things I felt you touched on there is I totally agree. Like, regardless, you don't have to agree with someone 100% on everything to pull something out of them. There's a funny saying I used to hear preachers say a lot is like, when different preachers come to town, if you can't say amen to at least one thing they say, don't be surprised when no one says amen to you. And then the other thing you said about just
amen.
Yeah, right. About two things could be true. I'd say, yeah, sure. You just have to, make sure they can you have to make them agree somehow. I've always, another phrase I've heard regarding like Bible controversies or whatever is, if both are true, how do they agree? So, but yeah,
think about it like this, right? So even in all like canonized variations of Christianity, they all have the story of the fallen angels, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's from Enoch 1, where Simyazim and the 200 watchers came down upon Mount Hermon in Enoch 1, who is 7 down from Adam and the great grandfather of Noah. And so if you have fallen angels, then those would be referred to as either Nephilim, or they would say they're devils, or whatever you want to call them. But if they're fallen angels, are they not still angels upon falling? The answer is yes.
Yeah,
so this is what I'm trying to say. Like, even if you think they were bad, for example, okay, but they're still angels. So fallen angels, and there's a perfect example of two things being true at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny, I'm reminded of the scripture. It says, Michael, the archangel, did not like dare curse Satan when he was arguing with him over the body of Moses. So, there's definitely like a respect aspect of it too, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess if you want me to give me a quick overview of me.
Yeah, your worldview.
Yeah, my worldview. I was raised Pentecostal Christian, but more of like the non-denominational style. Well, it's kind of weird because back in the day, the Pentecostal denomination was way different than it is now. It was way more like, back in the day, those were the mean people. It was like, those were the people
aggressive.
Who like, aggressive.
Drinking strychnine, speaking in tongue.
Yeah, that. Well, and part of it too was like
somewhere.
back in the day, like I feel like 2010 and before, is Pentecostals believed that you could fall in and out of your salvation, which is whereas
Yeah.
Baptist people never really did. And most of Christians in America fell into one of those two categories as far as just like mainstream Christianity, right? So I grew up, anyways, just to say, I grew up in like more of like the mean old style like Pentecostal religion. Um, Stopped going to church, as like a late high school or early high school, just, started partying, XYZ, right? And then what's funny actually is in college or late college, so after undergrad, my one of my best friends from high school he had gotten religious, and he was like a super reformed Baptist, but we ended up living together in an apartment, and he would just constantly like, because I had already like memorized a lot of scripture just from all the, like I don't know if I said my dad was a preacher, so every Sunday and every
Ah,
Wednesday. Yeah. Sorry if I didn't
was that
say
a
that.
bonding? Was that a bonding? Was that a bonding thing? Did you have other brothers and sisters?
Yeah, so I'm the youngest of four.
So memorizing more scriptures would get you closer to your dad and get attention.
Well, no. So we
No.
didn't have the type of dad that forced us to. I just, to be frank about it, I was kind of like the smart kid. So if all four of us were listening to 1,000 sermons from our dad, I'm just going to be the one who's going to remember more, if you will. But
Okay. Oh,
no,
just naturally.
yeah, we were never ever forced to remember anything. We were just forced to be in church on Sundays and Wednesdays and not fall asleep from staying up late too much, and just kind of like that old style church, if you will. But no, it wasn't like, I actually know people like that. They do bond with their kids, and I think that's good. You don't want to do it too much, right? I mean, I don't have any kids, I wouldn't know, but I definitely think that, because I know people in the Old Testament Christian religion now that they constantly do. You just froze on my screen. They constantly do memorization with their kids, and I think that's really good. So I do know of one guy. He said though, like his kids are all adults now and they don't practice Christianity anymore, and but his son had like all of Matthew memorized by like high school, and that was like him forcing him to do it type deal. um Here, open up, if you can still hear me, Shaman, open up the Instagram chat, just make sure still in here. Your screen's frozen for me. Chat, can you hear me? Hello? Let me hit live on my computer. Oh yeah, I'm still live alone. You just froze, Sham. Just come back in when you can. I can keep going if you can still hear me too. I I know chat can still hear me. I just want to make sure you can. Yeah, he DC'd already once. He's probably gonna disconnect a couple times. He's probably got like 8 different streams going at once.
Ike.
You're
Ike.
back. You're back in the land
I
of the
don't know.
living.
Yeah, I'm back, bro. That was I had it was a short detour.
You're good. You're good. What was the
Yep.
last thing you heard me say? I'll
Um
try to speed up as well.
well, no, it's not about speeding up because that's where my when you said OT, I had to look it up and I realized, oh, Old
Just Old
Testament Christian.
Testament.
I'm
Yeah,
curious.
that's
I'm
all that
curious to know
means.
how that, like, what is the worldview of? And obviously, you're not speaking on behalf of everyone, but
Right.
is on behalf of yourself. Like, what does the Old Testament Christian believe?
Yeah. So, and literally, I was just there in the story of like, so basically, me and my boy moved in together. He started pressing me on the Bible. So I actually started reading it as an adult. This was around COVID. And basically, I just came into what I am now, which is just, so what is an Old Testament Christian? I would say that mainstream Christianity today only accepts the Old Testament as kind of like history and not theology. And I would also say it's not a black or white thing to where every church teaches something different. even when I was growing up, it was like a known thing that you didn't buy or like. And again, I was in so I told you I grew up in like a Holiness or Hell Pentecostal church, kind of. That's how I describe it. But I knew of deeper denominations that were like they didn't even celebrate Christmas or thing because they thought all that stuff was pagan, like deeper Pentecostal religion. So I knew of that growing up, but I wasn't in that.
There we go. We had right there's my Ike. Real quick, everybody.
Look at that healthy glow on Omar. You've been in the sun a little bit. What's going on?
But I live in Miami. Come on.
Of course.
I live in Miami. This is my dear brother, Tudor Alexander, the Dance of Life podcast. I sent him an invite because I said we have someone, Ike, who's an Old Testament Christian. I said we're going to just dive into stuff, and we're not doing debates. We're just having like beautiful conversations. And I've had Tudor and I have like 8 hours of conversations on these subjects, and we were just in the middle right here where Ike was just describing Old Testament Christianity and his worldview. He grew up in a Pentecostal church, and here we are. Anytime Tudor,
are you still Pentecostal or no?
No, I mean I would describe what I am now as I guess Old Testament Christianity.
Yeah,
it's not really.
What does that mean? What does that mean to you?
Which is exactly where we are. Yeah. So here we are. That's exactly what I was asking. I was like, exactly. So go ahead, Ike. So Old Testament Christianity, your worldview on that subject.
So I would say, I mean, it's like to get into the whole spiel, it comes into a major difference of just beliefs on who Israel is, the difference between the Old and the New Covenant, what Jesus preached, what Paul preached, what books you accept. It's a long spiel, right? But as far as like, I guess we could just start at the beginning of it if you want. Or I think the best place to start is probably the Old Covenant, New Covenant, like shading, So I still believe we're in the Old Covenant. I think that, well, first of all, the word New Testament and Old Testament, I'm pretty sure the word New Testament was invented by Marcion, which was like the super Gnostic dude. I might not be 100 on that, but I've heard that.
He had his own copy of it that he made, but he modified the texts.
Right. Yeah, and I don't deny that. I was just saying like the phrase New Testament.
Oh, the phrase itself.
Yeah, just the phrase, not. I didn't mean the whole New Testament as like all the books, 22 or whatever it is.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, so you're basically you're saying that when you read the New Testament, we're speaking English and we're in America. So when you use New Testament, you're just referring to the 46 canonized books of Matthew, Mark, Luke,
20
right. The only reason I just said what I said
there's 46 though. I thought, hold on. Oh, 27 of the books.
66 total in the Bible, but there's 27 in the New Testament.
27.
Okay. So I guess from framing, we're going we're going Hebrew Bible, right?
Malachi,
5 books of Moses. We're going to go
Malachi,
Tanakh. Then that ends the Jewish line. And then we're going anything after we're calling New Testament, right? So we're starting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. My point was just to say that the phrase New Testament has baggage. That was my whole point.
Okay, but so when you read the prophet, when you read the apostles, you're reading the text and interpreting them into the Old Testament. This is what Old Testament Christianity. I'm still trying to understand exactly what that means.
I would say they all have to agree no matter what. So even if you want to put the old into the new or the new into the old, you're going to have to come to one conclusion. But I would say no. You definitely start with the beginning and work to the end. You read prophecy in order, right? So it's like. I would say you start with Adam, really. You shouldn't even necessarily start with Moses, and then you should start with Abraham. And then, you could know a lot even before you get to Moses. But I think the biggest entry to this thing that I found was probably just the difference between like the new and old. Because like for you, Omar, right? You believe what I know, like you have like weird theology, but if you this is part of the reason like why I wanted to call in and talk to you, because your mannerisms, they crack me up, man. You'll be talking to someone and like they'll make their whole point and then you'll be like, exactly.
well, because you have to look at we have to look at context. If we're having a discussion about Christianity, it's a completely disrespectful thing to just start trying to nitpick away, oh, well, when was Matt? You have to grant a certain amount of things. If you're having a discussion with someone about Trinity, is Trinity biblical? I have to grant a considerable amount of the New Testament, or why am I having this conversation? To be disrespectful and make fun of someone? No. So you have to grant a bunch of things that I don't necessarily personally ascribe to have the conversation to see if in fact it is biblical from the perspective of, is there any concrete foundation within the Old Testament? And even with Jews, by the way, they want to talk about this and this, and they're pulling in like Tanakh interpretations. And I say, does that follow and does that trail into the 5 books of Moses or not? So it's not like, and I do the same thing with Muslims as well. So it's more, I guess you could say I'm a scriptural skeptic or whatever you want to call it, but I don't know. Tudor probably has a better.
You're just, what it is because you're Pashtun, right? And that's Jewish, isn't it? You explain like that descendant.
Pashtun's Hebrew, but it's not Jewish. Jews, 2 tribes. Jews are 2 of the 12 tribes. Jews are 2 of the 12 tribes of the covenant. Pashtun. I mean, it's many. Pashtun DNA is R1A1A, and then there's the track to the Aryans, and then it also tracks to the northern kingdom of
I thought
Samaria.
You said it comes from one of the progenitors, and you've named the guy before.
Like 6. No. Oh, the name Afghanistan comes from Afghana, where grandson of King Saul. There's a lot of oral traditions of these things, but again, the interesting thing is that you have a distinct history of. You have the northern kingdom of Samaria, which would be about 10 tribes, and then the bottom kingdom of Judah, which was 2 tribes.
Right,
some say 2.5, but whatever the case may be, right? But this is the general reference. 722 BC, you have the Assyrian invasion of the northern kingdom. They disperse and go eastward, and then 550, you have the Judean exodus when Babylon invaded. That's where the history of Jewish starts. And that's the history of the whole 12 tribes. The other 10 tribes is like, oh, it's not important. We're following all of Jewish. The collective story gets attributed to 2 tribes of Judea, and they claim the entire history. So
how long were the other? How many years was the top 10 exiled before the other guys did?
I mean, still, it's just the thing is with Pashtuns, you have. In lands of Afghanistan, even now, there's over 260 tribes, and Pakistan I don't even recognize as a country because that's the other half of Afghanistan that when the British tried to invade 3 times couldn't, and then they basically make up this country called Pakistan with a fake line that doesn't even exist. And so when you add that all together, you have a history of a people that have never been conquered, whether it's Alexander the Great or Genghis Khan, all the way to the Soviets. All the way to America, they've never been conquered and tamed. And when you get conquered, what happens? You get colonized, and your women get colonized. This is called history of man.
Why do you think America went into Afghanistan?
I mean, there's many reasons. There's many reasons of that.
I don't believe it was for
Osama bin Laden.
Do you believe the Nimrod story? Omar, I never asked you about that. Do you believe the Nimrod, about how they went there because they wanted to find Nimrod's supposed body?
Yeah, that's what I believe, honestly.
There's a lot.
That was in the Epstein files.
If we're getting, there's a lot of that stuff because my father was telling me stories about how that his grandfather that there were tribal meetings that the Nazis wanted to come to Afghanistan in peace to come search for a lot of archaeological stuff, and specifically said, as the Aryans, you are our ancient descendants. We wish you no harm, et cetera, et cetera. My father, he told me this when I was a kid. Yeah. So because Adiana is Afghanistan, Pakistan, most of Persia. That was the ancient Aryan, and that's where the R1A1A So not to dive into that too much, but if you see where like bloodlines and DNA starts, and then you see where it goes, and then seems like everyone returns back, whether it's Vikings or whether it's the Scythians going out to all the way to Siberia, and then all of a sudden those Siberians return. It's
so an what color Vikings, was the original strand? That's the question.
I don't know. I don't think there was one original strand.
You think it was multiple created?
How could it not be?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's the only thing that explains it.
To me, it doesn't. And those we have some people. We got some like truly like biblical people will be like, the world 6,000 years, and maybe you could say the world 6,000 years.
I think it's 60. I think we're at like 6,500. I subscribe to the probably or 5,500, excuse me, and then 6,000 to 7,000 is the year of, you know.
It's
I mean,
the jury's
history,
out for me.
Yeah,
Things existed before those periods, obviously, yeah. But the question is that did humanity have a consistent and congruent thing, or did things happen? You know,
was there
because
a reset or something?
People are always looking for missing links pertaining to DNA, but what about consciousness? Like people miss the idea. Like even if you talk about the concept of the biblical story of Adam and Eve, you know, and eating from the fruits, like one, I guess you could say, Gnostic way of looking at it is they ate from the fruit from the tree of good and evil, and then they woke up and realized they were naked. You know, a lot of this stuff has to do with consciousness. When you talk about the story of Enoch, the Enoch and the Watchers, like if you read what the Watchers brought mankind, learning stars, astrology, metallurgy, using plants as medicine, it's like, you know, and you could say these were good or bad, but the fact of the matter is it elevated our consciousness. So I think that our ancient ancestors collectively spoke a lot more metaphysically than we give them we attribute them. Like you see depictions of like angels in like white bodies, right? Do you think that our ancestors ever thought there were humans that were naked with wings that were flying to the heavens? I think what they were trying to depict was they transcended the matter into a body of light, which is still matter, and they were able to ascend to the heavens and return. I
think if they're painting them naked, I mean, the Torah specifically says like, don't reveal your nakedness. So that's kind of like a shot at them, low key.
Yeah, that's a good perspective. Or technically, they're not naked because they're not in the physical form.
They might not have bodies of light. There's no female angels. So going back to the Afghanistan thing though, I don't think we went there for oil or war. I think it was complete BS. I think we went there for relics. I think that's interesting.
You can, yeah, relics could be one thing, but you can also see that before 2000, when the Taliban was ruling in the year 2000, Afghanistan, so 60s and 70s, hashish, opium.
They completely denied everything to do with 9/11. Hamas was created by Israel. All that stuff is so fake, dude.
Well, hold on. Let's not get into that too. Let me just make one quick point on this because I don't want to. In the 60s and 70s, Afghanistan produced over 84% of the world's hashish, opium, and everything that makes heroin, right? Now, when the Taliban took over, we have 79 invasion and we have 91 the Soviet Union leaves. Taliban in 2000 reduced it to less than 10% globally, right? In 2001, the United States invaded after 9/11. Within 1 year, the highest ever was up 92%. So how do you increase global drug trade to 92% with the largest military invasion in the history of the world? Remember, it was 106 nations.
Just look at the southern border of America right now. It's
then you have to look at what we had. What have we had in the last 20 years in America? It's called the opioid crisis.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Where did that product come from? Why did Soviet Union fall? Soviet Union by 91 had the largest heroin addicted population on the earth. Why? Because they thought they were going to take the drugs, transmute it, create the drugs, and then ship it to Europe. Instead, it was shipped to Soviet Union. Okay, and they became heroin addicts. Unfortunately, sometimes people's plans don't work the way they think they're going to work. Pertaining to the DNA stuff, Pashtuns have a very, very, very strong oral history that does not get reduced at all because we've never been conquered, right? So Persians have big breaks in it. The Greeks did. There's assimilation, and that's not necessarily always a bad thing, but your gods become our gods and so on, you know? And I mean, it's well understood within the Pashtuns that we are, I mean, the name Ahmad Zayn means son of Joseph. Afghana is the grandson of King Saul. There's books in the 1700s written by our kings. Our kings are all from the tribe of Benjamin. This is not some like mystery this is not Black Hebrew Israelite stuff that we just started assimilating fucking 10 years ago.
You know what's so interesting too is when
the founder of that was a Freemason, by the way.
The One West guy.
They usually are.
Interesting.
Frank Cherry.
Frank Cherry. They usually are.
There's two of them, but one of them for sure absolutely was a Freemason. The other one was probably one too, but.
Yeah, I mean, not to branch off too deep on that. I think they just kind of like, I think like the Black culture in America is pushed a certain way by the media. And so they're just like trying to fool them as well, kind of, you know what I mean? Like, and take them off into just La La Land. Sure. But I think they have a lot of good, like Captain Cesariak. I enjoyed your conversations with him.
I like him, but I'm not like a white American where I have some slavery guilt. You know what I mean? So like, I'm not,
well, I
you
don't
can't
either.
be like,
yeah.
well, I just don't have it in my blood, you know? So like in my field. So when he talks about all that stuff, I mean, I got 3 hours with him on my channel. Like we don't even have a moderator.
You know that the United States funded like Liberia as an experiment to give the blacks all of their freedom and like have a little mini America in Africa. And within like, I don't remember what the time was, but it was relatively short. They were already enslaving each other and doing the same thing the Americans were doing. Literally the exact same thing with plantations and everything else.
I heard recently that every race has enslaved each other, and specifically black people have been subject to a lot of slavery. I've heard that white people are the only race to actually abolish slavery. We were the first and the only people to do it. But
that's why America is the only, that's why America is the one, I would say America is the first opportunity for an actual great empire, because it did not at a certain point in our history, we did not have or promote slavery, because people like to give the British a little clean pass. Let me explain. The East-West Trading Company was financing the whole thing and pre-buying all that cotton to ship to Europe. So they don't get any blame for the Southern slave trade, but they were the ones financing and pre-purchasing all that cotton, unlimited amounts of supply that we were growing in our American South of those 13 colonies. So, you know, like they escaped that little blame pretty well here. And this is going to be great. I think we're going to do a deep dive into the quote conspiracy stuff tonight.
Yeah, but we haven't even touched on part one. It was
hit the Christianity stuff, because the other people, we got an Odinist pagan here. We have 2 pagan Odinist Vikings here on the backstage. And they're gonna but first let's go into the Christian stuff here.
We'll just
because Tudor, I know Tudor is ready for everything. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, and just to add on about the lineage stuff, bro, you're actually like really lucky, Omar, because like as a white American, and this is like pretty much the same thing of most white Americans, when you ask people like, oh, where are our ancestors from? Basically, all you're going to get is to Google your last name and see where it's from, because you're going to get the same answers. You're going to say, oh, from your parents or grandparents. My grandparents were American. They lived not far away from where we're at. And so there's just not a whole lot of lineage tracing. So,
but that's by choice. Ike, that's by choice, though. We're making a mistake about it. The unfortunate thing about foundational Black Americans is, as I respectfully respond to them is that they were brought here against their will and their identities were stripped. You were not a slave, so you have the ability to check your last name, your family's history, which comes from which has records, and your DNA. So it's up to you to find out where you come from. Tudor, as white as he looks, he knows exactly where he comes from, because he comes from Europe in recent history. And so his history is tracked very well. It's important and up to all of us to find out our ancestral beginnings, because this is going to build the story of who am I. It widens the foundation of who you are to turn yourself into a mountain. Not because if you say I'm American, then at most you have like a less than 300-year history that you're going to track from. That's nothing. The Chinese have 5,000-year history. The Persians, like you're going to defeat Iran by bombing them. Do you understand that's the Persian Empire? Like you have to take out their morality. You have to take out who they are, their ancient history in their mind. You have to disassociate their bloodline with the land. It's not happening.
Yeah, it's not happening. That's
why the reason why Africa fell was because Africa split themselves up. They sold themselves to the others. Why did the Native Americans fall? Because they split themselves up into different empires and were betting on themselves and the empire they chose, France or England, or you know what I mean? I think we fall from within. That's how Rome fell.
I completely agree. I think too, a lot of it just goes back to like the Deuteronomy punishments, where like if your nation gets wicked enough, he'll send foreigners to invade you, and then it's over for you. Your nation's gone. That's kind of what happens. But so anyways, I guess to delve back into the Christian stuff, we could start all the way back. I think the best place to start is the Old and New Covenant, though. Where do you think, I asked you this, Omar, so, I said, this was my question. I said, you have weird theology. If you were to accept the Bible, though, which books would you accept? Would you accept just Pentateuch? I had a really good conversation with what are they called? Samaritans, with a guy for a while. Or would you Old Testament Tanakh, or would you, I think you're pretty pro Jesus. You would say like Old Testament and Jesus only.
I'm not anti-Jesus whatsoever at all. Yeah. I have absolutely no reason to be anti-Jesus or to think he didn't exist. I think that's just absolutely stupid. We're like, oh, we don't even know that Jesus existed. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
That's the mythicism. We did it, like, it's a big thing nowadays.
That's a stupid. Yeah. So is, I mean, the world.
Those guys are making a lot of money. Those guys are making a lot of money.
Well, there's a lot of people making a lot. The people making the most money have the biggest, are living the most sinful lives in any theology. So,
right, I agree with
making a lot of money doesn't necessarily dictate something that I would want to be. Hold on, Howard, bring you right back, buddy. Hold on. Sorry, Howard. No, he's a great guy. No, we're gonna have amazing conversations tonight. I can tell you right now. I would say, if you ask me, I would say that if we're looking at the Abrahamic faith, right? Only this Abrahamic faith. Okay.
Sure.
So we have Abraham. We have multiple promises. We have Genesis 12:3, right? And then it's not races, it's seeds, right? His seeds, which are his sons, and those would be great nations. Various promises to both Abraham's mother of his first son, Hagar, to his son directly when they were in the deserts, to Ishmael, directly with a covenant with Isaac, directly through Jacob, and so on, right? And so we have these 12 tribes of Jacob. So I grant the Hebrew Bible from the perspective of the Torah, and then
you only don't grant Paul, right?
Well, I'm not. No, hold on. I'm telling you. Don't worry.
Okay, sorry.
And then we go into the quote lesser prophets in the Tanakh. I think that when I read it, I'm like, there's a power struggle going on here, and it goes all the way up and down. I think the corruption was
Temple Judaism.
I think First Temple Judaism, the corruption was rampant, and you have case in point by the Samaritans, by the Mandaeans, by a lot of ancient Jewish tribes that left.
The Essenes and Nicaeans.
There's only 70 years that Israel was one country for 70 years, guys. Okay, 70 years, and they were at war. It's very well documented that the reason why the northern kingdom was invaded by the Assyrians and not the southern as well was because Judea gave up Samaria. Okay, so that shows you the level of corruption within one single nation. You have King David being referred to as Lord and Elohim, that goes against the Hebrew Bible right there. And you have prophets that seem to be a little, and so that's my opinion. Okay, and I can debate that, of course. But then you go into Jesus, you go into the messianic concept in the Tanakh that gets developed, and then you have Jesus appear, right? And so if it's not Jesus according to the measurements in the Tanakh, then who was it? If it wasn't Jesus as the Messiah, then either there was not a Messiah,
right,
or it was Jesus, right? So I get the Christian ideology pertaining to Jesus as the Messiah fulfilled.
You could pull a lot of Orthodox Jews these days. They don't really believe in a concept of like the Messiah. They believe
I don't either.
A Messiah is in like someone could save you in your generation type.
And they say there's a Messiah. The Orthodox says there's a Messiah in every generation.
That's what I'm saying.
Then there's also a Messiah ben Joseph and a Messiah ben David.
I think there's some validity to saying, like, say if there was like some American president that stepped in and said, look, we're going to return to the Bible. You know what I'm saying? We're going to stop, like, we're going to worry about us. We're going to clean up our streets.
It all depends on which Bible, because if they pulled up the Schofield Bible and start preaching that, then it's a very negative situation. But if they went to an original version, it'd be a better situation. This is the Trump doesn't have anything. He's just being whispered in his ear, dude. He doesn't. He has never touched one. He don't even. He has
the Trump Bible made in China.
Yeah, he has a goal. No, so I would say, and if you're going to the New, just to answer your question, as far as New Testament is concerned, you have Matthew, Mark, the actual apostles of him. I put I see a schism with Paul and Peter. I'm sorry, not Peter. With Paul and Luke.
Yeah.
Luke Acts specifically, and then
the Pauline writings. What about Revelation? Are you like
Revelation? Revelation's an amazing.
You think John wrote it on Patmos?
I don't. No one knows who wrote it. That's what we have to believe. So, but we can talk about it.
Just to touch on that.
That's me. Let's Tudor answer. Let Tudor answer that question.
Yeah, I appreciate.
Tudor, do you grant all 13 letters of Paul attributed to Paul, or just the 6 or 7 that scholars seem to confirm?
What scholars are you talking about? Like Bart Ehrman? Because
no,
there's a lot of people
all
who
of
affirm
them.
all 13 letters. Yeah, I grant all 13 by Paul.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're all consistent.
Would it even matter though if, say, one of his disciples wrote one? You know what I mean? Maybe Polycarp wrote one.
Well, I
And we
mean,
just
they had
never
scribes.
knew.
They had scribes
Yeah.
that were writing for him. Sometimes Paul would write it with his own hand, but they had scribes. That was a common thing to have.
Shaman, how do you feel about it? Like, what would it matter if it would for you? I guess, huh? Because it has to be a prophet.
I just put different weight into different people and different visions, man. Like, when you say when people say, people like to talk about the Islamic prophet Muhammad. I'm like, okay, so this guy had a divine revelation he attributed to the archangel Gabriel that was given to him over the course of 20 years. Right. Have you read the Quran? And then they're like, oh, but I don't grant that. And it's like, okay, well then how can you grant? Then you fully grant the divine. You grant the revelation of Paul to be divine in its nature, but then you don't grant one for a descendant of Ishmael, a son of Abraham over here. So you have to be like consistent with it. Like my argument with Paul, and by the way, I have a new view on Paul that I've been diving into for the last 2 weeks. I'm not willing to share. It's actually we're
going Paul. All, dude. That's why I came.
It could be pro Paul, but I don't know enough. I haven't read enough about it. It's basically a concept. I guess Tudu would definitely call it Gnostic, but it's basically a concept that Paul, after recognizing Jesus's earthly mission, realizing that Jesus' mission was going against the God of the Old Testament, and that's why he was saying that the laws have been fulfilled, et cetera, because he was trying to bring a new covenant, of which would be the God Most High that Jesus was talking about. Sure. Case in point would be when he said, you are from the sons of the father of the devil, et cetera. So that's an interesting concept.
Tonight is going to be a fun discussion, Omar.
Yeah, I don't know about that yet because I'm reading deeply into it. But for me, Paul, a lot of the stuff that we can get into it, a lot of the stuff Paul taught against, when I look at the Old Testament, I see something that's very clear, 5 books, 3 of which are the law.
Can we end with Paul though? Because like if
we can go wherever, but
let's start with the
Paul says a lot of things that, in my view and reading clear, go against what Jesus affirms.
Sure.
So that to me is like I have to pick a side. I either have to say Jesus was sincere and true in the words we have attributed to his apostles, or we're going to say what Paul thinks is a better interpretation. And I'm saying grounded on what?
And I would say that's a super honorable position. I would honestly wish that more Christians these days would have that position. I think a lot of Christians these days actually are doing what you're talking about being afraid of, and they value the words of Paul over the words of the Messiah, and that's not a good thing. So I think it's totally honorable to say, oh, look, even in the Old Testament, if a prophet says something and then Yahweh says something, who are you going to listen to, right? So that's
if you grant the New Testament, Jesus being the fulfillment of the Messiah, then
let's end with Paul,
in Matthew chapter 5, 17 through 18. I think it's just very, very clear what Jesus was talking about. I think he made it real clear in Matthew 19, verse 7, chapter 19, verse 7. He makes things like super crystal clear. Like, I don't know how it's negotiable. So anyone going back and say what he really meant was
let's end with Paul. And the only reason
Tudor and I have been going back and forth on 2 things. One is Paul, and the second one is Muhammad. I think those are the 2 that he and I go back on it.
I think both of us believe Muhammad is a false prophet. I don't think
I don't believe Muhammad is a false prophet. Not if you believe in the Abrahamic. No, how?
What do you mean how? That's he's a false prophet.
Oh wow, that's kind of interesting. Go ahead.
No. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm saying, how is he a false prophet?
Well, first off, by his own book, the Quran, they said that if he's a false prophet, then he would die by a cutting to the aorta. And when he died, he got poisoned by that woman, and he exclaimed, "I feel as my aorta is getting cut." So by his own prophecy, in his own book, he's a false prophet. So there's that. Secondly, I mean, from my perspective as a Christian, the message that Muhammad preaches is Antichrist. So obviously he had a revelation. I'm not saying he wasn't experiencing something spiritual.
Sure.
I think he was experiencing something very spiritual. But even he wrote like the satanic verses. He was afraid for a while that he was being tormented by Satan or deceived by Satan. He was going into cave. He saw an angel, a bright light. All these things are consistent with so many false prophecies.
And the 9-year-old girl, like the marriage was consummated, right?
I never mind all of his character flaws, but I mean, it's just the revelations, the theological revelations are contrary to, the scriptures is from my perspective as a Christian. So that by definition is a false prophet, because first off, and then if you go by the definition in Deuteronomy 18, where a prophet tells you something has to come true or whatever.
Yep.
And
13 as well.
If it doesn't, then they weren't speaking on behalf of God. What prophecies does the Quran have that have come true? I mean, the Bible has plenty of prophecies that are verifiable with architecture.
It also
archaeology,
says,
not architecture. But
it also says that if they do tell a prophecy and it does come true, you have to test their theology as well.
God may be testing you with that situation.
Yeah, you have to test their theology. It can't go against what the Bible has said. So that's really that's where I would go with it.
I mean, sure. I'm not to do whataboutism, but we can. Paul made quite a lot of prophecies as well. But it doesn't matter. To answer the question,
let's end with
if you
Paul.
if you ask me the number, but if you ask me the number one thing, like if I'm holding to the Abrahamic covenant, right? Okay.
I said old covenant, new covenant. Are we?
No. Hold on. Let me answer. No. If we're saying why he asked me why I would say Muhammad was a prophet or a prophet in the lineage through Abraham. I would say that that God's promise that the land that we call Israel, right, would worship the one God of the Garden of Eden, right? The one God of Abraham, right? And it's very clear that would happen. And that did not happen until Muhammad, meaning that in the time of King David and they all still worship different Elohim. They all had different pagans, everything. When Muhammad got his revelation, 620, by the time he died, 634, the entire land of the biblical Israel was converted to worshiping the one God of Abraham. So Muhammad, in his life, in 20 years, fulfilled the prophecy that El Shaddai made to Abraham. This, to me, is the main point.
That's not the same God as the Bible God.
And I agree with what he just said, what Tudor just said, and I would say, like, what were they? It really, in my opinion, that comes down to the difference between Torah and Sharia law. Like, they were professing, El Shaddai, as you like to call him, but when push comes to shove, were they doing
that's
all?
What El Shaddai is what Abraham called him. And Elyon twice.
I was being politically correct. Hopefully you appreciated it.
Just say God. We'll say God. Okay. Well, for this conversation, let's just say that's God.
Okay. Well, it comes down to the laws.
That can mean a lot of different things depending on how you ask.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's another thing, a big thing we have to talk about.
Abraham's God.
But that's New Testament as well.
Okay, Abraham's God. That's good.
Yeah. Let's start with the beginning. So yeah, I mean, how is that a fulfillment of the promise if they're all practicing a different law than the Torah? That would be my question to you.
They're not practicing a different law. It's aesthetically, we see it as different now using our lens. If you would
equivocate like as 100% the same. I mean, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure
I'm not going to say 100%, but if you take the laws in the Torah, the laws of Moses, and you strip out temple law, you strip out any quote Jewish holidays.
Why are we stripping that stuff out?
Because those are Jewish. Muhammad is a lineage of. Hold on, when you ask a question, when Muhammad is a descendant of Ishmael, then he's a seed through Abraham through Ishmael. So those holidays of Isaac and Jacob's progenitors would not correlate because those are different experiences. No Ishmaelite or no Muslim, what they would call later, was in Exodus. Now, maybe they converted later, but the Hebrew people were stripped out from Egypt. Then they were given a covenant, which made them Israelites, right? Of which Jewish is two of those 12 tribes. The Muhammad, Ishmael, Abraham connection is a different lineage. So no holidays would correlate. When you take out the holidays, you take out the temple stuff, it's probably 80% the same law.
Right. So I just realized the big thing that's going on here. So I still kind of agree with my original opinion. I mean, if you're talking Talmud, they can't that
No,
doesn't
we're not
matter at
talking
all.
Talmud.
If we're
When we
talking
get into
Torah only, you can't take anything out. So I would say when Muhammad conquered the land, he should have built a temple. It should have been, and then, but here's the major, because what you just said is really good. It's, well, what do you mean? What about all these descendants of Ishmael while Moses was in Egypt? And I guess, like, even like I said when we started at the beginning, we would even have to go back further to establish that. I guess I kind of believe that initially with Adam and Eve in the garden, the angels came down and were teaching them the Torah. And so I don't believe that, like, this concept of like no nations beside Israel ever had the Ten Commandments. None of them knew. Like, I mean, there's plenty of what Native American artifacts, and there's artifacts all over the world that talk about the Ten Commandments. And
the Code of Hammurabi.
And yeah, the Code of Hammurabi, it's very similar. So the difference is, what I would say, is where the disagreements come. But then what you just said is really good, and I think the issue becomes where I believe that and some of the, not, I'm not saying every single last law was codified. Like, obviously in a time before you have any houses, you don't have to talk about building roofs or rails around your roofs and stuff like that. But I still think it's all case law anyways, right? To where, like, one law.
Like, I would say, what if you look at the world objectively, and you have 2 billion Muslims split between two sections, right. Sunni is 90% and Shia is 10%, and you have supposedly only 16 million Jews. I would ask collectively between these two houses of these two nations of Abraham, which one is following the biblical Deuteronomic Hebrew law better? No, and I would say it's the Muslims.
Right now, I'd agree.
Half of it, 50% of it. 50%
do the Muslims offer sacrifices?
No.
Well,
I think they do halal. I mean, they just pray. I mean,
nah, that's not the same thing. Halal and kosher is not that. That's a prior preparation. Yeah. Kosher and halal is the same thing.
I mean, my point to, because he asked, did they offer sacrifices? I think killing an animal is a sacrifice, and you have the chance.
Yeah, but he means temple. I know Tudor. Okay. Tudor's talking about temple sacrifices.
You're talking about legit temple.
Yeah, okay. they don't have, the Muslims don't have temple sacrifices. Again, I would start with the point that if we have to understand Abraham, God's covenant to Abraham, right? And so he gave him
12:3. All your seed will be blessed.
No, yeah, your seeds will be blessed. Avram to Abraham, 12:3, and then what's the second verse of it?
The one about Ishmael, you're saying?
No, 15, chapter 15, Genesis 15. When he talks at the beginning, 15:1.
God's covenant, yeah.
Yeah, so 15:1 is the beginning of the covenant. So I'm just saying that covenant was fulfilled. See, if you look at the history, Muhammad's his war. Okay, he did have a lot of wars. That's a fact. But those wars were only in those lands we call Arabia, which you can call Canaan, which you can call biblical Israel. Where did he invade Europe? He fought wars against the pagan Arabian crazy people who were doing crazy shit at the time of Muhammad, which is 650 years after Jesus died. So imagine Jesus came, was crucified, according to your belief. He rose and then returned to heaven, only to come again, right? And that's 650 years past, and you still have in those lands Arabian people in the Arabian deserts eating human flesh, doing crazy shit, worshiping to pagan gods. And Muhammad came, got a divination, and cleaned house. Yeah. Okay, it wasn't until Muhammad died, literally 60 days or less after Muhammad died, did those same Muslim armies start going east and conquering foreign nations, because they didn't consider those promised lands foreign. He fulfilled that. I mean, that it's hard to argue. I mean, I'd love to hear someone tell me how he did not fulfill the covenant of Genesis 15.
Yeah, I would. My answer to your point, it would just be like, kind of, if you look at, like, and this is another side thing we go an hour or two on, of greater Israel Zionism. I don't think that every Jew today that even, like, is raised in the Talmud and, has the whole mitzvah or whatever when they're 8 years old, I don't think they're all evil. I think the majority, and this is, I guess, my point of Muslims too. I don't think that just because I reject the Muslim religion, but I don't think they're all evil. I think most of them have never read the Quran and they don't really know what's going on in it. So my answer to your point would just be that I think the top was infiltrated and the mass majority were really good. And I agree. I mean,
That's true for all that. I don't think we're going to have an argument with any of us, Tudor, right? That's the problem. I would say the problem with all the religions, no one's even read the books in which they ascribe their truth to.
Yeah. I think the Ishmael covenants are really interesting though, because I would be willing. Yeah, I'd be willing to accept the fact that like because I was just looking into it. It says, he will become the father of 12 rulers, and I'll make him into a great nation. Genesis 17, that's
17, chapter 17, verse 18 through 21.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's all over there, man.
I'm not saying Ishmael didn't fulfill.
How many times? How many times did God talk to Sarah? Once. How many times did God visit Hagar?
A lot.
What were the promises? Read those. I think 4 verses.
You know what's really interesting is everyone's familiar with the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but it was originally supposed to be Abraham, Ishmael, and Esau. Isn't that crazy?
I look at the covenant as a literal thing. Abraham had Ishmael and he had Isaac, and then allegedly had 6 other sons. The point I'm trying to make is that all of them fulfill the prophecy in Genesis 12:3. Like Abraham's seeds are blessed. Okay, now is there a hierarchy like firstborn and so on and things? But look at how. Just look at all the corruption in inside the families. Like, so I don't even like. So you have Jacob and Esau, and God blesses one and curses the other. It's just a shocking thing. I'd love to hear Tudor's take on that. That's just hard to square that circle. Like, how do you blindly?
I don't think that's very hard to square. Esau, like
Esau and Esau is being cursed in the womb, and then
if you take a really hard. And Tudor, I mean, if you want to go, you can go first, actually. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, Esau wasn't cursed. God chose between them. And how did that manifest? Well, if you look at the actual history, Esau was actually very blessed. He had a kingdom. He had many children. He had lots of great wealth. But God didn't discipline Esau. Whereas Jacob,
Malachi, it says he hates him, though. Hate
right,
by God is not good.
But how does that hate manifest is the question, because the hate manifested in not disciplining Esau. Jacob was disciplined. Jacob limped his life. He was a little deceiver, and of course God disciplined him, because at least in the New Testament it tells you that the Lord disciplines, he who he reproves his child. So God disciplines his children, but he didn't discipline Esau. So that's how that hate manifests, in the sense that God left him alone. God prospered him, obviously, to fulfill the covenant, to fulfill the promise, but he left him alone. So that's what that hate translates to. In other words, he didn't discipline him.
Or the writers of the writers of Malachi decided to really lean in a little hard with some.
Well, then you have to,
because I agree with you. Esau was not in any way cursed. No. He had a great nation of his own. So if God hates you, would you be rewarded in such a beautiful way? No.
It depends what you mean by hate, because again, if God leaves you alone and doesn't cause you to repent or basically grow spiritually, that would be the difference between love and hate, in the sense, if God loves you, then he's going to discipline you. He's going to cause you to repent and grow spiritually. If he has not chosen you, then he is going to leave you alone and let you do what your flesh desires. You could be wealthy. Look at all the wealthy people in the world that are so wealthy, especially these Hollywood actors and actresses that live in a golden cage.
Right.
That's a miserable life. That's a miserable life, because they have money and power, but they're in a golden cage. They don't have anything of true value. And so I think where it comes down to is value,
Shaman, if you were to accept the Bible only as either Judaism or New Testament Christianity, would you be a Calvinist?
No.
You would reject Calvinism, the concepts of like free will.
No, of course. No, I just did a whole thing on free will. I believe in free will. So you believe in
free will. And then what about like predestination and like foreknowledge, elect?
In my book I wrote is do you know the difference between destiny and hate, of empathy and hate? I'm sorry, of destiny and fate, of empathy and hate. So I believe we have fate. We're born and we're fated to die. And the destiny is every choice we make on that route. Do we have infinite amount of choices? No. Are we predisposed based off of genetics, social conditioning, subconscious mind to make certain decisions or lean to certain things? Do we have like biological desires that we can't explain and therefore predisposed to go left as opposed to right? Sure, but we still do have the free will to change. We have the free, you know what I mean? Like the case in point is like two different people. One is like beaten and I think you're allowed to say molested as a child here. But then grows up and does the same thing, right? Repeats the same cycle. Another one has that exact same experience, but does not do that. In fact, dedicates her life to stopping and helping people go through that. So that's an exercise in free will to determine I am not going to be an alcoholic like my forefathers, or I'm not going to be weak.
Foreknowledge as well? Do you believe that God has like open theism where like he's learning as we go, or do you think he's seen like kind of like if you've seen the Marvels where in the Avengers where Doctor Strange sees all the possibilities and it's like, oh, there's only one where we can defeat Thanos? What do you think about his foreknowledge?
Big question. That's a very big question. If we decide, the quickest way to show how much of a fool you are is to try to tell someone what God's thinking at any moment, you know?
Yeah.
Like when things happen, it's good. It's, ad hoc discussion of what we think at a time.
Sure.
But in the now, what does God know, not know? Well, if God does not know something, that's not God. So you're right. Tudor, you agree, right? There's nothing possible that's not preconceived by the conceiver.
Sure. No, I asked you specifically because it really ties into this whole Romans 9 Esau argument, because I personally don't take the stance that God hated Esau for no reason. I think that when you look at their lives, it's kind of like how he described the rich actors. If you could be a multimillionaire Satanist, you're probably not going to be the happiest person ever. And so I think that's what was going down with Esau. I think that's really the concept. This is what Yahweh distinguishes himself from the other false gods, is he can tell you the end from the beginning. This is the whole point of prophecy, is to be able to tell you what's going to happen beforehand. So I think those are just prophetical verses on what Esau, and the reason I brought in free will and all that is what his free will would have taken him to. So, I mean, do you feel like God's justified to hate a rapist, let's say, or a murderer, or no? Would you say no?
It all depends on who you think's in control of this dimension. How much dance floor, so to speak, the creator's giving everything here to occupy.
Yeah, and that's why I asked you about the free will and all that, because a lot of people, there are people who would say
if you look at a rope and it's so long that you may forget that it does have an end.
Right.
And so you can hang yourself from a very long rope. Eventually that rope will reach its end and you will hang. So the longer the rope, the worse the hanging, right? The head can fall off. So I think that's what we're watching.
Yeah. And I mean, we got on this whole Esau thing because go ahead. Tudor, anything?
No, what do you think?
What do I think about what?
You like my analogy of the dance floor for the Dance of Life podcast?
I like the dance floor, yeah, but what do you mean about the rope?
Well, meaning that if you have a rope that's only 8 feet long, you realize tying your neck to that rope has only an 8 feet length, right? So maybe we don't do some of the evil sins and temptations upon the earth. But if the rope, you can't see the end of the rope, you forget that there is a fucking end of the rope, and it's tied to all of our necks, and we're going to be measured for all of our deeds. I don't mean to sound like an apocalyptic preacher, but there is a rope attached to our neck. And we are currently falling. And one day we will reach the end of our rope, the end of our breath, the end of our last breath in the days given, and we will be measured by our actions as well as our inactions. I think I wrote in my book. It says, "What is the harm done by he who possesses evil within, yet harms no other? Yet what is the harm done by he who knows his light and does not share it?" So we'll be measured not only from the actions we do, but from the inactions, because we've all been blessed with different gifts. And it is a sin to not share a gift. There's 2 doctors on a plane. Someone goes, "Is there a doctor on the plane? We need some help." One guy just sits there because no one knows he's a doctor. Another guy goes, "Oh my God," and gets up. Now, did he choose to get up, or is he just righteous in his heart? It doesn't matter, right? But the one who's not righteous in his heart goes, "Oh my God," and then gets up anyway. That person did a much bigger deed because they didn't want to, because they were not going to. So we have to.
Jesus cannot look at everything about that too.
What is it?
It's the parable of the two sons in the vineyard, where the father goes and asks the son, and the first son says, "Yeah, I'm going to go," but then he doesn't go. And then the second son says, "I'm not going to go," but then he decides to go to the vineyard later to work. So it's the one who ended up going to the vineyard that the point is, repent before the end comes so that you can be saved,
So it sounds like you agree, Shaman. Then it sounds like you're saying, like, look, like people are in different places and in different times, but at the end of the day, if Esau didn't got what he deserved, kind of, or do you not feel that way?
I think we're all going to
we kind of agree.
I think we're going to we're all going to get what we want.
I don't think
we're all going to get what we deserve.
I don't think we're going to get what we want.
No, we're going to get what we want. No, let me explain, because
it depends.
Because we can act like we didn't want something, but you did it.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree with that then.
Right.
100%. I agree with that.
If a person thinks about robbing a bank and is focused on how much money they're going to get, the other component of robbing the bank is potentially 10 years in jail, let's say, right? So it all comes, just because you decide to look at a plate that has all the food on it and stare at only one half of it, doesn't mean the other half of the plate doesn't exist.
Right.
That's your problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. So we were talking about Esau and Jacob and
mean lord of shitpostia.
Esau, dude. Well, yeah. Look, it's hard. Like,
I asked you which books you subscribe to, because I wanted to, like, because this all started from you asking me what Old Testament Christianity is. So I was kind of like leading you down the trail of the same thing. You kind of have to start with the whole like New Covenant versus Old Covenant thing, but then you go back and look of like what even was the first covenant. That's what we were talking about, right?
Adam.
Yeah, exactly. And through Adam, pain, but eventually redemption, right? And that's another thing. I mean, I guess we could touch on that now. Like,
I don't believe in original sin, though. I don't believe in original sin. I don't believe. That's why I don't believe in someone. No one can absorb my sins.
I believe that. I don't believe that either. I think that's a bad interpretation. Basically, I think we agree on that.
If we have original sin, that means we don't really have free will, I guess.
That as well, yeah. I would agree.
Tudor, do you believe in free will?
No. I don't believe you can choose free of all influence. I believe that free will is God empowering you to choose free of the influence of evil.
All right, guys, just real quick, here we go.
Yeah, kind of.
So we have Ike and Tudor. We have two Christians here, and Clay. We have three Christians here. Definitely, distinctly, I don't know. I think you three may actually be very big. Okay, so hold on. So we have a Gnostic, esoteric, Viking Christian right now, and then we have three.
Who's the Viking Christian? Howard?
The bottom right, yeah, Howard, right underneath you. Yeah, and then we have Jarl Balderson in the middle, bottom middle. He's definitely Viking, but he's not a Christian. He's an Odinist. And then you have me. So,
well, who's Clay? What's his
Clay
name?
Clay is an interesting Christian.
So if you really want me to actually claim something, what I'm going to say is I go by the order of Melchizedek. So
he believes in He's about that Jesus business, period.
Yeah. Christian, but I go through the idea that in order to be Muslim, you must be first Christian. In order to be Christian, you must first be Jew. In order to be Jew, you must first be Abrahamic, and so on, back and back, all the way to Adam.
All right, and one last thing, guys. We're gonna have a beautiful, awesome discussion. We're not doing any blood sports tonight. Okay, I'm gonna mute as soon as I'm gonna mute. We cannot do blood sports. Let's dive in. Let's also get into the Let's get into the conspiracy stuff. Let's get into the lost histories. Let's wake some people up. Tudor and I have Tudor has a channel. But Clay, you should connect with Tudor also. The Dance of Life podcast. He has easily over 200 hours of the deepest dives you can imagine. You want to know about the 1,100 hours? I've watched 200, by the way.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I watched all 21 hours on anyway, I've gone deep dives in that stuff. Okay. Let's get into that stuff. Let's get into like the branded, who's a heretic, who's not a heretic. Let's get into the Jesuit plan. Let's get into like who's really in control, right? Let's dive into that stuff so where we can all unite as brothers in humanity on stuff instead of just arguing over whether or not Second Peter really was written by Peter or not. Let's not dive too, let's not like start, is it really Paul or was it Saul? Was it someone? Did Luke really invent Paul? Like, let's, like all that crap.
So I did have a question in regard to Islam, because you're probably the most knowledgeable, as far as I could tell, probably on this panel of Islam, Omar.
Me?
Probably. What is the necessity of the prophet within Islam? The later prophet, I should say, Muhammad. Right? What would be the necessity of it? Like, I that's the part I'm not understanding, because like ultimately, like
the framework.
The framework.
Like, what's his frame? Okay. So the framework of the Prophet Muhammad is that the fulfillment of God's promise to the seed of Abraham, which is Ishmael, through his mother Hagar, through Abraham, through Hagar, and to Ishmael. At the time, you have the Torah, you have the Tanakh, and you have Jesus. You have the manipulation of the Hebrew Bible and the prophets. In the time of the First Temple period, of which Jesus came and clearly had a big problem with what we call the Pharisees, right? Which are today's rabbinical, the Masoretic text, right? Jesus came and started to try to clean house and bring the sheep back to the God of Israel, right? To affirm laws and also to explain things further, right? To take the power out of those who were wearing the robes and speaking in silent in temples, and to hand it back to the responsibility of the individual. That's my framework, right? And then you have Jesus dies, right? And then you have 620 years after that of just actions and inactions, right? And so Muhammad came and fulfilled this to show 20% of the Quran is telling the Jews, oh, you people of the book, how you were chosen by God to be the brightest amongst them all, only for you to turn against your ways. Return back to the God of your forefathers. Return back. Oh, you people of Israel, you Jews, you were blessed to be chosen first in all of the house of Abraham. Turn back. Return to God. Return. It's 20% of the book is talking to the Jews like, guys, it's not too late. Turn back. Okay, that's 20% of the book. The Quran then affirms Jesus as the Messiah and Jesus as the virgin birth of Miriam, as Jesus as the virgin birth, which is 2 chapters about Mother Miriam. One could say she was the second most important person in the Quran next to Jesus. It could be said. It says that he did not die, that in fact there was another person put in his place, and he did not die on the cross, right? Now, did he die on the cross, not die on the cross, etc., etc.? I have no idea, obviously. But I think what they were saying, that could he have been replaced? Sure, he could have been replaced too. Sure, I don't know. Okay, but again, I think that Muhammad came and he had a revelation, and the most powerful thing is that the land that was promised to Abraham from the time Muhammad got his revelation in 620 to the time he died at 634, that entire promised land was worshiping the one God by sword or by free will. That little section, which was the biggest pagan temple at the time, became the Kaaba, worshiping the one God. Now, everyone likes to always say like they're not worshiping the same God, but I only hear Christians saying that, because all Jewish rabbis will say they're both worshiping the same God. I don't understand how
they are different. They are both worshiping the devil, so of course that's true.
We'll get into that.
Shaman, if he
can everyone mark that, because I need to hear that. Okay, we go. So that's the thing with the Prophet Muhammad. They say that he is a prophet. He's not above Jesus. He is the last prophet. So the Jews say that the last prophet ended in the Tanakh, and there would be a Messiah. The Christians say, here's the Messiah. By the way, he had apostles. And then the Quran says Here's what here's the prophecies that are affirmed and confirmed. Here's what the hand of man changed and lied to you through the process. And by the way, this is the last prophet. So each one says it's the last prophet.
Joseph Smith said that too.
Do you not see
Persian prophet Manny said it? Joseph Smith said it.
Do you not see a problem with like the non-resurrection thing in like the New Testament? I mean, even if you were to go off just Matthew, Mark, Luke, or Matthew,
if I was
Mark,
a Christian, if I was a Christian, I would be an Arian.
Well, we're sure, but what does that have to do with what I just said about Muslim being? I would identify kind of as an Arian. I think there's nuance to it.
Everything divine except the whole concept of God in the flesh. That takes away, that defeats the whole prophecy of Abraham.
Okay. Just answer the thing though. Do you think that if the Quran says that Jesus didn't die or resurrect, you don't think that violates any version of Christianity, regardless of Trinity?
Of course, it violates certain components of Christianity, of course, but it doesn't violate Christianity as a whole.
Okay, so you would just say don't throw out the baby.
Jesus is still the Messiah. Jesus can have a virgin birth. Yeah. Jesus can be the chosen Son of God, on the fulfillment of the law in the flesh. Right. All of those things can be true.
Yeah, and I would say too that like the average Muslim person, let's say there was some big conspiracy, like at the top, they're doing child sacrifice. The average Muslim isn't doing that. So it's like you said, if they're basically following the major part of Sharia law, that's basically Torah, they're basically just a Torah observant person worshiping,
Where did they get cover your head from? Where did they get cover your head from? Where did they get cut the hand off from? Where did they get two people charged with adultery, kill both? That's biblical law. It's just that no Jews hold to it and the Muslims do. This is Jewish law.
Right. No. So yeah, I agree with that.
Which, by the way, is Arab law. We have to remember, all this stuff is coming from the Arabian deserts. What's up, Benjamin?
Okay. I do think though that if like a Muslim man becomes very versed in the Quran and he goes his whole life rejecting that Jesus died on the cross and resurrected, that kind of goes against like the whole point of the Abrahamic promise in general, which is just the concept of resurrection. So,
but it's not though. There's no resurrection concept in Abraham. There's no resurrection concept. There's not even a prophet in the Torah. There's not even a Messiah in the Torah. It's not nowhere.
What about with Adam and like the whole Adam like promises? Doesn't there have to be some? Didn't Abraham tell? I mean, where do you want to start with this? Let's start in Genesis 2 with Adam. Or what is it, 3? I think, where it's like I'll bruise this. The seed will bruise the head of the serpent. There has to be some future language at least there. Would you agree? Or what's your interpretation of that?
You could use it metaphorically, that bruise the head of the serpent, meaning the reptilian brain that holds us in the fight or flight, the difference between mankind and humanity. That's the way I perceive that.
Oh, so you would say, okay.
There are many, like mankind is down here, the animal, like we're down here, and the reptilian fight or flight. But if you bruise the head of the serpent, because you can't kill the serpent, that's why the knight of Camelot slays the dragon. They don't kill it. It's breaking a horse to rise up into a higher state of self. And humanity itself is the sole eternal spiritual connection of the animal of man, transcending and going past the animalistic notions. And didn't Jesus spoke like this in parables for a reason?
Sure.
Jesus' message was bigger.
Isn't the devil always referred to as the serpent though?
Yeah, that's one way you could go with that. What about?
Where's the devil though? Where'd the devil come from? That's there's
do you accept Enoch 1?
Hallel, huh?
Do you accept Enoch 1 as scripture? If you were
first Enoch?
Yeah.
But that could be historical. Okay.
So
I don't know about scripture, but
isn't the devil Azazel or Gadriel or whatever?
Semyazim and the 200 watchers.
Yeah.
No, they were fallen angels.
Yeah, there's one of them that didn't take a wife though, so he didn't get the same curses as them, and that's the devil. I think it's anyways, but we're on the same page.
Who were the people who didn't worship the golden calf when Moses was receiving the commandments? The women. Everyone else did, so everyone else is guilty too. Who are the only ones when God decided to prepare yourself, He's going to reveal the commandments to the people of Israel? How many of those people actually heard the commandments? A few. And only the women. So then no one's been initiated.
You're talking about I mean, we're jumping all over, but you're talking about when he made the covenant with like the sound? Didn't all the people hear the thunder?
No,
get scared.
They're like,
Only the
like,
women.
no, turn it off.
No, but
because they were dirty.
Going back to Clay's question, going back to about, or we were just talking about Messiah and Torah, because this is kind of the beginning, right? We could go to Abraham. All right. Abraham tells Isaac, so do you even believe that I mean that he got the instruction to kill his son? And I mean, is it not like
but he didn't. Maybe it was a test of faith. I mean, if the story was give me your son and he actually sacrificed him, then this would 100% without question be a fully satanic
I agree.
religion.
I agree. I think
and since he didn't, then it changes everything.
100%. And I would just say that Abraham was going to was in the mind to, though, but he literally says like, we're going up, I'm going to sacrifice you, but we're both going to return. That's like one of the original Messiah prophecies, like as far as like I could think of right there. And then before we go push later into Deuteronomy and stuff, what do you mean? It's a resurrection verse.
45 minutes of my conversation with 45 minutes of my conversation with Rabbi Tovia Singer was on the subject, and the best he could come up with was Genesis 49:10 about the scepter.
That's a great one.
No, it's not, because it's a historical. That's what I'm saying. If you read it as a prophecy, it's great until you look at the history, because where was the first tabernacle? Shiloh.
That's Jerusalem.
Yeah, right? Shiloh. So the concept was the power will be stored right when the scepter returns to Shiloh, meaning that when everything returns to the way it was, then everything will be better. It's a historic. They're talking about a dichotomy of power structure between northern and southern kingdom of Israel, which they always had from the entire history of the whole thing. That's the best verse that a rabbi will tell you of a prophecy. I just don't think. I think God's pretty clear. The God of Abraham is pretty clear on shit. You know what I mean? So I don't think you have to. You will worship only me.
Tobias Singer isn't messianic, so it doesn't.
Tobias Singer is 100% a messianic Jewish rabbi who is an Orthodox rabbi who has two goals on earth. Number one is to stop Jews from converting to Christianity, and number two is to convert Christians to messianic Jews. Messianic Christians. I'm sorry. I didn't
know he identified as messianic.
Listen, he says his plan. He says his goal is one thing, and that's to stop Christians from converting to stop Jews from converting to Christianity. And I believe him. But the second part to his plan is to turn Christians into Noahide. He has more Christians that now can affirm to be Noahide Christians, which are Messianic Christians, than he has Jews watching his program. And if you can see past you can pull the veil back. And I don't carry I'm not. It doesn't bother me, but I'm not going to pretend that his mission is not crystal clear.
Right.
Tudor?
Yeah. So, I mean, we were talking about the.
You subscribe to that, Rabbi Tovia Singer? He preaches as much about a Christian doesn't have to become a Jew, just be a Noahide.
I think,
and if you.
So I was
Noahide stuff is Talmudic fairy tales.
Yeah, that's what it's a way of getting Christians to be Zionist Christians.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to they don't want to bring people into the truth, which is the full, not just the Noahide laws, which are just like basic 10 commandments or something. It's the 7 or whatever. They don't want to bring them into all of them. So it's like a way just to fool you. And like you said, Zionism, even better, get your money.
56 million Americans subscribe to being Christian Zionists in America. That's the engine of Zionism on earth today. It's not the Jews, it's the American Christians that have been fueling it for a long time. So
you said the scepter it did already reign though, sorry, or did you gave like an esoteric understanding? Sorry.
It's not an esoteric at all. It's the actual literal trend. Here, hold on a second. I got you right here. Watch this. Let me see. Maybe it's better. Is it better for aesthetics to do just keep one?
You can bring it up on the main screen. I say bring it on the main thing.
Okay, here we go. Genesis
49, I think.
3. No, 12:3. Scepter and Shiloh. Okay, no,
that's
literal. No, not 12:3. I'm sorry.
49.
It's 49:10. Genesis 49:10. And okay. No, but we need Hebrew. You know what? I got this. Watch this. Chat. No. Wait, this. Literal Hebrew.
Chat GPT is gonna lie to you.
I'll catch it on this stuff. Well, Google. What about Google?
You're about to get this Schofield.
Use Google. That's Gemini. Use Google, bro. Because it'll
just go to Blue Letter Bible and type in and
you can do that.
Blue Letter Bible's the best thing.
Just type in the interlinear. Just go Genesis 49:10.
Oh, here we go. Hold on. Shiloh. Okay, so there's the most. Okay, the scepter
until
shall
Shiloh
not...
comes. What do you interpret that?
Yeah.
Well,
Shiloh is two things. It's a place and it's peace. The scepter shall not depart from Judea, the southern kingdom,
correct,
nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, the power is there, until Shiloh comes, right? Yeah. And to him shall be the obedience of the people. The tabernacle was in Shiloh.
And you think this is already fulfilled then?
Can a place come?
I would say yes.
Place can move on its own.
Return. You could come and return. It could be. I understand you. So look right here. This is the important part they like to forget. It doesn't mean that it's not a prophecy, but we have to also understand this was a place.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a place, and it's if the hill country of Ephraim. Okay. Joshua 18:1. The Israelite assembled there. I'm dyslexic, guys, and established the tent meeting of the tabernacle. The tribal territories.
This would have been inside the Nile to Euphrates promise for sure. So, like in my opinion,
this is the original. This is not where this is where the tabernacle. This was the tent. Remember the tent?
Yeah. Before the first temple. Yeah.
Thank you. And that's when they were pure. I think
this scripture kind of refers to the second coming of the Messiah, basically.
Okay, and guess what? No, I do know what you mean. That I understand. I only just made the statement was there is no Messiah. Look, Moses was talking to God, and he had 40 years in that desert because he was not allowed to enter because he was getting pissed off because you got these 600,000 people like Moses, nonstop bothering him. And when he hit the rock, he said, "Must I do everything?" And he hit the rock and brought the water, right? But he said, "Must I? Your power comes from God. That staff is nothing without the power." So he then was also not allowed to enter the Holy Land. He had 40 years. And in those 40 years, he wrote 5 books. Mm-hmm. And in those 5 books, he wrote everything he thought or God told him to write. So if there was a coming savior of all of humanity, I just think he probably would have mentioned it very clearly. We wouldn't have to interpret things. We wouldn't have to go ad hoc.
And then, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, that makes sense.
But there is progressive. I know what Tudor's thinking right now. He's saying
progressive revelation.
Of course.
Well, we would start in the Torah then, though. We would point you to all the messianic prophets. So, like, I mean, doesn't the end of Deuteronomy 32, the Song of Moses, talk about like, I will raise up a prophet likened unto yourselves, a man of your people, and he will save you from your sins? Isn't the word there literally Messiah?
And what? No.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. And the Song of Moses, which I
may have butchered the chapter, but it's the one where it's like, the Son of Man. Deuteronomy prophecy.
Yeah. It's a.
People say it's Joshua, and I believe it was immediately fulfilled in Joshua because he would have been
32.
The next prophet.
32.
It could easily 32.
39.
19?
32.
39.
32,
Okay.
39. I'm looking at it right now.
So what's your opinion on that verse, Omar?
See now that I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. Literally a reference directly to the serpent in the garden.
Again, guys, I love prophecy. I you know what I mean? Like, I think, I have a book of poetry and philosophy. I have another book I'm putting out. There's a lot of but it's the nature of all prophecies. They're all self-fulfilling. There will be someone to come and inspire people into the light. There will be someone to come to inspire people into the dark. Satan means adversary. There will be those who will appear and will convince us to go into the evils. There will be someone to come and say, don't go there. It's hot, even if you can't feel the fire. I'm all about prophecies, and I'm all about the poetic writings in the Revelation, for example. But as humans, we have to understand that the earth is moving in a cyclical form, even if it's flat. And
the earth is standing still, technically, but anyway.
Time moves in a cycle. The concept of the Ouroboros, the serpent biting its own tail. And we, as the animal of man, or the creation of humanity, will either rise into a collective understanding, into a higher sense of collective self, or stay down in the mud and kill each other, because we will blow up the whole world, or the earth will flood us or burn us down, or whatever the case may be. When we've created enough sin on this earth, we will be exterminated. We don't need nuclear weapons for that. Nuclear weapons are just a new way of something that we can calculate, because
why can't all of that be true? And there's a messianic prophecy in the Torah.
Let me explain my only problem with the Messiah problem. I can explain it very easily. If I was Satan, right? The devil, would not the smartest and most powerful thing I could do is to convince everyone to sit there and pray in your own homes and once a week somewhere special, and that someone's coming to save you? That's all I'm trying to ask the question. So that doesn't mean that there isn't someone that could come. I'm saying if I was the devil, I would convince everyone not to do anything. Stay where you are. Someone's coming.
And the human answer would be, if you're talking to the devil, or just in this, the devil can live forever, right? Or at least, and I'm a human, I'm going to die at 70 years old, so I want to live forever. So hopefully someone's coming to save me, because I don't have the power to raise up myself, and I want to live forever.
Right. So the context is
real quick. Someone wrote. Clay. Real quick. Someone wrote, none convincing me in anything.
We haven't even began. We're still early Genesis.
And the goal is not to convince anyone. It is to inspire thought. We're not trying. I haven't said anything. I'm trying to have you believe.
Right.
We're just having. I'm just having you think.
Thank you, Nani. Appreciate it, Nani.
By the way, I feel like I'm in a conversion session right now.
No. So in context of understanding what saving means, saving in the context of literal death, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get saved from like not having a bountiful crop, or not being saved from like a rainstorm that just hit with a bunch of lightning, right? That you might be scared of, or being saved from, just a terrible relationship, but literal 100%. Saving from death.
Metaphysical savior.
No, yeah, not metaphysical savior,
you would
but
have to
literal
accept
death.
That.
Just death.
You would have to accept that unless you believe in like permanent reincarnation, right? Like Buddhism, right? You would have to accept that, like, like we're here for a reason. Why are we here in general? And like, am I going to live is this a test to get into heaven? Why are we here type deal? So you either have to believe that there's some form of resurrection. I mean, the Sadducees didn't believe in it, right? It's written about. Or you have to believe in reincarnation. So, I mean, as far as like going back to your example of the Satan thing, I mean, it's kind of obvious you want a savior to, live forever, right? What would you say to that?
I mean, but you mentioned metaphorical. You mentioned literal death, save you from literal death. What if it was actually just metaphorical death? And what if all these things that are written are designed to confuse you by the great Satan, to get you to give your power over to it by seeking some sort of salvation from something outside and through some savior force that ultimately has a prophecy that's rooted in destruction?
Well, ultimately,
Revelation, you could argue, is a metaphorical understanding for the death of the ego.
Yeah, well, metaphorically or not, the fact of the matter is that we all die. And so ultimately, I think that every human being probably at some degree wants to quote unquote live forever. Some of them just desire an extended ego throughout the ages. Some of them prefer the idea of a literal physical body. Some of them think of it as like a spirit being going into the heavens. But either way, I agree. It could be, I'm not going to say it couldn't be, but as for like
souls already immortal though. So what are they actually seeking? Physical immortality?
Well, Tudor doesn't think we have an eternal soul until it's
I don't
granted,
either.
right, Tudor?
I don't believe we have an immortal soul.
That's a Christian. Most Christians don't believe you have an eternal soul until it's saved by accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
No, most Christians believe the Platonic soul. They believe you have default immortality and you end up either in hell forever or in heaven with Jesus, but that's not biblical.
Yeah, because they would subscribe to eternal conscious torment, meaning even if you were going to heaven, as soon as you died, you'd be in one or the other. So
therefore eternal granted from the beginning.
Yeah.
If you apply Eastern philosophy over the top of that and you look at reincarnation, if you let's just say you, for argument's sake, you add reincarnation into the mix, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if what they're talking about is that while you're here, if you leave your body and you haven't ascended or become Christ-like, then you just continuously reincarnate into what we would call hell. If you look at what is it, Genesis, where he talks about Satan being cast down to earth to rule over earth, wouldn't that make this hell? And wouldn't your continuous reincarnation in this place equate to you being in hell for eternity?
Could be.
I mean,
that's interesting.
Well, Tudor, that's what you were getting at, Tudor, when you said the Jews and the Muslims are both worshiping the same God. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, they worship the God of this world,
which would be the Satan.
It wouldn't mean that this because God has Satan on a leash, right? We learned that in Job.
True.
So it wouldn't mean the whole world's hell. And I mean, even if you really want to accept like the Orthodox Jewish version of there's no Satan, you could believe in that, and in theory, just like it's not. I don't believe Jesus or Satan is behind anyone forcing them to sin. I believe he just tempts them, gives them an opportunity. I heard a stat one time that said most crimes are crimes of opportunity, meaning like if someone left their car unlocked and you see it unlocked, that's why you do it. So I think that's what that goes. But I don't think that would mean the whole world would be hell. And you're also kind of like adding in the reincarnation aspect. I mean, at the end of the day, people who don't agree with that, we're going to say you have to prove that to us. Like Clay said, we all die, right? So
well, there's I would say for sure there's an inherent evil upon this earth now, and there has always been. There's never a time in history where anyone has said, congratulations, dun, 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 evil's been eradicated from this earth. Never. But what it has done is redefine itself, reposition itself. Good becomes bad, bad becomes good, which is a prophecy, actually, end times prophecy. Day becomes night, night becomes day. In Islam too, by the way. And so it redesigns itself, where Maleficent's actually the victim,
they will say eat. They will say that they would eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. That's like literally saying that, hey, you know what? We're going to die tomorrow, live our best life. We don't know what's going to happen, which ultimately, you could go two ways with it, which is one that if the person given that prophecy is saying don't do it that way, then maybe they're just trying to control your mind and not let you live your best and fullest life. But then you could go with it and say, well, they're really saying don't be a shitty person, right? Because like eat, drink, and be merry could just be like being a shitty person and not really taking care of your responsibilities.
Or Clay, it could be, hey, don't worry about it. This shit's going down anyway. You have 24 hours, so just party and do Sodom and Gomorrah because it's going to end tomorrow anyway, which is exactly what I'm trying to say about just sit there and don't do anything. Like if but again, the greatest trick is that we sit back and think that the quote devil or the evil has power. Its only power is the food we feed it through our fears, and that's and I'm not saying that hell's not a real place or heaven. As a person who's drank ayahuasca thousands of times and actually had like surgeries and like came back to life, like I know both are real, but they're all levels of perceptions, right? Through and to the unimaginable, right? And I have a hell and I have a heaven, and you have a heaven and you have a hell, and they're different perceptions leading into this eternal perception, right? We cannot even conceive of. But the greatest, remember, what we call evil on this earth is the devil's highest prayers being answered. You have to look at everything as a duality in this dimension, that if we see good upon this earth, then there would be righteousness upon this earth, which would mean God's greatest promise is being fulfilled in prayer, right? Materialized in prayer. But when we see evils on this earth, we have to understand that thing we call evil or the devil, that's the devil's highest prayers being answered. So everything is a prayer and everything is abracadabra. This is the problem.
Couldn't you also say, Omar, that those are different dimensions within time and space, and like
yes,
those who sell their soul to the devil or Satan or whatever are operating in a lower dimension, and those who are aligning with, whatever your higher being is, or whatever your source of light is, that those are the ones that are ascending into higher dimensions. And then that also ties back to what I was saying about the reincarnation aspect, not saying that it's true or not true. It's pretty hard to prove whether it is or isn't, but just throwing it out there that maybe heaven and hell are within the same place in this dimension of space and time. And we as beings have a free will choice of where we end up.
I agree. When I said the duality concept, I'm just talking about in this 5-sensorial 3-dimensional reality we call Earth. I'm not saying that outside of Earth that there's some equal duality, that somehow God and the opposite of God have some equal powerful. I completely disagree with that whatsoever. Like completely. But in this dimension, whether we want to call it archons, demiurges, jinn, whatever we want to call it, there are spirits that are trying to get into this dimension. And each one of us on this panel, I've said it many times, we are right now possessed, because we are a soul that's possessing this physical body, and other things are trying to get in here. And the fastest way to get into this earth is not trying to go and possess a raccoon. It's trying to get into a human form. And there are those who feel powerless or helpless or have come from breeds of evil that understand that there's been magic, cantations, sacrifices, sigils, and all sorts of worship that usually revolve around death, life, and blood, to try to attract those beings, just like you're trying to attract mosquitoes. So leave out some fruits, or maybe you want to attract different types of bugs, leave out some meat, or a combination of those things. And they've developed this shit over thousands and thousands of years, since Exodus and before, to bring this into the earth. And the fastest way for us to allow this into this earth is by the collective fear of our brothers and sisters on this earth. And that's the problem that we face here. And there are organizations that we can name names right now. I'm sure we will. Tudor has dozens of hours on this subject that are dedicated to this, while presenting themselves as good, just like when Jesus said, those who claim to be Jews and are not, just like the Erev Rav of Exodus, just like the ideologies that have parasitically attached themselves to the 3 religions of Abraham today. Okay, whether it's Christian Zionism, Jewish Zionism, or Wahhabi Islam, these are ideologies that appropriated themselves into a book with new translations and are fooling the masses into thinking it's okay to kill because God said so.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of the concept of there's no gravity, but it's magnetism?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that honestly, I don't believe in gravity, and I think that correlates with a lot of what y'all are saying, honestly, from like a literal aspect. But yeah, I mean, for me personally, I think a lot of it, what y'all are saying, could be true, like along with the Bible. I mean, not maybe the reincarnation aspect, but basically everything else. Let
me ask you a question. If you have an emotion of fear, anger, or sadness, those are the emotions that are more likely going to cause you to sin, right? Like to do harm to another.
Sure.
Or harm to yourself.
Sure.
So could you then say that sinning is those emotions correlate with sin itself and being out of alignment with God, your creator?
Yeah, I mean, there's like a concept in the Bible of hardening, like God tells Pharaoh in the Moses story, I'll harden your heart. And so like initially it was all his emotions of just rejecting small things. And then it got to the point where even, if the children were going to die, he didn't care. So, I mean, to answer your question, I would say yes. And I would say people who dote in that stuff more, definitely, like, I do believe, like, I mean, even if you like hook electrodes up to your body and like, you know, we could test the brain and EKGs and stuff like that as far as like which lobe's working, how much it's firing. So yeah, I mean, I would completely agree with that, you know.
And Jesus is a very powerful energy. So if you are having a moment of weakness when you're in a emotional state like that, and you call out to that energy for salvation, you're asking it to basically transmute that energy so that you are no longer in sin.
Yeah, I mean, again, like that doesn't seem like it necessarily it sounds like you're putting a physical explanation on something we have the words of in the New Testament. So sure, I wouldn't call the Holy Spirit, you know.
I wouldn't call emotions physical. You can't physically get emotion.
Well, there is like chemicals in your brain that go off, and
no, they become chemical reactions when not controlled or put under control and balanced through breath, transmit and go through and become part of the flesh. That's why halal and kosher is not about the prayers. They like to make it seem like those prayers are so the whole thing. It's not. It's the fact that you blindfold an animal so it doesn't know it's about to die, and then you cut its throat. The goal is to make sure that it does not feel any pain or know or have the fear, because the chemical that's released through the brain of fear goes through the blood and would saturate the meat, and you would eat that. Right. So that's the whole reason that you.
But they don't believe that you can do that alone. Like like Torah says you can do that, cut off the right fat, and you're good to go. They believe you got to attach those prayers to it.
Yeah, but 100%. Well, I know that of course they have to attach those prayers because you're trying, and the Muslims have halal and they attach those prayers. I'm saying that ancient peoples in those very lands where those books came from were killing animals to eat in the same way before Abraham existed. Yeah. This was understood because of the chemical release through fear. And if you were evil, the chemical release through fear would be what you would create before you sacrifice something to give it to the evil.
So
yeah, understand the offering.
Expounding on that is
why do you think they spin when you take a chicken and you want to remove the sins? Why do you spin the chicken? Because it's releasing that chemical I'm talking about.
Not
break
just
its neck.
Not just the animal that would be sacrificed, but also the person themselves. Wouldn't that same chemical, and then also with that the energy surrounding them would necessarily be exposing that fear just through chemical and energy itself. So I mean, the concept does definitely make sense. So you would actually transfer that energy into the animal. The animal, you know, the thing with dogs, right? If you've ever owned a single dog in your entire life, if you have fear, they have fear, right? Yeah. So it definitely transfers. So blindfolding the animal and then saying the prayer and singing, like, you know, as if, especially if you are singing in joy, certainly that would, you know, set your own spirit at ease. And then even if you, especially if it's in joy, then you would transfer joy.
Yeah. They don't want to transfer that fear into the
until the knife touches
and then eat it. You could also look at interactions between two people the same way, right? If I see somebody and all of a sudden I get angry and then I go and I lash out at that person, I'm literally projecting that energy onto them, and then now they're angry and now two people are fighting. You can see this a lot in like road rage, where one person gets angry and honks and is like, "Fuck you, buddy," and the other guy's like, "No, fuck you." And then the next thing you know, it escalates, and then boom, evil happens. Somebody ends up hurt, somebody goes to jail, somebody goes to the hospital, whatever it is. And you know,
this is like every high school fight ever.
Yeah, but I agree with everything
because of new chemicals being released at higher and higher dosages without learning how to balance them.
Hive mind.
I think a lot of what y'all are saying can totally just agree with what, like we were talking about, you know, covenants and, you know, prophecy and stuff. Shaman, you know that obviously I'm sure you're aware, like they had like clean and the differentiation between clean and unclean animals before Abraham, right? Or even Abraham, right?
Of course.
So where do you think that came from?
That's not new. I think that depends on which it depends. Depends on which animal. I mean, pigs have been commonly, the pigs have the closest flesh to human consistency when it comes to the actual flesh itself. So it's a common understood thing that pigs were some form of a bad person that was reincarnated.
Right.
This is like old.
So
no one ate the pigs.
I guess
before,
my point was though is
Islam.
like we see like literally the terms clean and unclean animals pre Torah and in Genesis. You're saying that came from basically like
it's just who came up with it is a great question.
That's
or how did they come up with certain? Yeah, how did people come up with certain things is a great mystery. But I mean, it's pretty well spelled out. Like it's about split hoof and chewing your own cud in the second stomach.
That's spelled out later. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still even then that's still pretty advanced thought processes
100%.
for
animals.
But don't eat. When did humans realize don't eat human?
If my answer would be in the garden, I would say that Adam was told what the clean and unclean animals were, which is why we see Abraham and Noah with these differentiations.
Lots of tribes would consume their ancestors their relatives when they died to keep the power in the family, and then a lot of kings would eat the heart of the liver mainly of the king that they just conquered.
And that doesn't make any sense because if you read like the Torah instructions on what to eat, the liver is a detoxification organ, and you're basically not supposed to eat the toxins.
The ancient Egyptians.
It's like a spit in the face of God, kind of.
The ancient Egyptians said the seat of the soul lies in the liver.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying there's not a lot of macronutrients. They tell you these days pork, as long as it don't have parasites in it. That's actually another, I actually know there's like a growing base of like MDs who are starting to reject like the concept of genes and stuff like this. I don't know. I don't want to side tangent, but anyway, the only reason I brought this up is because we were talking about the emotions and you brought up pre-Torah, the differentiation. If we're looking for another topic to segue to, I can
Someone wrote Hebrews 1:3. The sun is the radiance of the Shekhinah, with the very expression of God's essence, upholding all that exists by His powerful will. Yeah, but Shekhinah is a newer. You could say Kabbalistic concept of what was originally the Asherah, which was El's queen, El's wife, kind of reduced down, but through the Sifirot of the that's a Kabbalistic understanding. That's what they pray to every Friday. But I guess I could ask a random question like, is the Earth flat or round? Or we could say nuclear weapons, true or
flat.
Just a rumor?
Conspiracy, flat.
Okay, so Ike, flat.
Flat.
Tudor,
flat but not a circle.
Ben, flat Earth or round Earth?
Cosmic egg.
Cosmic egg. Clay?
Tetrahexagon.
Todd?
I don't know. Was it who said?
You think it's fucking round, you scientist.
Who who said cosmic egg? Okay, I'm more leaning along that. I think it's more of like a void that we live in. That's a projection of a. Yeah, but whether it's round or flat, I have no idea. I've never been to space. So.
Howard? That's what Howard's going to say. Some form of flat. Yeah, I'm.
Do you guys think we went to the moon?
No.
No.
Yes.
That's bullshit.
I was just surprised that nobody like questioned my shape.
This is good.
That looks like
No, because we're not. But here's the best part. What I have learned is the reason I was studying, like, how come they never killed David Icke? How come this? How come that? And I realized, Alex Jones, because they had something that they could say that the normal people could say is crazy. So, if David Icke goes like hard in the paint, he's in England talking about but then he says reptilians, and they're like, oh, he's just crazy. So we just did it right now. So now we can get into the Jesuits and we can get into all the real stuff. But they'll be able to write us off because we led with flat Earth. So now the powers gonna be like, they started out by saying flat Earth. Why can you listen to anything else they say?
Yeah, right. Oh, I
didn't say flat Earth.
Beat the outpost.
Well, there's 4 people here that we didn't say flat.
Well, okay, so the majority. I'm the odd guy out. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, they may come for you because like he never,
he didn't fight them.
We do you want to go Bible flat Earth verses, or I could ask some more Bible questions, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, I mean I actually pulled up. We did this before. We chat GPT and said, show us the biblical Earth, show us New Testament Earth, and then show us Islamic Earth. And the biblical Earth was pretty much the description of the orb, the disc, and then the firmament. And then Christian Earth was similar, except it showed Jesus above it. And then the Islamic Earth, remember Clay? And the Islamic Earth was pretty similar. Ike.
Yeah, but you went.
I'm still here.
You went by. I don't know how
literal.
To say
I said literal description. I wrote, give me literal. Show me a literal description of the Earth according to Hebrew Bible. Then I said,
according to Hebrew Bible. That's right. Yeah.
And then
whereas I think I put in one and it came out round, but it wasn't like what you said. I forget what I said.
No, what was it? We said, show us the something Earth. It was funny. We said,
under today's understanding or something. Yeah. I said literally.
Show us atheist Earth, and it showed the round
Earth. Yeah.
Atheists need a religion too, so
Yeah.
What about the guy that filmed the guy landing on the moon?
Yeah, right.
That's the best.
That dude just got launched out there, first. Before everyone.
Yeah.
The person filmed the first person landing on the moon.
Yeah. How about the person filming them leaving? That's the best one.
What happened to that guy?
How'd they get that film?
Do you guys think there's have you seen the photos of like flat Earth, and then it's like this is Antarctica ice wall, and then there's lands outside of it? How do you guys, anyone subscribe to that?
No, that's the flat Earth version of like the globe idea with galaxies and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's not, the Earth can't be a circle. The observations show you very clearly that there are many serious problems with the circle map. The analemma, the path of the sun on the equator, the speed of the sun. There's so many things that obviously cannot work on a circular model if the world was a circle. But it's flat. That part is true, with the horizon, with water, with the gravity being a completely made up, conjecture. There's so many reasons to believe that it's actually flat, which is what you see. But then you also can't seem to reconcile that it's circles. So my conclusion is probably closer to Clay's. It's and Todd's is that I believe continuity is supernatural somehow.
What do you guys believe about the firmament? I believe in an actual hardened, flattened out disc.
See, the thing that's weird to me is that there's evidence on both sides. Like there's evidence that there's something there that's hard. Obviously, the Bible talks about the firmament, like in Job, like a molten glass.
Yeah, firmament seems real.
Like there's evidence. but then you have like videos of them launching like these, like I forget the name of it, but the Falcon
rockets up,
Falcon 7 or whatever it was called, and they're going across the sky. And the way that these things look like, it looks like a boat.
I'm serious. Also, I'm having a problem with my phone, so.
It looks like a boat surfing on the surface of water, like when the trail disperses.
Have you seen the zoomed in videos with like a nice Nikon camera of like the moon, and it looks like it's like underwater and stuff? It's true.
Yeah, the lunar waves. The lunar waves are really crazy.
Howard, you got a big echo, brother.
Yeah, I know Crow 777. I've been on his show like
Crow
15 times. I've been on his show like 15 times. He's the one who discovered the lunar wave.
Yeah.
Are you? Wow,
that stuff is crazy. It's obviously something happening. So is the moon a projection? Is it a 2D thing? Is it? I don't know.
Imagine literally being.
Well, they've since discovered it over all the planets. What you would consider the wandering stars. It's happened over all of them. So whether that's because of the firmament in and of itself, which scientifically, unless the environment outside of the firmament is exactly the same as the environment inside, in a vapor environment, it equalizes. It's just the fucking law. It's one of those things that the people that believe in all the science goop, that everything science feeds them, they can't get around it. If in a fucking vapor environment, it will equalize no matter what.
Right. Another interesting thing, this is something I haven't heard anybody talk about, but I have a friend who's really into this, and he has a really fancy camera. He was taking pictures of the sun, and we were seeing
a second sun.
No, like
The flares.
how there's sunspots on the sun.
Yeah.
He was taking pictures of the sun, and we were comparing them to where the sun was in the sky. It seemed like the dark spots in the sun were the actual stars that the sun was marking its position in that particular time.
Wow, that's really
There were many
interesting.
pictures that we looked at, and it almost looked like, when you get like one of those old school lenses that they used to put over like a small print so they could see. They would drag that big lens over like a particular
100%
document.
magnifies.
It was like that. Like the distortion was kind of like that in the sense the position of the stars, but they were like black behind the sun. So it almost seemed like the sun was acting as some sort of, I don't know, I can't describe it really. It was very, but the relationship between the positions of these particular sunspots and the constellations that the sun was in at that time was too.
Are you familiar with the concepts of like First Enoch, where it's like it talks about all the circuits and the gates,
the
paths of the suns, and then like how like if you look at all the constellations like throughout, if you buy into the 7,000 year humanity, where we're at. I guess the constellation one would be more yearly based, but that's super interesting about the sun. About that just reminded me of all those circuit and Enoch verses. I'll have to look into that. It's really interesting.
Have you guys ever, speaking of the sun, have you ever looked at what happens to the electromagnetic field on Earth when there's a solar flare? How it just like will peel back the electromagnetic field of the Earth. Same. Have you ever noticed or experienced
like the Northern Lights?
Yeah, exactly. Like Northern Lights.
Borealis. Yeah.
Yep.
There's Southern Lights too, that's kind of a problem for the circular flat Earth model, which is that there are electromagnetic. If you look at the actual star trails, there's two pole stars. There's the North Star, which everybody talks about, but then there's Sigma Octantis in the south, and there's Southern Lights. So to me, it's more like the Earth is a giant dipole magnet, like with positive, negative, and it has some sort of toroidal field where the firmament is, moving across the sky somehow. But it might even be like a double torus, because again, if you look at the star trails, the equator moves straight across, but then north of the equator they move, I think, counterclockwise. Then south they move the other way. And the shape of the path of the moon and the sun, when they oscillate above and below the equator, also gets bent according to the curves the curve of that. So that to me is, again, like you can't have that on a circular model. It doesn't work. But on some sort of flat, square, who knows how model, it works perfectly. It's just, how do you explain continuity? That's the only problem.
It also has an impact on electronics. So I'm in technology, and one of the things that impacts technology a lot is solar radiation and electromagnetic. Personally, I can tell myself when we're getting blasted with a solar flare. I just feel more. I feel more tired. I feel more.
Feel like an X-ray machine's hitting you.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. It would be interesting to run like a study on that across a broad segment of the population to see how much that stuff actually impacts people.
Well, they wouldn't even know. They would just think it's just a bad day, or it's just there's an earthquake about to happen. All the animals, all the birds fly away, and we're sitting here like, thinking of something witty to put on Twitter.
We think it doesn't impact. We think this shit doesn't impact us. It's hilarious.
We're so disconnected to the earth. Think of what percentage of your life was touching concrete and touching earth.
Yeah,
just think of that alone. Just that alone.
Dude, there's a guy that does a podcast called Rising from the Ashes, and they invited us to San Francisco to meet with Sam Tripoli and shit. And we went around San Francisco and walked, and I never walk on concrete. I live out in the mountains. And so I was the most in shape. The actual distance didn't bother me, but I got shin splints so bad I just about cried that night. It was horrible. Concrete's horrible to walk on.
You guys believe the conspiracy with the headphones? A lot of people are switching back to wired headphones these days.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
100%.
I use wired.
I mean, everything, all electromagnetics affect you. You're an electromagnetic being, and that's scientifically proven. Mm-hmm. The question is that your soul? That's kind of what I want to know.
Right. Yeah.
The goal is to get us disconnected from our soul. The entire premise is for you to think that you're powerless and disconnect from your soul, and to make the whole universe revolve around your mind.
Yeah, and then at the same time make connecting to your soul, quote unquote, evil. Like don't do that. It's evil if you do that.
Inversion, right?
Inversion, yeah. Convince you not to do it.
Don't you have like ortho bros condemning sola scriptura? Like you shouldn't interpret this yourself. Mm-hmm. Like who are you to read the book yourself, you idiot?
Who are you to read the Greek literal words instead of the Latin translation that we have learned about from somebody who told us that this was the original language?
Yeah. Like, who are you compared to Pope Innocent II or
Psalm 119 says test everything. So if they're not telling you to test everything, they're lying, dude.
Agreed.
I think even though I don't agree like with the whole like necessarily esoteric perspective, I really don't know a lot about it. I think there's a lot of truth to what you guys are saying of just like the concept of like positive thoughts, higher vibrations, lower thoughts, negative vibrations, you know what I mean? And just the concept of like they'll try to like if I was Satan, I would try to teach Christians like away from all that and into of just a hard science book. And I think that would make people reject it more than if I could get them hooked on faith, then it doesn't really, you know what I mean? Like so I think there's a lot of truth to what you guys are saying as far as just like positivity and stuff like that.
Well, and that's why things like forgiveness, unconditional love, and compassion are so powerful, because if you're in that state of mind or that state of being, if something happens, you're immediately not going to like absorb that emotion. You're not going to absorb that energy. If somebody comes to you and is like, fuck you, buddy, you're just like, whatever. Right. No, must be having a bad day. You can extend compassion. The archons aren't able to feed on you. The demonic energy is not able to feed on you when you're in that state. And I personally, as someone who grew up Christian, that's my interpretation of the teachings.
What's KBC Void? You just flashed that? What's that?
Yeah, so the science is newest is the KBC void, which is, they say it's 1 to 2 billion light years across void. That's different from the rest of the universe, and our Milky Way galaxy is in the middle of that, which is an inconceivable amount of light years across. It's something outrageous. 1 to 2 billion light years across basically means that they're realizing that they're in essence what they haven't said yet, but they're basically saying that we are in the bottom or in the middle of a black hole, and that's why this area that we're in is different than everywhere else in the universe that we can observe. But my question would be, how can you observe outside of 2 billion light years, buddy? What are you talking about? So
if you ever just Googled pull up your screen, Shaman, and just look up pictures of planets. It's the most painted on, like, most fakest looking, like, bad cartoon.
We don't have a picture of the Earth. We don't have a picture of the whole Earth, okay? So let's stop it.
Dave Weiss, when he does these debates, he'll go and put up a picture of the bottom of a rusty pans and all kinds of weird shit like that and ask them what planet it is or what it is, and guys get it wrong all the time and they get so pissed off when he does it. Cheney!
That's what's funny about science is it's a form of religion that's continuously obsessed with observing something that's ever evolving and ever changing and completely unquantifiable, primarily because even if you can quantify 99.9% of it, that 0.0001 is where all the mystery lives. That's where God's found, and it can't be observed. So it's like it's funny to watch the obsession of trying to understand the illusion. It's wild.
Omar has one of the best lines ever on any debate or panel ever. And that's when he came up against the evolutionist guy who was talking about rocks.
PhD Tony.
What did he say?
Absolute best line ever. You ever seen two rocks fuck?
Yeah, he was Australian, and he thinks like he's talking to us, and he has this Australian accent. But I know that he is subdued by the British. So I went in Scottish because he's trying to be British. So I came in Scottish, and his whole thing, he's like a doctor, but he's a geologist. So like, you're a doctor. We're talking about evolution. Why? And he keeps bringing up rocks, and I'm like, I have a question for you, doctor. Have you ever seen two rocks fuck? And so then that was it. That was the end of his highlight.
He got mad, man. He got so mad, and he did rage quit that panel eventually.
Yeah, he left. I can pull demons out of people. It's one of my talents.
Geologists are gonna rage on you, dude. 100%.
Geologists, yeah. Well,
yeah. Actually,
surely.
Let's see, image of the is Howard.
You know what? The geology thing is so funny because, like, obviously, I believe in one PhD Tony, but even if you didn't believe in just like one flood, let's say you believed in many floods, or just like the Earth flooded in certain areas and many areas, and really like with all the volcanic activity and all the storm surges and things like that. At some point, you kind of have to admit that the geological record is not going to tell us everything.
Bro, with how fucked up things have been right now, I think we need another flood.
I was about to say, someone in here wrote something about an EMP, something would send us back to the 1800s, and I said, let's go.
Hey, I want to ask Noah. You know, this is
the
one thing I want to ask
with their understanding is they expect us to believe that in all conditions throughout history, no matter what's going on with the Earth, that the deterioration rate was exactly the same of these isotopes. And that's absolutely insane, especially when you've been measuring it for 40 years and you're extrapolating out a million years or whatever it is that you want. So even if you're off just by my most minute fucking hair, by the time it's just like a construction line, you're trying to do this straight line. And the longer the line is, the more the slight deviation at the beginning will turn into a giant gap at the end.
Yep.
And this is the thing that they don't want to fucking admit at all. They've only been measuring this for 40 years. That isn't shit. That's this exact fucking environment. We change the environment. You can't expect the deterioration rates to stay exactly the same.
I'll give them the whole 150 of the modern science. You know, I do that all the time. I'm like, for the whole 150 of modern science, let's say that you had the entirety of that entire time, not just the 40 years. And you're telling me that you can tell what happened a million years ago. And the funny thing about it too is, they're always correcting their satellite clocks, by the way. Like their satellite clocks, they actually have to build into the programming to set the clocks back a certain amount of milliseconds, like every certain amount of time. Like you're already wrong about time, and you're going to tell me what time is.
Wait, aren't there supposed to be 13 months of 28 days? Isn't that why?
Exactly. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah,
you see this?
Yeah.
This is a classic example of like the Earth. Okay, you see Africa, you see Europe, right, and you see North America, right? See Africa, right? This is what we were always taught, right? Everything is like kind of equal.
We can't see
right?
your screen.
Oh, really?
That's a certain type of map that if you actually do like the globe, that's supposed to be the accurate sizing and all of that. But that map right there was a navigational map that was used for navigating the waters, not for actual like
even the globe. I don't know if you've seen, there's a lot of people who actually trace like distances on maps physically with their cars, and then they compare them to like Google Earth, and a lot of those distances, I've seen enough stuff to question even the globe. Like, I mean, obviously I don't believe in the globe, but the way that the land masses are represented on the globe, I don't think they're accurate, because the distances, a lot of the times these roads wind quite a lot, and that winding isn't necessarily respected on the actual map itself. So the distances are compressed a little bit on the globe. I don't think they're accurate 100%.
Well, the interesting part, they've been showing Africa to be significantly smaller than it actually is on our globe, and it's actually like significantly larger, right? And so we are seeing this like bullshit example of the size of everything. Africa was like, Europe is bigger than Africa, but it's simply not true. And the question is, if we've been going up since the 50s to the fucking moon, we didn't capture an image of the actual sizes. So I don't know if, the question is was that done on purpose?
Do you think that West Africa was the land of Judah or not?
No, my God, no.
Come on, we got old maps, man. We got old maps.
On that map you just showed us, it looked like America was like mounting somebody.
What do you guys say?
That sounds historically accurate, Clay.
What do you say when a Black Hebrew Israelite throws that at you?
A lot of countries.
I got an old map.
Yeah, those maps, I know what they're talking about. That's a mistranslation. It's not actually Judah.
It doesn't even say Judah.
I know. Well, it said something like that's similar, I think. I forget the exact word that's used there, but they use it to say like, look, this actually means Judah. It doesn't.
That's funny.
Where's the archaeological evidence in West Africa for anything that relating to like
proofism?
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence in the Middle East. I mean, there's.
Have there ever been any civilizations that have been found in Africa?
Omar,
excluding North Africa and Egypt.
I mean, the Congo. It's a pretty old Ethiopia. That area, but I mean, they pretty much just enslaved each other left and right, attacked each other left and right. It was pretty much impossible for them to build any significant civilization short of the Congo and.
Do you think that was the curse of Canaan and Ham?
I mean, it does say that Ham was. Yeah, it does say that Ham. Well, I don't know if it was that specifically, but like it does say that Ham was cursed.
Seems to be the case.
I read something about the temperature also relating to their development of infrastructure. Like the people who went north in Europe, the temperature was different, and so they had to,
live inside more,
Whereas, the need for certain types of shelter just wasn't there. I mean, obviously,
there's a message. There's some Israel Rising 888 called you guys Gentiles.
While he wears a Roman Crusader avatar.
No, that's totally biblical, dude. Think about it. Actually, that's funny. That's more of an Assyrian. The funny part.
Yeah.
That's how the Phoenicians.
Omar, the Muslims you talk to, you gotta tell them you're an infidel in the midst of infidels.
So Islamic Israelite.
The Muslims don't fuck with me too much because they're hoping that I join forces with them, I think.
Do you care? Do you care if I steer this a little bit back more Bible and ask you a couple questions?
I'm good with everybody. Anyone has any subjects you guys want to dive down? I'm happy to see everyone here. Todd's one of my closest, my brothers on earth. Just an FYI, guys. So and Tudor, I sent this to him hoping he's like, I take Saturdays off. I was like, okay, that's
Well, hopefully it's been fun, Tutor.
No, this has been great. And anyone who wants to pick a specific subject that we think is important to dive down, because I think it's very important for us to like decode a lot of like preconceptions. Bible's fine, of course, no problem. But also like, you know, the handlers, I think the power structures of the earth is important if we want to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. I just thought the whole reason I ever hit you up, Shaman, is because I thought you have a lot of biblical knowledge. So I wanted to hear like your opinions on some things. That's all. That's the original reason.
I mean, we got to no, of course. Listen, we're here, right? You said let's do something. I said let's go. Like here we are, right?
All right, so let's talk the two powers thing. I love hearing you talk about this. Tell me what you know about it. Tell me, do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? What do you call it? Biaxialism? What is
bitheism? You're talking about Paul? This is Paul stuff.
Or Old Testament. I guess What's your opinion on? Yeah.
Binitarianism.
Bipolar.
Yeah. No, it's just that there was a lot. So there's when we're talking about like Jesus's time and even right before, there were always different versions of Jews that would be considered rabbis or Pharisees of those times that were trying to dive down a deeper mystical experience or understanding. The understanding was always leading to trying to have the experience, and they were referred to in various forms around that time of Paul as Merkabah mystics, right? And they would use things like Enoch ascending to the heavens. They would use various forms of prophets that were able to go to the heavens they thought that if they study it more, there was mystical instructions of how to achieve this scenario. There's Yahweh and then Yahweh Katan, and that means like little Yahweh. This two powers in heaven concept. Tutor, if you want to expand on it more, I know you know about this as well. And this is not something that is unique to Paul. This is not something that is unique to this time period of Judaism whatsoever. But when you understand the concept of this is, by the way, this is the precursor to what we call as Kabbalistic Jews of today.
And my question was, you always put like a negative connotation on this aspect, correct? And like, which seems kind of weird based off of like the esoteric stuff. You just think it's not true. Does my question make sense?
I see why you would think that. The context is important. So when we're talking about like when we're talking usually like, let's say we're talking to a bunch of Christians or people that believe in like scripture, let's say scripturally, right? Then it would be, because it would be something that's outside. It's people that are. It would be like a
breach of monotheism or something.
Yeah, like, it goes again. It's a different mission statement to the missions. It's a different mission statement. It's a completely. I'm not saying it's bad necessarily.
It's exclusivity, right? So the idea that there's this is the train of thought. If it's this way, then it's this way. If there's anything outside of that, then it doesn't go along with it. Of course, even if it's like it's good, it can come in, right, according to whatever that doctrine is. But if it's outside of that, saying that, it's bad, then it can't belong to the nature of this doctrine. Exclusivity.
Tutor, you have anything you want to say? Anything we haven't mentioned about it?
Paul, I don't know how the two powers in heaven you're relating to Paul, but the Kabbalists don't believe in two powers in heaven. They aren't binitarians.
The Kabbalists?
Yeah, modern day Kabbalistic Jews, they're not binitarians.
They certainly, which we're talking, there's a whole realm of them, of course. They look at the angel of the Lord as one component. Daniel writing Metatron, the concept of Metatron.
Binitarians, though. They're not binitarian. Binitarianism is the belief that there are
two gods.
One God. No, there's one God, but he exists in two persons.
Sure.
No. It's a Yahweh Katan. It's a lesser. It's like the same concept of El Elyon and Elohim. Like this is like a Simsum. Kabbalistically speaking, the word in Hebrew is Simsum, means constriction. So El is the unmanifest manifester, right? And then El Elyon would be like the God Most High, right, in a singular form. And then from there, you have Elohim, of which El is a part of, whether it's Raphael, Michael, etc., etc.
The question would be, can one exist without the other?
Yeah, I think you're kind of mixing like modern day Judaism, Kabbalism, Sephiroth, all the emanations.
Yeah, we say Kabbalah is new.
Yeah,
Kabbalah is modern.
It goes back to the Garden of Eden, as far as I'm concerned. But it's
they,
new, and
they wrote it in Spain. The Zohar, like Zohar, is like 1400s, and it's new.
But the ideology behind it is not new. It's nothing.
So Shaman,
to confirm, 100% the ideology and the concept is nothing new whatsoever. Yeah. Agreed 100%. What I'm saying is that whether you look at Paul, I can attribute Paul's, when we say now today, we say Kabbalistic, which also includes, by the way, a lot of Talmudic stuff as well. We're talking about today. In those days of First Temple Judaism, there were those Pharisees of them that were studying the Merkava mystics, or you can call them whatever you want to call them, but these were the ones trying to.
And you're putting a negative connotation because you believe that the OG Judaism was like non mystical, as in like dual fulfillment prophecy and stuff like that, right? So you're saying they kind of developed. It's like how you talk about the people, the mixed multitude, how you're saying this was developed by that branch. And
yeah, I would say, I see what you're asking. Okay, so I would say that the branch, the concept of what is it called? The Latin apotheosis. What's apotheosis?
To become God.
I don't remember.
Right. So the concept in Latin of apotheosis is very similar in its definition to what I'm describing. That is the Yahweh Katan concept in the Hebrew. The two powers in heaven we're using in the English concept. It's that a man like Enoch, for example, can have the powers of God down here, but then also be able to go and rise to the heavens without. And so this then creates man God.
But Enoch died, though. He didn't go to heaven.
Yeah, what's your issue with the Enoch thing?
It says God took him.
Yeah, God took him in the sense that he gave him a peaceful death. He didn't go to heaven.
Again, I'm not a Merkava mystic, so I don't know how anyone's going to be able to rise to the heavens in the flesh. Like, I don't believe
nobody did that.
I just had a debate with two Christian apologists who told me that Jesus's flesh was eternal, and then I said, so can you name anything in the universe that has ever existed in the material universe, all matter and space, that's eternal other than Jesus' flesh? They said no. I said, so Jesus's flesh is the only thing that's eternal. They said, yeah. I said, did Jesus grow? Did Jesus ever cut his nails or his hair ever? Like, so then that would also be eternal too.
Well,
so
his new flesh is eternal, right? Like the body that went through the door but still ate fish.
But is that, well,
you'd have to
depends what they
right?
mean. If they mean his flesh was self-existent, that doesn't make any sense. If they mean his flesh is not going to be corrupted, then yeah, he's resurrected.
Not with splitting hairs, though.
If you look at a lot of Paul's writings on, like, we will get new bodies, like Revelation says in Paul, where it talks about like a body made of water and spirit. This is the similar bodies that the angels have, where like our bodies are made of mud and spirit, and so they decay. Eventually though, we'll get a new body, if you believe the story, grant me, then you'll have an incorruptible flesh. But yeah, I mean, obviously the fact that Jesus didn't have that until post-resurrection, in my opinion.
I mean, if we want to believe in any concept of any resurrection, it would be like a spiritual body. Like, did people see the flesh or see the image?
How do you define the word spiritual?
Soul.
What is that? You would define the word spiritual.
An apparition, I think, is the word in English. Is that you guys know what that is? Like an apparition?
Apparition. So that would be ghost, right? Ghost is apparition, where apparition means it's
kind
not
of, but
real.
it's something that's shape. No, but a ghost is not an apparition would be a ghost, I guess you could say, in the shape of something else.
So ghost is a poor translation for it means apparent, right? It means it's not real. It's just appearing.
You can see
it's not
it.
real. You can see it, but it's not
well,
real.
no, but hold on. But that's the thing. Why would it not be real? Why would it not be real? It would be real in spiritual form. It's physical form.
That's the word. That's what.
Yeah, you could say it's not. Yeah, but if a jinn appears in the fire,
it's still
not
there.
Real. Of course, it's real. Exactly, it's still real.
Yeah. I would say I would define the word spiritual as simply, and this has helped my reading of the New Testament, specifically Paul, so much. In my opinion, the word spiritual, the best definition is simply supernatural. And so go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Doesn't the word soul break down to suke in Greek and meaning breath?
Or ruach, in the Hebrew.
Psych.
Yeah.
So couldn't you say that couldn't you say that the soul is breath, and when you stop breathing, the soul leaves the body?
That's what
the Bible
Jews believe.
The Bible teaches that you're a living soul.
And then there's pneuma as well, which is literally breath.
Yeah.
Pneumatic comes from.
Like ruach is like God's breath, and then the pneuma would be your portion of God's breath in your fraction.
That's the air, kind of.
Your soul.
Yeah.
In this body would be the pneuma, and then the ruach would be God's breath,
right, the actual cause.
They say when Jews are doing sacrifices, if you put your ear close to the animal, you can hear it take its final breath, and that's how they'll completely know it's dead. It's really trippy. But yeah,
I would expect that you could hear that if they're getting killed.
Yeah.
I can confirm.
Well, I mean, the thing is,
I slit his throat. Yep, it's not breathing.
You can see it.
It's a distinct sound.
As the only person in this panel that probably has done a biblical sacrifice of an animal,
and I would
say don't do it.
Have you seen the image where they captured a sperm entering an egg, and there's a flash of light?
Yeah, it's insane.
Not shocking.
The flash of light comes into the egg and from the sperm, and then when you leave, breath leaves, flash of light leaves. If you think about the Shroud of Turin, right, where you see the shroud, and then through it you can tell just an intense light was shown through it.
Or it's a negative. It's a negative image. Yeah, it's a negative image. It's an X-ray.
Shaman, why would you say someone shouldn't do a sacrifice? I've done a bunch of them. We do the Passover every year in my church.
You do a sacrifice and you call yourself a Christian?
Yeah. Let's talk about it.
Let's get into that. Hold on.
This is why I called in.
I don't think
sacrifice.
I don't think I have time for that.
Hold up. How do we do this?
So I would say that every time you eat something, it was sacrificed. Whether you accept it or not.
I guess it depends what you mean by sacrifice, because in the New Testament it tells you spiritual sacrifices. You have to offer spiritual sacrifices, and you're offering yourself. You're
sure.
That's not a sacrifice, but
yeah, I mean, well, I would say no matter what you kill, if you're going to kill it according to the Bible, you have to do the said bleeding, like we talked about, bleeding it out, cut the fat out, right? So, I mean, personally to me, I would say anything is, like the book of Job says that he gave a sacrifice daily for each of his kids, right? So these aren't necessary. This doesn't have to be the Yom Kippur sacrifice. But I mean, I do have really trippy beliefs. I identify as an Old Testament Christian. I think that we should 100% strive to keep the Old Testament. I was trying to go in order with Shaman on this, and we got to Deuteronomy, messianic prophecies, and then we were about to hit on some of I said that the two powers thing, and then we were gonna really hammer home the new old covenant thing. But we could talk about sacrifice.
Yeah, you got yourself out of that one.
No, we could do it. What do you mean got myself out of it? Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Okay, it's two.
He asked you your insight on he asked you for your insight on sacrifices. I've heard.
Well,
I'd love for you.
I mean, you weren't there. Yeah, I invited you.
Let's go, dude.
No, I mean, we did a proper biblical sacrifice with the biblical prayers, and I can tell you it was definitely not didn't bring anything good.
What did you do wrong? What happened?
Well, I had a Jew reciting the proper prayers. I didn't do anything wrong, except for I think that I think it's not gonna. I think the spirits. I think that anything that we would call good would not require us to take innocent life for the sake of taking innocent life. I don't know how we square the circle as a Christian with the goodness that Jesus preached about, but then saying Jesus is also Yahweh and Yahweh loves the smell of burning flesh.
Are you?
I don't know how.
Well,
I don't know how you can say Jesus loved the smell of burning flesh
because of barbecue smells good. Are you a vegan?
Did Jesus eat barbecue? No, dude.
So then
I eat only meat. I eat only meat, actually.
Carnivore? Your carnivore diet?
I'm consuming like not because of that stuff. I'm just consuming like 16 ounces of lamb daily, and then I'll fill the rest in with bison or venison or whatever other meat I decide.
But
nice solid turd, right?
So we want to go sacrifices. Should the prompt be why I believe Christians can sacrifice today still?
No, I would say I'm just saying that anything that tells you to sacrifice just for the sacrifice, any spirit that tells you to sacrifice just. I'm not saying killing. I'm not saying sacrificing to eat. I'm saying the concept
killing for
of
fun.
The temple, or just a temple that requires millions of animals to be killed on a yearly basis to please God is not in fact God. That's what I would say.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, how could it be?
Well, didn't God sacrifice His only begotten Son to end the need for us?
That's a good question. That's a very Christian question.
Metaphorically, He did. I mean, He didn't do anything, right? He didn't kill him. But so your question is why
God didn't kill Jesus?
I mean, I think it was in the plan of God, but no, I believe He was crucified by Romans. I guess technically He died by the spear.
Was it not the will of God?
But it tells you in many places that it was the will of God to crush the Messiah.
Right, and that's because of like a redemption plan of the whole. I mean, it was in His will for a sinless person to be born, right? Whether I don't know, like if we're Arians, Trinitarians, whatnot, Unitarians, but it was in the will of God for a sinless person to live here. That was pretty crappy pre-death. So yeah, I mean, I think that doesn't really negate really where this whole. So I mean, man, we could go so many different ways with this because if one way you could say is, well, okay, does the New Testament not teach we should sacrifice? Then you should be, you could attack what Shaman is saying, like, oh, he's saying the Old Testament. I guess that's along the lines of like the vegan stuff where like they say like, oh, that was the lying pin of the scribes added in murder. You know, they'll say like, oh, the Old Testament was flowing with or the temple was flowing with so much blood that you could just 24/7 hear screams and stuff like this. So
I'll tell you, Ike, I got to push back a little bit here because as not a Christian, but as understanding the Christian theology pretty well, I don't know how you square the circle of accepting Jesus as your Lord and Savior and His sacrifice as being the fulfillment, thus creating the new covenant, and then also thinking that the old covenant sacrificial rites have to be in act or in order in any way other than before
pull up the verse. Will you share your screen? The verse of the new covenant. This is believe it or not, this is the first question we're rounding back finally. Remember, this is the first question I tried to ask you like an hour and a half ago. Is do you believe?
I think the question would be when you say sacrifice, right? You're saying like sacrificial rites before consuming an animal. You're saying Passover, right?
I'm saying yes. I'm saying that I guess there'd be technically two types. One that has to be done in the temple, which technically can't be done. But I mean, even then there's some nuance around that because I don't know if you guys believe in a temple complex system or if you believe that there was literally only one temple in Israel ever. And I'm not saying the main temple where Yom Kippur was done, but I'm just talking about people who lived long away and they still had to go to a weekly Sabbath. I don't know if you believe they traveled to that temple. So there's the concept, but then there's just the concept of like what I brought up with Job, which is just the concept of, you know, you got to eat every day. Are you going to go kill something in your backyard?
Two different things. So if you're going to kill an animal to consume it for any form for a random Tuesday or for any holiday, that's not what I'm talking about. That's just a righteous sacrifice, because everyone on earth has done some form of a prayer before killing an animal in Africa, everywhere through the history of the world.
Is there things someone should do before killing an animal?
No, I'm just trying to make sure that we understand. Are you talking about? I'm talking about temple sacrifice. So I'm curious, when you say, because you said Old Testament Christian, so is part of Old Testament Christian from your worldview saying that there needs to be another temple and they have to?
I would so just answer, and at the very end of my thing was Zionism of all the topics I wanted to talk. My view is technically I am a Zionist, but I believe that all like BB and all of them are basically Satanist, and we need to get rid of them and put real Christians in, and that'll be heaven. That's literally the Abrahamic promise of heaven.
Okay, do you understand that part of the game of modern Zionism, as per Herzl, created in 1880s through the World Zionist Congress and through the progressions of Zionism, as very well outlined in his diary, which is 10,000 pages.
Real science.
Okay, there's a lot of analogies of how to trick Rome, like how to trick the Christians.
All I believe is ideally the land from the Euphrates to the Nile would be non-sinners, where the Torah is performed, where the Messiah is accepted. That's what I believe.
Okay, yeah, but okay. I don't know if anyone would.
I think a lot of people would disagree with that. I think American Christians would say, "Screw that land. That's all fulfilled and gone. We don't like that. We don't need that land."
Zionist Christians are trying to do everything they can to have the Jews, whoever says they're a Jew today.
Yeah, but not for them though. They don't even know why they're doing it.
You don't use a 6-pointed star, do you? You don't use that?
No. I think that's satanic. I think that's crazy. That
yeah.
I think that represents reincarnation.
That represents RemFam. It's well described.
Yeah.
Right. But if you look at like what a star is, a 6-pointed star kind of represents infinity, and it represents reincarnation in the fact that you'll get unlimited chances to go to heaven. This is the smartest thing Satan could ever do, is convince you that you're going to die one day and have another chance to go to heaven, versus saying you're going to die one day, and if you're going to get judged, and you're either going or you're not. And so, I mean, yeah, that's my opinion on the 6-point star.
Okay, so Zionism believes that they have to fulfill the prophecies to have the Messiah come back, right? So they have to have the land back. They have to have Jews. I'm talking about. They believe they have to get back the temple site so they can rebuild the temple, and then the Messiah comes. Christian Zionists say we need to have every single thing that the Jews prophesied to come true, so the real Messiah, Jesus, comes back.
Right.
Now the Christians believe that the person that the Jews today are going to bring is in fact the Antichrist, correct?
Well, so I was with you until you said that last sentence, because it doesn't even make sense. So just
I'm not saying any of it makes any sense to me.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
say I'm an old boomer right now. Say I'm an old boomer. I'm not an Old Testament Christian. I'm a Pentecostal old boomer.
Okay.
I'm a Christian Zionist. I donate to John Hagee.
How does Jesus come back? I would say old boomer. How does Jesus come back?
And then I would say that I'm going to donate to the Zionism guy.
But how does it? No. Forget about that. I would ask you, how does Jesus come back?
So do you want me to answer as the old boomer or myself?
Well, whatever. How does Jesus come back?
All right, I'm going to transfer back to myself. I'm going to say that. Well, I have to, because you just kind of changed it.
No. I'm not trying to change it. I'm trying to say the idea is the Antichrist comes, correct?
For satanic Jews, for boomers who aren't fooled, sure. But for people who are fooled, they think that they're going to bring the boomers who are fooled. This is what I was trying to just say. The boomers who are fooled, they think that BB and all them are really doing the Torah. They're not Satanists. So when they bring back the Messiah, it's going to be Jesus and it's all good. They're going to get fooled because they're going to come back and it's going to be the Antichrist, and and then he's going to say that God's going to give him power to say, look, well, none of you were even obeying the Torah anyways. So goodbye. Does that make sense? I mean, that's one way it could play out. In my ideal
but hold
world,
on. Then those people. Hold on, Tudor. Correct me if I'm wrong. Then those people absolutely don't understand their prophecy, because Jesus comes back when the Antichrist comes. I thought that's the entire premise.
I mean, it's a timeline. It's like,
if you're a dispensationalist, you believe in a personal Antichrist that will arise, usually out of Islam. Some people say the Jews will have their own Messiah. That's the Antichrist. They have different versions of it, but it's a person that comes. But that's a fake eschatology. The real
man of lawlessness.
Man of lawlessness is an office of men. It's an institution of men.
It's not a guy that comes knocking on your door with a suitcase $1 million.
But it's man, not men. It's man. Because by the way, just for the
man
record,
of lawlessness can describe an office. For example, when Paul is talking to Timothy, he says that the man of God may be complete in studying the scriptures. So the man of God is an office that describes the person who's pursuing God's laws and pursuing God's moral character.
Sure, and an antichrist cannot just be a single man, can be a group of people or an ideology collectively representing one within society. Like ABBA, right? But what I'm trying to say is Jesus doesn't just return. There are other things that have to happen in any form of Christianity.
Yeah, there has to be worshiping the beast. You have to have a mark of the beast. You have to have a worldwide golden age. You have to have, all these pieces.
Could the star of Remphan?
You know what's really interesting? You just said that, Shaman. Mm-hmm. Do you know that? I can't think of the exact scripture, but there's a verse that talks about God will prophesy evil on you, but if you repent, that same prophecy he prophesied on you, he'll take that back because of your repentance. And I say that just to say that I'm following you now. You're saying, why would I be pro anything over there if it's going to be the Antichrist? Because I would just say we could somehow bypass the Antichrist.
Well, who's against Christ? I'm not even a Christian, but who's against Christ of the three Abrahamic faiths? Who doesn't believe in Jesus as minimum of the Messiah fulfillment? What?
They're all against Christ. Catholicism, Judaism, Islam, they're all Antichrist.
I agree.
Okay.
In different ways.
So this is good. Tudor, you're saying organizationally.
The heads are
institutionally, yes.
Catholic Church, Islam as an organization.
You guys are talking about Revelation now, right?
We're all over the place. We're talking about.
I think well, the word Antichrist is only used by John in his letters. That's the only place it's used, and the way it's used is referring to the spirit of Antichrist that has already come on the world as a result of Satan being thrown down from heaven.
And that's why I said I like John, because the spirit of Antichrist is exactly what I would say of the spirit of Satan, the adversary, the against truth.
Antichrist has two meanings, though. It has the meaning of openly against, and it also has a meaning of in place of. So there are two. It's a dualistic spirit where you have the very dark, obvious boogeyman like Islam or Judaism, where it's obviously evil, and then you have the in place of golden, peaceful, angelic, seemingly good, substitute that's completely against Jesus, like Catholicism. Catholicism is completely against Christ as a system, but it appears as if it's supporting Christ. So you have two forces, and the dark and the light work together to ultimately bring everybody into submission to that deception, which is going to be the light side, not the dark side.
You mean he who sits on the throne of St. Peter is not?
Share your screen. We want to see it.
How?
I don't know. I want to see your screen when you're reading.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I was gonna make a joke to Tudor. I said, you mean he who sits on the throne of St. Peter is not the holiest and the closest to Christ on earth, the vicar?
Sorry, I thought you were quoting
the vicar of Christ. No, definitely not. He's the vicar of Satan.
Personally, my eschatology isn't like, I'm not a super Bible wizard, but I do subscribe to the whole, like, it's probably going to be Apollyon and Nimrod theory. It's like an unholy trinity, if you will. And then, after that period, Jesus is going to come back. Shaman, my question for you, though, think about what I'm proposing. Euphrates to Nile, Messianic Torah, no Satanism allowed.
What happened, Tudor? You're leaving?
Go. Yeah, I got to take off.
Okay. Good to see you.
It was fun. I'll see you later.
Any closing thoughts? Closing thoughts?
Yeah, closing thoughts.
My closing thoughts are that the world is going to turn Catholic, and the Pope is going to be the moral savior of the universe, and people are going to believe that we've made it, and Christianity is going to seem like it's conquered all of the evils of society, and everyone's going to feel better about the middle class, and there are going to be problems that will be solved, but it's going to be the final deception. That's my closing thought.
And so to clarify, the seat of Satan on earth is the Catholic Church.
It's the papacy, Rome. Yeah, that's the little horn power that came out of the fourth beast, which was Rome, and persecutes the saints, blasphemes God, calls itself God on earth. Receives worship All these things are pretty well documented in history. If the papacy is not the end, if the papacy is not the fulfillment of these warnings, then nothing can be considered the fulfillment of these warnings.
I'm telling you, man.
And the Jesuits have worked very hard in the last 500 years to bring the Pope now back into the sphere, and the Pope is going to be presented as the solution to all of the world's problems, especially in the light of a failed Trump presidency and all the other crap that's happening to make America look crappy. Now you're going to see Catholics coming into the public sphere as the true patriots that are saving America from all the Jew-loving Protestants. And people are already converting to Catholicism in droves. People are starting to hate the Jews and break down from dispensationalism. It's all happening right on schedule. So that's the future.
And Tudor's channel is amazing. It's the Dance of Life podcast. I'm going to share a screen real quick here. Actually, let me share a screen. I put the link several times, but I've watched at least 100 hours legitimately, because one thing was 27 hours alone, and I watched all of it. Let's see.
That was my Synagogue of Satan series.
The Synagogue of Satan and the Masoretic Psyop series was like 11 or 12.
Tudor, you're a genius, brother. It was good talking to you.
Look, here we go. Watch this. Dance of Life podcast. See?
I appreciate the combo.
7 transformations. Look, the Israelite Psyop. The Synagogue of Satan, that's a strong one. The Masoretic Psyop I saw. Let's see. We have The Great Delusion was a good one. I've watched close to 100 hours. Not that I didn't necessarily know the things before, but it's really good to see someone lay it out.
Yeah, the New World Order will be Christian, and that's the thing that people don't realize. They think that Islam or communism or the techno bros are going to take over the world. That's not what the Bible tells you. The Bible tells you people are going to marvel, and you don't marvel after something you know is evil. You marvel after something that you believe is Christ or you believe is the will of God on earth. So the coming reality is going to be very peaceful. It's going to solve all the problems that are happening right now, the financial problems, the social injustices. And if you want a blueprint, look no farther than Rerum Novarum, Catholic social teaching from the 1800s, Pope Leo XIII, the predecessor of the current one by name. And this is all intentional.
Who was the first Jesuit Pope?
Yeah, well, Francis was the first Jesuit Pope, but Leo XIV took his name after Leo XIII, who authored Rerum Novarum, which is Latin for new things, as in New World Order. And Rerum Novarum is the Catholic Church's way that is going to subvert society through social issues and Catholic social teaching, common good mentality, everything's for the common good. This is just, subversion. So you have to pay attention in the coming years to see how America will become increasingly more Catholic and how Catholic people are going to arise as the true patriots in light of all the failed patriotism from all the Protestants.
Go get Mama. Go get him. Which is crazy because this is a Protestant country. It just shows you.
Well, yeah, and it's been subverted by the Jesuits for since the Civil War, as far as I'm concerned. But America is the second beast of Revelation, as the false prophet. America's destiny has always been to deceive the world in various ways, and in this coming final phase, it will deceive the world with this system. Because we have the American Pope for the first time in history, which the founding fathers would be rolling in their graves if they found out. And most of the Catholic cabinet is Catholic. The Supreme Court is Catholic. The influencers everywhere you look, whether it's Candace Owens or Nick Fuentes or, Sean Ryan now, he's Catholic, Tucker Carlson, they're all playing ball for the beast. So, it's just a matter of time before all these things will happen. People will marvel after this savior of the world, and it's going to be the papacy. And then that's it.
I would add one thing to what Tudor just said. I completely concur, but I would say that the Jesuit order, which was created within the Catholic Church, actually has come back around and taken the Catholic Church, and that would be case in point of the last Pope, which was the first Black Pope becoming the Pope. I would say that the Catholic is the Jesuit order that's been fully infiltrated, and add everything Tudor just said.
Yeah, after they poisoned Clement XIV in the French Revolution, I think the Pope realized that they can't do whatever they want, so they got reinstated in the 1800s, and obviously they've been playing ball ever since. But look, as far as whether it's the Black Pope pulling the strings or the White Pope or the 13 papal families, as far as that goes, I think they're all worshiping the devil at that point. They're all in communion with the devil. It doesn't matter to me. The Bible points a very obvious spotlight on the papacy, because the Bible is designed to show you where the center of the devil's matrix is. the devil has lots of arms, and people get lost in the arms with the Mossad and CIA and all these different things. But at the end of the day, the center of the devil's system is the papacy, because the papacy
Club of Rome and Knights of Malta and shit.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many different arms to the devil, but what's the point? The point is to bring the world in a spiritual delusion where they are submitting themselves to this authority as if the presence of God on earth. And that's documented in history. The Pope before this one, Leo XIII, has things that he's written where it basically says that you need to obey me as you obey God himself, that we hold the presence of God Almighty on earth. These things are throughout history. And so if these things don't fulfill the warnings, then I don't know what does. I don't know what does.
Well, the Jesuits swear allegiance to the superior general, right? Of the Society of Jesus, not to the Pope of Rome, nor to, quote, God. So he just basically, the Black Pope became the Pope and declared, everyone follow me and bow your heads before God in the flesh, like King David calling himself Elohim.
Yeah. They all have a God complex. So anyway, that's the direction of history. Don't get deceived. Don't get deceived.
That's Tudor. Tudor, it's good seeing you, man.
See you later. Bye.
Next time we'll start off there. We'll just dive down there.
Take care, man. Take care.
That's cool. Tudor's great. By the way, he and I have like 5.5 hours in one video, 3.5 hours in another video. Deep dive. We bumped heads on Paul. We haven't ironed that out yet. We should. And we bumped heads on Muhammad. Ironed that out too. But when his channel has a lot of stuff. 27-hour series of, and I know that, and I already know this stuff. I'm watching. I'm like, oh man, he didn't miss anything. It's good. But he thinks that the Jews, for example, from his Christian worldview, that the Jews are a pawn and being puppeted by the Catholic Church.
Duh. If you don't realize that, you woke up when Charlie Kirk got shot.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, guess what? What percentage of America did?
My favorite line is, "This is a Protestant country."
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Not looking like it is right now. Oh, Spin said link. I thought I put it in there.
It's in go to Omar's channel.
So
sorry guys,
what's the deal? I'm down to keep going and keep out.
No, we are gonna. No, we're going. I mean, look, I
want to talk Bible though, y'all.
Well, I wanted to touch on one more thing about the whole peace and security thing real quick. I don't know if you guys know it, but for quite some time, the UN has had their motto, or where their flag certainly represents what they believe is going to be able to be achieved through their organization, which is peace and security, which literally is the prophecy that peace and security, this is what they will say, and then suddenly destruction will be upon them. That's literally, it's crazy. I just wanted to bring that up because we were talking about that particular thing, about the whole the end times and all that. It's interesting.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that exact thing, and there was like a peace and security initiative from Jared Kushner like years and years ago.
Yeah, it's all an inversion, man. You're gonna the evil is not gonna tell you it's the evil. It's gonna tell you it's the light. The most the darkest things in the world are gonna have the very nice packaging. No one's gonna just someone said Omar only vertical if you didn't.
All right, do you guys want to go? I'm gonna throw a couple topics out there. You guys tell me what you want to go. Okay, is that cool?
Shoot.
Sacrifice. Jesus is God. What else have we been talking about? We could go Paul. We haven't really gone Paul. We said we were gonna go Paul.
You could do Jesus is God real quick if you believe that. I can go ahead and take care of that one real quick.
What's your belief, Shaman? Is Jesus God?
No, I don't. That's a litmus test, man. You're familiar with the 3 laws of logic?
Something that, I think they can't, like, contradictory. I think
it's not. This is not a gotcha. So there's the law of identity, right? A is A, right?
Yeah.
Then there's the law of non-contradiction. That A cannot be A and not A, right?
Right.
And then there's a law of excluded middle. So it's either A or it's not A. They fall in line, right?
So what do you about what is it, John 1:11, and the word of the beginning was
forget
God?
about forget about all that. That's the problem. You cannot just go right into scriptures and without establishing the logic that we're going to measure those.
Everything. I accept.
No, but hold on.
That.
Okay, but you're granting the whole argument then, because if you grant that, then you cannot go. Then we cannot, because in the beginning there was God, and there was the John 1:1, or even go to Genesis 1:1. It doesn't. Okay,
yeah. Let's start there.
But let's start with logic. Let's start with logic.
I agree.
So if the Father is God, you just say yes or no.
The Father is God. Yes.
Okay. The Son is God?
Yes, but the reason is because I think we define the word God differently.
Now hold on. Is the Son? We don't have to. That's what I'm saying. A or not A. If the Father is God.
Well, if you take the term of God to mean the Almighty, and I take the current term of God to simply mean a figure of authority or ruler.
So in the law of identity, A is A, B is B, C. No. This is a.
I get it.
Walk with
saying.
me. Walk with me. Okay. So if A is A and B is B, then A is not B and B is not A, right?
Correct.
Okay. So is the Father God? If whatever, it doesn't matter what we're determining God.
What if I told you?
Hold on. This is okay. Hold on. We'll get into that. But if the Father is the only one Father, and if the Father would be El Elyon, God Most High,
He's the only Most High God. In the New Testament, Jesus calls him the one true God.
Okay, so let's use that. Whatever the highest understanding for you have of God, that's the Father, correct?
Sure.
Okay,
I could agree with that statement.
But is the Son God?
Not that highest. No.
Okay. So therefore, if the Father is now the last question, is the Father is the Son the Father?
No.
Okay.
That doesn't even make sense. Yeah.
Okay, exactly. So there can be no Trinity of co-equal, codependent.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Trinity.
Okay.
So, but I still believe John.
Well, we know you don't, because you just said that the Son is not God. So that's
correct.
Immediately I was like,
I didn't say that. No, I said that Son wasn't.
No. Remember, we define God as Father. Yeah.
But
God,
that's
the same God,
not even,
dude. The same God as the Father we described. Remember, we said.
But you're adding that definition. That's not the definition.
We created it together.
I should have rejected it.
This is not a gotcha. Okay, so this is not a gotcha. So if we say God the Father, whatever God the Father is, and I say is God the Father is the Father God, right? So you can think whatever of this or lesser gods or higher gods, but whatever the Father is, then we're saying that's the same God. So that's God.
No,
or say
this
God
is
the
where
Father.
you're confusing. With all due respect, sir, you're confusing the word. The first problem you had is when you changed the definition of the word God. You said, "Is Jesus a God?"
No, we established it. I asked you.
Yeah, but we established it because I was humoring you, and now I'm figuring out that
you are humoring me that God the Father is God.
No. I was humoring you that the definition of the word God is the highest form. That is not. I should not have done that.
Who is Jesus talking to? Okay, so then. Okay, but then I didn't mess up. You agreed to that definition. So that definition you don't agree. So then the question is.
Sure.
So is Jesus praying to the Father?
Yes.
Okay. Is the Father the highest God of which you describe?
Yes.
So then the Father is God.
Yes.
According to Jesus.
But yes, I agree. Really, it just comes at will you pull up the word God in John 1 on Blue Letter Bible right now?
Yeah, but you said you're an Old Testament Christian.
I already have it up.
Later works.
Or Elohim. We could use the word Elohim.
Theos.
Whatever you want.
It's Theos.
Again, Elohim's not a high enough for God either. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Theos means God.
Total agreement. And
but we're not. Yeah, but I'm not trying to trap you on that.
Omar, may I? Because ultimately, this is not going.
Hold on, Clay, pull up your screen. Try to do your screen thing, because you said Blue Letter. I don't even know what that is. Pull out what the Blue Letter Bible is.
Give me a second.
I've heard you guys met. I look at the literal
It's literally the Bible in English, but you click the word and it turns to Hebrew.
Oh, that sounds Phenomenal, by the way. I did not know. I've never heard of that. That sounds. Right now. Yeah, I'm about to. But let Clay pull it up. Clay, pull your screen, Clay, so and I can give you the screen.
While you
Blue
do that,
Letter Bible.
Someone else go.
While you do that, though, Psalm 82:6 says, "I said, you are gods. You are all sons of the Most High."
That's one of my favorite ones. How do you feel about that, Shaman?
Those are Elohims.
I got you.
But they aren't. Are all those Elohims equivocated?
Wouldn't that make all of us
Omar, in the back.
sons of the Most High, including?
Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm trying to give Clay. Hold on a second. Oh, there you are, Clay, at the stage. There we go. All right.
So this
now
is
now I can. Sorry. What? Okay.
Blue Letter Bible. So let's say we want to go to John. Okay, John 1. Okay.
Why am I supposed to trust these translations? Tell me.
Hold on. It's you have to allow me to show you.
All I see is a bunch of old white Americans selling you Bibles. Okay, go ahead.
You have to wait. John 1:1. Okay. Now watch me click. Yeah. Okay. Watch. Okay. You see all this? This is the Greek.
Got him.
Okay? Right? In the beginning, right? Then you go down. Yeah. It was the word da 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 da. Look. This is the Greek. This is the lexicon.
Yeah.
You see, it's literally telling you what the English and then the Greek is, and it literally has Strong's info, right? So if let's go down to Theos as he asked, right? God. Okay. If I click here, okay. And
Clay,
I go to
just
Theos,
before you,
right?
just
I can
Shaman.
hold on.
Have you ever looked at this before?
I just told you I've only heard people mentioning
the word
Blue Letter Bible.
Regardless of this website.
Okay. But hold on. I have one question.
It's got the outlined biblical usage, but it's also got Strong's definitions. This is the lexicon. This is what you want. This is literally, so what it says of the Strong's definitions, which is the lexicon, okay, of certain affinity, a deity, especially the supreme divinity, figuratively a magistrate, by Hebraism vary. So, and this also means God or godly, right? So anything theos, so you take that whole ideal within Strong's definition, that becomes the lexicon. Okay. That's what the ideal is. This is why I keep telling people you have to, when the guy was arguing with me the other day about what the Greek lexicon said. And I said, why did you stop there? Why don't you read the whole definition? I was literally reading what he was reading there in Strong's definition. Right. This is why the Blue Letter Bible is so stinking powerful. So
Blue Letter Bible looks awesome, and I'm going to look into it. But I have one very, 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 very important question to both of you guys right now.
Okay.
Why would, if we're talking to the beginning of creation? No, because he wants to pull up. But I would ask you one important question.
Yeah, go to Genesis. He wants to pull up Elohim now.
Hold on.
Chat.
Spin.
The chat.
What?
The chat.
The chat.
Okay. The chat is still on the screen.
Thanks. What about the chat?
You're good, Clay.
Spin City News link. You see down below? Can you take that off the screen? So it's super annoying. Sorry.
Oh, I see. Yeah, hold on, dude. Relax. I don't even know how to do that.
I'm being OCD right now. I apologize.
By the way,
because we need to read. But hold on. How do I take that off?
By the way, you guys don't know what you just unleashed by showing this to Shaman Omar.
Oh, I know it, right?
No, not even because you're missing something. No, you're missing something though. You're missing a very, very important part that I'm going to share with my brothers here real quick.
Yes.
When you said you were mentioning the beginning, and my question to you, my Christian American friend, is why, oh why? And Clay's like, boom, and you guys are like, yeah, the Blue Letter Bible is strong, and you're saying John 1:1. Why, when looking at the beginning, would we need to read John that at the very earliest was written 130 AD in Greek, referring to Genesis 1:1, which is Hebrew, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamim aretz. Why would I need to know Greek about a Hebrew origin story?
Why?
Well, guess what, Shomar? We can do that too.
We can go to the Hebrew. Yeah,
right here. God created on the heaven, right? And the earth, right? Okay. So what it says here in the beginning.
So it can go Hebrew also? Okay, good.
Yeah. It goes
I thought we were looking at some bullshit Greek. Why are we talking about Greek?
We said heard of the red letters of Jesus, the blue letters.
Yes. That I've heard of.
from the same as.
Didn't Thomas Jefferson write a version? And also, what's his name? So Isaac Newton had a red letter
specifically
right?
First group.
Yeah. And there's actually, believe it or not, they specifically add red letters to verses they shouldn't. But that's something I'm going to talk to you about.
I'm sure they do. And I just want to point out that when we said, I just want to point out that when we mentioned the beginning, in the beginning there was Elohim created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, right now.
You went to John 1:1. And I go to Genesis 1:1.
No, do not say I ran.
You said
John.
No, John 1:1.
I thought you accepted John, so I was just asking if you.
My friend, I said literal. I said we can use. I said we don't even know who wrote it, but we can use it. I said it's a beautiful writing. We don't know who wrote it. Everyone agrees, but we can use it for historical references, so on, so on. Genesis 1:1.
I thought you accepted it. My bad.
It's I'm just saying. No. It's not about. Don't restrict what you want to pull up. I'm not trying to control. I'm not trying to control. I'm saying I'm trying to point something out in your mind. I'm saying for you, Ike, when you thought about in the beginning, God Elohim created the heavens and the earth, your mind went to John 1:1, not to Genesis 1:1.
I disagree only because we were talking about the word God, and I guess in Genesis 1:1 it does say, and
it says
God,
Elohim,
but it
does not say
right, but the English
Yahweh.
would be God. So sure,
No,
the
English is God's plural. That's my point.
Okay, yeah, and I agree. I don't I mean,
but we have unleashed something in Omar by showing him the blue letter Bible.
Yes.
Yeah.
But how do I get
disagree.
to it? Hold on.
I think that Genesis 1,
just Google blueletterbible.org and literally just click on it.
Oh, it's on
literally a blue book. It's every single time.
He's not going to sleep
tonight. You now have the full lexicon, my brother.
He's going to be playing the Eye of the Tiger for the rest of the night.
And this is every single verse. Every single verse is broken down, and you can go literally. It also has all of the translations and versions as well. So you can choose which version or translation you're going by, and then it still translate it to the old lexicon.
Dude, Omar, can I blow your mind right now about the two powers?
Sure.
Share your screen on Blue Letter Bible, and then go to Ezekiel 43:14.
I'm going to let Clay keep doing it. Clay, you keep going?
Or we can stay here and then move to that after.
I want you to do it, because you should.
It's really easy, Sean.
Because I'm on my little computer.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You're saying do it because it's a learning experience. I got it.
It's easy too. It's really easy.
Where I'm going to learn how to use technology now. Okay, Blue Letter Bible. And what do you want me to pull up?
So we'll pause. Do you guys want to go? Do you want to finish up the God thing? I say we go Genesis 1. God.
Well, let me give a tip first. When you do this, okay, don't ever do the verse. Always do just chapter, because if you do chapter and verse, it will only pull up the verse. Whereas if you do chapter, you'll get the whole chapter. You see what I'm saying?
Bro, this website looks suspect to me, dude. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's kind of like how Wikipedia is fan funded and that sort of thing. So donations, but the info is true, right? It's still the lexicon.
Greenberg. Let's see real quick.
It's actually cool because
oh my gosh, now you're gonna click on ads. Oh my god.
I'm trying to find out.
Go back to Blue Letter Bible.
Hold on, guys. I'm trying to find out who Steve Greenberg is paying for this Blue Letter Bible. That's what I want to know.
You know what? You're a real one, Shaman. This is why I call.
That's what I want to know. And you can call that anti-Semitic and whatever the fuck you want, but I want to know.
The lexicon is Genesis the lexicon, no matter what you do. Strong's info is still Strong's info. You can't. You want
to read the Hebrew Bible? Go to Chabad.org, dude. Go to Chabad.org.
And then you can literally see the Hebrew. Bro, what I'll do too sometimes, just to be sure, is I'll copy paste whatever that Hebrew word is into Google, so that Google will bring it up, and it always brings up exactly what Strong's info is.
In the beginning, the Elohim created. All through Genesis, God is plural in the form of the creator gods, those who form that which we call the worlds, right? And specifically this world, not the universe, except for the very beginning, of which Ike mentioned Genesis 1:1. Now, if we say in the beginning, God created, right? The Ruach was the breath, right? And I would say that in the beginning was the Word. and we are still in the middle inside of the word. The word in the form of creation is still being spoken. It's not multiple words. We're still in creation, and creation's constantly creating.
Let me ask you something, Omar.
Let me add something to that, Omar. In the beginning was the word. Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge, which created duality, right? And now we're at a point where the word is leading to the singularity through LLMs and AI. So it's been the word the whole time.
Yeah, it's been the word. Remember, AI can only regurgitate, and the AI in essence is an archon because it cannot create something new. It can only recreate from that which has been created, and that which has been created that exists on the internet. So right on the it still cannot. That's what the demiurge and the archon is.
You guys want to hear a trippy translation of Genesis 1:1? You know
I think that's where
in
we're
the
at.
beginning the earth was void, and that's a bad translation. Hawa tohu wa vohu. It actually means the earth was like destroyed, laid waste, barren, and this gives a lot of creed to like a previous earth theory. If you actually go look at the true Hebrew translate, it doesn't mean like clean slate barren. It means like completely destroyed. And like after you would think of like on that movie The Book of Eli, like after a nuclear fallout. So it's just intro. I want to hammer down the God thing, but just since we were there.
Yeah, can I, Omar? Because I want to just kind of explain it to Ike, because I know that you're trying to do so you're trying to explain why a Picasso isn't an accurate picture, right? So
I can clarify. I was trying to explain that we all are like logic and reason that we're wired to, and the reason why God could have created God, but God created man, but the idea that a single physical flesh form can hold the power of the universe.
You have to explain. Yeah, no,
go ahead, but just also to tohu va. Hold on a second. When you said formless and emptiness, and the waste and desolation is the Hebrew. It says waste and desolation, which they would say is chaos. But if it's talking about the earth, the chaos would be upon the earth, from which the new earth was created. So that's actually also a commonly understood, and that's one of the ways you would say the earth as we know it is less than 6,000 years old, because there could have been those that existed before, and it was a new earth or a new man and a new conscience, a new field.
I think that's where I'm at right now.
Even perception. Honestly. Well, that's most likely the reality, by the way.
It's just a better translation of the verse.
Well, no, that's the literal translation of the verse
exactly.
in Hebrew. That's the literal Hebrew you're talking about. That's why I hold it to literal translations. Then I give my opinion. I don't have my opinion and try to create the reality based off my opinion, because the ego's tested, and that's how you allow mistranslations. Go ahead, Clay.
So I want to try to make sure that it's understood what John 1:1 actually says. So when you
Exodus 1:1.
No. Because
pull it up, Blue Letter Bible.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll pull it up. This way you have it showing, and that I think is actually a very good idea.
I need Shaman to remember this definition, because he always says Jesus isn't God.
Bring me up.
Yes, sir. Clay. Boom.
So typical Trinitarians, as well as Jesus is God Christians, those who believe that Jesus is God, will say that in John 1, in chapter 1, verse 1, it says, "In the beginning was the Word." This right here. This word right here is not the same as this word right here. Logos in Latin means word. However, this right here is not Latin. This is Greek. This is the Greek word for logos. This does not translate to word. Do you want to see what it translates to?
Yeah, I'm happy you're going here. This is way better. I know exactly.
This is how you explain that it's not a Picasso. It is actually a real story here. So here's what logos in Greek means. It can mean something said. It can mean by implication a topic, subject of discourse, also reasoning, the mental faculty or motive, by extension, a computation, especially the divine expression, i.e. Christ, right? Example, right? That's an example, right? Account, cause, communication, concerning doctrine, fame, have to do with intent, matter, mouth, preaching, question, reason, reckon, remove, saying, show, speaker, speech, talking thing. None of these things move me. Tidings, treatise, utterance, word, work. Okay. Now, when you actually understand what all of this is saying, take into consideration what everything in the lexicon is explaining in the Greek. Like I said, logos in Latin does mean literally, if you take it back to the etymology, there's one translation. It means word. Understood. But this is Greek. If you actually really understand what it's saying here, something said by implication, a topic, also reasoning, mental faculty, motive, by extension, computation, especially the divine expression. If you take that understanding, what are we talking about here? What does this mean?
You're asking, what does John, it's just talking about Christ.
What does the Greek word?
What does logos, the Greek word, mean? Understanding the entirety of the Greek lexicon.
It's about a paragraph worth of definition.
It means logos is Greek. He's saying logos means reason. Whereas, but Latin is
reasoning power.
But remember, you have a Latin Bible, and the word the logos translated to verbum, and verbum means word. But what he's saying is that John, the author of John, was not saying word as because there were 6 or 7 words in Greek that you can be used for writing. He is saying it was the word meaning the reason. So the beginning was the reason.
Reason, right?
So if you get hung up on this,
I'm trying to. If you just discount it, you're not going to fully understand what John was writing here. Now, let's go back to what John said and replace it with, instead of word, which for some reason people like to say that logos in Greek means word.
But no, because Clay, because they have a Latin Bible and they read verbum in Latin. Yeah, go ahead.
I understand.
Yeah.
Let's keep on point.
Keep going.
Okay. In the beginning was the, not word, reason, and the reason was with God, and the reason was God. Now, if you read it with John's understanding of what the word logos means, it doesn't mean word. It means reasoning faculties, things like that. The ability to contemplate and come up with a variant that makes sense. That's what reason means. That's what logos means. So
it sounds like the creation of the mind.
All right.
In the beginning was the reason. And I'm going to actually do one further for you. I don't want to stop here. And the reason was with God, and the word was God. Now, let's go to John 1:2 and see what it says. The same was in the beginning with God. In other words, the same meaning the reason. If it says the same, we're talking about reason. Reason was in the beginning with God. Now, you translate it to the word so that you can doctrine out that it means Jesus. But what I'm telling you is that reason was always with God, because God is the reason. This is what John means when he literally, and what Shaman was telling you a minute ago is that there were many words in Greek that could be translated to word. Logos was one of them, but he didn't use any of the other words because logos literally translated does not mean word, it means reason. This is how you can tell that God is not Jesus and Jesus is not God, because it doesn't say the word. This is what I've been trying to tell Christians my whole entire.
But wait a minute. So you're saying it doesn't say. You're saying in the beginning the reason was with God and the reason wasn't God?
No, was God. It says was with God, and the reason was God.
What do you feel about that, Shaman? Do you believe?
Well, I'll tell you, because so biblical Hebrew has about 6,000 to 8,000 words. Not that many, right?
Right.
But what they call Koine Greek has over 400 to 600,000 words. So the point is that anyone, by the way, Paul, the author of John, Luke, anyone who wrote in Greek had an abundance of options to be very, very specific and accurate with the things that they say.
Sure.
And so what you have to also understand is like they're very big writers and thinkers at the times. Not just like Heraclitus and stuff, but like ones that you may have known, like Philo of Alexandria. Philo of Alexandria was a Jew who had a Hellenistic philosophy where the logos became God's rational principles of creation. So whenever you use the word God's like reasons of creation, God wanted to reflect. When it says God created man so he could see himself and reflect, all that stuff that you guys have as absorbed into general Christianity was developed around 50, let's just say 100 BC, really developed around like that 50 to 20 BC mark. And right around the time of Jesus, this was like the biggest thing imaginable. Platonism, of course, was around and so on, but one of the biggest, Philo of Alexandria is probably one of the biggest philosophical writers that everyone's heard of. We don't realize that he was the one who took a lot of this ancient Greek understandings of divine universal reason of the logos, of where it basically says God is like the universal mind and thus the creation and everything's inside.
I'm like with you guys on all this.
That's where it comes from.
We came.
No, I'm saying that's where it comes from.
No, I get you, but we came here to go as Jesus is God. So like, I don't disagree that the word logos could mean reason or like divine plan or just have a bunch of different like I never deny that. I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. You know what I mean? We went there to talk about specifically, is Jesus God? And
okay,
my whole point, I'm gonna just make it short. I think, and Shaman proved it when me and him were doing the little thing and I entertained him. Most people do not know what the word God is defined as. And it is true, words change definitions. So if
you tell us.
Yeah, what is it in the?
It simply means ruler. It simply means ruler. That's all it means. It means figure of authority.
Can we look that up in
the funny.
Bible?
That's funny because one of the earliest translations of El Elyon is the commander.
Yeah, it's
all the Elohim.
And a great way to think about this too is like I was studying Jesus's prophecies one day and looking at all these debates, and there's the whole like, was he adopted and all that. If you think about it, even from like when we say the word father, obviously we mean biological father, but I don't think anyone here would disagree that if I had a kid and never talked to it, never spent one day with it, technically I am the biological father, but I'm not that kid's dad. And if someone else raises it from, infancy to fatherhood, they're technically the rightful father. So really all this word father even means is like a figure of authority. And our one friend, I forget, Todd, I think it was, he brought up the Psalms verse of ye are gods. Jesus repeats this in the New Testament. Paul's called a God. Satan's called a God. Literally the verse that turned me specifically,
not by the way, not called a God, called God.
But again, this is what I was trying to say about Yahweh Katan and the two powers in heaven and the hierarchy that was created of the Simsum, which means God El is unmanifest potentiality, can't see, touch, describe. This is a Hebrew. So it's called Simsum. Okay, Simsum means constriction.
Right.
In order for God to be known or to create, God has to do a Simsum means constriction.
Sure,
so
and I accept that he has a body. Do you believe God has a body?
No, because I think that you and I don't think. No, I don't. God. Okay, let me make something real clear here. So what I'm talking about these books with you guys. I don't believe any of them are describing the supreme creator of the universe and the eternal one from which all comes from. Just to be clear. I don't think any of these. Only El would describe God. Even El Elyon is the commander from which the Elohim rule from within and deep, and that's why Jesus. That's why everyone referred to David or these others, the king of Babylon, as different Els, and that's why they deified themselves as little Yahwehs.
No,
Yahweh
it's just
Katans.
because it's just because the concept of agency and the word simply means authority. They were accepting. The Bible says that it's Joseph, I will make you a god to Pharaoh. He's saying he will make him a leader.
Elohim. No. Remember, Remember what this is very important. Trust me. When we're talking about the entire land of Canaan, all of Canaan, from Tyre, which is Lebanon, all the way down to the border of Egypt, all the way over through Jordan and through Syria, these Canaanite Semitic peoples who had different Elohim, all were Semites. Remember, they're all one descendants, right? And they knew this. They all worship different Elohim. But what I'm trying to say specifically is that the each Elohim was never actually determined to be the Most High. That's why there's the word El Elyon, and that's why El is the highest of the high, and they all knew that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's fault. I was just about to get it out. The word that could be
one last thing on this, meaning that it is not uncommon in any way. Howard, I don't understand. You literally drop out and I drop you back in like 75 times, brother.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry.
You were muted. I don't know.
I have no. I'm sorry. So because I'm in the middle of this is not even my religion. But so
you're doing great. I appreciate your time and your thoughts.
Because this is all we're progressing, and anyone watching this is progressing. Everyone's progressing, right?
I agree.
What I'm trying to say is not uncommon for any of the Semitic peoples of the land of Canaan, who all had different Elohim that they worshipped as their Elohim, to refer to another as Elohim, because they all understood that there was the Most High and the Elyon, and they understood above is El. That's why, and the case in point is when King Solomon wanted to build the first temple, he looked north to his Semitic brother, the King Hiram of Tyre, who it's in their Psalms of Solomon. You can read it. He says, we build a temple to El, the Most High, through your Yahweh. I will send it. And he sent the wood, and he sent his architects to come design this thing. Sure. So even when they had different Elohim worship as their national Elohim, they still recognize the other's Elohim, but they have their own Elohim. But they knew always there was the El, the God Most High.
Sure.
This is the Gnostic concept that Jesus was not talking about Yahweh. He was talking above them. That's how he was good. This is what the Gnostics believe.
So if I could just quickly run through.
Yeah, that was it.
No, that was good. I believe there is false gods who are technically gods. To me, the word God means ruler. These are spiritual beings, which means supernatural beings. This means like Superman, basically. I could go try to fight Superman. I'm going to lose. If he's evil, I'm still going to lose. Secondly, in Bluetooth Bible, I would love for you to pull up that Ezekiel verse and then pull it up in the Bluetooth. And not in the Blue Letter Bible.
Blue Letter Bible.
And then if we go Genesis 1 Elohim, I mean, there's a bunch of different interpretations that make sense. Either he's talking to the 70 elders, the 12 elders. Jesus is already created in the Aryan thought process. And then finally, in my opinion, the word El is similar to the word God. It just means ruler. So when we talk about El Elyon, this is the Most High God. And I know you're going to disagree with that. You're going to say there's El and then El Elyon, but I would just disagree with that. So I think like the Yahwist and the Elist from
so you're saying you disagree that there's different you're disagreeing that there's different understandings? Because this is any rabbi who's telling the truth remember, these people they had a pantheon in collective Canaan, but then they had henotheistic, which means they believe in other gods, but they only have one God. And then it became monotheistic through these tribes that worshiped Yahweh, which was Yahwism. And they ended up conquering through war, from Saul through David, conquering those lands to worship only one God, but all through Tanakh, they're worshing other gods. And
that's the priestly hypothesis, and I'm familiar with it. But
it's in the Tanakh.
It's in the Bible. It says the only thing that's in the Bible is the differentiation, and the word El simply means ruler. So like that doesn't.
No, God. It's the word. The only singular word for God in Hebrew is El. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah,
God's
I agree,
Elohim, yes. But if they wanted to call David God, the highest God, they would call him El, not Elohim, is my point. They call him Elohim because there's an earthly pantheon of gods right? And you would call them angels.
I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is
you're saying that El is the Most High, and Elohim are like angels or godlike divine beings.
Technically, El Elyon means God Most High, which would be, if you translate it literally like this would be God the Father. In our dimension here, that would be God the Father. This was why Melchizedek said, to Abraham, they used the word El Elyon. They were saying, you understand up here. But the word for the unmanifest highest form would be El. So I'm trying to say that if they called each other El, they would be saying that you're the highest God. They didn't. No one called David or any prophets or Baal El Elyon. They referred to Elohim. It would be like saying angels. It would be like Caesar calling himself a god. The Greeks called themselves gods. They're calling themselves lesser gods. This is where the Yahweh Katan thing comes in.
So
no one thought that King David, no one was saying, King David, you're El, you created the universe. They're calling him an Elohim. It's like calling someone.
I accept that. I disagree where we take the word El to be a pagan pantheon. I agree. I mean, isn't that what I've been saying? What you just said, like that the word Elohim can mean, or the word Theos can mean, or God can just mean ruler. So of course, David's
that's
the
Greek.
Most.
I'm you.
Elohim.
Remember.
Elohim.
Yeah, brother. What I'm trying to say is, if we're talking about the Hebrew Bible, we have to look at the Hebrew words used. El, Elyon, Elohim. We have to look and Yahweh, right? And if you look historically, you can see that Yahweh. If you go to Deuteronomy 32, is a perfect case in point.
Or even Exodus, where he gets the name. Then this will be my name as a memorial forever. How do you feel about that? He was known only as El Shaddai, the Most High, and then God finally tells him, "Here's my name. I'm Yahweh, Yod He Vav He."
Yeah. He told Moses, who didn't even know he was Hebrew, correct, never spoke Hebrew, was raised in Egypt. He tricked him.
Wait. So you're saying that the Bible isn't true on that?
I'm saying that if you look at Deuteronomy, if you go to Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8 through 9, will be a case in point for my argument. By the way,
it's not telling the truth.
Oh, hold on. I'm telling you.
So the Bible's lying in that part. So the Bible's lying in that part.
Which Bible?
I'm asking you.
Which
in
Bible?
That particular scripture,
he's talking about
is the Bible telling the truth?
No, let's pull up Deuteronomy. I'm telling you, guys, I'm going to spell it out really clear. We have Masoretic. We have a Masoretic Hebrew Bible, which is a changed later. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls that is very, very old, that has Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8 through 9.
Whichever.
Then we also have the Ugaritic text, which is 1500 BC, that described the whole thing. Let's pull them up and tell me which one's the truth.
You said he was tricked. It doesn't matter what translation. That doesn't matter. Go ahead and bring it up. You're saying he was tricked, meaning that the scripture is lying.
Clay. I'm saying that what was the name that God revealed himself to Abraham? El Shaddai, correct?
El Shaddai, El.
Moses was told. No, it means El Shaddai. That's a name.
That means the Most High leader.
I'm asking you if
that's not what it means in Hebrew.
I'm asking you if in that particular scripture, I don't care where this, whatever scripture you want to bring up, you're saying that scripture is telling a lie.
Buddy, I'm telling you very easily that if you use the word, if Abraham went his whole life thinking God's name is El Shaddai, and Moses later meets a spirit in a fire telling him, by the way, I am the God of Abraham, but I told him my name was El Shaddai, but in fact my name is Yod He Vav He. Go tell everybody else. I'm saying there's a problem here.
Sure. And what you just said makes sense, but can I change your two sentences to
one last sentence. I'm going to pull it up Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8 through 9, but it doesn't matter which one you pull up. You're going to pull up one. You pull up Clay, of course. I'm going to pull up the best thing ever is to show, actually, give credence to the Bible, because we actually have 1500 BC, that exact verse. So obviously there has to be something newer than the Masoretic, which is 200 AD.
Deuteronomy.
Omar,
32:8 through 9.
32:8. He said, "Can I give you a better a better translation of what you just said would be in English would be Moses, Abraham knew me as the highest ruler. Here's my actual name. Keep it as a memorial forever. I am Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh." That's definitely a much better translation.
Yeah, but better translation is only if you have a conclusion that you're trying to make sense.
Well,
I don't have a conclusion.
My argument
you do.
is El. My argument, and I feel like I've been very clear, is the words El, Elohim plural, Theos just simply mean ruler. Many people are called these in the whole Bible. Many people are called this. And then also, I'd like for you to pull up Ezekiel 4, or we can go to the Deuteronomy 32 verse, but this is what we're talking about. Ezekiel 43:14 in the Blue Letter Bible. But what
I was right. That's not what brother. We have to. There's only 6,000 to 8,000 words in Hebrew. There's a specific word. There's words for a hierarchy of God. I'm trying to explain these Hebrew people and these Semites. You keep trying to. You're looking at this American Christian lens. I'm trying to tell you that even I have interviews with rabbis. Rabbi Israel last week. They admit that all the Elohim are real. It's just that Yahweh is their Elohim, and then they go, Yahweh is El. But that's their opinion. Their ancestors.
Well, yeah, I would agree with what you just said.
But all their ancestors. I said before there's El.
You've been saying
then there's El Elyon, and then there's the Elohim. You keep saying one of these Elohim is El, and I'm saying that's what Jews say. I'm saying that all the Semites disagree, and I'm going to pull up the exact verse to prove my point. And by the way, I'm not saying, because technically speaking, all the Elohim are a part of El, because it was created by El. But for one specific Elohim to get the credit for all, they have a large history of henotheistic religions of the Semites through the lands of Canaan that have fought for thousands of years. We're just picking one because it just so happens that they defeated the others, and that's what Rome decided to pick, because it could have went with the Ugaritic.
We both agree in a Most High. We both agree in the lower levels. You're just saying the God of Israel is one of the lower levels ones. I'm saying the God of Israel.
I only believe there's one God.
Yeah. What would you say?
Of course, we all agree. Hold on, Clay. Great point. We all agree there's one supreme creator.
Well, you just changed, but see, this is
I'm not a Hebrew Jew. I'm not a Jew. I'm trying to explain to you that these Semitic peoples said the God of the supreme creator is called El. They were not calling each other El. They were calling each other Elohim. You think God and angels. They said El and Elohim. You keep conflating the two, and you're not going to get me to bend on historical literal translation. Right. You need to understand that you're confused. So the only thing
that would make you bend on this verse is if
I'm not bending. You don't. You're. Right. It's like saying
that's not what I meant to say.
It's like saying apple and orange, and you're saying, but they're fruit. Let's move on. Yeah, they're fruit. This motherfucker wrote apple,
right?
Because an orange is a different fruit. They're not the same fruit. We're not saying fruit. There's different fruits
that referred to El as non-Yahweh. That would change the definition of
before Yahweh became El. Baal was El. The Canaan's
word Baal just means Lord too, though.
But they worship Baal, and they tried to create Baal as El, because El in all the writings had a wife named Asherah, right? And they created the Elohim. But for over 1,500 years, Baal was worshipped as El, and his wife was Asherah. Isn't it ironic that when the Israelites conquered these Canaanite people, Yahweh became the thunder god Baal, and his wife was Asherah? It's all over the Semitic historical writings.
Well, I mean, I agree. Like, you're never going to get me to disagree that Old Testament Jews didn't vehemently follow false gods. I don't believe. I believe there's other gods that are lesser, Semitic, that are
not necessarily Jews. We have to give them credit. No, we have to give them credit. No, the Old Testament Jews didn't. They worship Yahweh as the all. I'm saying that other Semitic peoples that we only think the Jews are up here because they won the war, is what I'm trying to say. It could have been easily Tyre, and we would be thinking Dagon created the universe because they said so. They didn't win the war. The Ugaritic people didn't win the war.
I mean, we're kind of
think of reality. Think of reality. Imagine if the South won the Civil War, and fast forward 3,000 years, you would think that was the right thing.
I mean, this is kind of branching off of the Jesus is God thing, but I would say the reason they didn't is because they were in sin, because nothing they were doing was true.
Again, I'm not saying that any of these other Elohims worshipped by these other Semite first cousins were good or bad people. I'm saying that they were all worshiping different Elohim as their God, just like I am the God, I am your God. Yahweh said, I am your God. You worship no other Elohim but me. He didn't say no other Elohim exists. He said you will worship no other Elohim than me. It's very fucking specific words.
Back to what we were originally, how we got on this topic. Jesus and God. So in this scenario, Jesus would be Elohim and El would be God.
That's the question. No, that's the fucking $10 trillion question.
Wait, what was the question?
Say it again, Tom.
Down the debt with that.
Yeah, say it again, Tom.
So based on what we're talking about here in the translations that we've thrown out, Jesus would be Elohim, aka divine one / angel, and El would be the supreme being. So therefore, in that scenario, Jesus would not be the supreme being, but would still be God, the divine one.
Yeah, that's how I believe. Wait, so Shaman, in your opinion,
that's my $1 million question. When Jesus was saying God the Father, and when you talk about Jesus as the Son of the Father, my question is, what understanding was the Jewish man rabbi named Jesus, who knows everything I'm talking about, and was arguing with the Pharisees who were worshiping Yahweh? That's the big question.
I don't think Jesus would have agreed his God just came out of that pantheon, though, bro. Like,
brother,
you're taking some reaches. Okay. He's aware of it, sure.
Okay, I understand. Well, okay, Blue Letter Bible. Watch this. Deuteronomy. Hold on. Let's do this.
So in Genesis 1, where it says Elohim, are you saying that
I got
God isn't there?
I got you.
Like
no. I got you.
God the Father.
No. I got you. I swear to you. I swear. I'm not trying to make this confusing. Can I just?
In this scenario,
just pull it up.
Clay, you know me well. I'm not. No. We're good. We're all good. This is a fucking. No. This is. I'm gonna bring this up. Let me just explain. I'm not in any way trying to confuse anything. Just to be clear. Okay, I'm pulling up your Blue Letter Bible right here, right? Watch this. This is fucking perfect. The Blue Letter Bible right here.
Bro, I love it, man. It's so great.
Me too.
To me, the word El, the word Baal, just all simply mean.
I know because the Jews
conveniently. One more tip. Hold on, Omar. Another tip. Okay, so the way that your screen has literally that window, so shrink the screen so that it will. If you shrink the screen a little bit and resize it, we'll be able to see it better. No. I don't mean that.
He's saying top right.
Adjust the window itself.
He might not know how to do that.
Like this?
No. Just the window, the actual window that the Blue Letter Bible is pulled up in.
Okay.
While you're working on this,
yeah, we're doing a little reset right now, a little bit of transmission.
Go to the corner. Go to the corner of your window where that little arrow will pop up.
Okay. We need some jazz music
and resize your window.
He's not going to know how to do that, Clay.
No, this is literally the easiest.
Omar,
bro, are you kidding me? This is literally the first thing you learn. What are you talking about? Resize your window.
Like this?
After.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
Do you know how to resize a window?
I'm fucking calm down, dude. You guys are like a bunch of atheists arguing with me about God being real. Hold on.
Wait, so it sounds like
I'm just checking. Hold on.
You agree Jesus is God then?
No, I definitely don't agree any human ever is God, nor will be.
Well, is he Elohim? He doesn't have to be El.
Yes, you can have Jesus as an Elohim if you like.
So then you believe Jesus is God?
I don't believe Elohim is God. That's my point. You guys are
worshiping minor gods. The little writings. I can't see the little writing. I have no idea what you've got pulled.
Why are you conflating the word God with the word?
Can you just hold off on?
Can you guys all stop fucking? Can you guys all like just relax for a second?
Can we actually see the? Can we see the letters? Can I?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. Can you? Like,
what do you want him to do? Like, hit exit to get out of this little search window?
No.
Clay, Clay, stop yelling into the mic, dude.
If you just give me a second, I will tell him how to make it bigger. So that
hey, Omar, you're not a Christian. Pull up your memory the 4 versions of Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9, then start running tech support, but then go back to Deuteronomy. Okay, go ahead. No, Clay, I'm listening. I'm listening.
So either you need to resize the whole screen, the whole window that you've got this pulled up in, or on Google, up on the top right, you'll see where you can zoom in.
Okay.
Is there like a little
something? It's just not letting me, huh? Uh-oh.
Because I can't read it, man.
I know. I know. Hold on. I got you. Watch this shit. Watch this, Clay. I'm about to make you proud. Clay, I'm about to make you proud, dude. Hold on.
I hope so.
I'm about to make you proud, bro.
You got to learn it. Otherwise,
watch this shit, motherfuckers.
It's got to be a good show.
There you go, bro. Watch this. Save that. Look.
Dude.
Layout.
Jesus is Elohim, not El. We're in agreement.
That you can definitely now that makes
home.
Because now that makes sense for the specific reason that
home.
Jesus never claimed. Hold on. Okay.
Yes,
can you see that,
Clay? To be the Father. He literally said the Father is greater than I.
You did nothing to resize it.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, something resized just now, but I can still barely read.
Okay.
I was asking.
The
window itself.
Okay, I can't. So the answer is no, I can't. All right. So
just let Clay do it.
Okay,
just let Clay do it.
Good idea. That is a great idea.
I can see.
Yeah. Hold it, fucking guys. Please, just let me. This is your scripture.
Can we stop cursing? You're lowering my vibration energy.
Okay, that's true. But it only is a curse if you're cursing out a living soul. If you curse out in the open, it's nothing.
Oh, then it doesn't count. Okay.
A curse has to be sent at someone to be unholy.
What about perverse and vulgar?
And I believe if you curse at evil, you're actually doing the Lord's work.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay.
Yes.
This is your Blue Letter Bible site. Yep. I typed in Deuteronomy 32, verse 8 through 9, and it says KJV. Is that okay, or that's not?
And then click on the blue Deuteronomy 32:8, just under, down and to the left. Or that's fine. Yep.
Down and to the left.
Down.
On the actual DEU 32.
Yeah, right there. Click on that. Okay. Yeah, beautiful.
Scroll down. You'll start to see the verses and the words.
Tell us what you're here, Shaman.
Where it says Strong's, that column right there where it says Strong's. Oh,
we just made it smaller. I know you just made it smaller.
Go back
up. Scroll up. You're fine. Scroll slowly.
Now it's on the Songs of Moses. Okay, can we stop?
No, it's not.
I feel like this is you guys' lower self trying to. Why does it say Songs of Moses now?
Because you're on Deuteronomy 32.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. No, I'm on verse 8 now. Now I found 8. Okay, here we go. Okay. No, I was not. That's not. That was. Okay, get ready. Okay. You see,
it's gonna keep happening. Just read it out
Tell
loud.
me if I do this. Look, if I do this, if I zoom like this, does this make it bigger?
Beautiful.
Oh my God, that's what I was asking you to do.
Okay, dude, you understand that I cannot see what you're seeing when I'm looking at this, correct? But I'm just saying, I can only see what I'm looking. I can't see you guys, so I can't see what you're seeing. Okay.
You're doing beautiful, brother.
Okay. That's fair. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
You're doing
everyone
great,
has
Omar. You're doing great.
For every strength we have,
Omar, to see what they're seeing, go back up and click your StreamYard tab, and then you'll see what they're talking about. And then
then I can't scroll. Okay, now I can. Okay,
you got it. You got. Tell us. Let's
thank all the gods. I don't even thank the lower gods. Thank
Odin, bro.
Thank you.
I know what it is. You've got the tab. Pull the tab off.
Okay, enough, guys. Enough.
For God's sake, fucking read. Pull the tab
where
off.
it's at. Let's move on.
No.
Stop.
We need housekeeping. Pull the tab off.
No, hold on. I'm going. What do you mean? Pull the tab off.
So up where it says StreamYard Studio, and then you got blueletterbible.org. If you click on it and hold it and pull it off.
What do you mean turn it on and off?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude. You're stop screaming into the microphone, man. It's fucking loud, please.
Oh my god, bro.
Just I'm not pulling, okay? This is like your lower self stopping me from reading what I've been trying to read. Okay, I'm moving forward. All right, very simple. This is Deuteronomy 32:8. When the Most High, this is your King James. It says, but now please pay attention to the words. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the numbers of the children of Israel. Correct?
Come on.
Is that the Bible? That's what you know, right?
Pentecost in the house or what?
Is that what you know? Yes or no?
Amen.
Okay.
Oh my God! What is this? The Baptist revival?
Okay. Now get ready.
I'm ready.
Click
on
Baptist revival. Come on, let's get up and dance, y'all.
I want to pay attention.
Amen, y'all.
I want you to pay attention when it says the Most High, right? Here said the sons of Adam, and it says children of Israel, right?
Come on.
Pay attention to that. Now,
bro, are you
now watch?
Really a Pentecostal?
It's fine. Watch.
Pay attention.
Watch this. Now watch. Masoretic.
You fixing to start talking in tongues?
This is the Masoretic. This is the. Now, can you still look? This is the Jewish book. Okay. It says the Most High. This is where King James got it. Sons of Israel. Jacob was his inheritance. Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Get rid of Spin's chat.
That has been there for a long time, but it's okay. You're doing your best. Keep going.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Now, watch this. Dead Sea Scrolls. Right. This is about. Okay. Dead Sea Scrolls. Get ready. Okay. Now.
B'nai Ha-Elohim.
Okay. Watch. The Most High, which is El Elyon, as I said. B'nai Ha-Elohim, right, which is sons of God. And then it says right here with Yahweh, right? Oh, let's do a little translation. How about this? Watch this.
Blue Letter Bible. Has this.
It has all of this
in the Hebrew. Yes, in the Hebrew.
Yeah, I was
I
was showing you earlier.
Let's try.
It's all good.
Let's go like that. Okay, hold on.
Just click on any version, and then there's another button. Just click any version, and then go to it.
It has Dead Sea Scrolls.
No, just go to the verse first, and then
Deuteronomy 32:8.
And then you can hit see all versions. Okay. Now click on the verse, and then interlinear. I think is what you want to hit, and that'll show you everything.
It doesn't matter which one. You just click on the H. You see where it's got the Strong's info. It says H, and it's got some numbers by it.
Move the mic back a little bit, dude. It sounds like this is.
Okay. Do you see where it's got the H and the numbers by it?
That's the Strong's. Yeah.
That's Strong's info. Open that up.
But I think he's saying the Dead Sea Scrolls might have Hebrew words that aren't there.
Bro, it doesn't even need it all. All that you're going too far. Okay, H. You see where the H with the numbers is? It's got Strong's info. It says Strong's. That's the
Yahovah.
Click on the numbers. Click on the H with the numbers.
Which do you want to look at Elyon, or do we want to look at
whichever word you want to look at?
Elohim? What did you want to look at?
Do you see the column that says Strong's?
Shaman, you there? You're muted.
No, I don't see what you're talking about. So hold on a second.
Okay.
And then I can find what you're talking. I don't see the H that you said 7 times.
Okay.
So let me fucking see what you're talking about.
You see Strong's in the middle where it says Strong's?
No, I don't.
Okay, move your mouse a little bit, and then not too much though.
Enough of this shit. Hold on, that's it. Watch this.
Bro, you gotta learn how to use Blue
Stop. Yeah, but not live on a fucking thing. Okay,
I'm gonna pull it up.
No, it's okay. Watch this. Stop. Watch.
You gotta learn
Hebrew to English. Dead Sea.
I got it.
Omar is right. We should move on.
I got it in the back, bro.
And
SpongeBob 2 hours later.
Enough of this bullshit. Okay, get ready. Enough of this bullshit. Stop. 1 second, guys. 1 second, guys. 1 second, guys. Thanks, Clay. You can object after I'm done.
The
okay.
Bible says not
Shaman,
Google.
what do you normally use if you don't?
Guys. I told you Chabad. I told you Chabad. Oh my God, you guys are so. I use the fucking Jewish one actually when I'm reading Hebrew. Thanks. Call Chabad.org. You've never heard of.
B'nai Ha-Elohim, sons of God.
Thank you. Okay, listen, let's pay attention, guys. We're all just trying to learn something together here. I said I'm not becoming right on something. I'm trying to point out what I was describing.
I love it.
When it said, remember, it said God Most High, remember? And in the Dead Sea Scroll, it says right here, B'nai Elohim. I'm sorry, it says Elyon, right? When God the Most High, it didn't say God the Most High, it said specifically Elyon. When he separated the sons of man, B'nai Adam, right? He's established the boundaries of the people, right? According to the number of the sons of gods, not Israel, not man, the sons of the Elohim, right? Okay.
I agree with this, yeah.
Okay, now here's the most important part here. When we're talking about the Ugaritic text, which is the oldest writing we have, which for anyone who believes in this, validates the Hebrew Bible, because the oldest writings
you're talking about Inky and the
no, that's Sumerian. We're talking about the Hebrew Bible.
What year was this fragment found? You said it's the oldest. Because from what I'm aware of, the oldest we have is the
Aaronic blessing. No, dude.
That's
is Gilgamesh in the Hebrew Bible?
No, but the Aaronic.
Okay, so why are you bringing up Sumerian? Why are you bringing up the story of the creation according to the Sumerians? Hebrew. We are talking about Deuteronomy 32. We're not talking about Sumerian legends of creation, the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Okay, sorry.
Please, I feel like you guys are. I feel like the Christians are intentionally doing this shit. So please let me continue. Thank you. I am calling it out now. Okay. In the Masoretic text, this is the Jewish book. They wrote B'nai Israel, the sons of Israel. The Dead Sea Scrolls said the sons of gods. Okay, and the Ugaritic text, specifically in the same verse of Deuteronomy 32:8-9. This is 1500 BC, which is the oldest writings we have confirming anything in the Hebrew Bible, which is amazing for Jews, Christians, and Muslims.
Wait, can I ask you a question on what you're talking, just like what you're actually, so my bad. I thought when you said Ugaritic text this whole time, you were talking about like basically a pagan document. You're saying
no, the Ugaritic, no, they're not pagan. That's what I've been trying. You keep referring to these Semitic people as pagans. I keep telling you, these people were not pagan. They all had different Elohim they worshipped.
But you're saying in the specific Ugaritic text, whatever it is, whatever discovery it was called, they had the Bible, and this is their version of Deuteronomy 32:8-9.
And you're adding so much. You added 80% of what you just said is added to what I said. I never said Bible. I said the Ugaritic text, which is 10,
well, I mean, they have Deuteronomy 32, I assume.
And that's it. It's not called Deuteronomy. It's not called. It's not called Deuteronomy there. In the Ugaritic text that we found in 1929, Ugarit, Syria, these are Semites. They wrote in the Semitic writings of Phoenician that Hebrew and Aramaic is written in. These were Semitic peoples. They all shared the Phoenician language that was from Phoenicia, which is modern day Lebanon. All of these people worshipped El. They all had different Elohim. What I'm trying to describe to you is that you guys are looking at a story in the middle of the story, the same way that everyone thinks ancient Egypt is Hellenistic Egypt when Cleopatra was alive. What I'm trying to paint a picture of is the stories of the peoples and their gods, of which you guys say your Messiah came from, and what he would understand is what I'm trying to describe to you right now, that the Elohim of the others was all Elohims. It's just that they were told to worship their Elohim. And El was the unformed God, and El Elyon was God Most High.
When did the Phoenicians exist?
When did the Phoenicians exist?
Yeah, because you're saying this is the Phoenician text, right?
Phoenician language. Bro, who invented the writing?
So is it Phoenician?
It's called Phoenician. It's not. Phoenicians are people. The language, the script is called Phoenician.
Yeah,
so Phoenician.
The words are written in Phoenician.
Yes.
Okay, so then when did they exist?
When they created it. When did the Phoenicians
This was you're talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? So this would have been like what 200 years before Jesus or something like that.
No, we were talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, close to that. That's when
the
they would be
text.
dated
when is the Ugaritic text?
The Ugaritic text or Phoenician writing?
1200 to 1500.
BC.
Okay, BCE, right? BC, right? BC as in 1500 BC.
Bro.
So when was Deuteronomy written?
Like,
oh my God,
around that time, I think.
No.
Was it 2500? I don't remember.
You guys, I don't understand. Why do you keep stopping me to change this? We're talking about Sumerians.
We don't disagree.
You guys are. You're having. I'm trying to bring up 3 points.
Look, brought them all up, I believe.
Bro, it's funny. Barberson, how come the only people that are interrupting me constantly are the ones who already are assuming a conclusion?
Because you're on a diatribe, bro.
No, I'm not. You guys have been filibustering me for 32.
What the language is?
I'm trying to tell you something you've never heard of. That's why you keep filibustering.
Bro, I've read this shit. Okay, what are you talking about?
Oh, really? So in the Ugaritic text,
hold on.
Omar, I've read it. Yes.
Hold on.
Really?
Let's let Omar go. Let's let him land the plane.
I'm bringing up a verse that you guys know as Deuteronomy 32, verse 8 through 9. That is not called Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8 through 9 in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but nearly word for word, these Semitic peoples wrote the story. The story you just read in your Blue Letter Bible says Israel and said sons of Jacob. There is nothing like that because the Jews in the Masoretic changed it. Because the Dead Sea Scrolls... See, the two Christians interrupt again. Let's move on. You see that? No, you guys. I'll do a video about it. You guys can. You guys are filibustering. Why are you two only filibustering? What? This is like me arguing with Jewish people when they're trying to tell me.
What did I read?
I agree with you. I think that Jesus is a little God Elohim. Can I give you another verse to pull up? That's really interesting.
Oh my God!
You guys are missing. You guys are missing the whole point.
No, I'm not, bro. I understand your point. I could steel man you very easily. I don't know what else to say, brother. Can you pull up Ezekiel 43:14?
Let's see here.
Ezekiel 43:14, and then type in Septuagint. However you say that. I always butcher it.
Septuagint is the Greek. Okay.
Yeah, pull up Ezekiel 43:14, Septuagint, and Masoretic, just to.
Okay, so just let me. I guess right here.
Go ahead.
Let's just land this fucking plane real quick.
Land this plane.
What I'm trying to say is, when everyone reads the reasons why
Yahweh, you muted.
No, I'm not muted. I stopped talking because you interrupted me. So it's finished what you're B'nai Elohim. If you keep doing that like affirming me, amen, amen, you're not listening to me. You're just confirming because in your mind, I'm saying what you believe. There's a very big difference between what you know in your King James Bible of the sons of Israel and to what the Dead Sea Scrolls say, the sons of God, meaning B'nai Elohim, and what the Ugaritic texts say. See, because you're getting it from the Jewish book. When Jesus is talking about them changing the scriptures and changing it, this is what he's referring to. When the Quran is referring to them changing scriptures, this is what they're referring to. Because it's not about the sons of Israel, it's about the sons of gods, the B'nai Elohim. These are very different things. Because Israel is worshiping Yahweh, who is the Lord Elohim of the Hebrew people that subscribe to the land of Israel, called Israelites. Okay, you see here in Deuteronomy with the Masoretic, that's where you guys get it from, what you could call a Jewish book. But Dead Sea Scrolls specifically say B'nai Elohim, and the Ugaritic, which I can't pull up, reaffirms what the Dead Sea Scrolls say. I'll move on by just saying one thing, guys. I'm only trying to point out these are different things. Elohim, it says the God Most High. It says when Elyon created mankind, right? But it says when they created, when Elyon created.
Wait, it says Elohim, not Elyon, right?
It says right there in the Dead Sea Scroll, Elyon. Hold on.
Oh, you're talking about this verse. Sorry, I thought you were quoting Genesis 1. Sorry.
Let me see here. Let's see. No. But
no, again, so I agree with everything you're saying. I agree this means like false gods.
Let's see if I can try it. Clay's
Clay might not agree with that.
Clay's instructions right now is running through my head. So I'm okay here. Here's Most High. You see, Elyon, right?
We can't see what you're on. It's the old thing.
Oh fuck! It's getting a little complicated.
To me, I mean, I've stated my point. I'll go research this more so I can really debate you. I mean, on the Hebrew.
It's not. I'm not even debating. It's not.
Yeah, I agree.
We're not trying.
I agree. But to me, the word Elyon is the Most High. The word El just means Baal, Theos. They all just mean God, Lord.
Are you drunk, bro?
That's all.
Are you drunk?
You just hold on. Tell me if I'm wrong. He just told me he agrees with what I'm talking about. I'm trying to show a pantheon called henotheistic beliefs, of which henotheism, which is early Judaism, means that they recognize other Elohim, but they worship only theirs as the Most High.
I recognize that.
Then it became monotheistic. They're not a monotheistic religion. They became monotheistic when they took the lands of Israel and declared Yahweh is. But then now you're saying they're all the same thing. So maybe I'm.
Well, what you just said kind of, I feel like you switched. You said they recognize other gods. They serve only this one, but they're not monotheistic. Wouldn't that mean
they became monotheistic? No, monotheism. The difference between henotheistic and monotheistic means henotheistic recognizes that there are other gods but worship one. Monotheistic means there is only one God in existence.
Oh, so I would say
Jews became monotheistic.
Sure, and then in my opinion, it just comes back to the definitions of words. I think that we're not defining these words correctly.
No, that's true.
I don't think we're defining these words correctly because the Bible clearly states there's other gods other than Yahweh.
The Egyptians were like that.
He's the Most High, and he's to be worshipped. That's what monotheism means. Monotheism doesn't mean that there's no false gods like Moloch, XYZ. I mean, I don't know. That's my opinion.
I think you should, Clay. Are you still trying to pull this screen up right here, or it says add screen?
Oh, yeah. No, don't worry about it. I apologize.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Okay, no. I'm okay. Flying.
Stop it.
Okay, I understand your belief, and I understand that you just want to clarify. I understand that you are worshiping one God, and you're worshiping God the Most High, the God of Jesus. Just to clarify, I understand what you believe. I'm just saying that where all this comes from had very different beliefs that progressed into what they pretend they always believed. And you and everyone else reading a King James Bible that's translated from a Masoretic, when you say Masoretic, think Pharisees. The Pharisees Bible.
Dude,
Jesus was arguing with the Pharisees for a reason.
100%. Can I blow your mind? Can we go? Because we've closed that plane. Let's go to the Ezekiel verse I've been talking about now. Unless you want to say
Clay hasn't been. Sorry, and Clay has been trying to. But Clay, sorry, bro.
No, you're good. Ultimately, I still only believe in the one God, right?
Of course,
the only God is the Most High. I still would say that is Yahweh. That Yahweh identified himself with a name. The Most High identified himself with the name Yahweh.
That's about it, Nunny. That's about it.
Yeah. All right, so you ready?
Hold up. No.
I
wanted to let Ben acknowledge the super chat. Got to respect the money. But with Yahweh being recognized, I know before you had mentioned that when Moses stated that he identified as Yahweh, are you saying that one, either Yahweh was lying or Moses was lying or the scriptures themselves are lying? So which, if
I don't think Moses was okay. So to clarify, granting the story of Moses,
filibustering.
No, granting the story of Moses as literal, I don't believe Moses was lying at all. I believe Moses was accurate with what he said. I'm saying that Moses was raised as an Egyptian and has never ever didn't speak Hebrew and never even heard of any of this stuff. The first time he heard about this stuff was when what's the priest's name?
Jericho or Jethro?
No, Jethro sent his ass up to the mountain of El and told him, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. And the Elohim told him that I am Yahweh, I am this, and Moses went through the rest of his days with that. Now, All I'm saying is that Yahweh, it's Yahweh as an Elohim, is recognized and written in the Ugaritic text as a lesser Elohim, meaning younger, meaning a second. So Greeks had the primordials. Then they had, and when you say Greek gods, you go Zeus, Athena, right? That's what we all know. Zeus, Athena, all these, right? But the Greeks had the Titans that created the Greek gods of Zeus and Athena. And they had the primordials. So the same pantheon, you have to understand, these Semitic Arabs of Canaan had the same pantheon understanding the whole time.
Are those not the fallen angels? Do you not subscribe to that? No,
by the way, interesting that you say that. I've gone down a rabbit hole.
I'm never gonna.
Sorry, let Clay go. I've gone down the rabbit hole of what you just mentioned of is the Elohim, the Anunnaki is the fallen angels of Enoch 1. Go ahead, Clay.
Now I understand what you are saying. It's saying so. What that would mean is two things happened. One, Yahweh lied. Number two is the scriptures aren't telling the truth.
It would be this is a theory, by the way. I'm not saying I know, obviously. I'm saying one logical understanding would be that an Elohim named Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh introduced himself to Moses and said, I am the God of your people. And he became the God of your people, regardless of Abraham worshiping El Shaddai or not, because technically they're still your people because they're from Abraham also. There's lots of explanations for it. I don't know which one is the end all be all, but for me, having a different Elohim name and thinking my whole life that it was the same thing, and then understanding that we start uncovering and translating. By the way, the Ugaritic text just started getting translated not so long ago. There's 10,000
There's going to be
plus.
so much more to find too. I think there's stuff everywhere. Dude.
Why would you change the name and So that's the interesting thing. But so it's hard to know.
Right?
Yeah.
Most High is not a name. That's a description.
This is where
hold on. I'm not.
Clay.
Oh my gosh.
I think no. El Elyon is mentioned as the El Elyon is Zeus.
That's not a name. That's
El Elyon is Zeus. No, it's a name, dude.
El Elyon is not a name. It's
not a name.
Yeah,
it's not a name.
El Elyon.
That's like saying Zeus isn't a name.
And by the way, it's Elyon. It's not El Elyon.
Yes, it is. It's
in the Ugaritic text. It might be.
No, it's El Elyon. The formal Elyon is a
God. The Most High.
No, it's not regardless. His name is
either way.
His name,
the Most High, is a description.
No, Elyon is a description. No, dude.
Okay.
Oh my God, Clay, you're getting fucking confused.
Let me ask the question.
One at a time.
Instead of a bunch of people chiming in every time I ask the question, you're telling me that if I say the lowest of the low, that's a name. Or if I say somewhere in the middle, that's a name. Or if I say the Most High, that's a name?
I don't think that's what...
El Elyon. Flying saucer. Thank you. By the way, just flying saucers here. He's a Jew.
Amen.
He speaks and writes Hebrew, and he is in Israel right now. El Elyon is a name. Elyon would be a description. You understand?
Right. Yes,
El Elyon.
El
is a name.
Elyon is the
El Elyon. Elyon is a description, and that's why all of the Elohim have El inside.
God is also a description. You know that, right?
You're using English now, dude. We're talking biblical Hebrew.
El is a description, is it not?
We are using no. El is a name of God, the only highest God, the non-material.
So El Elyon is a name and then a name.
El Elyon is a being.
So he has two names in one name.
What do you keep merging them together?
No, you just did that. You said his name is El Elyon.
How many?
You said his name.
How many times can I tell you?
Which one is it?
Pineapple.
Hold on, dude. Can I ask the question?
You don't have a gotcha, Clay. You keep stopping thinking you got a gotcha. I'm trying to explain
your question.
I don't want to go through 20 minutes of
I'm not allowed to ask the question. Okay.
Dude, pineapple.
Don't be afraid of the question, Omar.
Oh my God. So you don't got a gotcha, be afraid.
No,
pineapple, orange.
Why do you keep freaking out when I ask the question?
Just restate your question.
You're the only one yelling. You guys are in the meta.
Restate your question.
He's going to say the same thing for the fourth new time. Go ahead, say it.
So you're telling me that El Elyon is his name, but then also El is his name.
You are, for the fourth time, you're merging gods together, dude. You're merging apple, pear, and pineapple together and
so
saying,
what's the name of the Most High?
Fruit?
So what's the name of the one that
at this point Howard knows? At this point Howard knows.
He's saying no. He's saying
according to the text.
He said
according to the text. Which one is it? El or El Elyon?
He's saying it's El, and he's saying El Yon is beneath. That's
I've answered it 4 times in less than 3 minutes.
And then it has.
Well, you really haven't because somebody keeps interrupting.
Well,
I tried
just
to ask it.
I just answered it. Now it's the 5th time. So what? You have the same question for the 6th time?
Somebody else keeps interrupting. You keep trying to explain it, and then you keep getting aggravated at me for asking the question
You're the only one yelling,
because
bro.
you keep getting interrupted.
No,
it's not my fault. You keep getting interrupted.
Yeah. Oh, it's not. You're the one interrupting. It's not your fault.
No, I'm asking the question to you, Omar. And everybody. Well, not everybody. One person in particular wants to answer
the question to you. I said no blood person. I claim.
Bro, I can't stop the person.
You can't stop yourself. You can't stop yourself. I've answered it. I've answered it.
I'm asking this question
I've
to
answered
Omar,
the fucking stupid question 4 times.
No, you haven't.
Answered the 5th time. He answered it. Stop filibustering. Filibuster. He already did, and now you're trying to make it a 6th time. I don't want to answer your question. I'm not answering your question.
Why does he answer?
I'm not answering your question.
Fair enough.
I'm afraid of your question.
You're
Let's move
terrified of
on.
the question.
Yeah. Well, I said afraid, but let's go. Thanks, guys.
Hold on.
Thanks, sir. Now that we moved on, don't keep. See, here it goes, Clay.
You gave him 2 names.
I answered. Yeah, great.
You gave him 2 names. I'm asking why.
So Clay, here, let's go, Clay. Let's remove everyone from stage. So Clay, go ahead. Clay show. He has to do it. Let's go, Clay show, real quick.
Does anyone remember me talking about road rage earlier? What happened?
I don't know.
He's doing.
I'm trying to.
It's all good. Hey, listen. I think there was.
No, it's not a. It's not a. It's the classic filibuster that he's.
What the hell?
Oh my God! I'll go ahead and do this real quick so that Omar can be satisfied. I have no intention to argue. I was asking a question to Omar. No one else. I don't know why anybody else would need to answer for Omar. When answering, Omar gets interrupted. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, because I want to have Omar answer it. But somebody else wants to answer for Omar every single time. Now, Omar was able to get most of what he's saying out. But I'm challenging that. I'm saying that he's giving that person of God 2 names. He's saying that El is God. But Eliam is Most High God, right? Well, Most High is a description. I don't care if you say it's not. Literally, Most High means it's Most High. That's not a name. Like, for real, you're going to tell me that Most High is a name? The Most High God. Most High God is not a name. Neither is Lowest God. Neither is the God in the middle. Those aren't names. That's a description of where a God sits on a pantheon or whatever you want to call it. Or if there's no pantheon, maybe he's the only God. Maybe that's what it means. But regardless of that, what he is doing is he's sitting there trying to answer, and somebody else keeps trying to answer for him. And that, to me, is not helping the argument at all. I'm just trying to find out why it is that he keeps saying there's 2 gods. When I believe in one God, and he's saying he believes there's only one God, why is he saying that the Ugaritic texts say there's 2 gods? And according to my faith, and I've read these passages many, many times, why is it that he keeps saying that according to these passages in the Ugaritic texts, not according to the scriptures that I've read, that there's 2 gods or 3 or more?
30 seconds, dude. We're not doing 10 minutes.
I mean, I could go on and on and on and on because really, holy shit,
30 seconds.
Holy shit, dude. I mean, I'm sitting here asking a question. I get 40 different answers, but none from you because you can't answer it. And that's not my fault that other people want to answer for you. But I will tell you this, that you never answered it.
Now it's my turn to answer. You asked the same question 4 times. I answered, and then I said I'm not going to answer the 5th time. You asked the same exact question the 5th time. I said I'm not going to answer the 5th time. So then Ike answered the question and specifically said El is a highest God. It's God El. And then you said someone else is answering. I'm asking Omar. I said I'm not going to answer for the 5th time. Then you asked it the 6th time. Now, if I already said I'm not going to answer the 4th time, then I'm not going to answer the 5th time or the 6th time. So what you just gave right there was a recap and showcasing the exact confusion that you're still holding. You keep saying that El and El Elyon are the same God, but then how are they different gods? I'm saying specifically they're different gods. I have said, I'm going to say one last time, and everyone go on their own thing. And Flying Saucer, I want Flying Saucer, by the way. Let's listen to him because he's born and raised Jewish, speaks Hebrew, etc. In the Jewish, there's only one God, which is Yahweh, right? It's not El or El Elyon. I'm not talking Jewish. I'm talking the Semitic peoples that speak different Semitic languages, that write in one language that's written in Phoenician, that believed in the Elohim, right? And all the texts show that El, then there's El Elyon, El, then El Elyon, right? And the El Elyon created the Elohim. They down here worship different Elohim. I'm not saying those are real gods. I'm saying they worship them as real gods. They believe they were all real gods or Elohim. Someone mentioned Sumer. Maybe they were the Anunnaki. Maybe they were the Watchers. Maybe this is great conversations. We're getting tied into the semantics here. And anyone who studies Hebrew stuff, the Hebrew Bible, knows this is the case. Rabbi Israel said it just recently that they worship. The other 2 Christian guys, interlocutors, were confused on that. So again, El is the supreme of the supreme, the unmanifest, of which El Elyon is God Most High. Elyon means Most High. So Elyon is a descriptor. El Elyon is a title, just like El Shaddai is a title. But if you called something Shaddai, it would be something, right? If you call calling something Shaddai in Hebrew is not speaking about El Shaddai. It's like saying Mr. or the God or God, right? It's a thing. So I'm going to bring Flying Saucer in, everyone, and let Flying Saucer just kind of get into the details here, because he speaks and reads and writes Hebrew. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But let's just let him kind of drop it. I hope I didn't mute anybody. Clay, Clay, you muted yourself. Todd muted himself.
Yeah, I'm
Flying Saucer.
Muted.
Yes.
Flying Saucer. Okay.
Yes.
Can you we're going like literal biblical Hebrew, right? Can you kind of like, what's your El Elyon and El? I think we're El and El Elyon thing. Can we just put some?
Can you define the word El?
Yeah.
No, let him talk, please. Finish on the El and El Elyon, please. You keep thinking it's the same thing. El Elyon, I claimed El Elyon is a being. Elyon is a descriptor.
Yes. Before I start, I want to do a disclaimer. I'm not very knowledgeable about the subject. I do speak Hebrew. I do understand some stuff, and because I was raised with this language, I can infer some things that English speakers, they sometimes do not understand. But I'm not very knowledgeable about this subject.
Well, technically, it's all about the Hebrew language. This is the most important thing. That's right, Clay? It's about the actual meaning in the Hebrew language. So it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. We're literally talking about the Hebrew language. So that's,
yes. So basically, El Elyon can be considered a being because El is a god, and Elyon, it means like something that is above other Els or Elohims in Hebrew. Elohim. And that's it.
Above, like higher. When you say above.
You said El would be above Elohim, or Elyon would be above Elohim?
El Elyon, Elohim.
Wait, Omar.
Hold on, let him answer, please.
No, I'm saying that El, it means just a god, and Elyon, it means like something that is above. So El Elyon means...
It sounds like he agrees with me, Shaman. He's been saying what I've been saying this whole time.
El Elyon is I don't know. Tell us what you've been saying.
He just agreed with me.
Yeah, but what have you been saying?
Yeah,
I've been saying,
what does that mean?
This is what I've been saying. Shaman is saying that El is a name, a specific name, doesn't just mean God or ruler or.
Yes, it does. It means God.
It's a
That's what I'm trying to
specific
tell you,
name.
man.
And he's
Oh my
saying
God.
that
What is El? What is El?
Hold on, I agree with you. I'm saying what you say. And then he's saying El Yon also means God, but it also is a name, but it's referring to a different name, a different person, if you will. So two different people.
Yeah, you know what, Omar? Again,
it's not
something.
No, hold on. Okay, now remember, we're not talking about Jewish. We're not, because again, I've already granted that the Jews in the Masoretic Bible are saying all of that's talking about Yahweh. I'm not talking about Jewish. I'm talking about the Semitic peoples which Jewish are a part of, and the pantheon of Elohim. I'm not talking about what Jews think. I'm talking about what all the Semitic peoples who wrote in Phoenician and spoke various Semitic languages believed, until Yahweh became the only God of there, and everyone thinks that's the only one.
Yes, but you can also say that, by the way, Howard is trying to get in. I'm also saying that, Hebrew or Semitic people back in the day, they used the word Baal in order to describe a god too. Like Baal
and Elohim. Yes,
it just means Lord. Right? Doesn't the word Baal
Lord.
just mean Lord?
King.
They worship Baal. No, bro, they worship Baal, and they created figure statues.
No.
And the name
Baal,
is Haman.
Oh my God.
Baal Peor.
That's Haman Baal is an older version.
No,
that was not in Yahweh. That was not in the land of.
You could say like instead of Hadad, which is the god that forges swords and stuff like this, like a blacksmith, you say Baal Hadad. Like Baal, it means like
authority. It means ruler. It's one who holds authority. This is what all these words mean. Oh, I have a really interesting question for you, Shaman.
Hey, someone answer this question real quick.
Okay.
Someone wrote, Jesus fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies. He committed fraud against his fellow Israelites, heresies against Judaism, and sedition against the Roman Empire, and was lawfully executed for his crimes.
I believe Jesus fulfilled like 300 prophecies, didn't commit fraud against any fellow Israelites, any form of heresy. He elevated the Torah, made it harder to follow, if anything. Maybe did sedition against Rome, but if you actually logically think about it, they committed sedition first because the land was promised to the seed of Jacob, and then lawfully executed. I mean, it's well known that he was lied about on his deathbed. Even the Roman dude who put him to death said, "I don't want to have anything to do with this." So I mean, you're entitled to your own opinion, but it's pretty wild.
Clay? He's not here. Clay would love this question.
Yo, Flying Saucer. What do you think about the word, the name? This is something, what you just described is what confuses so many. I'll turn my cam on soon, by the way. I'm sorry. What you just described confuses so many Christians. What do you think about the word, the name? Like when the Bible says like,
Hashem.
David came in the name of Yahweh. Not the name is in the Tetragrammaton, but like there's a word like, oh, I'm coming in. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about, Shaman? It's like,
yeah. So post, you're talking about when they say Hashem today instead of saying Yahweh.
No. That's the Tetragrammaton, which is another aspect. I'm specifically talking about like the English words, the name. Think about it as a phrase. Forget like a moniker or the name of a person. Just think about the literal name. If you Google that, if you Bible verse that phrase, it's all over, and it talks in the New Testament about like coming. Every knee will bow to the name of Jesus. What this is talking about is it's not talking about his literal moniker. Like it's not saying everyone's going to hear Jesus and bow. What it's saying is the authority, the power. There's a Hebrew word for this because these same descriptors are in the Old Testament where it's like David came in the name of Yahweh, and it doesn't mean that they were calling him Yahweh. It means he came in the power of Yahweh and executed authority as, you know, it's agency basically.
Okay. Well, while we're looking that up, I'm gonna go ahead and answer it for you because I know you.
Yeah, I kept it for you because I know you want to answer this.
Yeah, I mean, he was born in Bethlehem. There's one. I mean, what are we gonna do here?
Prophecies.
Yeah. Prophecy. Like, if you want to go through prophecy, like, we can go through some messianic prophecy and then decide whether they're accurate or not. But I mean, at least one, like 0. No, he was definitely born in Bethlehem according to the census. So, I don't know. I can't really kind of take you seriously at this point. Sorry, sir.
I would say that I'll leave out the messianic prophecy component because, okay, I mean, because technically he had to the Messiah had to come before the second temple fell anyway, right? So it was 70 AD or something like that. I believe. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but as far as committing fraud against his fellow Israelites, show me where. If you take any scriptures that are attributed to actually Jesus, meaning that if you take a scripture that was granted from one of the apostles, meaning the people he chose, all he did was point at the Hebrew Bible and the laws of Moses. Specifically, when a Pharisee asked him which one is the most important thing, he affirmed the Shema. He affirmed Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohinu. So I don't know where he explained it better. So I don't know how he did against his fellow Israelites. Heresies against Judaism, I already answered that. And sedition against Rome. That's the funny part because crucifixion was considered capital punishment. And the way they got him, of course, as we know, is that he said he was the king of the Jews. And by king of the Jews means those lands. And they only have one king, and that's who they ruled under, which was the emperor of Rome. So, but I don't know, even if he stood up, and by the way, Jews thought that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah until he got killed by the Romans too. And was lawfully executed for his crimes. I mean, I guess it matters how much you put law, what you consider the law of man or the law of God, right? I don't really care about it.
I got a list here. Born of a virgin, born in Bethlehem, lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, tribe of Judah, line of David, preceded by messenger John the Baptist, ministered in Galilee, taught in parables, betrayed by a friend for 30 pieces of silver, silent before accusers, mocked, beaten, and spit upon, hand and feet pierced, no bones broken, clothing gambled for.
There's so
buried
many.
I mean, oh my God. And
There's
you know what's funny?
So many.
The like miracles and prophecies fulfilled. It even says this in scripture. There are so many miracles and prophecies that he fulfilled that they are, if you were to try to sit down and write them, that all of the books of the earth would not contain them.
Hey,
this is literally what it says.
Where does it list out the prophecies in the Old Testament?
You just have to Google.
It's not well.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's got them, and I can like go through them each, and then many of these that I've mentioned, I already knew about. I didn't know about the clothing gambled for. Buried in a rich man's tomb. I think I remember that one. Resurrection from the dead. I mean, that was Hosea called out of Egypt. Matthew. Slaughter of holy innocents. Jeremiah and Matthew. King presenting gifts to him. Psalms. And the funny thing about it is even the Magi who came to visit little baby Jesus, little 8-pound, 7-ounce baby Jesus, all that stuff. Even they knew about the prophecies, and when he was born, all of a sudden they showed up to bring presents.
They were tracking his prophecies. It says like they followed the star based upon, they knew when he would arrive based upon like previous biblical prophecy. Which is insane.
The miracles, the rejection by his own people, zeal for God's temple. I mean, that's the easy one.
Clay,
well, a lot of
Clay,
historians would say
Saucer agreed with me and you, by the way, while you were gone. He agreed with me and you.
I heard that.
No, Flying Saucer was raised Jewish. He prefaced that saying that he was told everything's talking about Yahweh in the Hebrew Bible, and I said that too.
Yeah.
No,
I said 4 times, I'm not talking about Judaism, bro.
I recognize.
We were just talking about Hebrew words. You don't have
to
the definition.
Hebrew words. Hold on. We've already confirmed. El means God. That's it. El Elyon means God Most High. Elyon means Most High.
But I'm not happy with you saying the word God, Omar, because I don't think you know what the word God means.
Oh my God, dude! What does the word El mean? Hold on, flying saucer. What does El mean?
He already answered. It means God.
I'm trying to say.
Okay, so then then we all know what God is. It's El.
You don't know what God is. You think God means the Father Most High, and
that's called El Elyon, bro. What are you talking about? That's El Elyon means God Most High. El means God. El God.
Just the word God, though,
means El.
Just the word God. I don't think you have that defined right. Personally.
El means a God. A God.
Correct.
God.
I agree with that, Flying.
That's it. El Elyon means the God, like something that has more authority.
Okay. Flying saucer. Right. Psalm 118:26. Blessed be he that cometh in the name of the Lord. In the name. What is that?
You're still not getting it. He's saying that not in Hebrew. Okay? Hebrew is one language.
Yeah.
Omar keeps saying this.
He's just reading it in English and thinking he understands it.
I'm reading a different. I wanted just to get the Hebrew definition of the word name.
I know. That's the point Omar keeps making.
If you mean Hashem, like some.
No, I don't think it's Hashem. Maybe it is.
Hashem, it means literally the name.
And they changed. Jews started calling God the name, which means Hashem, since the late 1600s, because there was a man named Sabbatai Sevi, who was considered the worst of worst false prophets, except for the Jews would say Jesus was worst. But his name was Sabbatai Sevi. He was born in 1666, and he called himself the Messiah. He was affirmed. The only reason he kicked off was because he was affirmed by Nathan of Gaza. He said, "I am the Messiah. I have come." They say 1/3 to 2/3 of all the Jews on earth sold all their possessions and headed to the Holy Land, right? His name's Sabbatai Sevi. He did crazy shit. He said, he was basically a Satanist. He said, if we sit and pray all day, then there's nothing to atone for. So what we must do is we must do evil things, so then we have things to clean ourselves for, you know? He married a Torah scroll, a lot of crazy shit. The guy ended up going to Turkey and being called in by the Sultan. Long story short, he walked out from the palace and said, by the way, guys, I've got great news. I'm Muslim and we're all converting to Islam. And they go, what? And right around then, and at the same time in Europe, there was a man named the Vilna Gaon. The Vilna Gaon is like the genius from Gaon, and he was like the antithesis to that. And after that schism in Judaism, they said no more saying Yahweh. We're going to use the word Hashem. Mm-hmm. So if you look at Hashem in the Hebrew Bible, correct, no one called God Hashem there.
Right.
But after the 1666 or 1700s, they're talking about God Hashem. You understand historical context is what I've been. This is actually the case in point of the whole thing.
By the way,
I'm not
Omar,
saying yes.
I think that it's for the same reason. You know, when I was in elementary school and we had some Bible studies, we read the word Yehovah or Yahweh.
You said it out loud?
Yeah, and you know, when I read it out loud, people reacted like you and said, no, it should be Adonai. And I think that Hashem has something to do with it.
Well, again, because when I said the Shema, you guys say Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu. That's not the actual word. The actual word would have been Yahweh, but they changed that too in the prayer, so no one says the name of God. So no one speaks the Tetragrammaton, even though the reality is no one even knows how to speak the Tetragrammaton because there's no fucking vowels.
Do you think it's Yahweh?
In that context of Moses, it is. But again, the name,
I'm saying,
the holy.
Do you think Yod Hey Vav Hey without the vowel words, they pronounced it Yahweh back? Do you think Moses said Yah, or do you think he said Yahweh or Yahuwah or Yahoo?
Captain Tazariak would say what does he say?
Yahweh. He has some bastardized. I don't agree with that.
Who knows? But what if he? But what if his pronunciation?
It's Jehovah. Just so
what if his pronunciation is the right one?
It's Yehovah.
Is it Yehovah?
Look,
Yehovah is what they say
but every Hebrew scholar will tell you that no one really knows how to pronounce it sonically. No one really knows how to pronounce it.
I agree with that. I just want to know your personal opinion.
I don't know. But I've looked at every possible way, and the only point of mentioning the Hebrew Israelites is because what if they're pronouncing it right? But does that mean that they're right? But that just means they're only right on one thing. Doesn't mean they're right about anything else.
No, I agree. I think we
doesn't mean they're right.
Yeah, this is good. And Flying Saucer, just to be clear, you were right. It was, so it's just Shem, that Psalm 118 verse. So I guess Hashem is 2 words, the name.
Yeah,
and Shem is just name. So how would you define the word Shem? If I know that's a weird question.
Shem is name.
And then how would you define?
It means name. It's not a name.
Would you say that means like what you call someone?
I tell you what, if you want to like describe like God's power, so you say in Hebrew, Kocho shel Hashem. You never say Shem because Shem basically means name, like you said. Hashem. It's like it's the name, the name of God, the God.
Right. That's interesting. Wow.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not that knowledgeable about this subject.
No worries, bro. I just wanted to know because what I've learned. So I was raised Christian, and I converted to. I'm still a Christian, but I have more of an Old Testament belief now. Like I believe Christians should obey the Torah, and what I've learned is like a lot of confusion happens around between the Trinity and like these words that we've been talking about. Even though I think like this has been. Tensions have been high. I think this is a good, fruitful conversation because the words El, the words Father, the words God, the words Theos, the word Shem or Shame or Hashem, they're all very important.
The word Logos? Logos,
sure. I think like that was a different point, but yeah, I mean, no, it's definitely really deep and can go far. But my point is I think it all generally has to mean authority. So when you say
remember, if you say Hashem is
the authority, the highest authority.
But let's break it down. Look, Shem, like name, like Shem, and Ha is the. Hashem, the name, which is a reference, which is a reference to God. But if you say Shem David, it just means the name of David. It doesn't mean he is God. You understand?
It's correct.
You have to
and what about when the Old Testament says that David came in the Shem of Yah, I guess is what, or the Shem of Adonai. It says David came in the name of the Lord.
Yeah, no, that he came in the name of.
Exactly.
Like, I fight in the name of the King.
Exactly, in like the authority, in the power. I'm fighting for him, for his power, for his authority. This is what all these words mean.
No, Samuel, he says he's talking to the Philistines before he conquers them, which was in the lands of Canaan, exactly what I'm trying to tell you. And then those Philistines were worshiping Baal, another Elohim. So he come with his Elohim of Yahweh and says in 1 Samuel whatever, he says, I, David, said to them, he says, I come with my sword, spear, and weapons, but I come to you in the name of Yahweh, the Lord of hosts. He's saying that I'm telling you that Yahweh is above your God, Baal.
Sure.
You understand? It's a spiritual religious war.
I agree.
In the real time.
He was called Yahweh, though. So he was called.
No, he said, I come in the name.
Yeah, that's one verse. And then there's other verses where non-biblical, the Father are called Yah as well. It's just, all of these are just to describe the concept of agency.
I think what you got to start doing, I think everyone, by the way, all of us, if we're going to look at something, we got to start looking at the original languages and start dissecting shit, because it'll tell you a very different story. And by the way, half the time it'll open up a new door you never conceived, and the other half the time it'll go against what you were taught. That's called moving towards the truth.
For the record, the Hebrew.
I got a question for everyone.
For the record,
Jody's gonna say, "Why do you guys believe this shit?"
It's all good.
No,
I got a good
I'm
reason
not
for
atheist.
you, Jody.
I'm not atheist. I'm not anything. I'm not trying to debunk. I'm here to learn, just like everybody.
Yeah.
So God is all fair and right, but what created God in your personal opinion? Because I don't want some scripture. I don't need to go read some passage. just your personal opinion. God created everything, and He's all fair, right? What
Very
created
strong
God?
drugs created God.
Can I give you a really simple, short answer? I think that when you're talking about God, you're by definition, again, it comes down to definition of words. You're saying the uncreated being. So your question kind of is who created the uncreated being? But his very definition is that he's uncreated. He was always there. So the answer is no one could know. No one could ever know.
The answer is if something created. If something created God, that would be God. And if something created that, and eventually something didn't create something, the uncreated creator.
Yeah. By the way, I think
a follow-up question is why would that, so hence God, require worship? If he's all knowing and all powerful and
Flying saucer, you got something you want to say?
Jody, I would say that I look at it like this. If we're talking about the created, the El would be the uncreated one, right? And El Elyon would be like from which the created of these Elohim. These are the Elohims of this earth. I don't believe this is all one specific thing. So I don't think that the creator of eternal existence it needs worship in any way whatsoever. I believe beings and spirits do. So I don't believe the creator of the universe requires a sacrifice. Okay.
Let me give
that's my opinion.
Let me give a specific interpretation that I have of that. So the reason in my mind that God requires worship is because worship is a form of praise, and praise is gratitude, and the essence of gratitude has the ability to take you out of a lower emotional state like fear, anger, sadness, whatever, into a higher emotional state like joy and love. So
the gratitude isn't worship though, Todd. You don't worship your cake. You don't worship your it's beautiful, but you don't worship your birthday cake. But you do share it in gratitude by sharing the taste and flavor with everyone. My favorite flavor of cake, I make sure everyone gets a piece, right? Because we understand that giving is.
To me, worship and gratitude are the same, because
that didn't make any sense, Shaman. If you haven't had cake in a year and you had a piece of cake, you'd be grateful. I don't get what you're saying.
If my favorite cake is Oreo cookie, and I have it on a random Tuesday, right?
Okay.
I have one piece left. Maybe I don't even offer it to my guests. But on my birthday, have you ever noticed on your birthday, you want to like shove more cake into people's mouths? You don't want to buy? Oh, come on. Because we subconsciously deep down know.
I don't believe in birthdays. I think they're like a satanic holiday.
Okay. Well, so if I filibuster your analogies, we would be at the 6 minute point. If I filibuster
that wasn't a good analogy at all. He said
it is a good analogy because you're an American. If you lead me to believe that you have not celebrated at least 12 to 13 of your birthdays with cake,
I liked it, Omar.
It doesn't matter what you believe now. How old are you? Are you in your 20s or 30s?
I'm 28. You want to hear a crazy story about?
Did you have birthday cakes in at least your first 12 birthdays?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so in fact, you do have a direct experience of the analogy that I use, but now you reject it because of an older ideology. So you did not have a birthday cake at 6 and try to offer it to people? I
had them, but I didn't do what you said, which was
Well, I didn't finish saying what I was saying because you interrupted me to tell me you don't like birthday cakes.
No.
So go ahead. Someone else?
Crazy, because birthday cake is delicious, bro.
No. Everyone knows on birthdays, you and subconsciously go and want to offer more cake. No, take a bigger piece. No, small. No, bigger. And by the way, in Judaism, they believe, and ancient societies believe that on your birthday, you're allowed to give great blessings to people. Great blessings can be bestowed.
Fucking argue. I dare you.
And so the reason is because subconsciously you're being celebrated. So in return, you want to share the energy of that to the others, that people you care about and love. This is what I'm trying to say. But worship is something different. Worship is not, you can You can turn gratitude into a type of worship, but you can worship without gratitude, but you cannot give gratitude.
It's explicit devotion. That's what worship is.
It's a different degree. Worship is a degree of something. That's a very, you know what I mean? Like, you can give gratitude. I guess Todd's trying to say gratitude as worship.
Yes. Yeah, so for me, every time I experience worship, and even in Christian churches, it's a form of like devotion and gratitude towards a supreme being. I can't really personally separate gratitude from worship because I don't know how.
If I may, Todd, supplication is a better word.
Supplication.
Supplication is the right word, by the way. Yeah. Supplication, praise, and sacrifice. Those are the three words typically used in the idea of worship.
Dan Nick 725 agrees with Ike. Birthday cake is overrated. Buy me a ribeye.
Yeah, in my experience on people's birthdays, they want everything to themselves. They don't want to share.
On your birthday?
Yeah, it's all about you. It's the whole point.
No, the one thing that you do and the one opportunity you have to give back, other than maybe the pizza, is the cake. But on a normal day, your favorite cake, you wouldn't share. You would not offer that to someone. But on your birthday, you're like, take it.
Kind of.
Yeah. So
that's gratitude. That's true gratitude
like
without ideology.
Like, so if you get a pair of socks, that's for you, right? And you hate getting socks. Why? Because it's not a toy. Because you don't get to play with other people with your socks. So you want toys so you can play with the other kids. This is literally what Shaman Omar is talking about. It's like the idea of getting gifts isn't necessarily so that you can keep everything for yourself. It's so that you can share with other people.
Right. Yeah.
You mentioned supplication. What was the other one? Like
praise
define
and
those.
Sacrifice. Praise and sacrifice.
So sacrifice is a form of worship?
It is.
Absolutely. Yeah. Latruo in the Greek.
Yep. Sacrifice that. And it doesn't necessarily mean being like giving animal sacrifices. Just sacrificing your time, yourself, selflessness, that sort of thing. Yeah. And then praise is just the outright vocal and even silent devotion.
I think you're still missing the question, Clay. The question is if he's all being and all powerful.
No, I was just
self-sustaining.
Giving them,
why would he require us to
can answer your question though. I can answer your question. I was just letting them know what
is that are we like his battery?
Would you like me to answer your question?
Are prayers like recharging God's fuel or something?
No, he just enjoys our suffering. That's it.
That's what I'm getting at.
I'm not kidding.
Flying saucer?
I'm with Omar on it.
I am not kidding. That's what you get for making a God Thunder your almighty God.
Yeah, but I am with Omar on it. I don't believe that God needs our worship, but he does require it. And why does he require it? Because he wants to. Because he can. If you had a favorite toy, what would you want to do with it? Play with it. We are God's favorite toys, are we not?
I think we need it more than God, honestly.
Joey,
that's what the I can't remember which that it was now saying. They said that God doesn't need your worship. God deserves worship. That's like the idea that God deserves your worship, and by connecting to God is almost like a cosmic umbilical cord that you would open and close, and the more you do it, the more it stays open. So you would have the presence of God in your life, which, by the way, is the Jewish concept, because they believe they're trying to bring God down to earth. When they pray in Shabbat, they're praying to have God come bless their table. So, whereas others say we want to go to God. So it just depends on your perspective of it.
Another analogy, and I don't want to get hung up on the animal thing. I just want to make an analogy. I look at it from the perspective of a dog. Okay, a dog, and he's got his human. Okay, the dog recognizes that the human is his quote unquote master. It's like God, but we as humans don't want to be their God. We're just their human, right? And that amount of devotion that a dog shows to a human being is an analogy. It's not exactly the same, but it's an analogy for that.
It could be a little bit simpler in the explanation that they said that we were made in God's image, right?
You muted
if
yourself.
God wanted to be worshipped, then he could have created us to worship him, right? But he didn't. He actually created us in his image where we had this free will to decide to say, F you, God, or yes, I want to follow in your way. I think it's pretty easy. I mean, I don't think we have to go to an analogy of animals. It's just like, if he wanted us to worship him, we would be worshiping him, right? Would we not?
Yeah,
I mean, I could go on. I could ask about I could ask God about free will. So God created man, right? Did God create evil? Because he gave man free will.
Well, now we're going to go in this long discussion where basically he just gave us the choice. We made the choice to not follow him, which isn't evil. He didn't create evil, right?
But
it just we just happened to go against
us, right?
Yeah,
so
but it's the
just a
whole
circle.
shadow analogy, right? You can't have a shadow without light. The light is what illuminates everything, but without the light, you can't have the shadow, right? So without the good, you can't have the
I'm
evil.
not going to do it. I'm not going to do a
free will.
circle.
Yeah, so God created good, and so and also in that created the absence of good, which we consider to be evil. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but at the same time, it goes back to my original point, right? If God wanted to not give us free will, then there would be no evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's this paradox. It's a horrible paradox where it's like if you want to say, I want you to love me, but I'm going to give you the option not to, then that's going to be the opposite, and the opposite is going to be what's evil. And by the way, let's just remove religion for a second and just go in the secular world, right? They believe in a good and bad. And they base it on harm principle, right? So if you were to, when you have that free will, when you remove God from the scenario, there always is a good and bad. But now we're in charge of what's good and bad, and we can change what's good and bad, right? But with God, he says, this is good, but I'm going to give you the option to either be good. And because I gave you the option, there's going to be something else. And that's bad.
Yeah, you end up with moral relativism and this nonsense today, postmodernism, where things don't have definitions of meaning.
Yeah. So, I mean, ultimately, God can say, hey, this is what I think is good, but I'm going to give you the option to either choose this or not. Now, Jody said, well, then God created evil. No, God, well, yeah, you know what? Man created evil, but God gave us the opportunity to create it. So, yes, he was ultimately in charge. However, back to the original question, and it's circular, as he actually, I think Jody said, if God wanted us to worship him, he could have created us to worship him. They didn't. And that's pretty amazing.
Isaiah 45:7, God said he created the light and the dark and makes the peace and the evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but
I mean, that's,
he knows what he's responsible for.
But metaphysically speaking, like just purely like metaphysical, even philosophically, well, more metaphysically speaking, in this like five senses, 3-dimensional reality on Earth, both would have to exist. Like you're talking about creating material, so you'd have to have the dualities of existences, right? And that's probably also one of the reasons why collectively it is circular. You would have to have a day to have a night, and vice versa. You would have to have a good to have evil, et cetera, et cetera. And so that dualistic perspective of this where people don't understand dualism is they need to understand dualism doesn't mean it has to be universal. It means in a material minimum, even cosmic material, but definitely in this earthly experience through the human experience. Dualism is necessary for this existence and reality. You cannot find non-dualism on this plane. That doesn't mean that beyond this even universe, meaning all matter and space, that there is not just the oneness of the good or the light, etc. It just means that for this human experience, this is the reality on the ground. And you say, well, why is that? The answer is, I guess God only knows. Okay, but that's the way it is.
Anything that we try to explain that why we think God did something is beyond what we're saying, right? It's just like, it just makes me feel better to say that. But at the same time, let's say, like, I want to go back to Jody's question, like, did God create evil? Well, I mean, and this is an expression of that, like maybe God allowed this free will because without the bad, how would we want to be better? Correct, right? Like maybe he allowed this to happen because we cannot self-improve without that. And I know I'm going to change the subject a little bit here. I'm still curious why I think birthdays are satanic. I was going to ask him if he's a Jehovah's Witness and also thinks that Christmas is evil. But
oh yeah, 100%.
Christmas is my favorite holiday, just for the record, not because of paganism.
Christmas,
actually Thanksgiving,
birthdays and Halloween.
Yeah. Hell yeah!
All right,
Halloween's no. Halloween's draws out the worst of things. No, that brings out the darkness.
4th of July, bitch. 4th of
July
is a holiday.
Hell yeah! Did they answer your question, Jody? Do you feel like your question was answered?
Yes, sir.
Jody,
thank you very much.
Jody, let me give you a
just real quick to clarify, Christmas is my second favorite. Christmas is my favorite, except for the problem is the pressure of the gifts of like whether they're gonna like it. So I like Thanksgiving because it's all the great parts about Christmas without the pressure of the gifts. It's just getting together and sharing food, and that's what the Jews get. Every Friday, the Jews get together.
Politics and religion with everybody every Thanksgiving.
No, that's a very American household idea. I've never had that experience.
Imagine your whole family has the same politics.
But Jews every Friday get together and just share a meal. You know what I mean? So we need more sharing meals. We need more tribal experiences. We need less bullshit.
That sounds delicious, dude.
Howard.
The only people that eat matzo ball soup are the European Jewish people, not
Howard's probably.
I love matzo balls.
A Sufi saying is silence is the language of God, and everything else is just a poor translation. Meaning, like as soon as you start trying to talk, like to talk about God, you start creating boxes, and then it's always a poor translation.
The worst part about that, he said no idols, so he doesn't even speak sign language.
I mean, and the key to idols, right? And going to what Ike was saying, like birthdays are satanic, and Jehovah's Witness do not celebrate Christmas because the Christmas tree is actually a pagan symbol, right? The tree itself. But I want to ask the Christians on the panel and the non-Christians is if my children do not know the pagan tradition behind the Christmas tree, and they're celebrating Christmas, and in their mind they're celebrating Christ and the birth of Christ, and the celebration of giving and being fruitful with the neighbors, do you think Christ is looking down on them because they have a Christmas tree? Because Christ knows, even though they don't know that it's pagan holiday or pagan symbol from back in the day. Do you think Christ is going, oh, those kids are going to hell?
You asking me?
What's wrong?
Yeah, I am.
I would say that there's a scripture that says a sin is not a sin until it's revealed. But then once it's revealed, yeah, it's a sin. And honestly, just ask.
What if it's revealed in the hearts of man, or is it not if it's revealed in the mind of an individual?
Ask this dude Flying Saucer. He was raised Jewish. Ask him what he thought.
Yeah, but he rejects it completely. He's not the right guy. I'm
100
times more. I'm 100 times more Jewish than him. Go ahead, Flying Saucer.
I haven't even pulled up my Ezekiel verse from 4 hours ago.
That's because Flying Saucer is great.
I've got better.
Flying Saucer is great, by the way. He's in Israel. He said the land is cursed and it needs to fall, and he's there.
Well, I want to ask Vibe, couldn't I make that same analogy for any debaucherous sex act?
No, I don't think you can. You're picking up off of what somebody else said. As long as you don't know that it is, right? I'm saying my children have no clue that a Christmas tree.
So they're not in sin. You're lying to them. I mean, with all due respect. I mean,
actually, most Christians.
I would say, whatever you put the energy into is going to be the thing. If you praise and worship something, then it's the thing. But if you just have a statue in your house, it's just a statue. Like if I worship this painting and think this is something, then I'm doing the sin that you're describing. It's just a picture. It's just a picture. The Muslims got it. The Muslims, by the way, with worshiping a man as God and all that stuff, the Muslims took it way too far to the fact that the extremist Islam says that you're not even allowed to draw things. Okay, so taking the laws too literal is what you put into it. You know what I mean?
Vibe, you might be on the wrong mic, by the way.
I agree with this. Vibe, can I give you a good answer? I think a better answer would be like, imagine a world. I want to hear
this. Read this, Ike. Read this, Ike. Read this.
Is an idol an image and likeness of oneself asking for a friend? Is an idol an image and likeness of oneself? It can be.
Okay, it's very simple. And Shaman just explained it to you.
Well, read the second part. It's a philosophical question. Hold on. Is man God's idol?
Is man God's idol?
Powerful question.
No, because he's not worshiping us. We're worshiping him.
Sure about that?
Powerful question.
Is he sacrificing for us? Has he shown us praise? And has he done supplication for us? Because he's done all those three things according to the Hebrew and the Greek Bible.
I mean, in God's love for us and what God puts us through in our life, is that not a form of worship?
I mean, he's allowed to, though, right? He is God.
Guys, we have one directed at Mr. Benjamin Balderson. Benjamin, can you please answer this question, my Odinist friend? This sounds like the call out.
What topic? Y'all are losing me. We're hopping around too many different topics.
Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. The excuse is they're crazy desert people. The sun beats down on their poor heads and cooks their brains.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Someone's trying to tell me that having a painting behind me is a sin. Someone says that I got it correct. Oh, okay. I thought they said that this is a sin. I like, well, I have statues all over this place. Huh?
No, I think Shaman nailed it when he said that basically if you're idolizing the Christmas tree, and if I'm teaching the children to idolize the Christmas tree, then we are in sin. However, the children are ignorant. Now, I'm not ignorant of it, and somebody says adultery. Can we bring out? But even though I'm not ignorant of why, like, the Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate Christmas and people that are against it, I'm still not actually idolizing the Christmas tree either. I'm just celebrating Christ, and it just happens to be a Christmas tree. Now, I can't change the biblical laws like with adultery because of knowledge, right? I know that's wrong. I can't go, well, now children, you are allowed to be adulterous. I think they're completely contradictory to each other. I just think that Christ is very happy if we're celebrating him and we're living in his image every day.
Do you lie to your kids about the Easter bunny?
Do you lie about your kids about the Santa Claus?
I wouldn't. I don't have any kids, but I would tell my kids from day one. And it would be so interesting to hear this guy Flying Saucer's opinion, because he apparently lives in Israel and is a Jew and was raised a Jew. So I wonder I wonder what they say about Christian kids. Like, you think when I was in 6th grade, kids were vicious. You think that if I know that all of y'all are worshiping a pagan god, I'm not going to be brutalized? Oh my God. So
I will say, as a person who was a first generation born in America, I was raised and believed that not only the Easter Bunny was real, but then also that Santa Claus was real. And I'm grateful for that experience. My father, being directly from Afghanistan, who definitely didn't believe in Santa Claus, his favorite holiday was Christmas, because he saw how silly we were as kids running around happy for magic to happen, Exactly. And so the magic of the child, but I will say, that's the reality of how I was raised. But on the antithesis, the opposite side of that, the question is that people actually believe, and the question is, we're lied to by adults when we're kids, but then how do we know those same adults told us, no, this is a lie, but this is true? How do we know they're not fooled? That's why it's important for us. Oh, hold on, it's a rhetorical. That's why it's important for all of us to go on our own journey and discover our own search of whether it's theology, spirituality, and our own search for the truth. That was continue, guys.
I just have to throw this out there because this was so fun.
Hey, I want to interject for a second, because learning that your most trustworthy people of all times lied to you. All
right, Jody, stop for a second. Hold on, dude. No more filibustering. Someone else had something to say on topic of this. You'll keep going back to the dark. Go ahead.
If I can actually address, Jody, where you're going. My 9-year-old son actually came to me yesterday and asked me, Mom, and his oldest daughter or sister, do you still believe in Santa Claus? And everybody said no. And he said, well,
yes.
do. He said, I do, because I now know that Santa Claus is dad, and I believe in dad. And I was like, and you know what? When my kids figure it out, I'm not like, I don't push it on them. It's fun for the kids, and I thought that was really cool.
Right. That's exactly
sweet,
what,
bro. But
now, Jody, you were trying to push a narrative that parents are lying to kids and hurting kids. I personally don't think that was happening.
That's not at all what I was trying to say. Omar shut me down so you could finish your statement.
I apologize. You go ahead and you correct me on where you're going.
I'm the youngest of 3 brothers. I didn't get to experience a good Christmas. Yeah, like 5 years old, and they were like, go check this closet. That's where the presents are. Anyways, learning that mistrust from such a young age from the people that you rely on, right? It's such a learning curve where it's like they're just trying to make you happy and trying to believe this myth. And Ben doesn't like that word. Dragons.
I'll show you something here real quick, which is interesting because Santa Claus originally is they say I was pagan. This Haji Faros, which is Persian, very very old. This is Black Santa Claus. This is very 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 old. This is Persian, and this was like as they started to create like holidays. They were all Zoroastrian at this point. They just create this for the children. And
is he older than Krampus?
No, this is very old. Black Persian Santa Claus.
Jody, vibe. Imagine a world where your kids are raised in the 7 biblical holidays from the jump. You never have to lie to them. You treat every Sabbath like a holiday. You guys sit around, you learn the scripture together. Your kids get married off young and have lots of kids because that's in the religion and in the culture of the religion. By the time your kids are 20, they have like 2 to 3 little ones running around, and they're all at these huge Bible holidays to where instead of the center being like Santa Claus or whatever it is, the only holidays you celebrate are surrounded and all about Jesus and like the plan of redemption. So all my point is to offer, like, a lot of people when they talk about Christmas, they always like talk about the negative. Oh, we're lying to the kids. Why is it so the XYZ? And I do believe that's wrong. You should not lie to your kids, but you're cheating yourself when you say, oh, my kids are getting Christmas, and if they miss that, then they would have a terrible childhood. Ask this dude flying saucer how Passover was in Israel.
So first off, I never said that if you pass up Christmas, the kids are going to be like heartbroken. However, I do highly disagree with you because in my family, we don't just go to church on Sunday. And by the way, we go to church every Sunday. We also go probably like 5 days out of the week. We have so many church. Yeah, I'm a church nerd, by the way. Awesome. Like our whole family is involved with our church, and like Christmas, you say it's like lying, but it's a celebration. My kids know that Christmas isn't about Santa Claus, and they know about Saint Nick. Saint Nick is a real person, and we all know about like Coca-Cola turning his thing to red and all that stuff, how it got like popularized to be that. However,
real quick, let me just add one thing here to that, but that's not even the origin. Again, this is Haji Naros, which is Persian, but actually they're saying right here that it actually originally was from Mesopotamia, but the Zoroastrians also, and this is similar to having because you take something that's
origins.
Obviously, but here's the point: Zoroastrian priests, shamans are called magi, also known as wise men, also called as the kings. So when you want to have a story and you want to give it confirmation, when you have the 3 magi's, you have 3 Zoroastrian priests showing up to affirm that. You have, when you're in Persia, you're going to take the story of the Mesopotamian older Sumerian culture, and you're going to appropriate that. So things tie into other things to anchor them into older civilizations. This is not uncommon.
The worst
just one last point. That doesn't mean that anyone was actually worshiping the black-faced Santa Claus in Persia. It's just symbolism. You know what I'm saying? Not every pagan, not everything in the history of our ancient cultures was actually being worshipped. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one was worshiping a lot of these things. They were just symbolisms.
Nobody worships Nike or Adidas anyways, but we all know those are pagan false idols. And if you don't buy your kids brand name shoes with those idols on them, they're going to cry and come home and say, I got made fun of. Or unless you find someone who's like me and can go out and just wear
on how you
Walmart
raise your
clothes.
kids.
That's why we have to educate and raise. Exactly. Vibe.
No, I agree.
That's how you know Vibe has kids. Me too.
But the biggest problem is, hold on. The biggest problem is if you think about it.
And let Lippy go after it. No, Todd didn't go Lippy. Go ahead, Todd.
So
Todd. Then
the biggest problem with what we're talking about here is the worship and serving of things instead of the worshiping of God. So all these holidays, Easter, Christmas,
Amen.
Even the Tooth Fairy, they're all lies. They're all these scenarios in which we're worshiping physical things. And I think what Omar is talking about behind him is just a picture on a wall. He's not worshiping this picture on the wall. He's worshiping the true one creator of all things. Did that creator create the picture on the wall? Absolutely. Did that creator create
worshiping
darkness?
ancient Egyptian deities? No. It's an amazing.
Do you have a holiday where you put the gifts around and you bring the kids around and come on?
Yeah, but
there's something really cool that my wife did on Christmas. She actually makes us buy a cake for Jesus, and we actually blow out the candles and say happy birthday. Yeah, no, I mean, it goes back to Ike's thing, right? Like, it depends on the parents and how they're raising their kids. And so our kids did believe in Santa Claus, and it was fun. And I don't think we freaking damaged them at all. But at the same time, my wife also always had a cake, and they always knew that Christmas was about Jesus, and it was Jesus' birthday. I think that was pretty cool of her to be like, we don't leave cookies for Santa. We bake a cake and we blow it out for Jesus, right?
That's a really cool. That's a really cool tradition, bro. That's really cool. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's about the
You
joy.
don't worship those, Omar, though. You're proving my point. You don't have a holiday around those. You don't.
These are
kids around those and say, hey, let's put
these are phenomenal. These are called. These are drift. These are drift.
Like, look.
These are driftwood carved Polynesian. This is driftwood that they turned into this. Now they worship them, I'm sure, but I cleaned the shit out of it. Don't worry. Anyone worships something, I cleaned it, so it has no more worship.
This goes back to what we were talking about earlier, as far as worshiping God versus worshiping lesser gods.
No more worship. Now they're just art.
Or worshiping the Elohim, or you could say that things like sex are a god to people, drugs, alcohol, those are gods to people, music, those are gods to people. Those are all physical things, and I think the distinction to be made is not to worship physical things, because that's material, and that material is going to lead you to being disconnected from God, your creator, and lead you into sin and darkness, because you're worshiping the creation instead of the creator.
And I mean, let's just go to, like, a lot of people online are sci-fi fans, right? So let's just say we wanted to have the perfect society, bodiless, right? And you have to go there and you have to be like the best thinker, the best you, the best of everything. You would want to be absent of alcohol addiction, sex addiction, food addiction, right? You want to be the perfect you to enter this universe of perfection, right? In this weird sci-fi Matrix-like movie. And then everybody's like, oh, God's evil because he just wants us to not, like, be selfish. Right? It's just like the crazy concept to me.
Hey, I just want to point out one thing. They're talking about worshiping things, including creation, whether it's a mountain, a planet, or a star, or a human. This is the exact dichotomy that the Muslims and the Jews have with worshiping Jesus, because they're saying you're worshiping a man as God. And where's the line, so to speak, right? So they say that's the. Do you understand? That's the concept. On the other side of the coin, I will say that the concept, the Christian concept of of interpersonal relationship with God through Jesus is actually one of the most beautiful, even philosophical things that you can come up with, or has been come up with as a person who studies ancient religions. Like, I'm pretty familiar with, most of the concepts out there. But that's the dichotomy of the for the Jews and the Muslims pertaining to Jesus. And by the way, that doesn't have to do with Jesus as the Son of Man, the Messiah, virgin birth, apparently, or any of those other things. But it has to do with worshiping, I guess you could say, the Trinity.
Okay, so
Omar, can I do something real quick?
Wait a minute.
Lippy is trying to talk.
Omar, can I do something real quick?
No, wait a minute.
Let Lippy, we've been waiting for him.
Jesus.
Good to see you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I mentioned earlier, and I think this is the base foundation of the problem with this dichotomy, is that most people don't recognize the dichotomy I see. And so I asked, is an idol an image and likeness of oneself? Asking for a friend. Is man?
You wrote that.
Is man God's idol?
That's a big question now, and there was
a weird question.
If that is so, let me finalize it, because I love asking questions. Then why the need for Jesus? Answer that.
Coming in hot.
I'm going to respect the Christians on the panel. I mean, I could explain the reasons from the Christian, but we got multiple guys here. You guys answer anyone?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was actually going to say this right before Lippy spoke up. Is sometimes I have a hard time, like when I'm praying to Abba, right? I'm like, dear God, like do this, protect my children, or help me. I'm failing these things, and then I'm like, oh crap, I forgot about Jesus. Right. But then we have the Trinity, so it's complicated because I am speaking to Jesus. And I was like, but should I said Jesus because it's going to God? Now, what you were saying, Lippy, right, on this dichotomy is, I had an answer and I just lost it.
Is God man's idol? Is man God's idol? And why Jesus?
Well, Lippy, say it again. Lippy, because he posted that in the chat, and it was the best philosophical question posed all night. But expand on the actual thought. So and then let.
I do remember where I was going to go with that. So in my particular theory, right? And by the way, I am not God. I don't know how it works. But when God, I always like to look at things like I have no idea how he works. So he said, you know what? Men are failing. Let me put myself. I'm just going to take a little bit of myself. I'm going to put it as a man on earth, and I'm going to live sinless on earth with all the same sins, because I have a disadvantage as God. As God, I'm perfect. But as man, as God on earth, can I actually show man how to live? Can I actually be a man as God on earth and show men that it is possible to be like me as a man? So personally, this is my personal thing, and you guys can yell at me all you want about this. I think the reason that Jesus came down here as our Savior was to show that, yes, you on earth can strive to be like God, and God can be on earth and be amazing. And we should model ourselves off of that. So that's my Christian view, but I'm sure I'm going to have some controversy on that.
Well, I'm going to give you several points in the scripture that go along and support a life without Jesus and a direct connection with God. Psalms 121:8, the Lord shall preserve my going out and my coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou camest forth from the womb, I sanctified thee. I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. This is the first law, Leviticus 25, verse 23. It goes on to say in Leviticus 25, verse 24, in all of the lands of your possession, ye shall grant a redemption to the land. It goes on to say in Leviticus 25, verse 25, if thy brother be waxen and poor and sold off some of his belongings, and you come along to redeem your brother, you shall redeem your brother.
Aren't those all books of the Old Testament?
What
before Jesus?
You know, the interesting part, by the way, as far as like the Hebrew Bible, I'm not saying the Tanakh. I'm sorry, the Torah is actually nowhere in the Torah does it say that you cannot. It really just talking about like, you know, creating idols with hands and clarifying like anything made by the hands you shouldn't wear. It all has to do with like worship of material, like materialized things that can be created by the hands of man, and don't worship the other gods, etc., etc. It doesn't really, you know, clarify like worshiping. It says don't make pictures. You're not allowed to like paint. That's why the Muslims are so crazy about depicting Muhammad, because that's all.
You're asking about like what's an idol in general?
No, I'm saying that
in the Torah they also mention things like you just said. Don't worship the other gods, right? The Torah actually says, like it's not like don't worship fake gods. It says the other gods. It's almost like there's a battle. Elohim. Like like there was more than one god at the time. They were battling up wherever they are, right?
and it says in the book.
Hold on. That's the whole story of King Saul being chosen because he looked like the king to unite the people to go attack the lands where they're worshiping Baal and create what was called Israel. It's in battle of Elohims.
And it says in the book of Enoch, chapter 69, verses.
Well, Enoch is not in the canon.
Yeah, but that's fine.
You're not going to win.
But it's referred to. It's referred to several times.
Absolutely.
Christians.
Not several times. I don't think Enoch is mentioned once, but there is one Gnostic book mentioned.
And so I go to Enoch chapter 69, verses 8 through 11, where it tells us about one of the Elohim, Penemu, who taught man how to read and write and do all of that, and how that was.
I see why Enoch is not included.
But hold on. We have to remember for the audience too. Enoch is the seventh from Adam and the great grandfather of Noah. Okay.
Yes, and it is one of the most contested.
Genesis. Enoch is mentioned. Well, we have to give respect to the peoples in these stories, just because we can not agree on the doctrine, but Genesis 5, Enoch is talking about Enoch walk with God. Hebrews, Enoch is mentioned in Jude. It's talking about Enoch's prophecies.
You said Enoch is before Noah?
No. So I was going to say that
Enoch is before Noah. He's a great
grandfather. So then, how does a book that or scriptures or any type of writings that Enoch wrote survive a flood?
They took it on the boat.
They could take it on the boat. Okay, yeah, take it on the boat. Oral tradition. It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah,
but the point is that the people's.
Enoch.
Well, then how did the Hebrew buy it? Then it's not Enoch.
Yeah, if it's oral tradition, somebody else
so then Moses is wrong in Genesis chapter 5, verse 21.
Well, we all recognize that Moses wrote the first 5 books, and we give credit to Moses for that. But when it comes to Enoch, all of a sudden we give credit to Enoch. Why?
No, I'm sorry, because Moses in Genesis chapter 5, verse 21, who's talking about writing Enoch?
What is Genesis 5:21?
We're not talking about writing a book. We're talking about a man. I don't know why you moved the goalpost to a book, dude. I'm talking about a man.
It would have been oral tradition.
Why the Christians won't accept Enoch? Why it's not in the canon?
That's moving the goalpost again. All I'm talking to the audience who's watching is who Enoch is. He's the 7th generation from. There is no question. I'm in the middle of.
Didn't somebody
there
ask
wasn't.
A question? No questions.
I said, "Oh my God, play with it." I think so. I'm explaining to the audience. I'm explaining to the audience who Enoch is, and then go on and read your Enoch verse. You guys can say why it's not in there. I'm not arguing anything. I'm explaining now again that Enoch is. I'm not. My God, Clay. Do you have? What's the problem, dude?
Am I incorrect that Enoch is actually in the Ethiopian?
Enoch's all over the place. I'm just strictly trying to tell the audience that the figure of Enoch is a man who's the 7th down from Adam and the great grandfather of Noah. Now, everyone's heard of Adam and everyone's heard of Noah. Everyone's heard of his son Methuselah, etc., etc. And he is described and mentioned by Moses. He's mentioned several times. He's mentioned in Jude. And that's what I'm saying. Then there's an Ethiopian Coptic Christian Bible about him. There's a book of Enoch. There's references all over the place of those.
Shaman,
now read your Enoch 1 that you wanted to do, and then you guys can talk about. I was just trying to give the audience who the fuck we're about to talk about for 2 minutes or maybe 30. Who knows?
Do we even want to go Enoch? Pause. Everyone pause.
Feel free. I'm just writing it in the freaking chat.
Let me ask a question about
someone
what
can
we're
Google
doing
it.
for the night.
I did not include Enoch in my book.
We're 5 hours and 30 minutes in. Shaman, we touched Buddy. The only thing, literally, I wrote down a list of all the topics I wanted to hit. Other than my Ezekiel verse, I've asked to pull up 1,000 times. The only thing we really haven't touched is Paul, but I say we just shelve that for another time.
Let's do Paul specifically, because I don't know if you watched my debate. I don't know if you watched my debate with Vocab Malone for. Okay, so unless you feel like you're going to argue that better for him.
I don't really argue. I'm more.
He's a Trinitarian scholar and professor, so it didn't really work out so well.
Trinity. Can we pull up Ezekiel?
Well, then what's the point? Okay, let's do that. Hold on. Okay, let's do the Paul some other time.
Yeah.
But let Lippy please mention the one Enoch he wanted to do, and then let someone respond to it, because Enoch is a very big character. I was just trying to frame the lineage. That's all. I don't even know what you guys are about to say. Let Lippy mention the Enoch verse, and then you go to Ezekiel.
I think the Lord is trying to come in again.
Oh, it's okay. Sorry.
Lippy, you got one more thing about Enoch, Lippy?
Lippy, you had the Enoch verse, right?
Yeah, 69 verses 8 through 11 talks about how the angel Penemu came down and taught man how to read and write and all that, and how that art teaching and all that was actually the downfall of man. And I wanted people to correlate that with idolization. It's the stem of idolization. It's using our imagination to be creators ourselves.
So I kind of feel it's irrelevant because that actually happened in Genesis.
Yeah, Exodus 15:3, Yahweh is a man of war, Yahweh is his name. I would say the intentions of man, look, it's real simple. You can look at what Semyazim and the 200 watchers came down in the gifts or curses upon man. We cannot blame a piece of metal formed into something we call a gun. We don't blame the gun. We blame what we do for things. So we as humans like to blame other things. Yeah, we like to blame everything except ourselves. And what the religions teach us is we're accountable for our own actions and inactions. We kind of went over this earlier, man. So we can't blame wisdom. Wisdom is information. Wisdom is just wisdom. We cannot blame wisdom or necessarily a source. What we do is what we do. A book of lies can have one truth in it. It still could be a book of lies with a single truth. It doesn't have to be good book or bad book. So when I mentioned Second Peter, when I mentioned Second Peter, and I mentioned this is the most controversial of all the canonized scriptures because no one even knows who wrote it, and it's been scripturally dissected to be at least 150 AD because of the type of Greek being used in it. Doesn't mean there's not historical facts in it. Doesn't mean it can't be used for certain things, But Enoch is a great story, just like the Gospel of Thomas. So if someone agrees or doesn't agree that they want to read it or whatever, it's fine. But we cannot be like Orthodox, the Ortho bros that are going to just say, oh, well, so-and-so said that's not accurate, because then we can start dissecting who said what. And if we want to start getting into the early church fathers and who said what, then we're going to really start dissecting where things actually came from, which is my general debate topics. But that was it. Enoch, you just wanted to say that Enoch. I thought you were going to go deep with that.
Well, no, the correlation with idolization and the fact that we are creators. I think a lot of people have been misconstruing it. I think we're intended to have idols, but we put it on the wrong end. Are not our children an image and likeness of ourselves as we are children of God? Isn't that the true perspective of idolization rather than an image and likeness of ourselves and idolizing ourselves? That image and likeness we are still supposed to idolize, but it is one of ourselves as a creation. We create children. That's what we're supposed to idolize. That's the message I see in those scriptures. Does it not talk about adopting the children that are desolate, of the barren and unmarried wives?
I mean, this is what my pastor tells me all the time. He's like, look at God and look at our children. Sometimes he like we punish our children. Our children don't understand. We know that we're actually not punishing our children, but they look at it as punishment. But it's actually a gift to them to put them on the right road, right? So, like we were talking about free will earlier, and we're like, why would God do that? Well, we're idiots, right? And our parents are okay. Not everybody's parents, but most parents try to put their kids on the best path they can. And sometimes punishment is in there, whether they like it or not. And they think we're evil for doing that punishment.
Karma is a bitch if you are, is one of my favorite sayings, right? And karma just the word karma just translates to actions, right? So,
right.
It's not a deity in any form, which although karma has been materialized in the form of quote gods and worshipped in several ways, positively and negatively. But I mean, you take away the deities and the figures, it's like the action itself is light or dark based off of the cause and effect. A gun, you can shoot a gun and save someone's life. That's a good deed, but you can shoot a gun and take an innocent's life, and that's a bad deed. The same exact action with two completely different intentions and results.
Absolutely.
Boys,
right. And as humans, we're always trying to go, okay, I mean, I like what you said, Lippy, in the sense that hey, we're fathers to our children, and therefore we are the children's God in a sense, right? And my pastor tells me, well, this is the best relationship that I can give you on how God is to us, but that isn't necessarily how God is to us. It's just the best way that I can interpret it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why he gives it to me. Now, I don't know if that's actually factual or not, but it's the one thing that I can understand as an aunt of God. Right.
Hey, Vibe, Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You believe in Adam and Eve, right?
Yeah, so I have an interesting. I mean, I don't believe I'm not a new Earth guy.
I do that too, Jody. By the way,
I am an old Earth guy, so I believe in the concept of Adam and Eve, but I don't believe that Adam and Eve showed up like a few thousand years ago, and everything started from there. And the Bible actually kind of says that too, because we have multiple tribes after like Cain that he came up and he rose. There had to be multiple civilizations. I believe it's kind of a direction of evolution, because the Bible is not a story about the evolution of man or animals or anything like that. It's basically about the savior of but I believe there are true stories and of the Bible, and I believe some of the stories are factual and some of the stories are representative. So yes, I believe in Adam and Eve.
Shaman, bro. This is can we pull up that one verse I've been asking for 4 hours, and then I think I'm a dead.
You said Ezekiel, but did you ever say
4 hours?
So yeah, what? Ezekiel. This is 4 hours. 4 hours of your whole life, right? The question is how far can we go in 4 hours, deep down the spiritual? In this case, we're talking scriptural.
Yeah,
that some people would spend an entire lifetime to get to uncover some of this stuff. People go their whole life worshiping, something else. So it's like the search, man. This is not I wasn't,
They're not good Bereans. They're not studying the scriptures.
Well, everyone thinks they're doing. Everyone's just starved on reality show.
On Blue Letter Bible.
Yeah. What's the verse?
Why is that funny?
Because the Blue Letter Bible.
Ezekiel 43.
43. Okay, I don't
What's
recall you
happening
saying.
Right now? What are we doing?
I'm asking my last question that I've been asking for hours, and then I'm dipping because.
Let's see here. Let's go Ezekiel 43.
And I need it in the Blue Letter though, because
I am pulling up your Blue Letter. Don't worry.
Different translate. We're not even going to go to the. You can look at the original Hebrew. We're just going to look at different translations.
Okay, let me pull it
Ben,
up.
by the way.
What'd you say?
Chris wanted a wrench, I think.
Oh, NASB is a good version to look at if you're not going to go literal translation.
I don't know if he's around, but
Chris don't got a fucking wrench.
All right, so I go like this, boom.
Share the screen.
Ezekiel, yep. Yeah, and we have to look at the Hebrew because otherwise you're gonna just be reading some King James shit, and God forbid, God forbid, you're reading some Schofield. Genesis 12, we bless Israel, we're blessed. Dude, they have
Omar. I
Yes,
personally
sir.
go to the NASB first, but when I don't understand it, then I actually go to the linear, which does the Hebrew translation and the missing words and things like that. So I agree with you, but I think NASB is pretty close. And crazy shit, I thought King James was way off, but
it's not way off.
It's one of the more literal translations. It's not as good as NASB, but it is actually pretty good.
It's not way off, and I was doing the thing because that's what everyone. It's not way off, but it's off on very, very, very important, very specific words.
Yeah, I can get that. I mean, we can even look at.
Okay, if you go to the beginning of a story and you have a half truth here, then in the middle of the story, everyone's already presupposing Genesis 2 verse 4 flesh as opposed to soul. They go, it's soul, it's flesh, and then we get into the situations where we're talking about Second Peter when there were graphos, which means writings, but they say no. Peter was said scriptures. No, Peter did not say scriptures in that. The Greek word is writings, meaning letters. Very different thing of affirming Paul's letters or Paul's scriptures. You understand? I'm just offering to everyone to just make sure you go and pull up the actual original language of anything you're reading, please. That's all.
And for the audience, and Benjamin Bolderson is probably going to enjoy this. I actually did a show on that there is no hell in the Bible. Hell is the daughter. Hell is actually the daughter of Benjamin's God, right? But there is a Sheol, and when King James translated it, the closest thing they
unmute vibe.
What was the word hell? And so hell became a word in the English language, right?
We can go hell in 1 second. We can go hell in 1 second.
No. Just a point for the audience.
But they have Sheol.
Yeah, they have Sheol, but just as a point to the audience on how something that was decent gets translated crazy from. If you want to bring this to the English people, and the English people are Nordic,
verse
how they understand.
We'll go hell big in a second here. Scroll down.
No, we don't have to go to hell. We don't need to debate that. I just bringing up a side point.
Please, Omar, scroll down. I beg you, bro.
I can't hear you. What did you say?
Scroll down, please, bro.
To what?
Please, to verse 14.
Okay, you haven't said verse. I only heard 43. Okay, 14.
Yeah, you just kept on saying 43. 43.
Okay. All right, I've been guess. All right. Can now where it says KJV, this is fine, but go to where it says you can choose the Bible, choose the Britain Septuagint. You see where it says that? Is this Brent? Should be in the top right. Maybe scroll up top right.
I don't understand why you're trying to get a Greek translation of a Hebrew.
Okay, that's fine.
Consider that to be like the real situation.
All right, I'm gonna read it to you out of the Septuagint.
I'm trying to find your Greek. Hold on. Hey, bro. Okay. I'm zoomed in. This
I'm going to read it out
tell me at the beginning what you want me to do, because when I zoom in.
It says KJV at the top, very top.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Click that. Go to Britain's Septuagint. I think it's BES. I think it's BES.
BES.
Down.
BES.
I think that's it. Yeah, click that.
Okay.
See what happens. And then I guess you have to type in Ezekiel again.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay. 43.
Yeah, 43, enter.
Okay.
Hopefully BES. Yeah, this is it.
Yep.
Verse 14.
And then go to 14.
Read verse 14 and tell me how that fits in your
is it zooming in? Is
yeah,
good?
it's beautiful. Read it.
Okay, you can see this? Let me check. You can see it? Okay, good.
We can all see it.
We did it. All right.
4 hours later.
From the brother, we've gone over every detail. This is your last one. You can't be like you wanted to start with it because you should have started with it. You wanted to obviously end with it.
I asked for this verse.
Every verse you've asked for, we pulled up over the course of these 4 hours, and this is the last one you've asked for. And if you ask for another one, we'll pull that up too. From the bottom at the commencement of the hollow part to the from the bottom at the commencement of the hollow part to this great mercy seat, from beneath 2 cubits, and the breadth was a cubit. And from the little mercy seat to the great mercy seat, 4 cubits, and the breadth was a cubit. That's okay.
2 powers in heaven. Booyah!
Okay, please explain, because I have a very low IQ. I'm not very intelligent.
All right,
so
no,
explain this to me.
I have only a double-digit
basically,
IQ.
I've heard, if you don't know, Shaman's mentioned it a couple times tonight, the 2 powers in heaven thing. It's just the concept of the Trinity in general, right? Some people believe that Jesus they're Unitarian. They believe there's only man. Some believe are Arian. They believe he pre-existed. Some are Trinitarian. They believe, he's a second person of the Godhead, right? And this verse, and there's one other verse, I believe in Revelation. I don't have the other one written down, but this one, there's 2 verses in the Bible that talk about 2 thrones, 2 seats. And this verse, you only get it out of the Septuagint. And this is King James, so it's hard English if you don't know King James. But it says, from the bottom of the commencement of the hollow part to this great mercy seat, from beneath it was 2 cubits, and the breadth was a cubit. From the little mercy seat to the great mercy seat, 4 cubits, and the breadth was a cubit. So this is basically just describing like 2 thrones, basically.
But it's described. No, bro, these are fucking measurements.
Yeah, I agree.
A cubit, it's a measurement.
What is the great mercy seat and the little mercy seat?
It's describing the levels to the terrace. It's a description. Haven't you ever seen depictions of old rabbis drawing this up? Have you never seen the image?
The covenant of the ark? Show me what you're talking about. Because there's another verse too that I think it's in Revelation. It talks about from the little ledge to the higher ledge, and I've heard people do deep dives in Greek where this kind of talks about 2 throne seats. I mean, this very clearly says the great mercy seat and the little mercy seat. It's pretty insane when you first time I saw this. I wanted to bring this up when we were talking about 2 powers a long time ago. We can hear you.
Hold on, I can't hear you right now. Hold on.
You're good. Daniel 7, chapter 9. I'll just read that aloud.
Jody is trying to get in.
Oh, Jody, man. Rest in peace.
Oh, Daniel 7, chapter 9. I beheld until the thrones were set, and the Ancient of Days sat, and his raiment was white as snow. And the hair of his head is pure wool, and his throne was a flame of fire, and his wheels burning fire. Just the concept of multiple thrones. I mean, you have like the courtroom language of like the elders, right? The 12 elders. But this Ezekiel 43:14 seems to describe like a special seat for Jesus, the mercy seat, where mercy is given from, which is where the ruler, the judge.
I can't hear anybody. Hold on,
So yeah.
Yeah, this is weird.
It's been me all the time, dude.
Cubics are like, we can convert those to feet, and it's distance. So you're basically saying because of the distance, we have multiple seats.
I mean, it says this great mercy seat, the little mercy seat, right? I mean, does the verse not describe 2 mercy seats?
No, but I see that. But okay, what's the context? If we start at 43,
I think the whole context is just how to build the temple, but that's a good question.
Yeah, well, if the context is how to build the temple, then your point is irrelevant.
All I'm saying is there's 2 mercy seats, and we were talking about the 2 powers in heaven. It's just one side verse. I wanted
it feels very Protestant in the sense that like I'm going to read one line and determine how I feel like it should be determined. And forgive me, I'm not actually trying to be mean here. I'm always willing to learn. I just consider myself like the idiot because
Look into it. I mean, you can translate this stuff like NASB and try to draw this out yourself. I think that's what
I do. Trust me. Like when I read Numbers, I was reading Numbers. I was like, these numbers don't add up. And then I started doing some research. I'm like, why don't these numbers add up? And then I learned that, well, actually the numbers don't add up. And then there's like 5 different theories on why the numbers don't add up. And then I have
so what are
I
the
have to go to my
mercy
priest, right?
The mercy seats. So the concept of like in the Old Testament, God would come down and sit in on like the throne, and
like a
basically,
Merkaba?
I've heard that word before, but I'm not super familiar with
That's
it.
the Kabbalistic, but anyway, sorry.
I'm back. I'm back
But
for
it's
some
like
reason.
a chariot or something.
Yeah, something. What? How do you feel, Shaman? 2 mercy seats.
Yeah, it's
trying to
Have you
educate
ever seen
myself.
that before?
no, it's not. It's describing. It's describing. It's describing.
Maybe Omar can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can
I
hear
can't
you.
hear Omar.
I can hear him. I can hear
Back
him.
Damn.
I hear everybody.
Howard, you have to go out and come back
I
in for
can
the
hear
100th time because I can't.
But not Omar.
Okay, but so then leave and come back. Tell him to leave and come back for the 100th time.
Howard, he said leave and come back. He said you can't hear him. I don't know why.
He can't hear me, so
Yeah.
that doesn't mean I'm going to stop the whole thing because he can't hear.
You're good.
All right.
So you reject it? No 2 mercy
I'm not
seats?
I'm not rejecting. I'm telling you that these Jews have been going with the 2 powers in heaven since before Paul. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, so you agree? Wait, I thought this was one of the reasons you like rejected Paul, though, was because
No. Listen. I'm the concept of the.
All right, I just want to make sure that you understand that the translation of this word here is ledge or court. Mercy seat is not a translation.
Yeah,
so
it's a little
it's
ledge,
describing
big ledge.
something in the temple, right? It's
Yes.
not describing something in heaven.
This is KJV though.
Go ahead.
Pull up the step 2 again. It's
okay.
It does.
This isn't KJV. This is the literal translation of the Hebrew word. Like this is crazy because Strong's info right here. Okay, and I went ahead and did it for Omar, so he doesn't have to worry about doing it.
Thank you, Clay. By the way, I'm going to put you in control of this situation.
Yeah, Strong's info, right?
Take control of the verses because but you're on a different computer. It's fine.
Azarah is the word in Hebrew. Azarah. That's literally what the word is, and it means ledge or court, outer one of temple, or surrounding Ezekiel's altar. Yes, it's a vision of heaven and the temple in heaven in Ezekiel's vision. Yes, I will admit that, but it's in its original meaning of surrounding an enclosure, also a border, court, or settle. Right, so it's literally the outside ledge of it's not a seat. It's not a seat. I don't know why they translated it in that version that way, but
because they're trying to affirm. Clay, I can tell you exactly why. Because they're trying to affirm Paul's 2 powers in heaven. That's what I'm trying to say.
This is, but you guys are reading out of the. Hold on.
I'm reading the Hebrew
English translation. I'm telling you, the English version of the Hebrew is translating it.
This is the word,
the story that Paul is painting in Hebrew.
This is the Hebrew word right here. This one that I'm highlighting is the actual Hebrew word. And then if I highlight over a little bit more, this is how you say that word. Azarah. That is the literal word in Hebrew, which is this writing right here. That's the word that's actually in the scriptures.
And the word haaretz, which is the earth, which is the name of a newspaper in Israel as well. It's describing the parameters of the ledges of the temple. It's an architectural description and measurements of the cubits.
Yeah. Just so you know that I'm not bullshitting here. So this is literally the one you asked for, which is Ezekiel 43:14, right? And from the bottom upon the ground, even to the lower settle, right?
Yes.
Settle is the way that this particular version translated it. Settle, it means ledge. It's actually like the outer ledge shall be 2 cubits and the breadth of 1 cubit. It's literally describing a ledge.
If you go to the Temple Institute, which is an organization in which I completely reject and denounce, they have it, because the whole thing in Ezekiel is bigger than that. It's like what are we looking at? 43.
43.
Yeah,
and 14.
Yeah, so if you start before that, if you go to like 40 all the way to 50, it's describing the measurements of this third temple, and this is where the Temple Institute got their designs for the third temple they're trying to build today. This is the entire thing.
Quick housekeeping for you, Omar. So this right here is what I was talking about, the H with the letters. If you click this, watch, Boom. That takes you
go back to where you were. I didn't see you click. Okay, there I see the cursor. Got it. Oh, fuck. Okay.
For housekeeping, so that the future.
Thank you.
No problem, brother.
Thank you.
Now we know. And the more you know.
Hey, listen, you want me to look stupid? Have me do technical stuff? Put me through a math quiz. We're just talking about things I happen to know. There's many things I have no clue and can look like a complete idiot, but this is also why I don't do debates on math tests. This is why I just give you.
You'll be a powerful man with this type of knowledge, the Blue Letter Bible, and how to use it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's brilliant to educate people on like King James, NSAB, the interlinear Bible. What you guys are doing with the Hebrew, looking at the missing words and the assumptions, because when it says like he said this versus we don't actually know that the word he, because it's missing. It could be we, right? Yeah. It makes some major contextual changes.
Yes.
Now the Orthodox, who I'm not Orthodox, would just freaking stomp on me because I'm a Protestant. Going, well, you don't have to worry about that because we actually have the word.
You're pretty good, man. I don't know if they would stomp on you, man.
Well, no. He's right though, Clay, because the Ortho Bros today would attack both of you Christians stronger than they would attack me because they would consider you guys full apostate heretics.
Yeah, that's true.
But Omar, I mean, I have to say they have the right, because I've seen these new churches that are popping up that are interpreting the Bible in ways
they're justified.
That I would never interpret it as, right? And I'm like, they have a point, right? If I can just make up whatever I want based off of what I read, then how I feel about that verse.
But Vibe, this is my point though. This is exactly what the Romans did with the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. They whether it's forget about even the ones that were rejected, but if you're talking about the other church fathers that were actually accepted, like where do we start? I'm kind of drawing blank now. What's his name in 200?
Are you talking about the Roman Empire that brought in all the Christians to create like the official first Bible?
Who is the most famous one from 200 CE? I'm drawing a blank. We just talked about him like Wednesday.
Talking about for the first Christians or for the
early church fathers.
Yeah, the first ones that were claiming
Marcion 200.
Yeah, I think that's one of them.
Let me look it up. What are we on?
I think you're thinking of oh my god.
Oh my gosh! Let me
I did this series like a year ago, and I can't believe I can't remember now.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Not Marcion. I'm drawing a blank. I start to draw. What's his name?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I can't. Usually, I'm really on point with these things.
You got Clement. You got Ignatius. You got Polycarp.
Wasn't Ignatius?
And Pius. And then Justin Martyr.
Justin Martyr's another.
Yep, that's 2nd century.
Oh my gosh, dude. Are we? Hold on a second. Let's see. Church Father 200.
So good.
Tertullian. Was it Tertullian?
Yeah. My God.
I remember you mentioning Tertullian.
Yeah. Tertullian, Irenaeus, Clement of Alexandria. These early church fathers, like if you go and like, first of all, most Christians don't even understand. They say Council of Nicaea. That's one of 8 ecumenical councils. There's 2 Nicene creeds. The East and West Roman Empire was split between the Filioque for the whole time. Like the problem is there is not this traditional singular orthodoxy of which they can actually point to. And if there was, that was like uniform like this, it will never change. Like the Jews, with at least when they agreed on the Masoretic, they're like never change. Then they'd have an argument. They don't have an argument because there's 2 Nicene creeds. The Filioque was added and not even ratified, so they have no right to come after the Christians who decided to also make non-ecumenical changes.
That is not necessarily true, right? So when they did that basically official thing under Constantine, right? Constantine brought all the Christians together, but the Old Testament, the Torah, was already established. At the time, the New Testament wasn't there yet, right? But they basically agreed that this is the Old Testament, and when they went to that council, it didn't change. No books were added or no books were removed, right? They just were published.
Yeah, but you don't have to change the books to change the actual words, because the Filioque was first even mentioned like 600, and it was added without an ecumenical council. It was called the Latin Creed, like 1000. So the way that the church worked from Jerusalem and Rome was that if something was going to be changed around, they would have an ecumenical council, they would all vote, and they would pass it, right? And this would be the uniform thing. But the interesting part about the Filioque, which means and the Son, adding this to the Nicene Creed, was it was not an ecumenical council. Rome just decided to create the Latin Creed and said, deal with it. And the Western Empire, Jerusalem Church said, no, that's not how it works. So because the Nicene Creed they did not have the Filioque, because the Holy Spirit and the Holy Spirit proceeded from the Father. It was everything from the Father, and then the Filioque means and the Son in Latin. So the Father and the Son was added. This is 700 years after Jesus. This is 1,000 years after Jesus. This is 700 years after Nicaea, because Nicaea is 323 to 325. The Filioque was added officially in the Latin Creed like 1000 something, like early 1000s. This is a problem. This is a Christian dilemma, because again, I'm defending Christians here. I don't believe, because the Catholic Church, who gives the Catholic Church the right to pass the judgment on the Orthodox Church? Who gives the Orthodox Church to pass the right against the people who worship Jesus through the King James? So I don't understand who makes them think they're superior to others. And Jay Dyer would say what? He'd say, well, Jay Dyer goes, we have a unobstructed direct path through the early church fathers all the way to Peter. And it's like, the answer is no, you don't.
Well,
no, you do not, sir. What you do have is Gospels. Sorry,
us Christians do have a paradox that we have to deal with, and it's a very hard paradox to deal with, right? So, I mean, Orthodox and Christians were the same, or Catholics were the same at one point until they split, right? And apparently, part of
the Great Schism,
yeah, the Great Schism, and there was multiple schisms until like 700, right?
Exactly. There've been multiple schisms since Adam and Eve, by the way. So go ahead.
Yes, right. And by the way, Muslims, didn't even show up until like 800 years after Christ.
So my brother, the Muslims showed up 400 years before the Filioque was added.
Okay, so. But there's all these paradoxes that Christians have to deal with in this whole paradox, right? Because even me as a Christian, and where I lie in my Christianity, I think Mormons are paganists, right? And Mormons think basically, like you're Jewish, right, Omar?
No.
I wasn't quite following where you were.
No, sir. My family, I'm Pashtun Afghan.
He's Shemitic,
but I'm not.
He wants to be Aryan, but he's really from Shem.
Because we have to every once in a while be realistic with ourselves, right? Like there was the Jews, and then we said, okay, we got Christ. Now we're a new religion, and we've not rewritten the rules. We've just kind of said this is what God originally meant. And then the Mormons come along and they say, okay, well, you guys did that. Now we're going to do it again. Now we as Christians look at the Mormons as
but Jesus didn't do that or say that. Neither did Paul or Mark or Matthew. It was Peter, Mark, or Matthew. It was Paul that changed the things from the Old Testament laws that Jesus pointed at. That's the problem.
You said you were going to hold the Paul thing off. And by the way,
we'll do that together. We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that.
Let's do that one together. Because when I saw you do that debate, I was so excited about it because I've actually had that thought in my head.
Let's not have a debate. Let's have a conversation about it.
I agree. Yeah.
Let's have a conversation about it.
Do you believe Paul did the? I thought like one of your main complaints with Paul was his twin powers thing. It wasn't. I'm saying that.
I can tell you, similar to the Kabbalist of today, of the Merkaba mystics of his day, of Paul's day, First Temple Judaism.
Yeah,
it's okay if you believe what you believe, but understand this is not original scriptures and texts. Today we have a problem in Judaism that they believe the Talmud and the Torah is all interchangeable. It's all sacred. No, it's not. The Talmud is a series of in the Talmud you can you can do this yes and you can do this no. And so that's the problem with the hand of man. If I'm saying you're going to the religion of Abraham, you got to go to the original books of whatever they were at. So do I put more energy into what Matthew has as opposed to yes. Why?
Yes. And for the audience out there is a sect of Christians that just go by the Gospels and actually ignore what Paul said because they said, this is what Jesus taught. And these are the testimonies from Jesus. We don't know about this guy, Paul. And he did come later. And Luke, Paul and Luke.
Yeah,
together,
those are called Muslims. Those are called Muslims, and those are called a lot of Jews that believe Jesus was the Messiah, who were exterminated by what you later would call Israel in real time.
And by the way, I'm not saying I believe any of this. I'm just giving the information, right? That this
maybe
is
I don't
something.
believe any of this. Maybe I don't believe a word of it all. But we're just having a conversation.
Are you guys going to go Paul tonight?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm gonna close this out.
No, but I will. I make sure I give you my word that when we have the Paul discussion, that we gotta all make sure that we're all there together for sure.
Yeah. Because and I know you guys close out. Sorry to detract you. I was just searching up some Hebrew and stuff. So the Ezekiel 43 verse I brought up, the word "settle" does mean mercy seat. And if you look like 3 verses later, it's only talks about one, but it uses the same word. So I think just wanted to throw that out there. The word "settle" means mercy.
But that's okay. But how many other times in the Bible is there a reference to mercy seat? Mm-hmm. And like if they're talking about building a temple and like, hey, this is going to be the mercy seat. How many times in the Bible? And by the way, it's 0. Just to let you know. Do they talk about mercy seats in the thrones of God? Right. So it's not a second seat, it's not a third seat. It's just
I just pulled up 2 verses. What are you talking about?
But Ezekiel 43 is a measurement. You understand? It's a sacrificial altar. There's the temple.
There's two settles.
The second description is the altar, the sacrificial altar.
So you're saying there's two altars or one altar?
No, there's a temple and then the measurements of the altar.
What about the specific verse that says 2 settles?
Brother, the Jews have organized this for you pretty well. Go to the Temple Institute.
All I'm saying is anyone can read the verse. It clearly states 2 settles. And you guys said that the ledge doesn't mean mercy seat. And I don't know Hebrew that well, so I just looked it up, and it definitely does.
The entire Ezekiel chapter.
You can read 3 verses later, and it says, and the mercy seat.
Brother.
And the settle.
You're talking about Ezekiel 43 in 2 sentences. Correct. Ezekiel 40 to 50 is all talking about this temple, man.
Correct.
So 10 chapters is all talking about this temple.
All I'm pointing is to one specific verse that mentions 2 seats.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about the tabernacle, right?
Hey, and
was that describing heaven?
So this is what I pulled up. The confusion likely comes from a different verse, Ezekiel 43:14, or from a mix-up with the Hebrew word for mercy seat, which is kaporet, which shares a root meaning to cover or atone in Isaiah 43:14. The key phrases are Goelkim, our Redeemer, and references to the Chaldeans and ships, with no occurrences of the term for the mercy seat. Do you understand what that's saying? That
No,
means it's not the mercy seat. It's literally a confusion
Azarah
because
is
it's a mix up
apparently
with the Hebrew word for mercy seat. It's literally, there's a different word. Let me put it this way. Just like I showed you with logos, if it's a word that already exists, why would they use a different word, right? If the word kaparet already exists to literally mean mercy seat, then why would they use the word that means settle or ledge? This doesn't make sense.
Look at Ezekiel 43, 17 and 14. Both of these verses, like I don't think anyone would say this isn't talking. If you're saying that these verses aren't talking about the mercy seat, they're talking about the lower ledge. The ledge of what? The settle of what? The word settle. It means to sit.
Every Jew on earth in the history of
Bro,
Jews.
we brought the Jew up here. He agreed with my definition.
Bro, he's not. With all due respect to him, I know 1,000 times more about Judaism than him. He is born a Jew.
Is in the back.
He's born a Jew. He never said he said specifically he doesn't study it.
He said the word El does not mean what you said.
Bro, I said El means God, man.
Yeah,
what
but
are
he
you
didn't say anything
about?
about mercy seat. He didn't say anything about mercy seat. What are you
talking
about?
I'm saying if the Jew is here, he'd probably agree with me.
Look,
he probably would not.
The Jew comes to listen to me talk about Judaism. Just understand, remember.
Yeah.
So just to also clarify, just real quick, if we want to go in context, because we're pointing at Christian stuff, let's also point into Judaism real quick, because it was not it's not until 1000 AD that the actual Masoretic Tanakh that we have today was codified there, which is 700 years after the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, can I say one other thing about this?
They like to always point like it's like older, it's never been touched. Well, it certainly has been touched.
Omar, the word, according to the Hebrew Bible, the kaparet, or mercy seat, was the gold lid placed on the Ark of the Covenant.
Okay.
The mercy seat is the lid of the Ark of the Covenant. It's not a throne. Kaparet, which is the mercy seat, I'm looking at it right here. It's the Ark of the Covenant, the lid, the golden lid is placed on top of there. That's not a seat for Jesus to sit on. I don't know where you're getting this theology from, my man.
This holds no weight in the thrones of heaven.
Daniel 7:9. These, go draw that out in your theology.
There's a word for mercy seat. It's kaparet.
A minute ago, you said it was Azarah, or you said
no. There's a word for mercy seat. You're saying that the word for mercy seat is this other word, which means ledge. It's not. Kaparet is mercy seat. It's literally the mercy seat, and it means the golden lid of the Ark of the Covenant. This is what it is. It's the golden lid of the Ark of the Covenant.
Can we just ask the basic question? Are they describing the thrones in heaven in these verses in the context prior? And
don't forget, in Ezekiel, in the beginning of Ezekiel, he describes God's throne as blue, like a sapphire.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a completely different subject.
Then that's different. Yeah, no, look, I just wanted to throw those out there. We can call it though. I'd be down to go, Paul, but it's already freaking 3 a.m.
There's an amazing song. There's an amazing prayer, and it's a song about it. The blue like a sapphire stone. It's talking about there could be a kabot. Anyway, whatever. It's about describing the throne. It's in Ezekiel 1. It's the beginning.
Ooh.
It starts at a throne, then it goes out and builds this whole thing. It's but look at listen. You want to see the visual depiction of what we're talking about? Go to the Temple Institute, which, by the way, spent $5 million on red heifers from Texas.
Check this out. Well, you guys are probably going to reject this. The Greek word for mercy seat, I know you're going to, is hilasteron. And if you look at the Septuagint, which is the verse I had you pull up, that's the word it's using there. And this is going to be
because it rewrote it in Greek. It rewrote it in Greek instead of Hebrew.
Text,
Thank you for proving exactly what I was saying about logos earlier.
Doesn't prove
very simple.
Wait,
let's look at the verse in context.
Which language was Ezekiel written in? Greek or Hebrew?
Hebrew.
It was written in Hebrew originally.
So then why are you using a Greek word?
I'm just using the oldest translation we have. There are other translations, English translations, that translate settle to mercy seat.
We have translations for Hebrew. What are you talking about? We have literally scrolls for Ezekiel.
Look, anyone can look it up. Hilasteron. And the only reason I brought this up too is because I thought Shaman rejected Paul because of this. So I was just trying to show that there is like very biblical presence for the concept of multiple rulers and multiple gods. So
I know every single verse of the Hebrew Bible that anyone trying to prove the two powers in heaven and affirm Paul's thing, what they're going to use. The only reason I would get into a debate with a guy who has a master's degree on the subject and is a professor on the subject. I didn't just take anyone off the street. I've went through the entire concept. And by the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with Paul using meditation, plant medicines, whatever, to meet God directly himself. In fact, I encourage that. I'm simply saying that Paul, as a Pharisaical Jewish rabbi, knows better. That's all I'm saying. Because
that's true.
Because whether he knew or not, and I think he knew exactly what he was doing. And I think, look, you got Peter, who wouldn't even sit down to eat with the Gentiles and uncircumcised. These people were ultra Jewish. These were serious Jews.
Ike, if you can pull up Exodus 25:18.
Is this okay?
Paul. Anyway, we will leave the Paul thing alone. But what I'm saying is that Jesus affirmed.
We can go there.
Jesus affirmed those laws, and Paul kind of came in and just changed the whole scriptures. He's like,
I don't think so. I think Paul affirmed everything. I think Paul, behind Jesus, was the second most Torah observant man to ever live.
No. So Moses.
I think if you read both of their writings, I think Paul knew the Torah like the back of his hand.
He was on a warpath against the Christians.
So
Ike is kind of right on that.
I don't think there was anyone as studied as Paul on the Torah ever.
I think well, again,
I'd put
Paul was a very educated, very wealthy Jewish Pharisee who decided to write in Greek, and who intentionally misused different words and used them. Pneuma is a gender neutral concept for spirit, of which he attributed what you call the Holy Spirit being masculine as a part of a Trinity, whereas in Hebrew it's ruach, which is feminine, which is neshama, which is feminine. So that alone shows you a very serious situation according to Jewish rabbis in any time period, because you have now just changed the context of God's spirit and made it into a masculine part. There's some very serious things that Paul changed that opened the door.
Wait, how did you say he changed it to masculine? Sorry.
Well, he uses the word pneuma, which is Greek, and he applied and the word in Hebrew is ruach, and the word for the soul, the breath of God in you, which would be like I guess soul, is called neshama, and both are feminine words. Neither of them ever have an independent will. Only happens with God's will. The Spirit of God only moves from being to being to being to being, as God tells. It doesn't have free will. It doesn't have independent mind. It's not an independent person.
Where did Paul change that? Give me one example, if you will. Sorry.
I thought I just did.
Well, while he's grabbing that, did you pull up the verse?
Ezekiel 25 or is it
Exodus
25:17, I think.
18.
Yep. What does it say?
My brother.
Hey, Omar, just a heads up. You got a few people backstage that are trying to come up.
Oh.
All right. And I shall make 2 cherubims of gold and 2 ends of the mercy. This says mercy seat all over the place. Yeah.
That's okay, Omar.
Yeah. So, and thou shalt, this is just, yeah. So this is literally the word that I was trying to tell you that it actually is the word, which is kaparet, right? And kaparet means mercy seat. And what it's referring to is the lid of the Ark of the Covenant, right? So if this is the actual word for it, then why on earth would someone try to translate a word that means ledge to mercy seat?
Because
Why?
if there was 2 ledges, then that by definition means 2 coverings, which by definition means 2 lids. However you want to say it. And also, I mean, doesn't this Hebrew come later than the Greek Septuagint? Like, isn't the word halesteron technically more ancient? You know what I mean?
No. Hebrew is a much more ancient language than the Greek.
Right, but we only have the Masoretic though.
Well, yeah, there's a well in there. I get it. No, I get it, Omar. You don't even have to say anything.
No, I'm not saying anything.
But the writing is older. Obviously, here we're reading Exodus, which is one of the 5 books of Moses. Ezekiel obviously is one of the prophets. Obviously, Ezekiel is a later book or a later scroll, right? So Ezekiel should reflect Exodus, but it does not. For some reason, they're using a different word there.
Hey, this person said, "Be funny if they found out an earlier copy in Greek."
Well, they did. That's called the Septuagint.
Well, yeah, except they didn't, because the concept that the Greek was written before the Hebrew doesn't make sense.
Not written before. It's an more ancient manuscript and more.
Well, you're telling me that the law of Moses
let me just finish saying what I was saying. So there's something called an acrostic, right? Is where you start a sentence with A, start a sentence with B, start a sentence with C, and so A, B, C, D, E, F on the left side, but it would have writings, and all over the Tanakh is acrostic writings. Aleph, Bet, Gimel, in Psalms, right. two portions of Psalms, Lamentations, Proverbs, and like 2 others, all over the place. And so the problem is that if you cannot, it would be the statistical probability of that just randomly occurring is very difficult to say. So that for me is the reason why I would say for sure that the Hebrew came before the Greek. And then, by the way, just to clarify, like it wouldn't change my reality. Either one comes first.
Right.
As I've affirmed already, I'm not a Jew.
And on top of that, we're talking about
defending this for some reason.
We're also talking about
not any of them, but I'm not a. If it was Greek, I would say the Greek came first. But we're the acrostic nature of the writings, especially in Psalms, it doesn't. It's hard to. It's impossible.
But we're also talking about Ezekiel versus Exodus.
No, I was just talking about the person who wrote that. All right.
Yeah.
You guys keep going. You guys keep going.
Yep. And so Exodus obviously was written before Ezekiel. Ezekiel's one of the prophets, right? So if Ezekiel being written afterward uses a specific word that does not mean the same thing as the one written in Exodus, I'm going to tell you right now that that's a very poor translation, and we see it all the time. It's just it happens, right? So if
have you ever seen the end of Job in Hebrew versus in the Septuagint? There's like insane amounts more. Have you ever seen this? Have you ever heard of the concept that like the Septuagint is like the less censored Bible, basically?
I mean, remember, like the Romans translated everything to Latin from the Greek, and for the most part,
from the Vulgate. From Septuagint, Vulgate, Old English.
Yeah, but this is the problem, dude. You have to remember these people were affirming the conclusion. Like, for example, when you go Isaiah 14:12, when Isaiah 14:12, when Isaiah is speaking to the king of Babylon, 2 very important parts from this. The first one is he's affirming the previous gods regarding the mountain. I'll remember the Zephyroth, the mountain. But the second most important part is he says Hallel, and Hallel is referring to Venus and the morning star, and morning star into Latin becomes Lucifer, and then Lucifer becomes a person in the 1400s, and now everyone thinks Lucifer is a being walking the earth, and there's a whole damn story in a book about it when it's just a mistranslation. So this is the problem with time and mistranslations.
Even Jesus was considered Lucifer, right? He was a shining light.
That's a great vibe. That's a very good point. And if I say that in the middle of what I just said, people are like, "Oh my god!" Yeah, so I leave that out. But
this is on your point, this is something really important, especially for the audience to realize, is that right now the Bible that we're reading, there's the New King James version, right? And I know you guys were like, no King James. I'm like the new NASB. I love to go to the Hebrew and really break it down, but we are dealing with the most accurate versions we ever have, because the more that we dig up and the more that we find, the more that we actually come to the best version. There is no telephone going here. There is no like, oh, well, the old King James said this, and now we have to reinforce that. No, the only reason it changes, we go, well, there's two reasons it changes. We found new evidence, and we're looking at those missing words and things like that, and we just make it better. Or society changes, and the terminology that we use today is different. Therefore, we actually update it to be more. So right now, I don't care which version you're reading, unless it's the Gen Z version. Then I'm very concerned for you.
That's an actual version.
Hey Clay, can you pull up a verse for me?
There is. But we are actually dealing with the most accurate Bible in time than we've ever had.
Today. Agreed, because everyone has to understand that as archaeology progresses, we find more and more writings that have nothing to do with the Bible, but we learn deeper understandings of the words and the usage of words in specific time periods. And based off of that, we're able to understand the etymology of classes, like common etymology, as well as the educated ones. So we're able to determine, in short, especially in the Greek, by the way, because we're able to determine language that was used at 150 AD and at 50 AD significantly changes in 100 years. Look at the way we say yo or bro or etc. So this is all normal human society changes. It changes drastically. Bad is good. I'm like, man, that's bad. But in 1940s, if I said that's bad, you would be like, oh, that must be horrible. What happened? That's a short amount of time. So it's important to understand that, to what Vibe's saying. So I agree. We have more accurate information pertaining to all of these things than ever before.
And,
more of a reason we should study it.
All the churches are updating the information they get, right? So you see it in a Catholic church. I mean, they have a new King James, right? Because they've learned more. Protestants, obviously, are taking the latest versions and interpretations of what we've learned from those times and what they're doing. So I get frustrated with people sometimes who are like, it's just a telephone game. It's totally changed since the original interpretation. I'm like, no, it's actually probably better than it was than we knew 100 years ago.
And to give King James a little bit of a props, that King James had no reason to mistranslate the Bible in any way whatsoever, because his main point is, one, he had the access because he was trying to take the power. His grandfather, King Henry, was the one who kind of started it, but King James was the one who finished the job. And the job was very simple: take the power away from Rome. So it was no more Roman priest reading to my people in Latin that no one understands and then telling you what you're supposed to believe on a weekly basis. The number one thing King James did was he changed that the vicar of Christ on earth is no longer the Pope of Rome. It's the King of England. He had no reason to change the actual Bible itself. So I'm not insinuating that he intentionally needed to, because he didn't, because they were all believers. He only had to change
the King James is pretty actually accurate.
There is that
Omar,
part where
will you pull up what Clay just did?
There is that part where he believed in God-given royal supremacy. So I mean,
that was Balderson. That's true. But you know, King, you got, you just, the problem is this alleged, Emperor Constantine was a 23-year-old who defeated his uncle and was able to take over Rome. He saw the majority of the Roman military were becoming Christians. They were all Mithric cult, and the royals. And he summoned the Nicene Council, spent 2 years, and came out with that. Fast forward, you have a 26-year-old King James that said, "Fuck Rome," and so these are two young guys who wanted to kind of make it, so that's my whole thing about kings telling us what to believe in general. But King James,
we do have to separate King James from the Church of England, by the way, because those are two different things too.
Well, it became King James. They had their own ideas for sure, but that in real time, there was always been those trying to vie for power. There's never been a time where there was a Pope of Rome that didn't have the other bishops trying to take the seat of the throne. And by the way, regarding the mercy seat, I don't think I just looked it up. I don't think mercy seat is in Hebrews even mentioned in Ezekiel once, but it's mentioned all over the Tanakh.
What do you think about? Well, I mean, you just have to. Yeah, I mean,
it's not in. There's no Hebrew kaporet.
Ezekiel, the verses I read are describing the Ark of the Covenant. You'll just have to look into it.
No, I'm just saying the Hebrew word kaporet.
I understand. Me and
it's all over the it's all over the Tanakh, but it's not anywhere in Ezekiel.
I understand. It's in the
Omar,
Septuagint, though.
Pull up Ezekiel
I
25:17.
have it.
Ask Clay. Ask Clay.
I have it down there.
Oh, sorry.
Clay's got it locked and loaded.
Yeah, he's ready. He can't wait. What is this?
Oh,
so
I'll read. Let me read this one. It's Samuel. And I will execute great vengeance upon thee with furious rebukes, and they shall know that I am the Lord when I shall lay my vengeance upon thee. Yeah.
So what were you looking for there, Jody?
That's it.
No, I was hoping for a better accent. Omar, you got to work on your accents,
wanted the
bro.
fire of the Lord to come down.
That's quite literally what it says too.
Omar.
I mean, if you look at the words here, the words are literally meaning exactly, pretty much. I don't think any translation is going to get this wrong.
It's awesome. I just did because when I went to the screen and I zoomed in, as you told me to zoom in, I couldn't go back and see how to change it to King James and whatever.
I would love to see what the Jewish version is.
Okay, so it goes.
That is the Jewish version right there.
Nakama, Takaha, Hama, Takaha, Yada, Ki, Ani. That's it. I mean,
so I just want to throw this out there to everybody watching and everybody on this panel. Like the in-depth look that Clay is doing right now. I do this all the time. Like when I don't understand something, I go to the constable notes. I look at other people's opinions of it, and then I go in and I try to do the little translation. I encourage everybody to do this. This is just so awesome, so wonderful. Don't just read a Bible verse based tweet you see. Like really investigate it and look at the context before. And look at the context after, and look at the history of what was happening at that time.
I mean, look at
That's why I love.
And I would just say that I like this Blue Letter Bible. I've heard it mentioned several times tonight. I was introduced to it for the first time. I generally go to. I put the link on Chabad.org, which is like the ultra orthodox, like super rabbinical. Like real. You can say what you want, but they're definitely really Jewish. You know what I mean? Like these are like really, they pray. Like I know a lot of them very well. Like these are super religious people. Chabad.org has the translation from this rabbi known as Rashi, and it was like the first it was like a unified. So Chabad.org has the that's the one I look at for the Hebrew. This is good though. This blue letter.
Yeah, you can look at the English at the same time and all the languages.
Yeah, that's much more. This is actually a lot
for English speakers, probably.
Yeah, and like I said,
the last piece, the last piece I'll throw out there. After I do all this like major like idiot technical dive, I actually have lunch with my pastor once a week, and we usually go to a taco place. And I'm like, oh my god, I'm so confused. This is all the stuff that I think is I don't understand. And I always talk to my pastor instead of just making up my own religion.
Yeah, questions.
What do you do when you disagree with your pastor?
Actually, him and I.
Do you just?
I have a really good pastor because sometimes he actually doesn't even agree with our church's stance, and we actually have some pretty good debates back and forth, almost just like this panel. And I don't. We actually sometimes completely are in line. Sometimes we debate, and I'm just like I don't get it, and we fight, and you know what? That's just part of humanity.
It is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, I had a bone to pick with you, Ike, about resurrection.
Let's get it, dude. Let's freaking pick this bone.
I'm muting.
No, I'm not trying to debate or anything.
No, you're good. I'm cool,
But
bro.
you said it's a cycle of evil, right?
I said reincarnation, not resurrection.
Roman scholars.
Is that what you said?
I meant reincarnation. My
Yeah, I said. I didn't say it's necessarily a cycle of evil. I said the concept is evil. Like, I guess in theory, you could reincarnate as a or a good person every time. I said the concept is evil because it's basically someone trying to tell you that you have multiple chances to get into heaven when that is the opposite of the truth. You have one chance. Don't mess this up.
But no, it's the spirit land. It's not trying to transcend into your mythical heaven.
This is going to
How do you know, Jody, how do you know that?
How do you know that God is real? I mean,
that's moving. That's called moving the goalpost.
Hold on.
No, it's not moving the fucking goalpost. It's the same exact question, just vice versa.
Omar,
well, Jody,
Omar, don't butt in and then run away from his question. What was the question you asked, Jody?
Oh my God, what are you talking about, dude? He moved the goalpost from heaven and hell to how do you know God is real?
But before that, you said something that caused him to do that.
No, he's talking about he's asking about how heaven. He's talking about going to heaven.
About reincarnation.
He asked about reincarnation. I said what I said, and then what did he say?
I said,
how do you know?
You're assuming that we're trying to transcend instead of the spirit land.
I'm confused, brother. You're gonna have to explain that to me like I'm simple.
Right, like you believe in your God, right? Like once you die, your body is just a vessel, right? And your soul, you believe if you're a good person and you do all these good things, you might go to transcend and God will invite you into everlasting glory, right?
What do you mean by transcend? I believe in a
your
really
soul,
literal.
Your soul moves on.
Well, he led by reincarnation.
Don't pick apart his words. Just listen. Simply listen.
Sure.
Like, what is Jody saying?
Well, he's talking about reincarnation first. You have to remember.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of different lines of reasoning on reincarnation. If you're going to understand reincarnation, there's actually quite a few actually, but the two main lines is that one, which is what you're explaining, but then Jody might be telling you a different train of thought, right? So
it sounded like Jody was saying, Clay. It sounded like you were saying, how do you know that everyone's trying to? Like he said, like, how do you even know I'm even trying to go to your heaven? So
right, exactly. So there's a different kind of reincarnation where you just come back as like another person or an animal and not necessarily transcend. And in fact, that's exactly what the Indian people believe, which is that the highest form that you can become is a cow.
They do believe that. That's
karma.
Right.
You know about karma, right? Karma.
Well, a lot of the natives that
you like that, Omar.
It's actually an owl. It's actually an owl, not a cow.
Well,
so he means India. He means not
a cow in India, Indian. What they believe,
not the dot, not the dot.
What do you believe, Jody? What do you think? What is the purpose for your life?
Jody.
No, I don't want to know. What do you think is the purpose of your life, and where do you think's going? Like, what do you think your end goal is? Do you have an end goal?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I ask questions constantly.
Yeah, no, and I'm asking you the question. So what is your purpose in life, and what is the silliness behind, like, let's just say my motives of being a Christian and trying to be like give this brotherly love? And I know, but go ahead.
Do you believe in reincarnation, Jody?
Yeah, I do.
What makes you believe in that?
Out of all the faiths, that's what makes the most sense.
Karma exists.
So
that's what makes the most sense to me. Instead of just reading some silly words that have been fucking telephoned constantly.
Sure.
And being told you can't do this, you can't do that.
What does the Bible say that you can't?
Hey, real quick,
I don't give a fuck what the Bible says.
I gotta read this.
Yeah.
It says, "This is how I know a white man didn't write the Bible. 7 men completely lost, and the person's name is Lamaj, the real Israel." That's yeah.
So
wait, Jody.
I mean, Jody, you can't
drink. What part?
Jody's not the only person on this panel that doesn't believe in Christ, by the way. Jody might feel like that. Balderson's actually kind of quiet over there, but he also is not on the Christian panel here, right?
You're surrounded by to your left and to your right and below. You all have Odin Vikings. You have Jody to your left, and then you have Clay like your guardian angel above you, who's definitely a follower of Christ. And then you have me over here, which no one's been able to define what I'm all about. And then
I have no idea what the fuck you are. But my point being is actually I really like Jody's questions, and
Jody comes on, and he's been coming on a lot. And he listens a lot, and he asks a lot of big questions. Sometimes he wants a joke and turn it into like a funnier panel, because we do those too. But yeah, I mean, I think it's important to have someone on who doesn't believe anything. But he never said, by the way, he believes in many important things. He just doesn't he doesn't commit himself to any one of these books as the singular source of all truth. Nor does he believe, but he can talk for himself. But
yeah, thank you, Omar.
He's not a hater in any way, because there's no chance he could be listening to this for almost 7 hours and hate it.
He's white knighting.
You're doing yourself a disservice if you're
white knighting for you, Jody. Yeah.
No, I'm here to just understand certain people's values and morals and their certain perspectives of, and I love that you guys are so hardcore and so strong-minded with your belief, because I know that if I found a higher purpose, I would fucking stand my ground, and I would definitely defend it as hard as I could.
Have you found any higher purpose or any belief? Do you have one? And if you do, then what would that be?
Like I said, I'm a hypocrite, bro. My biggest thing is reincarnation. That's the only thing that I could actually commit myself to.
Why do you believe in that, though? What makes you think that you're going to reincarnate?
Well, because when I was a toddler, apparently I walked to a native burial ground, and I don't remember this, but my family do, and they still talk about it. And I do have native blood in me, but when I was like 3 or 4 years old, I walked and I pointed to.
You guys talk about it every Christmas.
No, dude.
Hold on.
But when I was a little kid, I said that's where I died, and apparently I said my name. And I got a birthmark which goes straight through my heart, pretty much.
Oh my God!
So Jody, I mean, based on that and reincarnation, you feel like you have to do better today. You have to be better to your brothers and your sisters, because you know that when you die, you have to be better in the next life. Correct?
No, I don't feel like I need to be. I don't feel like I need to be better or worse. That's my whole point.
Oh, so you will just be reincarnated randomly.
So karma. Oh, I think I'm helping out.
Because I was actually pushing karma there.
Let me explain. Yeah, well, karma. Okay, so what is karma? Karma means action. So what does that mean? It just means that whatever we do in life, whatever happens, and then we die, that energy continues. Okay, and souls and lineages, so it's generational. We're talking about generational ancestry and collective human archetype in a way, okay? And so reincarnation is this mechanism that runs cyclically, in a sense. All of these ancestral souls, in a sense, right? But it's just, I mean, you can't prove that. There's no proofism, but there's just ideas about that.
That's my whole point, Howard, is there's no proof of
God
again, either.
Karma is pretty real to me. So I don't necessarily see it as reincarnation. I just see it as this alchemical process, this cosmic process that just happens. It's called it's like what God does. God does all these things, and he or not even he, because that's it's a fallacy.
I mean, that's
the Bible says you reap what you sow.
He's not a she or an it. God
right.
is beyond description. Okay, God is beyond
that's exactly
description. So don't
that's
even
another
worry
thing.
about God.
Like, how could you call God a he when
it's
just written by man?
Okay? Don't worry about God.
Where do you derive your epistemological ontology from?
Clay, that's hilarious. What grounds your belief in what you just said? That's like Darth Dawkins shit. Remember that? Remember I waited for years to capture that guy, and he showed up with a different name. He got smashed in half a sentence.
Bro, I've got it down. I think I got it down pat, bro. I'm on beastie mode these debates.
He goes into it. Remember, he goes into it, and I go, "Yeah, that's a fantastic question to an atheist." Unfortunately, I'm not an atheist, buddy. I grounded in God. I grounded in the ever-moving mover, sir. You want to hear the argument?
Hey,
it's kind of where I was going with both Howard and Jody was. I mean, basically, I think that atheists,
I could see it. Go ahead.
Atheists, I think, can be moral. I think their morality is subjective, but
I forgot the question.
I originally, when Jody was talking, I was trying to understand where his morality comes from when I asked, do you have to, like, in the reincarnation part, to be reincarnated in something that you want, should you do good actions? But Jody, correct me if I'm wrong here, I kind of felt like you responded to that saying, you know what, actually, I don't have to do anything. I'm just going to die and be reincarnated so I can do whatever I want.
Well, morality is subjective, depending on.
Well, actually, let me remove morality, and let me just actually ask that question pointedly to Jody. Like, do you feel any obligation to do good? And of course, that's subjective.
Everyone wants to be a good person. Obviously,
everybody does. But do you feel any priority to that?
But the thing is if we believe in the soul. That if we believe in the soul, then the morality is entrenched within our soul. If God created our soul and God is good and thus goodness exists within this eternally, then it's already in us. That's the problem that atheists don't have is they try to attribute it to some social norm or historical objective patterns of societies. We don't know patterns of societies at 500 AD. We just know what feels good and right for the majority of us, and we can know that something is bad against it, right? Because societal norms can go ahead and justify slavery for 1,000 years. That doesn't mean it's morally good because we know it. So, you know, the ultimate thing to me, like Jody, do you think that there's any? My favorite thing is in my book. It says, "Knowing that the unknown is known to the one." This is how we know it exists.
I love that fucking.
If everything is created, if everything necessarily is grounded and contingent in something else, then that means that everything has to have come from something at some point, because nothing cannot come from nothing. Therefore, it doesn't have to necessarily be a first mover, but there is an ever-moving mover. There is something that was the beginning of all creation. Thus, creation began for the very first time at some point and continues to exist. Otherwise, nothing is eternal. And if everything that's material is contingent upon other things, and there's forces that we know exist, whether dark matter, black matter, or gravity, that we can't see, but logically and physically and through all measurements known to man know exists, otherwise nothing would be contingent, then there has to be a reason why there's order through chaos, besides the things that these atheists say, science says, math says, physics says. Those are just descriptors. Those are not inventors. What created the forces in which we're trying to describe?
We can't think about the physical universe here, guys.
I never said
science
was an
No, I never said you said, Jody. I was planting seeds for planting seeds for the general discussion for everyone to add on to.
Yeah, great.
I think you have to be. I did a debate. Right? The debate was a no God universe is illogical, right? And I was getting out within 30 seconds. The guy's like, "Well, I'm actually not an atheist." I'm like, "You're not an atheist?"
That was Flying Spaghetti Auditor.
Well, yeah, why would you jump on into a debate with me about God or no God universe if you don't know? You don't know? Why are you taking a position of a debate if you're not ready to go? And then he leaned into, well, I'm an atheist agnostic, and he starts trying to press me on my. Then he starts pressing me on my internal beliefs, and I said, "Sir, let me explain something real quick. We are. I'm calling I'm calling the great mystery God, and you're calling the great mystery not God. You're just using the word not God to everywhere I'm using the word God, and you think this is dispelling something." You're just describing God as not God. You understand? Like your entire argument is shit because you're not. Because I want to argue. I want to debate with someone who says there is no God. Here's the proof, or here's my argument. The guy started off. God, you would have loved it. Kind of. It was not that good because he's like, well, I'm not really an atheist. I'm like, well, what are you doing on a debate on God versus no God?
By the way, Omar, you turned me on to my favorite porn genre now. What? I just watch rocks humping constantly.
Oh my god.
That's funny.
What the fuck?
That was a funny one.
Boys,
I can't.
Can we talk about sacrifice in Christianity or what?
I mean, sacrifice, all that means is like you're just giving up something in return for nothing. I mean, that's
every breath that is given, another one is taken.
What if I told you I go to a church where we sacrifice a lamb every Passover? Would you call me a heretic?
That would be really weird, and I think there's laws against that in the United States.
I would say not if you're Jewish or Muslim.
Wait,
there are laws against it in the United States. Well,
wait, there's literally laws that say you can't practice.
Religion you can. Religion
the Bible? Are you serious?
Peter's gonna come after your ass.
No, religion you can. As a matter of fact, there was the Haitian voodoo people here in Miami actually ended up winning in the Supreme Court for doing their chicken stuff because freedom of religion dictates. It's crazy, but freedom of religion dictates that as long as the religion is recognized in the country of origin, it has to be recognized here. That's how also ayahuasca became legal through the Brazilian UDB church, because in Brazil they recognize it there, and that's. But yeah, Jews are sacrificing animals and halal and for birthdays, kosher.
What if I told you freedom of religion is a total psyop, and it was always freedom to practice Christianity, and this is a Christian nation?
Well, it's not far off from what I would think you would say.
I would say that you are absolutely full of shit with that.
If I had to profile you, I would say Vibe wants to hear the argument. Vibe's like, that's interesting. Tell me that one so I can.
You should go look into, if you guys never have, if you look into a lot of the law. So America's a very young nation. Our laws, like in our court hearings and all that, like they change. We have amendments, which is not a good thing. The Bill of Rights was a good thing, but the concept of the amendments kind of just neuter the Constitution in general. And all I'm going with this is if you look at a lot of like old case rulings, case laws, they cite the Bible. And if you compare like America now to where like the fact that like we've taken God out of everything, and the some of the legalities of like marriage and stuff like that. If
the
you
God
compare,
nonsense was only added in the 50s in order to fucking fight the Cold War against Russia. That's not something that historically stood at all.
Bingo.
Sorry, the what was only added in? Sorry.
All the God nonsense, the in God we trust, and all the other God bullshit that they added to all the documentation was added in the 50s.
You're saying like the stuff on the bills, yeah.
As part of the Cold War. That didn't start out in our country, and it didn't happen for the first 150 years. And then they added it in for a very short time, and yeah, it should come the fuck out.
Yeah, it's from the 50s.
If you, well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't even talking about that. I've never heard of that. That's interesting.
That is what you said.
You just literally talking about that.
God out of everything.
The more you know.
They only put
Well,
God
this is what I meant. This is what I
I'm
meant.
telling you, they
Right.
put your God into it because of the 50s to fight the Cold War. That's not something that historically our country ever had. And in fact, many of our founding fathers were deists. They weren't even Christians.
They were
Freemasons. So all your points are dumb.
No. My point is if you go look at like a lot of case rulings for like during the colonies, even like the original laws like that are on the books now, if you compare it to the Bible, it's basically just writing it down. Because if you think about it, like there's no codified version. I mean, you'd have to create your own code, which I mean we do have that now. But my point is it is all based off the Bible originally. And so the concept of like why we left what's it called? Catholicism and like the original like separation with Martin Luther is like the indulgences and stuff like that. If you look at that and then like the whole reason America, like the freedom of religion thing, was to separate from the fact that we weren't allowed to practice Christianity. It was never about freedom of
that is like absolutely not true. Where are you getting all this shit you're spouting? The whole reason that the original settlers came here and left England was because of King James. They used what was called the 1599 Geneva Bible, which was adopted by the church after the 1560 Geneva Bible. Then King James later outlawed the Geneva Bible and anybody that used it and made his own Bible called the King James Bible. So those people that had the 1599 Geneva Bible went to the new country where they could use it, and the name was changed to the Settlers Bible. All these things are facts. The shit you're saying is just dumb.
Well, I mean, we're not really disagreeing. All I'm trying to say is America was founded.
Disagreeing. You're very heavily trying to put your beliefs into our country.
Did you say you were a Zionist, Ike?
Hey, real quick, Ike. Here's the thing. Ike, look. Here's the thing. Ike, this is his first time up on these types of panels, man, and it's been great conversation. Look, here's what you have to recognize, right? In these types of panels, even if it's not a debate, you're familiar with like the format of debate, like premise 1, premise 2, conclusion, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you have if premise 1 says blue apples, and so anyone goes, hold on a second, there's no such thing as blue apples. You cannot just move on to premise 2 then to go to your conclusion when the foundation is not there.
I think what I said was taking God out of everything, and that kind of brought into
there was God not in it, is what he's trying to say. God,
but that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't make sense because you didn't study history. You're just saying a bunch of nonsense.
You just said they came and founded it upon the Geneva Bible, right? Which would be
I said the original settlers that left England. Which was long before we became a nation. Your history is really shit, bro. That was long before we fucking became a nation. Fucking the original settlers that left England and came because they were trying to escape England. And they were trying to escape the king outlawing their Bible and persecuting them. Then later, lots of other people moved here during the intervening years.
Yeah.
Read our history once. And fucking the new people, primarily deists who had been inspired by the Enlightenment period of like Greece and things like that, they started writing these really awesome documents that we now live by today. In the 50s, the church people decided, because we're fighting the communist Russia, who went from the Khazarian Jews to mostly atheists. Well, good Christians fight the Russians. And so they added all that bullshit in there that you trying to claim was historical, and it's not.
Yeah, he's talking about like the Puritan history, right? The Puritans putting God into everything.
I'm talking about the foundations of the laws of
it's
America.
not though. Yeah, it's not.
Okay. This is my wheelhouse, guys. Hold on, you guys, just a sec. Okay, so the Constitution, which is one of the foundational documents. Okay, the other one is the Declaration of Independence. These are the two foundational documents. The Constitution does not mention God at all. When you're getting into the God stuff, it's only to defend that people ought be able to worship the God of their God, whatever God they choose. But when it comes to the Declaration of Independence, which you could argue is a legal document on the world stage, but it's not a legal document for the internal portion of the United States, okay? So I will argue on the world stage it's a legal document. However, the only mention of it being of any God, right? There's two things. One, it says that men ought to be able to separate with the powers of the earth, the separate and equal stations to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. So here it is that these men are saying that the laws of nature and God and the God of nature entitle them, right? So they're recognizing that some people don't necessarily believe in God, and they recognize that there are laws of nature, so they're making sure to include those people as well. And natural the only natural law, right? Yeah. And the only other mention is that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. That does not necessarily mean a God. Okay, so when you're saying that in the foundational arguments that God is the progenitor of all of this, you're sadly mistaken, sir. And quite honestly, like, this is my wheelhouse. You're not
our constitutional. He's our constitutional. Clay is our resident constitutional scholar in action, not just like sitting back thinking about it. He literally does this. Here's the thing, what you have to remember is that by them saying that the rights come from our creator and they're inalienable rights, it means it doesn't come from a king. That was the whole point, meaning that our rights are natural by our very creation on the earth. We're given rights from the creator of whatever that is, not from the king of England or the future king of these lands, etc. But the aspect of God coming into the system stuff, this is like 1600s, the Puritans, but those were not the original. That's a segment.
And they wanted to create a system. They wanted to create a system where they didn't have a bunch of infighting amongst the religious or the non-religious, regardless of what religion they were or non-religion they were. They did not want infighting. They wanted to create a government that protected their right to either worship the God that they wanted to worship or no God at all. They wanted that. They did not want a bunch of infighting, stupid little fucking Christians.
Yeah, and because you have the British law is called common law, which actually comes from like admiralty law before it was formalized, which was like the laws of the sea. That's where all that birth certificate, birthing, that's where all that the etymology of those things come from. Yeah. But what predates and precurs all that is what is Clay's referring to as natural law. And so natural law was codified in a document for peoples to rule a land that supersedes and predates any law of man. That's what natural law is. And it's an entire segment.
So what would be considered the natural laws then? And
so natural law is just what you observe in nature to be so, right? So we obviously know that the big dog is going to eat the little dog, right? We also know that the big dog ought not, according to Aquinas, not eat the little dog, right? He ought protect the little dog. So the oughts, right, as well as what we literally observe, right? Like the sky is blue in the daytime. Sometimes it turns yellow. Okay. Yada, yada.
I thought natural law was like when those guys get pulled over and they're like, I don't have to show you my ID.
Which you're talking natural about man.
That's sovereign. That's sovereign citizen. That's sovereign.
They're drawing. He's not that wrong. He's not wrong. Sovereign citizen would be like a subcategory tapping into natural law superseding.
Right. Like this is like case law as a living human being, even though I don't have an ID.
When you mention case
you don't
law,
have the right to just seize me and kill me, basically.
Yeah, when you mention case law, sovereign law or sovereign man positioning would be like case law tracking to the natural law. Like natural law is like objective morality as opposed to subjectively created by the king. And then one king dies and his brother becomes king and changes the subjective laws of morality and etc. That's what they were drawing a line in distinction. Aristotle, lots of Romans wrote about it. Greeks wrote about it way before. Your boy,
the problem. the problem with the sovereign citizens is that they don't recognize the social contract in the same way that we do. And the social contract is really what what changed. So John Locke, Rousseau, Hume, all these guys that wrote about these things, what they were saying was that either there's going to be a king to rule, which is called divine right of kings, and that was all before social contract, right? And then they said, well, you know what? The people are the ones who have the right to rule. And so now we have what's called the social doctrine. And so we write our laws according to what the people vote on. And that's like from what's the guy in England?
This is where I want to get
Cromwell.
Yeah, Thomas Cromwell.
Cromwell was
Thomas.
Was it Thomas? I don't know. But Cromwell, right? And the House of Commons. The House of Commons was not even obstacle before Cromwell, right? So the king could just literally just drive over. And then Cromwell came along and said, you know what? No, we're not going to take this
Oliver Cromwell, from English Puritan military and political leader.
Yep. And so Cromwell became Lord Protectorate, and then they killed his ass. You know? Like, what are we doing here, right? Yeah, but so the thing is, right? So social doctrine took effect, and people were like, you know what? I kind of like this idea. And then, of course, you got some tyrants in, like Louis, right? And so on and so forth, where the people, you know, get rid of their head, right? But it took effect, and it did really well here in the States, because what they did was they essentially said, you know what? We're going to just say, like, you can worship or not worship as you please, because all of this religious stuff, right, where people get into this infighting as well as the outfighting, we're not going to have that over here. But, of course, then you have to still deal with the normal, like, fighting. Okay, so we're just going to make laws, criminal laws and civil laws.
Yeah, the can-nots, have-nots.
Right, but the idea here is just simply that the divine right of kings is no longer a thing here in the United States. Instead, it is the social doctrine. And why? Because of the constant religious wars over on the European continent. And we here in the United States said, you know, fuck that. We're going to live in peace as much as possible. We're going to do crime laws and that sort of thing, and that's kind of all.
I guess I was a little confused. I thought it was because of the natural law thing. It's just like we kind of identified that all humans have some sort of like divinity, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it was codified within a land, whereas everyone else used their form of emperor and king. The British, what they call common law, is basically referred to pertaining to the king, right? So they created this common parliamentary system to feed the poor, you know,
keep their peasants happy, the lords and the ladies.
Yeah, the house, because there was the House of Lords and the House of Commons, and that's just to pretend like instead of
the
you
Old
guys.
Testament, Shaman, you know what the Torah says, right? What does the Old Testament say? You take 10% from everyone. I mean, some people argue it's more than that, like a 10 and a 10 and a 10. And then you only feed widows and the like super elderly. So there is no, I mean, there always will be poor in the land, but these aren't like welfare people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But just natural law is very, 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 very old concept, right? And this is part of like the original like Greek, when they were creating their democracy stuff, like natural law is part of the conversation, right? All the philosophers, they started off with the premise of like, we have the ability to think, we have the, you know, like that was the whole thing. Right. Common law, it was like British common law, but whatever, 1000 AD, right? 1,000 years ago. But as they after the Vikings came and delivered their Viking boat building abilities and started conquering the world, there was an international law called admiralty
in these
law.
Boats. Shaman's obsessed with the boats.
It's what happened. It's how the world got discovered.
Well, this is why we call it the bar, right? This is why we call it when you go through the little gate there. It's called something. All the little terms that they use in the courtroom, by the way, are all admiralty law.
Yeah.
So admiralty,
that's good. I love that.
Admiralty is a law of the sea, which was the first international law based off of basically British common law, but that was accepted by France and Spain, right? And so that became the international law of the seas, meaning the world, right? And so the unique thing about America that I found it, because in 1492, it wasn't just that Columbus sailed the ocean blue. In 1492 was when they had their own Reformation in Spain and the Inquisition, where now all the Muslims and the Jews are kicked out. Because they were controlled for 600, 800 years by the Muslims. And so this was this like Jewish Muslim Renaissance. They came out. But then the second part of that is they started burning all the Christians who didn't subscribe to the Catholic Church. So the first thing they did was the Muslims and the Jews ran in 1492. But then the Christian Spanish that didn't subscribe to Rome, they got punished severely. And that started spreading. That was spreading through everywhere in Europe.
Yeah, the Spaniards took over the world, bro, and then
that's
people got enough of it because they found out there was a whole new world.
Well, that suppression, when I said in 1492, that suppression of just normal Christianity on behalf of Rome, that's going on since at least that's going on since 500 AD, really. I mean, but all throughout the history, you see nonstop Roman Catholic Church coming through and pressing.
Yeah, all the way back through the Crusades and even before, like you said, all the way back to 400, 500 AD.
Once they started discovering new lands, they got distracted with these not human peoples. And then they came, you know what I mean? So it's like...
What do you guys think the best form of government is?
Well, for what we have, I believe that the what we have here in the United States is, and there's a few reasons why. I mean, obviously, if, when Jesus comes back, obviously, I'm going to say, Jesus is my king. I would say, authoritarian, one king, that sort of thing. Yeah,
Islamic Jesus or Christian Jesus coming back? Islamic Jesus is kind of dope. He's come back. Right. Have you looked into it?
But as far as if he's not here, it's like, okay, well, I mean, obviously, I want.
America's probably the second best. Yeah.
I want my public streets to be swept pretty well, so I'm going to put a vote in for that.
Hey Clay, what if I converted to Islam? And you ask, what if I convert to Islam? And the reason is, I say because their Jesus, the return of Jesus is more convincing from Islam. That'd be awesome. And I like one other little thing here. When I start debating the Jewish stuff in like 2 weeks, I'll start setting those up. I'm going to start whenever they quote Talmud or any other rabbi, I'm going to start quoting Jesus. And they go, "Who's that?" I go, "It's a great rabbi. His name is Jesus." I'm going to start quoting Jesus as rabbi.
Jesus technically was the authorship of in the East socialism, because if you really look at it and understand what he was doing, he told his disciples, "Go to the nations, preach and teach." Right? So how many disciples did he have? One? No, he had 11. And then if you believe that Paul came later, then you had 12, right? So if you had 11 plus all the other disciples, right? The apostles, not just the apostles, but all the disciples were told to go preach and teach. Is that just one?
That's what the Messiah is supposed to be, a light upon the nations. That's the whole point.
Right.
It was not that's the entire premise. So it's like, the concept where like, oh, well, Paul made it for the whole world. The Messiah is supposed to make it for the whole world. And then Jesus was just for the Jews. No, he was not. The entire premise of the Messiah is to be a light upon the nations.
And obviously that doesn't count for the household. The man is still in charge, right? The man, and then the woman underneath him, and then the woman is over the children, right? And so you have a hierarchy within the household, but if you really look at Jesus, what he told people to do, his disciples, those to go teach and preach, or preach and teach, then, sir, that is not a hierarchy necessarily. That's literally just, you do your part, I do my part, and everybody kind of gets along and does what they're supposed to do. In fact, I would say that I would take it a step further. That's not even socialism. That's damn near communism.
Fourth Wiseman's here. Dun dun dun.
Oh hell yeah! Dun, dun, dun. I'm not saying I approve of what human beings would create social, like full blown socialism or actual communism. Like, that's not what I'm saying. Obviously, I still say that we should put it to a vote. Because communism, no vote. In socialism,
I don't believe in voting, dude. I think that's just, when it push comes to shove, it's crowd mob rule, and
So should I have your vote then? I'll take your vote. No problem.
Honestly, dude, I don't even know. I think all the elections are rigged at this point, dude.
Don't worry, I'll vote.
Oh, welcome to the real world, Matrix.
I think they're all rigged.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Anybody who wants to give up their vote, just give it to me, and I will vote for the good. Just trust me, bro.
You don't even know who to vote for the next way. We're all fucked.
I mean, you know the problem with communism, right? Like originally, it starts with like we're all just gonna get along. We're all gonna vote for everything, and then at the end of it, it ends up like North Korea. But what is North Korea? North Korea isn't communist. It's a monarchy. Sure, it had communist roots, but it ended up being a monarchy. And that is
they take the money at the top, 100%.
You want to know the funny part? Communism is just a royal wearing dirty boots. You know, we have it all over America. Like Teddy Roosevelt was like born and raised in the Northeast, like super rich, but he realized the cowboys were popular, so he started cosplaying. He became Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders, right?
Wait, wasn't he a hunter?
George Bush saw that, and George Bush was like, I'm gonna adopt this Texas accent, even though I only moved there at 32 years old. I'm from fucking Massachusetts.
Well, what you're describing actually is literally how the churches became corrupt, by the way. The same way North Korea became corrupt, and that's literally why I'm saying.
I'm going to throw a fucking slipper at you, Omar.
Technically, it was communism, and then what happened...
Don't you talk about George W.
You know, those guys calling themselves popes came along, and the ecumenical councils and said, "Oh, this guy's going to be in charge. No, we want this guy in charge, right?" So now we have a big warring within that faction over that faction. No, that faction's the right faction, right? Oh, who's going to be in charge?
But that's the thing, right? Democracy is ultimately circular, because you got to understand, why did the angels rebel? It's because they didn't want that. They didn't like the idea that God was above them all. So they would rather have democracy. They would rather have this revolt and have democracy than have this one entity who was above them all.
Darth, that's one perspective. The other perspective is that the gods were mocking and mistreating us, and the ones that revolted came down to actually, they had mercy upon us. That's the story of Prometheus, by the way.
Yeah, so in that sense, no government fits appropriately, and rather that the original structure, which is the family structure, I would argue, is the only true structure that God created for man.
That's the thing. What are God's politics? I don't think any government system is reflective of God. Exactly. What is nature? Nature is an invention. So God is more reflective of something like a Hayao Miyazaki than a president or a dictator. He's a creator.
Let's read this real quick. What is DPRK?
Jesus would be the dictator, though, bro.
It's probably some communist government.
I think it's the North Korea.
Oh.
Democratic Party in North Korea or something.
Yeah.
Is it? I thought they were called the... Really? Okay. Starting to really flourish now, despite sanctions, Russia, China, Iran are trading with them. Okay. Someone writes...
It only took...
This Jew talk?
I wanted to go Jew talk. That's why I'm here.
What is Jew and Enoch Christian together? With this person's...
What is Jew and Enoch Christian together? I don't get that question.
It's not even a
what? Flying saucer. What does the word Azara mean? You ever heard of that? Huh? Or what was the other one? Kapatros?
No, I don't know what it means.
You ever heard these?
Biblical Hebrew.
We needed you, bro. We went freaking Hebrew. It's all good.
I remember that, and I said that.
Caporet.
You ever heard of that?
Kapalot.
Caporet.
Yeah. What is caporet?
You never heard of it?
Nope.
Means like lid to the mercy seat.
Lid to the Ark of the Covenant, which is called the mercy seat.
Well, I'm learning new things. I don't know what caporet is, and.
Hey, dude.
But you're supposed to know. You're a Jew.
Hey, just know A Gentile, an infidel in the midst of infidels taught you.
Remember, a lot of these words, bro. A lot of these words are not like normal words people are using in everyday Hebrew.
No, these are old. Yeah, I agree.
Biblical Hebrew is not the Hebrew that's speaking today. Biblical Hebrew has 6,000 to 8,000 words.
Didn't I hear you say
modern
it's
Hebrew
Arabic?
was created. Modern Hebrew, today's Hebrew was created in the 1900s, bro. Like it has a lot of Arabic. It has a lot of
wait. Pause. Can I ask?
Bro, you didn't know this already? You really think they're speaking biblical Hebrew today?
No. I guess I'm a little confused. So in Jesus's time, you said he was speaking Aramaic.
Yeah.
Jesus was speaking Aramaic.
You called that Hebrew, right?
No. Why would I call it Aramaic Hebrew?
I don't know. I think I heard you say this in a different video. I was confused.
Why would I call it orange apple?
I'm pretty sure that from the times of the Second Temple to the times of up until the Inquisition, actual Hebrew was forbidden to talk. Only in prayers.
What I'm familiar with is you have pictograph Hebrew, which is like super ancient Hebrew.
That's called Paleo. You're talking about Paleo Hebrew.
You have three types of Hebrew. You have modern Hebrew, ancient Hebrew, and Paleo Hebrew. Then ancient Hebrew is what they spoke from like David up until Second Temple. And then you have modern Hebrew, which started around like, let's say 100 or 200 AD, where they started to put the blocks in the vowel points.
No. I told you, modern Hebrew that you call Hebrew today, that Benjamin Netanyahu is speaking or anyone else, it's 100 years, man.
But that would be block script. Like you could read that on...
You're trying to create a different reality. I've just told you now 3 times.
Okay.
It was created in the 1900s. So just look it up instead of trying to find a way to ask a different question to justify the thing you already think is true. It's not true.
Sure.
You said 200 AD. No.
All right. I'm going
there's Hebrew. Look it up. It's an interesting story. They created what you call Hebrew today. Here, let me just pull it up here. This is a good one to dive down. Let's see. Because again, everyone would like you to believe their shit's super old, man. The oldest, by the way, who left?
Benjamin.
Oldest, Ben left?
Yeah, I thought you said in a bunch of videos that it was like Aramaic, which we call Hebrew or something.
No,
like that.
no. Remember, all those Semitic languages use Phoenician, which is the script. Right? All of them are using Phoenician script. Aramaic is much older than Hebrew, and it was spoken a lot more, and it was a bigger language. Even biblical Hebrew in its heyday is still maximum 8,000 words. 8,000. At the time when Greek was being spoke is over 400,000 words. English today, including all of our slangs, is 1 million. But English modern English, including like real words, is like 400,000 or 500,000. So those Greeks at those times have over 400,000 words. Aramaic is like 100,000 or something, and biblical Hebrew is really 6,500. But we'll just give them credit.
So
say it's 8,000.
Do you think that more words equals older? Is that what you're saying?
I don't. That's what you're saying. You said that. I didn't say that.
What did we pull up this verse for? Just to look at it again?
No. Modern Hebrew history. I can't remember the guy's name, but it was German. Here we go.
Because I thought, what were the Masoretes writing? And then I'm confused on your. We don't have to do this right now.
No, that's okay. It's okay. Ben Yehuda. Okay. So, by the late 19th century, Russian Jewish linguist Eliezer ben Yehuda began a popularized movement to revive Hebrew. Okay. Now watch right here. Hebrew as an everyday language, motivated by his desire to preserve literature and this distinct Jewish nationality and nationalism in the context of Zionism. It's a lot of Yiddish. It's a good amount of Arabic. It's even got some German in it, and it's created. Why is this? This is so. It's a complete. It's a created year. It's like
what do you call the Hebrew the Masoretes were like what is that 1200 or 14 AD?
Here we go. Can you see this? In 1881 Eliezer ben Yehuda started to create it. No, that's when he was born. Sorry. I said okay. Here we go. So 1922, the completion. Remember, Theodore Herzl wrote his book. Book in 1886. The first Zionist Congress was in 1889, but the first World Zionist Congress was in 1901 in Basel, Switzerland. That's where they decided we need a fucking language. They got this homeboy ready on the job, and in 1922, he completed the dictionary to create the language that we today call Hebrew, that anyone who speaks it speaks. It is not the same language.
Is it because
based off of the language? There's nothing else for me to answer on that. It's not the same language. It's a new language. No, because you're just going to keep asking me different micro questions to try to prove your point.
I don't have a point. I'm just, what do you mean? We're just talking about Hebrew.
No, I know, but it's
I was going to say,
fractional.
What's the, so, because they were writing it down during the Masoretes time, right? During like the 1100s. Was it because they stopped speaking it? And then like, this is how they had to like start speaking it again? Because like, you know, the Masoretic text, for example.
There are theories, man. There are theories.
Yeah. Because my point was, we had like written Hebrew, obviously, before 1850. I mean,
obviously,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Written Hebrew, but no one knew how to speak it.
So we're talking about the speaking of it. Okay, yeah. Because I was confused. I was like, because I've definitely seen block text that's like older than, but I think the text does even look different now.
Omar, I have a really cool rabbi to introduce to you. He's waiting in the waiting room. His name is Howard.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me look.
Howard.
Oh, Rabbi Howard. Hell yeah. I just added him in. Oh, here we go. Here's the thing. The number of distinct words in Hebrew Bible is 8,000. And again, I think it's closer to 6,500, but that's fine. Oh, yeah, here we go. Which 1,480 are hapax? So what's 1,480 minus 8,600, which is like 6,500, probably 6,800. So they always like to add whatever. But yeah, it's a different language. They say that no one even spoke it. They say they let go of it completely after the Assyrian invasion and then the Babylonian invasion around 550 BC, when Israel had no more Semites there that believed in the 5 books of Moses, that they went off into different lands and absorbed and assimilated into different places, and then they kind of brought it back. No one knew how to read it, write it. There's old scriptures, but we have to also remember that the original language the written language is Phoenician.
Do you think they were by Phoenician? You mean the pictograph letters?
Or I don't really know what you mean when you keep saying pictograph.
It's like it literally looks like little. It's like the super. I don't know what Phoenician is. I think maybe it looks a little bit more Greek. The pictograph
Phoenician,
is like
Phoenician is one of the first. Look, can you guys? Let me see if you guys can see this. Okay,
images.
So Phoenicia, Phoenicians, maritime trading culture, right? From the Levant. Levant is another word of saying Canaan. You could say, well, kind of, but you can say Canaan, right? So the lands of Canaan became the lands of what they would say Greater Israel, but it's all called the Levant. So if you pull up DNA records of anybody, they can measure Levantine DNA. They don't say Northern Kingdom tribe of this. That's Levant DNA, right? So 1550 BC. So Tyre is today is called Lebanon. This is where King Hiram, in the story of Solomon, this is Semitic peoples. Okay. Also, they went and they created Carthage, which was a city state. They did a lot of stuff. This is modern day Lebanon. So here we go. The alphabet they created was a 22-letter phonetic script that inspired Greek, Latin, right? So
this you said Hebrew too, or
all the Semitic languages are based off of this Phoenician alphabet.
Yeah.
And Phoenicians, this is the first, because look, this is their alphabet, right?
Okay.
All Greek, everything came from this, except for Sumerian and other,
Yeah, this is the ancient, not the paleo. The paleo is literal photos. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Phoenician alphabet, right?
Yeah, it's lit.
Yeah, but so they came up with that, so on. So, but these Phoenicians were at the times whenever there were Semites.
And then so that got they were speaking it, and then they stopped speaking it after Babylon invasion, and then wait, weren't they? I mean, when they were in exile, they were still together, right? And then they came back. You don't think they had the language anymore?
Paleo Hebrew is biblical Hebrew, exactly.
Didn't Ezra restore all the scrolls, and so they probably had the pronunciations and all that?
I mean, look, the mystery is, was anyone speaking? How do you speak a language without vowels? And so, did anyone ever speak biblical Hebrew, or did they just write? Did they just write it? And that's the question. I don't know.
One interesting thing about Hebrew, an ancient Hebrew from the Bible. In the Bible, there was a word called chashmal, which is mentioned only once in the Bible, and we didn't really know what it means. So we reuse the word chashmal in modern day Hebrew, and now chashmal is called electricity. Because it says
no way. What's the verse it's used in?
I don't remember.
Type in if you remember how to spell the word. Type it in on. Tell us.
No, I remember. Obviously, I do remember how to spell, but
sorry.
Yeah, basically.
Wait a minute. So, and then follow me, Omar, and then so we come back, right, from exile, and then Jesus is around. Do you think that Paul?
Who's we?
Or not?
Do you have Semitic DNA?
Dude, I'm a white Hebrew. No, I'm just playing. No, I'm super white. Although I think I have some native. Yeah, literally, I'm ready, as one might say.
Electricity.
You might be more white than me.
Yeah, there's electricity in the Bible. That's trippy. But no. So the Israelites came back from Babylon, right? Ezra restores whatever, and then so at the time of Jesus, like with Paul and Gamaliel, you don't think they spoke Hebrew at all, or like how do you think what was going down then?
I told you, Aramaic was a written and spoken language. Hebrew, we know, was obviously a written language. It's just that we don't have any records of that. No one knew how to speak it. Like for whatever reason, we want to.
Do you think they knew how to speak it then?
We can attribute whatever we want, but all we know is all Hebrew scholars will tell you that they had to relearn how to even read it and even how to pronounce it. This was a very big thing. I mean, this is not like a flying saucer. You obviously know this. This is like history. There was a large portion of time where they had to relearn how to read the language, and this question about speaking the language was always in question because of the lack of vowels in the written language.
Yeah, because basically, speaking Hebrew for a very long time was considered forbidden because it's what can I say? You remember when we were talking about abracadabra and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's Aramaic. Yeah.
So yeah, I think that it's one of the reasons why Hebrew was forbidden. I mean, even my ancestors, they didn't speak Hebrew. They only prayed in Hebrew and they spoke Ladino, which is Spanish and a little bit of Hebrew that was understood at the time.
Yeah, common Hebrew, common words.
Yeah, but no one really knew how to reuse Hebrew into a real language.
So I got a question about the abracadabra thing.
Interesting.
So you're saying that they didn't have vowels in the Hebrew language? Is abracadabra Hebrew?
No, Aramaic originally.
Aramaic.
It's probably what Omar says because I do not know. I know that
Avara. It was a V. Avara.
Yeah,
yeah. So where's the A coming from?
Aleph.
A.
But then is that a vowel?
Sorry?
Is that a vowel?
Of course.
Then where did Aleph come from?
What do you mean? Where did it come from?
If it's a vowel.
Are we playing fucking Wheel of Fortune? Are we playing Wheel of Fortune? Can I
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Jody. I was asking a question. I'm trying to understand. Can I ask the question? So,
Aramaic,
if Aleph,
dude. Aramaic.
So it's Aleph is Aramaic. It's not Hebrew. Okay.
Well, it became Hebrew also, but it's Aramaic.
Wait, but it's not a vowel then, right? So because Hebrew didn't have vowels, right?
Hebrew didn't exist when Aramaic was written, man. I told you, Aramaic existed first, and Hebrew was created later.
So did it pull in the Aramaic for the Hebrew word or Hebrew vowel, I should say?
The Hebrew, it uses the same Phoenician letters, but it's a derivative from Aramaic. Why they didn't use the same, why they changed it, any of that history, I have absolutely no idea. And I don't know where anyone knows that information. I've looked this up plenty of times.
I was curious if you might know, but that's
I have no. The problem is they asked the oldest, most learned rabbis. So, no one seems to know these things, but somehow it was a language that was obviously written, and obviously things are written in, and that was like lost, right? And then the first writings that we have is like in any Bible is like 550 BC that came in Babylon, and then there's this like long break. The oldest Tanakh we have in the complete is like 1000 AD. By the way, it's not even that old. It's a lost
Shaman.
thing. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of pictograph Hebrew?
No, I have to. I thought you were talking about Paleo Hebrew.
Yeah, that's.
But I have to. Let's look this up.
Go put it on the screen and hit images because I'm mega confused right now.
Pictograph wouldn't
I'm
be
pretty pooped out.
That's like Egyptian or something.
Yeah, Hebrew wouldn't be pictograph at all because Hebrew was supposed to be like the letter or the image means the sound, and it also has representation of certain things, but that doesn't mean pictograph. Like it can represent certain
Share your
ideas
screen, Shaman.
or things.
By the way, Ike, I gave you the word. If you want to search it in the Bible.
Oh, where's it at? Yeah. Where's that at?
It's in the private chat.
Oh,
okay, heard. Thank you.
By the way, so for example, and I should have known this. Actually, Flying Saucer, you should know this more. Like, so of a consonant like the V, like Yov, He, Vav, He, Vav, V is a Vav. So there is an A in the middle of the pronunciation of the consonant, right? But it's not a vowel. So there's like, it says right here that the familiar vowel point system was added much later by the Masoretic. By the Masoretes around 600 to 900 CE.
I thought it was 1100.
I don't know. It says right here. It says right here.
I do not know.
It says right here. The vowel point system is called Nikud, was added by the Masoretes 600 to 900 years, which means during the time of 600 to 900, they developed the pronunciation.
Basically, Nikud is very important to Hebrew. I don't know why they don't teach it anymore, but Nikud is very important to Hebrew.
It's how you speak, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If you didn't have that, you couldn't speak it.
Yeah,
and
that's
Nikud, you can also say that Germanic languages and Turkic languages have Nikud because, you have like this O and above them you have like these two dots. So correct me if I'm wrong, it's supposed to be like or
how to pronounce.
Yeah.
Added later on.
Those are jots and tittles. Isn't that a jot and a tittle that Jesus was talking about?
I don't know. I don't think so because that came later after.
It was the aleph for the bet, I thought, or like the tav, or I don't know. It's the two smallest things.
Yeah, but again, here it says the Masoretes created the formal vowel point systems. There was also different variations. There was a Palestinian one, a Babylonian, and Tiberian one, like Tiber. So Tiber became the dominant Nikud system that was used in the Hebrew today. But again, Ben Asher, Ben Asher created it and formalized it, so canonized it, so to speak, 900 CE, guys, 1100 years ago. So,
by the way,
this is like Proto-Indo-European Semitic language and all that. That's all tied together, like you said, Phoenician, right?
Phoenicians from modern day Lebanon, Tyre.
There's kind of two types of ancient Phoenicians. There's like the OG Phoenicians that kind of like nobody knows about. And then
these are like 1500 BC. These are the.
Then there's the fake Phoenicians who are like, oh, we were the real Phoenicians who are like,
right,
like the Syrians being Assyrians, right?
That's where the Latin came through, right? The later Phoenician.
Yeah, I mean it's a mystery, dude. I'm telling you, there's Hebrew, and then there's like clearly writing in Hebrew, and then it disappears and reappears, and it's it's crazy.
Funny thing is, I think it's all directed. Personally, I don't think that there's anybody being fake about it. I think that it's actually just like there's literally spirit directing it.
Yeah, I mean, like Saucer said, his family are Sephardic from Spain, so they have Ladino, which is basically as much oral Hebrew as they have in common language, you could call it, and then mixed in with Spanish. You have Yiddish, which is like Russian, with mixed in with German. The Hebrew, German. Yeah, because the largest population of Jews on the earth for a long period of time was in Germany after Spain. After Spain, that's where, at the time of World War II, there's German with the Yiddish. Then what's the one? There's another one. No, German. Yeah, the Russian Jews speak Yiddish as well.
There is this language of the Yemenite Jews.
There's.
And what's interesting? I don't really remember how it's called, but I heard the Yemenite Jews spoke like Arabic and Hebrew, and the thing is, we used say around here that actually the Yemenites, basically Jews who came from Yemen, they speak like how Hebrew should be spoken, because they use the Ain and the Aleph, and everything is correct according to the pronunciation.
I would say that any Jew of today that after the northern and southern kingdoms split and and everything, whoever is closest to that land that never left, probably doing everything closer to the way it was done at the time of the first temple. You know what I mean? They didn't move to Russia and become vodka drinkers. They didn't move to anywhere else and become European. They stayed
but the
right
thing
there.
You need to consider about Russia, I mean, Ashkenaz, basically it's a word to describe the German
town,
the German lands. Basically.
Yeah, it's not though.
So
Ashkenaz is a son of Japhet.
Don't talk about my Führer like that.
What?
Talk about his Führer like that.
Yeah, but remember, I have to push back a little bit here, because everyone likes to say like, oh no, Omar, Ashkenaz is just actually a town in Germany. Well, why would a bunch of Jews name a town in Germany thousands of years later after the brother of Shem? After the son of the brother of Shem.
He was a great artist. All right.
I will try to speculate and basically say why. The thing is, there are certain words, like the word that I wrote in the chat called chashmal, which we didn't really know what it meant. So maybe like Ashkenaz is a word like to describe certain areas in the world. Like I said that Ashkenaz basically it's a place that Germans lived in. I'm talking about Germanic people.
I know,
and we called it Ashkenaz. For a certain purpose.
Yeah, I can tell you. I'm telling you. Yes. You said that twice. I'm confirming. Yes, 100%. And the purpose was because Ashkenaz is the son of Japhet. When you have the flood, you have Noah and 3 sons, right? You have Shem, which is the Shemites, and you have Japhet. Japhet's son's name is Ashkenaz. So you would only move halfway around the world and name your family members after your actual relatives. You would never go and name your relatives or a town in Germany after your uncle's kid? Why would you do that? That's why today. That's why you can tell the Pashtuns are serious, because if you look up the last names as a Yusuf Zai, Zai means son of. Yusuf means Joseph. Ahmad Zai means Ahmed, which was changed for the Arabic of Yusuf, which is Joseph. Sons of Joseph, but they converted to Islam and kept the heritage. You understand? So we can. So my last name Ahmad Zai. So I know exactly when we were Yusuf Zai and when we became Ahmad Zai, because we have our history intact because we've never been conquered. So we cannot say that all of a sudden we're going to change the name to someone's uncle's son. Why would you name why of all the names of all the storied history of Judaism, would you name the new town halfway around the world in Germany after your cousin, not your own uncle? You would never do it. The answer is you never would. And no one would.
And
you
the Bible,
because
don't
that's
all
why,
the
and by the way,
towns-
this is oral tradition, Afghan is stand, land of Afghan. And Afghana is the son or grandson of King Saul, according to our Pashtun. That's why we named it Afghanistan, the land of King Saul's relative. You understand? So this is a lineage that we're tracking through oral traditions. I'm simply saying, and by the way, you see me, I'm defending the Hebrew Bible all day, and everyone thinks I'm a Jew and a Muslim. But when I gotta call bullshit when I got to call bullshit when there's when there's bullshit. No one would ever name if we Americans.
You like the
think of
little
this.
hat people.
If we Americans, move to Europe right now, if we Americans move to Europe right now, and then 500 years later, we wouldn't name the town in Spain after a town in Canada. It doesn't make any sense. So it's like these tribes were so spread out. If there's only 3 sons after Noah, then and Shem is all the Shemites, and Japheth all this, is all this. You would never name, you know what I mean, like something else. Like Jacob would never name a town after Cain.
Yeah.
Hey, Omar, I got a question for you. I got a
Omar,
question for you.
Well, I want to ask, because I know that you're pointing out that they're not in the line of what would be the Israelites in that area at that time. I understand
specific
that.
People, yeah, I'm saying whoever, whoever named it doesn't make any sense.
But there was proselytizing, right? So could it be said that there were proselytized Jews in that particular area and town?
100%.
No, they would never do that.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Clay. Yeah, I've said lots and lots of times that, like, for example, everything can be true at the same time. Those specific people who named that town in Germany after their direct relative Japhet in the form of Ashkenaz's son could be true. Khazarian and Kim, everything can be true at the same time. There's not, remember when we said last time we were all together, I said not every single Hebrew person on earth was a slave in Egypt at the same time. There were Hebrew people other places. So yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Clay. This is not a blanket statement in any way.
Right, and I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, that's important. Yeah,
By
that's
the way, Omar, I want to say that the first time I saw you talking with Benjamin and everyone, I actually thought that you were an Israeli.
Everyone get it nonstop.
He is, dude.
They are
really.
He waits till you make a point, and then he'll let you finish your sentence, and then he'll be like, "Exactly," and that's why he turns it right on you. I swear.
I thought Omar was a Muslim.
There is a theory though that
in order to be Muslim, you must first be Christian. In order to be Christian, you must first be Jew.
Omar is never.
Ford says everyone thinks you're a Jew and a Muslim. Oxymoron on its own. Yeah.
I mean, you can be a Jew and be a Muslim, but you have to be Muslim.
Jewish Muslim.
You have to be Muslim because in order to be Muslim, you must first be Christian. In order to be Christian, you must first be Jew.
But Clay, you want me to tell you why you can't be a Jew and a Muslim? You'll love this. You ready?
You would first have to be Christian, so you have to identify Christian first.
You have to accept Jesus as the Messiah and the virgin birth. You'd have to accept Jesus as your Messiah, and accept the virgin birth to be a Muslim and accept the Prophet Muhammad. They would accept the Prophet Muhammad as a prophet. They think he was a prophet to this descendants of Ishmael, but they would never accept Jesus as the Messiah.
Just quick on it for me. What was it again that is the reason on that one?
The Jews don't have a necessary problem with Muhammad. They just say that's the prophet of Ishmael's descendants. No problem.
He's just a prophet. That's right.
Yeah, they don't have a problem with that because they can go pray in the mosque, right?
They're looking for a savior through
the reason they can't be a Muslim is because if you reject Jesus as a Muslim, you're not a Muslim.
Right. He would be a prophet, but they would need a
it doesn't
Messiah
matter.
through Ishmael, though, right?
No. The Messiah in Islam is Jesus.
Wait. So
if you're a Muslim, so if you're a Jew, you believe in the Messiah. If you're a Christian, you believe the Messiah was Jesus and other things.
Right.
And to a Muslim, you believe that Jesus was the Messiah and Muhammad is the last prophet. He's just a prophet.
Sure.
But if a Jew says, I believe in Muhammad, great, but do you believe in the Messiah, Jesus Christ, and his virgin birth from Mother Miriam? They say no. They say you're not a Muslim. If you don't believe in Jesus as the Messiah, you can't be a Muslim. Why do you think I'm not a Muslim?
Oh, wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. So,
I don't believe in a Messiah, so I can't be a Muslim with no Messiah. I can't be a Christian with no Messiah.
The Messiah concept, though. The Jew can still be the Muslim can still be of the line of through proselytizing be a Jew.
Say it again. The Muslim can.
So the Muslim through the line by proselytization, which is conversion, also have the lineage of Jew.
All the Muslims that are Muslims, they were one of two things. Three things. They were either Jews, mainly they were Jews. They were Jews, or they were Christians, or they were straight up pagans. And Muhammad converted. I would say, why do you think his army was so powerful? Because he converted a lot of these pagan Arabs to the prophet to Islam. Not just by force, but like through the story, right? Proselytizing,
right. By proselytizing,
yeah.
Right.
So
that's the curiosity there. So with the Muslims, and I am curious about this. When it comes to their proselytization, would they convert anyone outside of the line of Ishmael?
Yes, because Jesus is the Messiah. And Jesus was supposed to be a light upon the nations of the world.
Okay, so they recognize the Gentile thing.
100%.
Okay,
that's what Jesus. Because of Jesus, if they didn't have Jesus as the Messiah, the answer would be no. They'd be like the Jews. They'd say we're chosen.
Very good. They're it's like I keep saying. In order to be Muslim, you must first be Christian. In order to be 100%. Christian, you must first be Jew. In order to be Jew, you must first be through the line of Abraham, and then through Abraham, you got to be of Melchizedek. The order of Melchizedek. And through Melchizedek, you got to be of Noah. And through Noah, you got to be, or one of the three sons, Noah, right? And then through Noah, going back all the way to Adam. Like, that's the idea here, right? Is like, it's all the Abrahamic faiths, right? And so it's crazy to believe that Jews, Christians, and Muslims couldn't possibly get along, knowing good and damn well that the doctrine does not leave room for the error of infighting within the Abrahamic covenants. And that's what it is. It's the literal infighting. It's so dumb because it's like I'm sitting here infighting with Christians.
By design.
I believe in the Christ. It's crazy.
By design. No, it's by design, dude. It's not crazy at all. It's quite genius. It's evil genius. The entire que bono, right? Who benefits? I ask right now. Think of this.
YouTube.
Right? So, no. Think about this. You have for many years now. You have Russia and you have Ukraine fighting, and there's only one other Slavic nation. It's called Belarus. These are the three Slavic countries, right? And so who benefits from Slavic people killing Slavic people?
No, they're the Polish too, and they're
The Polish are not
Czechs.
Slavic. They're not
How-
Slavic.
Yeah.
They're
How
Polish.
not? Like
Because they're
why?
Polish.
But their ancestry
That's
is
a
Slavic.
Baltic state.
Poland is not a Slavic nation.
And Czechia.
Bro,
No.
Poland isn't even close.
Those are a Turkic people. Chechnya is a Turkic people. They're
No,
not
Czechia, not Chechnya.
No, there's 3 Slavic nations.
Okay.
Please look it up and find it.
Yeah, the Baltic states were never intended to
Omar,
be
do
Slavic
you believe
nations.
that Adam had the law, any of the laws, or what? What do you think his
He
life
had
was
one.
like?
He had one.
Do I believe? I don't believe in it. Like, do I actually believe? Do I believe Adam's story? No. but as you want me to answer biblically, then the biblical answer would be that Adam, that the law was inherent in the creation of Adam, as he was created directly through the breath of God, and that's why God entrenched him, gave him the ability without telling him that he went around and named everything, right? Is because he already had this wisdom directly from God's breath in him.
You don't think they were chatting?
The law, huh?
You don't think that like God was like walking with him and they were chatting?
Well, I believe biblically speaking, yes, the Elohim, come let us create men in our image, were various beings walking in the garden. Or, yeah, that's why I know that's not one God at that part.
What do you think where it says like Cain and Abel both brought tithes? What's that all about?
I mean, God, well, I mean, didn't their parents tell them to prepare because God's going to talk to them, and they had to create their offerings, and one was a hunter.
Their tithe,
yeah. So I think it's what do I think that is? That's called social conditioning.
Well, I mean, if there's a God, right? I mean, to recognize that power, right? Then obviously you're going to want to show something for it. This is just natural within every religion or belief in a God ever. It's like, hey, you know what? There's this really cool guy that shows us favor. You guys might want to make sure you please him, and this is how you can do it. Right. I mean, obviously, and this goes for, even man's governments. Right. People do this all the time. They literally are what we would call in the 1A community cop suckers, boot lickers. These
you know why God accepted Abel's offering over Cain's?
It says that it was because of his intent, his heart.
That's because
that's what it says.
It's because that's what it may say, but that's because you can sacrifice a sheep, and God loves the smell of burning flesh.
That's right. Some good old lamb chops.
The question is, does Jesus like the smell of burning flesh? I'd have to say no.
Yes, he does, bro.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. And it's stated that he actually avoids the rituals which include animal sacrifices.
Yep.
He avoids
No, we're confused. And also the Cain and Abel thing, he what's it called? Cain cheated the tithe. He didn't tithe 10%. That's what happened there.
Who are the entities that demand sacrifice of animals, especially those of which we would consider innocent?
I don't consider animals like innocent human lives. I think that all animals.
They're not asking for like sacrifices of snakes. They're asking for like sacrifices of cute things, like
the things you eat of clean animals.
Kittens.
No. Animals are unclean.
Bunnies and kittens.
Yeah, but if you kill a soul, animal or human, there's still like life behind their eyes.
No, well, it's
I
not
don't
really.
know. I'm not debating you, Darth. I'm saying this to you.
And if Jesus loves sacrifice, then how come all he did was say you don't need to sacrifice?
He didn't. Let's do it. Let's go there. Bring up a verse. Let's talk about it.
Matthew or Mark? Which pick one?
Read one. I mean, I don't.
Pick Matthew or pick Mark. You
tell me which one to pull up.
I'll pull any of them. You tell me which book you want me to pull. He said it 4 times, 5 times.
Your favorite.
Matthew chapter 5.
Read it. Read it. I don't have it memorized. That's why I'm asking you to read it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Also,
good Lord, man, people got to get an electronic device to look shit up at some point. This is all I'm saying.
No, I'm just going off the top of my fucking head. I don't.
Not you. Somebody's no, not you, Omar. Like somebody wants you to look something up, and they're like, but I don't know what I want you to look up.
Matthew chapter 5.
He's the one who.
Well, you said which verse, and I was like Matthew or Mark or pick any of them. He said it in every book. Every it's one of the most important. The reason I remember it, just to share, is because it's one of the most consistent messages of Jesus through all the Gospels. That's how I remember.
Brother,
oh, really?
Confused. We're mad confused.
So this must not be that important.
Yeah, this is the temple or the Sermon on the Mount. Chapter 5, Matthew. I know it's the Sermon on the Mount.
Yeah, what does this have to do with abolishing the Torah sacrifices?
What?
Well,
hold on. That's called moving the goalpost.
Well, isn't that what
I said? I said Jesus says
vehemently against sacrifice.
No.
Okay, sorry,
That's called the straw man. You can't pull. We're not in the dorm right now. You can't just talk talking around people who don't know shit.
What you said.
But when you're in a place where people know what they're talking about and do this shit like professionally, don't start straw manning bullshit and moving goalposts.
I'm sorry,
okay, so because I'm tracking the entire history of the world, my friend. So remember, I'm tracking the whole history of all the books and all the history of all the world in my head, right? So I would track the last 20 seconds you said. So understand, the first I said, we were talking about sacrifices. Clay made the statement. You said no. I said, does Jesus like the smell of burning flesh? And you said, yes, he does. You go, yes, he does. With such confidence. And here we are now. I said, pick any verse. I said, you tell me which verse. And I said, any of the verses of because I said it's one of the most consistent things that he said. What I said was that I never said, I said, does Jesus
let's
like
go
the
to
smell?
this verse.
Hold on a second.
Agree.
I said, does Jesus like the smell of burning flesh? You said yes. I didn't say the Bible vehemently rejects. I didn't say Jesus vehemently. You said Jesus vehemently. No, don't laugh. But this is the third stage of it. The first is the first step that people do, and I'm just drawing this out. These are called fallacies. The first step is that you move the goalpost. You get caught on moving the goalpost, and this is subconscious. You're not even thinking about it. Second step that you'll do is build a straw man and put words in someone's mouth. Then when you get caught on that, you try to laugh it off, right? So this happens in a debate. When you start seeing these types of things, people start. You said Matthew, and I said,
I'm sorry.
You said Matthew. You're turning it into a debate, so I'm handling you for 10 more seconds like a debater. You said which verse, and I said any of me. I said Matthew. You said which verse? I said Matthew chapter 5, and you go which verse? I'm sorry, I don't have it memorized, but I was. So here's Matthew chapter 5. It says, therefore, if you're offering your gift at the altar, and there remember that your brother or sister has something against you.
Yeah.
Leave your gift there in front of the altar.
Come on.
First go and reconcile them, then come and offer your gift.
Amen.
Oh my God, we got a fucking Pentecostal on the fucking
but he's not listening though.
The
problem is when you do that stuff, you're not actually.
See this verse?
No, he has no intention of listening. He just hears.
I'm listening.
Hears that you're reading scripture, and he's like, "Hail Jesus!"
What do you have to say, Omar? I'm sorry.
Look, hey, Omar, I got a better one for you. I got a better one.
Another one.
Mark is better. Which verse in Mark?
It's Mark 12:33. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Here, I'm going to do this. Blue Bible. Watch this. I'm going to give you guys what you're looking for. Okay, what is it? Mark
12:33.
12. Okay, 33. It's in every single one. Okay.
It wasn't in the last one.
It is. I pulled the wrong verse. Hold on.
12,
and when
33.
Jesus
33.
Scroll up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to love him with all the heart and with all the understanding and with all the soul and with all the strength. That's fully. To love his neighbor as himself is more than all the whole burnt offerings and sacrifices. Can I get
amen?
And amen.
Right. So it's not.
Jesus likes to smell burning flesh.
Yeah, it's not here saying that he doesn't want you to give offerings and sacrifices. He's just saying, all these other things are better, but you know what? You can still give the offerings and sacrifice.
Because I'll smell that good sweet aroma. 2 for 2. Let's go.
Brother, he said, love him with all your heart, all your understanding, all your soul.
This is what the
all
Torah
your strength.
states. This
That's
is literally the Torah.
No.
He's quoting the Torah right here, believe it or not.
But by the way, I think that the Torah is a lot more. And by the way, this is all coming from love, because normal conversations, when someone keeps challenging something, keeps telling you basically prove it. When you say which verse, that's called prove it. Prove it is a debate thing. We're just having a conversation. So I'm like, okay, sure. So then once I start going, we can't do, then I start calling out the foul. It's called muscle memory.
But it is clear here that Jesus does not desire.
What else? Give us another verse, Clay.
And to love
we'll take it to Matthew 9:13 and 12:7.
Matthew
9:13.
9.
Yeah.
That's not ringing a bell. Matthew 9.
He quotes Hosea here.
I'm not Christian. The fact that I even know this much about your book.
What do you mean you're 0 for 2 right now, brother?
What?
All right, here we go.
Hold on. You're telling me the last thing that Clay just meant did not specifically tell you that everything said the opposite. Is more important than sacrifice.
Let me explain. It said the opposite. It said all of these things are amazing. Here's what it said. It said sacrifices are good, including the smell, but these things are more important. That's literally what it is.
But in the Hebrew Bible, the most important thing was the sacrifices those rabbis were doing.
Wrong.
Bro, it was to the point that they could run around and do usury and all this ill shit.
No.
And as long as they were burning shit, that's how they were acting. That's brother, hold on. This is the historical schism. Let me explain. The problem that all the normal Jews and normal rabbis had with the Sadducees and the Pharisees pre-Jesus, first temple period, and before, was the corruption that was allowed to occur as long as the sacrifices kept going. So people were paying to have animals constantly sacrificed.
Well,
to the point that it's described that blood was to the knees because of the amount of sin that was being atoned for. This is what Jesus pointed out, that the sacrifice is not
why
the most
Jesus
important.
battled with the Pharisees, because they were sinners. They were the synagogue of Satan. And this is why you have that verse in the Old Testament that talks about your offerings, and I have not desired, but a clean heart I have.
But those sinners that you're talking about,
righteousness,
the sacrifices above everything else. Jesus said everything else to God above the sacrifices.
See, I feel like show me that in the Old Testament where sacrifices are valued above all the other.
Bro, hold on. Right now, the Jews can atone for all
in the Old
sins.
Testament.
Right now, this is I'm not even going to.
Let's go one or two more.
Isaiah 1. Isaiah 1.
Let me pull it up because I can't, because that's too basic for me to even dive into. No disrespect. That's too obvious. But just today, the Jews don't even have. The Jews don't even have a temple right now. So you know what they have to do? They have to resort. They have to resort to once a year,
in the backyard,
shaking a fucking chicken. And they actually think that it's going to absolve their sins from the last year.
Was that even Torah allowed?
Hey.
That doesn't even
no, because they had a temple. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, I'm talking about just the sacrifice. Like if you're going to kill a chicken,
chicken things.
You put the chicken upside down and you cut its throat and you remove the fat.
It's Talmudic shit. It's post Second Temple pyramid. It's all Talmudic made up shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
The stuff they're doing now, so I don't agree with
that. Yes, it's Talmudic. It's not biblical at all.
Down below.
Because they had the temple.
Let's go one more New Testament verse, then let's go that verse, Clay. One more New Testament.
Let me share.
Come on, Shaman, pull one out your.
This is Psalm. You don't like David?
Here we go.
I like David. He says, "Deliver me from blood guiltness." Hold on. What is it?
Blood guiltiness, dude. I love David.
Right. Okay, for thou
desire.
Calm down, Pentecost.
Sorry.
He's about to start shouting in tongues. For thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it. Thou delightest not in burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart, "Oh God, thou wilt not despise." So here it is. David is stating that he does that. Are you okay?
Yep.
You're like shaking dicks on your face or something, going, "Come on me." What the fuck, dude? Jesus.
No, keep reading, bro.
It says
keep reading. There's 2 more verses.
What do you mean keep reading, bro? This is the point here.
Keep reading.
Literally, it's what am I going to continue reading for?
Because, bro, the whole context of this verse is what Shaman was just talking about, where it's like these people were doing the sacrifices.
Okay, fine. I'll read a little more. Then shalt thou be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness with burnt offering. Are you okay? Bro, are you okay?
Shaman, how do you feel about these
verses?
verses?
You like holding 2 dicks in your hand, going, "Come on me" right 19. Now, or what, dude?
Clay,
Shit, dude.
Clay,
we can't do bloods. We can't end on blood sport, Clay. Come on, dude.
Can you finish? Can you finish?
No, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not going to have this Pentecostal speaking in tongues going, "Come on me."
I gotta tell you, hold on, what happened here?
I wanted him to read that.
Oh, there you go. Sorry. Here's the thing, man. The Jews will tell you themselves that the reason that they were kicked out of the land was for their sins, right? Deuteronomy specifically states over and over again that the laws are eternal and the covenant is conditional based off of their actions and inactions. Israel was a unified country for only 70 years, and the reason was the corruption at what we would call the rabbis, which were the priests, and inside the temples. They described the blood flowing around the temple up to the knees, and the reason they were sacrificing that many animals on a daily basis was to atone for the sins, basically stating that if I do something wrong and pay for it, it'll go away. Pope Borgia, Alexander VI, did something similar. That's why the mafia said they love Catholic Church, because he created the thing where if you do a sin, then you just go pay for it. They'll tell you how much it costs. Indulgences. Thank you.
It's not good, bro.
But you know where
why
it comes
America
from?
was founded.
But you know where it comes from? They point back at the temple period and those priests. That's the thing. It comes from there too. So all
Omar,
the things that
when
you think
are
are
gonna have
good.
a barbecue with Jesus, bro? It would be a good thing.
What does that mean?
It means you're gonna do it lamb in your backyard.
Hey man,
you're gonna do a lamb in your backyard. You're gonna cut it right. You're gonna
hallelujah, brother.
No, I don't think Jesus wanted to have a barbecue, bro.
Every Passover, he was.
Hey, Omar.
Praise Jesus.
Can I ask a question? The difference between and like the Aztecs and the animal sacrifice. What's your personal opinion?
Dude, you gotta ask me.
And the Incans did human sacrifices.
Literally.
Yeah, the Mayans. Yeah.
And the Mayans too.
The Aztecs, at least.
Well, you gotta understand why they were doing it. They weren't doing it because they were like,
they were worshiping
evil.
Quetzalcoatl, the blood god or whatever, the sun.
Right.
They were giving hearts to the sun.
But you gotta understand why they were doing it. They
praying
weren't doing it because
rain.
No,
they were just sacrificing.
Look, let me tell you why they were doing it.
I'm trolling. My bad.
No,
you gotta understand what they were doing.
Go ahead, Darth.
They weren't doing it because they were being dickheads. They actually believed if they didn't provide blood, the universe was going to collapse. So they were providing this blood to give it to the gods, and the gods will use this, the soul out of the blood to preserve the universe, to keep it from chaos. So yes, they were tricked, but they weren't doing it to be evil.
Yeah, but how do we know? But the other side of the antithesis of that is that their rulers were so evil and corrupt. That's how they got the power. That they got a bunch of priests that were corrupt, and they wanted to kill the people constantly to put them in check. So they remember, stay in fucking line. Imagine to be able to convince the people.
Imagine
to be able to convince people enough to give yourself up.
Well, no, here's the thing. Even the priests were up to be sacrificed, so they could even die. So, but what I suspect was happening was here demons just tricking humans because this is a way to get souls. So if you're a demon who wants souls, you can trick humans into sacrificing themselves, and they'll do the dirty work for you. And
Wait
they
a
might
minute.
think.
So you're saying the demon ain't the guy that comes knocking on your door with a briefcase and a black tie?
That
I'll
too,
bring you $1
man.
million
All shapes
for
and
your
sizes.
soul.
Demons change shapes. Being a being of smoke or fire means that it can change shape and appear in any form, right? The spirit can materialize in the flesh in any way. So
Bro,
now it would be like an IT.
This is literally something that I've been told by a few different old Christian guys. Like a few of them, they've literally told me that that's what they believe is like what's gonna happen is like there's gonna be some old guy, some shyster that comes knocking on their doors in a suit and a tie with a briefcase, and they're gonna offer them $1 million, and all they want in exchange is their soul.
I'll show you what it looks like right now.
$1 million won't even buy you a house these days, dude. It's
I'm gonna show you what it looks like right
It's
now.
true,
Watch
Clay.
this.
The devil in the sky.
Jody,
I know what you're saying.
That guy.
Jody, have you ever heard of the concept of like the Torah is like super anti-human sacrifice, and like
Jody
my
knows
God.
all about that.
Jody, do you know this?
Oh yeah, dude.
You know what I'm
Jody knows everything about this stuff, man.
Well, I mean, like if you didn't, then like obviously the pagan religions generally they're going to go in the opposite direction and say. And I actually liked what Shaman gave. He said about like how the most evil form is you would try to scare the being before you kill it.
Yeah.
And then it's like if you can get a kid and then scare it before you kill it. This is like what they're doing with the Epstein ring and stuff.
Exactly. That's the adrenochrome concept and all. But add one step further,
right?
Because the only way Satanism and in the form of Satan and an embodiment magic, as far as black magic works, is not tricking you. It has to get you to say yes. This is the concept of the genie. So it's not just about grabbing people and burning them. You have to have them putting their energy to that spirit and then throwing themselves in the fucking fire. This is the most powerful because that's one step above the fear energy. Because if they please choose me, and throw themselves in the fire, this is the highest offering. That's the smell that the spirit likes the most.
Exactly, because the demon becomes effectively God to them.
I think you just described the demon that most like young evil women have in America.
Oh, that fucking guy! Oh my God!
That guy. Look at him here, Spirit Wind. Go back to Spirit Wind. Oh, go back to Spirit Wind. Down a little bit of Spirit Wind.
Tell me that's a fucking
swearing people, dude.
Which one is? Can I tell you guys when this
go down a little? It's a music album. Go down a little more. It's a music album. Yeah, there it is. Look at that.
This one.
Spirit Wind.
Yeah, look at he looks
one right there.
He's demonic there.
Motherfucker.
What the fuck is this? What is he doing? Hold on, let me
you
pull
haven't
it up
seen
for
this
you.
guy, Clay?
No, I know what I know.
Dude, this guy's fucking creepier than Freddy Krueger, bro.
I pulled up the Pierce from Poltergeist and Clay pulled him up. It's pretty much the same thing.
It is.
This guy's like one of the richest people in America. Like not billionaires, but he's so rich.
His eyes, you can see it in his fucking eyes.
He has no soul.
He's like 85.
There's no soul, dude.
Do you know he's one of the leading converters of making all his followers Christian Zionists.
Yeah, look at that cocksucker. Look at that fucking weirdo creep.
He is a complete Christian Zionist to the extent that like the whole Genesis 12:3. His shit is.
Bro, that dude's he's a demon.
This
That's
is literally the
interview.
demon. This is the interview where he was asked why it is that he has the jet, right? And he's like,
below the photo. Read below the photo.
Do you believe?
Cheap.
You believe God wanted
kind of viral on
But I'm not gonna lie, guys. Listen, I moved to Atlanta from like Florida, a very conservative place. And go ride the MARTA train in Florida or in Atlanta, or go ride the subway. Go ride the subway in New York, and you'll see why that he said that.
Oh, I heard about this guy.
Oh my God.
Well, Atlanta's really gay, right?
If you ride the MARTA in Atlanta, you're getting stabbed or raped as a grown man.
Those are demonic pupils for sure.
No, but that guy's not even the best. Here, I'll show you the best one. Hold on, watch this. Watch this.
That dude creeps. That dude scares me.
No, check this out.
Literally, that guy's face scares the
nightmares
fuck out of
tonight.
me.
But here's the best part, right? This guy is one of them, and then watch this one. This one does it on a completely different way. He does it with the big smile.
Pull up Joel Osteen.
No, he's Joel Osteen's a newer version of this guy. Get ready for this one. Get ready for this. Watch this. This is the best. Watch this explanation.
If you're running your own business.
Hold on. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, watch this. Watch this.
Oh my God, this guy. Yeah.
Listen to him. Watch.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994.
He said, "This is the first plane I purchased for the Lord." Ready? Watch this.
Come on.
First plane that I purchased for the Lord.
Jesse Duplantis.
Listen.
Yeah, that's. Oh.
And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am.
For the Lord.
This was paid cash. This was paid cash. This was paid cash. And the new one's going to be paid cash also. Now, let me make this announcement so everybody can understand it. I don't own the plane. This belongs to the ministry. If Jesus tarries and I go by the way of the grave, the next person that's going to take this ministry will use that, just like we use all the different things that are happening in our ministry today. I really believe that if Jesus was physically on the earth today, he wouldn't be riding a donkey.
He's got the biggest house in Texas.
They are some of the most popular.
If you didn't know
Bro,
that, Jesse Duplantis.
He killed it.
He's got the biggest house in Texas.
He said, if Jesus was alive today, he wouldn't be riding a donkey.
Crazy.
No, he's gonna come back with a sword on a horse.
Giant fucking compound.
He said a
Yeah,
horse.
it's the
Doesn't he
biggest
have like a
house in
giant
Texas.
compound?
Yeah. Shaman,
That's
would you
'cause-
believe
I
that
watched
that
a
guy
documentary, like a
rejects
private
sacrifice?
What?
Yeah, but that guy doesn't scare me as much as the other cocksucker.
I said that guy completely rejects sacrifice.
Well,
so
what is it? Wait,
And?
what are we talking
Something
about?
to dote on.
Yeah, but that's like me saying, but you know what he does do? He likes pizza. Neither have anything
he
to
likes
do.
beef jerky too, and grape soda.
That guy is feeding.
Adrenochrome, by the way.
Bro, that guy's feeding off the energies of the people. But what I feel bad about is the tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of souls that really listen to this guy for their salvation. This is who I
Oh,
I feel
bro,
bad
throughout my childhood,
Yeah.
I bet my parents probably
because
gave
their
him
own
at least
free
a couple
will
grand.
is compromised, you know, so these people make people sacrifice themselves in a sense, right? Just like they have to do it on their own compromise, but the trick is to like make you believe it. That not like I can't make you believe it, you have to believe it, but then I have to invent something that
they're giving their free will away.
Because then it's just the same thing as torture. Like I can torture and do a ritual about torture, but the true evil is like to make you do the thing.
It's same thing with the Aztecs
I love that,
sacrifices. It's about making them do it.
Uh-huh.
It's same thing with the Aztec ritual sacrifices. It's about getting the humans to do it for themselves.
Yeah.
Getting them to do it, because this way they can avoid all legal, like well, it wasn't me. It's like the mob boss.
Yeah,
said, well,
exactly. That's what it says. Yeah.
It's like you've been saying about the demons being legalistic and like, yeah.
They know the
basically
Torah.
it's all about free will. So how do you? They can't really force us to do anything. These demons, like, they don't really have power. We have to give them power.
Western Arctic Alaska. I just read this thing like 7 or 8 times. That does not logically follow in any way. I don't know what Kadem has to do with L. And Ian, yeah. So rewrite that. That doesn't make any sense. That's like saying the God. That's like saying the earth, and then the trees, and then Jesus, then the plain, or no, then the mountain. Therefore, God.
Yo, let's talk about Paul.
I wanted to talk with Vibe. I wanted to talk with Vibe a little more before.
Come on, bro.
I think you're gonna. I think you're. It's gonna. We're gonna have to start that fresh because it's gonna sounds like we're gonna have to slow that down, man. No offense.
Yeah, we're already on hour 9 here.
No, because you're already so sure
8 hours,
about
24 minutes.
Because Paul, when you understand that he was a Jewish rabbi who obviously knew the Torah, which means he knew Hebrew, and then wrote in Greek and consciously decided to use words that were either ambiguous and less than half the time, but the majority of the time were intentionally used for a reason.
Give me one word.
Pneuma, his word that he used for spirit,
that's your one,
the Holy Spirit. Yeah, that's a big one.
The
man.
masculine. Okay.
That's a big but it's just the idea when you understand the Platonic understanding of pneuma. He specifically chose something that was so different from what the Jews were talking about.
Isn't that
he's
Greek?
a Jew.
He's using a Greek word though, right? Is there
by choice? By choice.
What would the better word to use?
Oh my God,
Greek?
there's so many.
Pleroma. Could you use pleroma? I don't know.
Yeah, but was it even a bad word in Greek, or like, you know what I mean?
No, it means
like,
breath. It means breath, right?
No, pleroma. No, pleroma is the heavens or the.
Pleroma is
he should have used the.
He's trying to replace ruach, I assume. It sounds like pneuma is the good right word.
Pneuma means breath.
Can I pause
because he
wouldn't plug you.
He would have said.
What would he have said? Yeah, I'm confused.
He would have said the psyche of the logos, like
Wait, what? What if he's trying to do a word for word translation?
What? Yeah.
So he would say pneuma. That means breath.
No, because he's talking about God, right?
Words.
Well, but you laughed, but you don't even know what the 2 words I said, and you laughed.
Yeah, you're right.
Because you don't know. So you're again. That's the third stage, right? The first one is the first one is. Okay, so
you're good, man.
This is the problem.
You're being a good sport, man. It's
me.
No, Ike. You know.
Yeah, but again,
Shaman's telling me I'm evil.
No. Again, hey, by the way, that's the second step. Now you went 3-1. The first one you do the nervous laugh off when Andrew Wilson goes, of course I know the charges. Can you pull it up?
Shit.
Remember that? So that's the third stage. First time you do 1, 2, 3. Now you're starting at 3, and then you created the straw man, and then the next one is you're gonna put words in my mouth. So
it seems like you're messing with magic here. He's laughing all of a sudden.
Well, here's the thing too. So here's something I find actually quite interesting. So daemon, which is the Greek for divine power, lesser deity, or guiding spirit, is not the word used for Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
That's interesting because that would indicate that would not be a being as the Trinitarians.
Yeah, the funny part is called psyche. That's how I remember it, like psychic. And logos was casually translated as mind. So it would be psyche. So it would be the soul. So, but the literal would be like the soul of the mind. But the older would be the soul of the reason. You understand?
Right.
Which is quite fucking deep.
Yeah, that's
so
very deep.
Paul understood. Paul was a master of the Greek language, so Paul understood.
Psyche, by the way, Psyche is the Titan. She's a Titan, or she's a daughter of Zeus or something.
Psyche. Oh yeah.
She's a Titan.
Fuck. That's actually okay. So look, so soul, right?
Yes, Psyche, soul.
Okay, so remember. Paul is talking. Remember, Paul said Holy Spirit, right? So the Holy Spirit would be the soul of God, right, or the breath of God, correct?
Probably ruach, I would say.
Yeah, in Hebrew, but I'm saying, but we say
in the Greek.
No, it's not pneuma. It's not because the pneuma is is not the best translation for it. It would be psyche, which is the soul of the logos, is God. Remember logos, God?
I'll have to take your word for it and go study logos and pneuma and the other Greek words for breath. But it sounds to me like so far it seems like a good word-to-word literal translation, but not a good like message Bible translation, if you will. And both can have their own value.
If you want to formulate your own doctrine, then you can just make words mean whatever the hell you want them to mean, right?
I honestly, I'm not educated enough on the specific Greek words for this specific.
No, it's not even about the Greek. It's understanding that Paul was a Pharisaical Hebrew rabbi, right? Who was also a master of the Greek language as well, because he was very well educated, right?
Right, and he would have known pneuma means feminine.
He knew exactly every word he wrote because he was a master of the Greek language.
I can't even tell you which word he should have used, and I think you just said it. So I'm going to have to come back.
God's soul, because remember, God. Are we thinking of this? Is the question. Even though it's described in the Hebrew Bible of God forming man out of clay and breathing his breath. Right, but we're talking about God Most High, right? Correct. We're talking about the Creator of the universe, or we're talking about a being.
Well, you don't really have a great working definition of the word God, so I don't know. I'd have to press on that.
No, I'm down in your planes.
To be
God,
real.
let me be real. So, in the language of Avesta, it would be called. It would be called Ahura Mazda. It means the uncreated one. The being of which all creation comes from, both material, uncreated, the unlimited potentiality from even light can exist upon inside of the supreme creator of all that exists. That's my definition of God. Now you tell me what God is.
That's literally
you tell me
not
what God
the
is.
definition. The word God.
What do you mean the definition? No. So no, that's your low-level Elohim bullshit.
That's what it means.
That's your caveman shit. That's not what Jesus was talking about.
Okay.
Omar's
So you're saying that? Let me just be sure what I'm hearing you say, Omar.
No, but I mean,
are you? Because I keep hearing Ike say it, but I'm not sure if you're saying it because Ike keeps saying it, and I don't want to make it like Ike said it. That this is what you believe.
He's using his. Let me tell you what's going on here. Ike's reading his Christian Bibles too much. That's all bad translations. So he's actually not. He's actually not wrong according to what he's been reading. The difference is I'm not granting it because we're talking about the actual Old Testament. He called himself an Old Testament Christian. Therefore, I'm presupposing we're talking real Old Testament, which was written in Hebrew. When he says God just means Lord or ruler.
God is an English word.
Hold on a second, Ike.
It's an English word.
When you're referring to God meaning ruler, you're using the Hebrew word Adonai because you're reading Adonai in your book, but that's not what the word being used in Hebrew. That's why I'm correcting you every 5 seconds, because you're assuming it all means the same thing. God means El. Adonai means ruler.
Okay, well, this is a good point that we got to. Then I think we just disagree with that last statement you just said.
Dude, I think you want to disagree because
hold on. I got you, Omar. It's not a disagreement.
Hebrew word.
Ike, you're just wrong. Hold on. Ike, it's not a disagreement.
It would be Adonai or Elohim.
You don't understand the difference between disagreement and wrong, right?
Yeah, he's disagreeing and wrong because he thinks I'm wrong. You ready for this? You guys can see the screen. Hebrew word for ruler. Okay.
Maybe.
Watch. No, buddy, you're getting confused. Watch.
It just means Lord.
Hebrew word Adonai, right? I said it's ruler, right? Adonai. Watch this. Lord and ruler. Oh, Lord, Master, right?
Yeah, Lord.
Yeah,
put in Baal.
Okay. Because that's all over King James. That's all. Baal means Lord. It's different, dude. Stop moving the goalposts. That's the second fallacy.
Isn't that a Hebrew
because
word?
You're changing. No one said Baal. We said. You said
these are synonyms. This is what we're talking about.
Okay, this is now the straw man. So let's recap this. Because I will tell you, stop interrupting. Because I said El means God, and you said no, dude. God just means ruler. And I said no, my friend. You're still using the wrong words. I've been explaining to everyone that you have been reading shit in English and you think Adonai because it's the most used word for God overall, other than Yahweh. And Yahweh means Lord, Master, or Ruler, right? And I keep telling you, look, Hebrew word for God, El. Watch this. That's plural.
Elohim,
right?
but even you put Elohim
Plural,
underneath.
dude. Look.
What do you mean?
Plural.
No,
Hey, look, buddy. Look, stop interrupting me with your bullshit.
Sorry.
What the fuck does that say? One. God, one. See, one, not plural. Ready? Not plural. Okay?
Yeah, there we
Elohim, Elohim, Hebrew. Ready for this? It's fucking plural. It does not matter.
But didn't
you seriously not know this?
Look, dude. Look. Enough. Okay, so don't fucking tell me anymore.
Power,
that I'm
or might. That's the real.
Dude.
Can I respond or no?
That's root word, dummy.
I know. Can I respond?
No, you don't know.
Or no?
You just tried to say it was strength,
Because
power,
that's-
or might.
because
That's the
if you-
root word. It's not the actual word. Stop being a Riri. Either you're retarded or obstinate. Which one is it?
No, because the problem is he spends a lot of time. He spends a lot of time studying this stuff. But I think subconsciously the reason he came here is he wanted to have great deeper conversations because he's not challenged in his friend circle.
I agree with
and the second thing subconsciously is he wants to actually be fucking right, and that's good. But when you're talking to people who just have a few more years on this stuff, you should listen a lot more.
I'm listening, but I'm even confused on what you've just
say. I
pulled
don't
out.
know. Like,
8
stop
hours,
saying-
8 hours later, you're so fucking telling me that I'm confused that El means God and Elohim means God's plural. You're the only human I know that thinks that. I've never met anyone no one. You understand? So it's like I get into conversation.
Wait a minute. No. So like,
Bro, Omar, he needs to come to Sarah's panel for sure.
Even in what you just said there, I feel like you've just wrapped around like 3 times because in your pantheon you described earlier, you described El as being
moving
like
the goalpost.
Well, definitions are typically circular, my friend. That's kind of how the
word.
language works.
Because again, for the last time, when they say Shema, look, I know how to solve this. Do you know what the Shema? You know what the Shema is?
Yes, bro, I do.
You do? Okay, watch this.
Hold on.
Hebrew. Here it is.
We weren't talking about the Shema. You're moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost.
Yeah, you
Omar, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
tickling
Jody is again backstage, and I hate doing this. I feel like a messenger.
Elohim, I love it. But so maybe
Elohim, our God, bro. It's a plural talking about God.
Yes.
Elohim. It means our God.
I think maybe some of the confusion. So when you read the word God in English in the Bible, in the New Testament,
I'm not even. Look. It's right here, dude. I'm not going to even get into it anymore. You're fucking trolling. Okay.
I can't.
That's it. No more talk. Don't even talk. Everyone, 10 seconds. There's no more of this conversation. Okay. This is a fucking singular word. That's singular. You see this word? This is a plural word. God's. Okay, so there's only one word for the one high God. That's called El. Everything else is a different thing. You keep telling me El's not God.
And does the English word God, G-O-D, mean El? You would say yes.
For the fucking 47th time.
And even in the New Testament?
I don't give a fuck about the New Testament.
Okay, so then that's where
that's where you're wrong because
you moved the goalpost thing.
No, we're not, because you're an Old Testament Christian, which means you derive God from the Hebrew Bible, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so then why are you asking me God's name, highest name here, when I'm just showing you over and over again? It's in Hebrew right here.
Because I thought the New Testament was fair game this whole time. I just learned.
No, the New Testament isn't where the name El is derived from. The New Testament's not written in Hebrew.
I didn't
it's
know
not. It's not about fair game. It's not written in Hebrew, and you're telling me El is not God in Hebrew. So the New Testament has nothing in Hebrew. So you're changing languages, which is called moving the goalpost.
Sure, and now I understand your point more. I mean, I still
you're changing the languages.
I'd still disagree on your pantheon and L being like the higher.
You don't even
understand.
You don't even understand it yet.
I do.
So,
Remember, I explained it to Clay, and you told me I explained it right.
No, you mixed up two of them. You're like you understand the theory. You understand the theory.
I
which,
didn't.
by the
I
way,
realize now that a lot of the confusion was because you were in this whole time you were thinking New Testament off limits, and in my mind, whenever I say the word God, I'm thinking how it's used in New and Old Testament together.
And I'm saying then, and I'm saying now that you have been programmed, and I'm trying to help you unprogram yourself so you can understand what these people were talking about. What I'm trying to say, the oldest writings are very specific. The Masoretic text made it very clear that everything's just about Yahweh, and I'm trying to point out that is not the case in context of the histories of these peoples.
The first
and
thing
every rabbi worth their weight in anything will tell you.
The first thing you could do is stop calling it Old Testament, New Testament, because there is no Old Testament. There's no such fucking thing. Okay,
yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so stop calling it that. It's Hebrew and Aramaic scriptures, and then there's the Greek scriptures or scrolls, if you want to use scrolls, the word scrolls. Because when I hear people saying the Old Testament, New Testament, like, of course, like, here's the thing. Before I came to the internet, like, I was still studying, right? Now, I've learned a lot before I came to the internet, but I've also learned some stuff on the internet from people, listening to people, like using the Blue Letter Bible. I learned that from somebody on the internet. But the thing is, like, I knew a lot. I knew that the whole concept behind Jesus being God was absolutely asinine before I ever came to the internet. Long before I came to the internet.
So
I gotta have some type of basics, right?
Clay,
to
do you
understand
say
that this shit's crazy.
Hold on, guys. Ike, 1 second, okay, before we go in more circles. Look, this is Hebrew to English translation and the literal, so the transliteration, so we can pronounce. Yeah. Okay, so here's the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. In the beginning.
Come on.
Okay. In the beginning,
okay?
Elohim created the heavens and the earth. Right? In the beginning, Elohim, right? Now you're thinking in your mind, God, right?
When I say Elohim, I think plural gods, I would say.
Yeah, okay. Except for you're arguing against it the whole time. Got it.
What do you mean?
Okay.
What do you?
I'm very clear. I don't stutter and I don't speak French, bro. I'm very clear on what I said.
Which verse did I argue against that?
Elohim is plural. Now let's continue.
In this verse, yes, it says.
It says Elohim. It's not in this verse. The only word there is Elohim. Yeah, so it's that verse says Elohim. Yes. Okay. And the earth was tohu and bohu, right? Yep. And darkness was over. And the ruach of Elohim, right? Yep. Yeah. The ruach, the creation breath, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the next one. And Elohim said, "Let there be light." They, which is they, right? We're still under they. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Hebrew to English.
I'm not super familiar with it. I've heard it talked about so much, but I haven't learned Hebrew yet, and I'm eventually going to. Is it possible that Elohim can ever be a singular?
Never. That's El.
But aren't there some scholars that would make that argument?
No, never. That's why. And Ike, there now you understand my frustration.
No, because I haven't.
No, yes. It's yes.
No. We've been talking
about in your mind, you think there's this door. And that's why you keep going.
No,
it's
bro,
like trying to. Yes, you do.
For humor in theory, just
and
now.
And if Copeland will tell you that it means God, go ask him.
That's all.
This is the concept of why they were. Look, Elohim said it's all plural in that early Genesis stuff. Then it goes to the singular. That's the thing about it, man.
Spaghetti.
Come back in, Omar. You disconnected.
Sorry, I get myself out. Let's see what fourth Wiseman. English in a linguistic language format is Anglo-Saxon English.
Mixed-ish.
Yeah, this makes me want to go back and watch some of those Trinitarian debates just to see, because I'm reminded of like James White being like, and having a debate with like a oneness Pentecostal, and then one of them being like, oh, there's 4,000 uses, singular uses, masculine, and then the other one being like, oh, but there's all these plural uses, and this is the Trinity. So, but for me, I disagree with like. I mean, maybe you misunderstood me, or maybe I just haven't been clear. I think that the word Elohim or El can always, I still think that just means ruler, which can also be translated as God, divine being. That's my belief. I know you reject
it's translated. Brother, you are the star of your own reality, so you can translate it however the fuck you want in your own mind.
Yeah,
I have already, and as long as it makes you a good person.
High ruler. And
hey,
look,
here's the funny thing.
Tell us, it's been shown.
Okay. Even upon my own doctrine, of course, because I
agreed with
hold on, because I was talking. Come on, dude, what are we doing here? So even upon my own doctrine, which because I believe Christ is King and I believe the scriptures are accurate, I do believe that God has put a veil of blindness over this man. Right. This is the unfortunate thing about people. Unfortunately, he has hardened some people's hearts, and it's not for me to say, right? I still consider him my Christian brother, like my human brother, and I do really wish that he would just at least recognize what words mean, defined according to the actual literal translation. I can't stop that man from believing that it means something. Like if I say the sky is blue, he can believe that it's green all day long and argue till he's blue in the face.
And then say blue means green.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I think that's where it is here. It's an impasse because somebody just doesn't want to recognize a literal translation.
I literally pulled it up on the screen. There's not even a more like dancing about like, well, what if this? There's no what if. It's like the floor is the floor and the ceiling's the ceiling. And we can't be like, well, what if they really meant ceiling by floor? Sorry, that's not what the word floor means.
My favorite thing is when a Trinitarian comes in and tries to tell me that Jesus is God, and I'm literally looking at him like, okay, well, here's why I don't believe that. And then he's like, oh, but you're so close to believing what I believe. And then I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that's because I used to believe it, and now I don't because I listen to people.
Someone tells me Jesus is their God. I just think, okay, Jesus is your Elohim, no problem. Like I actually don't care.
Right.
You worship.
Wait, so what do you guys think a better translation of John 1 would be?
I listened to some people and they taught me about certain things, like, I don't know, the literal translation. And then I'm like, oh, well, shit. I didn't realize that. I'm not a Trinitarian anymore because I accepted the truth, because I accepted that there's only one God, one creator of all things. Of course, I do believe that's Yahweh, and of course, I might disagree with Omar on that particular thing.
Sure,
but we can hash that out. But the basic of like, there's more than one God versus there's only one God. No, there's only one God. Like that's just basic monotheism as it is. Like there's nothing more than that. Like you can't have three gods. You can't have two gods.
You can also look at the Elohims just as like angels that were being worshipped as gods just because they didn't have a word for angels. They had the words the Elohim, and so that's that. There's God and the angels, and then there's gods and gods, and it's like I get the confusion, but once you pull it up in 4 different places on the literal, like there's no more. I'm not going to say that. What if the ceiling was the floor?
What did you pull up now?
It would say ceiling, not floor.
It's like a
and it's like no, but what if they meant it? What if they meant what?
What do you, Shaman? Can I ask you how you would have translated John 1, where it says the Word was with God and the Word was God? What would you have like? What
we already went over logos. Logos literal translation means reason. This was at 3 hours and 43 minutes into this night.
What would you? Yeah. I didn't ask you what you would have replaced with the word God, though. Did I?
No, logos. I just answered it already. The word in Greek in John is logos, and logos.
No. He's saying theosis.
What would you replace with the word theos? Because the word God doesn't seem to
means
be
God.
Like we know.
No, theos in Greek. What is theos means Greek
Okay, my bad. I'm confused.
The Greek.
The New Testament is fine. Okay.
No, Greek theos is God. Yeah.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, like theonosis would be the wisdom of God through a direct
And when you
experience.
say God there, you don't necessarily mean the Father, like supreme.
Well, no. Or John would have meant God. John would have meant God there. Yes. John would have meant God, but he also would have meant reason when he said logos. So God is the reason. God, the reason in the beginning was reason, and the reason was with God, and the reason was God.
Oh, so you guys would just say this isn't even talking about Jesus then? I didn't. Okay.
No,
you can interpret if you want to read Jesus into that.
Well, doesn't like three verses later it says he was.
Hold on, it's talking about Jesus being the reason. Jesus is the reason. In other words, the reason was God. When it says the reason was God, it's not saying Jesus was God. It's saying the reason that everything happened was because God did it. In other words, Jesus was put into the place
was made flesh
because of God. Yes.
And then the reason was made flesh. Yeah. It would still, you can still read it in the way you want to read it into.
How it's written.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. That's what I just said. Yeah. I'm going literal. Yeah. So sometimes the literal.
So it sounds like we only disagreed Old Testament. Okay. I didn't.
No, we only disagree wherever it's a mistranslation. That's all. I don't have, again, I told you I don't believe in even a Messiah. So of course I don't believe Jesus being the reason in that context. But if you're reading it literal, yes, that's exactly what you would mean if Jesus was the reason. Right.
And the reason why we do that is because doctrines can change by a slight little mistranslation like that. And this is why some people believe that the word, as in the Bible, is all of a sudden God sometimes. Have you talked to some of these people out here who are Christians who literally believe that the book itself is God? Like, that's cray. For real. Like, it does.
Like Muslims. They believe the Quran is eternal, which that makes it a God.
What's the Hebrew word for power?
Hold on real quick. Because remember, the reason they say the Quran is eternal is because the word Quran means resuscitation. So the resuscitation is eternal. That's why the archangel, this is according to their story, the archangel Gabriel spoke it into the ear of Muhammad and said, recite. And Muhammad recited it. And as he recited it, it was the living word. And he never wrote it because he was illiterate. So he spoke it. And so since the time of Muhammad, there have been a minimum of 10 humans on earth that can recite the whole Quran off their memory. Right now on earth, there's 1.5 million people who can recite the Quran. That's why it's a living word. It's not because of anything else, which is impressive, by the way.
And so with the Bible, right?
It's pretty impressive, quite frankly. But just for the record, let me give them some props. Yeah. That's some impressive shit. Okay, that's the reason it's a living word, because it's God's word through Gabriel into man again, and still lives since 634 AD.
When we get to the red letters, I know Omar just learned about the red letters in the quote unquote red letter Bible. You've heard plenty of Christians saying that the words come alive, right? Shit like that. And because those are Jesus' words, right? And then now what are we talking about? We're talking about all of a sudden spiritistic activities, which in all seriousness, yeah, I mean, if we're talking about spiritistic activities, that's something that the Christians and the Hebrews condemn and say do not get involved with, because essentially now you're trying to conjure up, right? So the idea of Jesus being the word and the book and these words that are coming off the page and coming alive, so when you translate it to the word, you're doing a great disservice to what it actually means. And yes, Jesus is the reason for the season. I would say that all day long. However, when you translate it and understand what it's really saying, what it's saying is this, in my opinion, and this is literally just me looking at the Greek and translating it, saying that Jesus is the reason for all of this. It's not that Jesus is God, but God put Jesus in the position that he was in so that we could be saved.
What do you think about the verse that says Satan's
God?
By the
way, for all of this, like specifically, you could say for all of this, meaning like humanity on earth, like Adam, for example, right? Right. You don't even have to attribute it to the entire universe. You can attribute it from the Adam to the Jesus fulfillment, and that you can look at that that way.
And later, Paul says that everything was created by, for, and through him, which lines up with that understanding.
Yeah, the reason and the word. Both align.
What about the other like people called God? Do you guys? How do you all feel about those verses?
Hold on. We have to read Fourth Wiseman. I came to this conclusion on my own. And when I got to this conclusion, I searched the conclusion. I found that he didn't exist. I found thousands of others who also landed on the same conclusion.
Both Weissman did.
You're talking about Jesus.
He didn't. He just said he. That's the best part. He's like a philosopher.
Well,
he doesn't even. Whoever you think he is, that's who he's talking about. It's quite genius.
Sir, my father was a great man.
Oh, he's talking about Napoleon Bonaparte.
Leave your bone alone. Tell us what you were saying. Go on.
What do you guys feel about the song? I think I did mention it, but like Satan being called God and
the God of this world. Yeah.
Well, that's the demiurge that Yaldabaoth, right?
How do you feel about that, Shaman? Is that L?
Well, that would have been in the New Testament.
New Testament,
so that would have been Greek.
So it's just means Lord or ruler.
The Semitic entity, the Semitic Elohim known as Baal. Do I think that's God?
No, I'll stop saying Baal. Sorry. Oh my God, my alarm's going off.
No, again, remember, Baal was a Semitic deity that was worshipped in the lands of Canaan until Yahweh conquered him.
Right?
Hebrew, thank you. I'm not in the middle of the sentence, but Baal means Lord, and so in the context of, let's say, 500 BC, Baal being referred to as Lord is different than Baal from 1500 BC. You understand? There's a deity Baal and later Lord. So that's the difference. You have to understand the context because there's many Baals. Baal Hadad.
Right.
There's four. They were all references to this one deity and different attributes of that one. And this guy was being worshipped all over that place to the point that he was Yahweh before Yahweh, because a lot of the storm entity concepts of Yahweh became that of Baal because he replaced he was the first Elohim to be worshipped as the Most High. That's why his wife was Asherah, and then later Yahweh's wife was considered Asherah too.
Is there a sorry to interrupt you, you're going kind of long though. Is there a Hebrew word that means that's Baal that literally means Lord, or am I tripping?
Why would there be two different words that have the same word? You just said is there a Hebrew word? You just said this is what you said. Is there a Hebrew word other than Lord that means Lord? I'm curious. That's what you said.
I honestly am, because I've always heard that there is, and so you're kind of like
you mean in general, like in the like in Hebrew?
Just I don't know if that would be ancient or modern, but just literally Ball. It can mean, you can in theory just call anyone Baal.
I mean, look, there's a few, but remember, just to give you an example, the creator of what we now call Chabad, which is like the Orthodox. He's a man named the Baal Shem Tov, and the Baal Shem Tov is spelled Baal, Baal. And it means the wise, like the Lord of wisdom. Yeah, Baal Shem Tov was like a super powerful mystic shaman Orthodox Jew who was the one who did Kabbalah should be taught at the same time as Torah, and this is the father of Orthodox Judaism, of which Chabad is the most known. But Adonai, all premises of the word like Adonai means Lord, in reference to God.
Flying saucer. You got anything to add on what I just asked?
Yeah, basically, you can say Ike is the Baal of his keys, which means that you own the keys.
What? Yeah, but what about Adonai?
Adonai?
Could you say I'm the Adonai of my kids?
Adoni. What does Adoni mean?
You are the Adon of your keys.
Am I the L of my kids?
No, you are the Adon or the Baal.
Am I the Elohim of my kids?
No,
dude. You're moving, bro. You said Lord. Now you're switching to different words. We've already clarified what those words are, bro. You're now You're playing games. Enough of the bullshit. Enough bullshit. I now. It doesn't matter what someone agrees to. It doesn't matter who the fuck agrees. Listen, the word Baal is a God, an Elohim. Then later it also means Lord. But if you're referring to Lord God in what you're saying, Adonai, You asked me, is there a different word for Lord? And I thought you meant Baal. But you mean Lord. The Adonai is Lord.
All of
you
them.
hear Adonai is all over the Bible.
Yeah. 100%.
Right?
Yeah. No.
Adonai Eloheinu, right? But they're not saying Baal because Baal especially was known in context to that God, that deity.
Mm-hmm. I got
right?
you.
But no one's gonna. But hold on. But flying saucer, is anyone gonna walk around and call someone Baal today, or they're gonna use? But they're not gonna use Adonai because that's the word for God, right? They're not gonna use Adonai.
Of course not. I tell you what.
Okay.
When
they're deceived.
When people are getting married,
no one's gonna name their kid Adonai.
No, there is no way. Elon
Musk, maybe.
Ike is going to name his first son Adonai.
Wait.
A small thing. When a man and a woman are getting married, the husband is called Baal, and the wife is called Isha.
Are you okay up there, Ike? Are you like holding a couple of pieces?
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
What does power mean? How do you say power or strength in Hebrew?
Oh my god.
Well, who are trying asking these questions?
I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad you're learning, bro. That's all I can say. I wanted to say something about the Satan in reference to what you had asked, like theosis, right? So that in the New Testament or the Greek scriptures, as you were asking, the reason it's used there is because they had a different concept in Greek of what God was, right? So nowhere in the Old Testament or the Hebrew scriptures will you find Satan being called God, and that's because, well, the Jews, the Hebrews, recognized that there was only one God, whereas in Greek you could call him the quote unquote theosis of this I can't even say the word right now, the God of this world, right? In Greek you can say that, but you can't say it in Hebrew because the Hebrews knew that would be a lie. He could not be a God in the Hebrew language.
And flying saucer, the reason flying saucer, the reason why the man is called Baal and the woman is called Isha is because Isha means woman and he is her lord after marriage. He is her ruler.
Right, exactly. That's the point that I wanted to make and I couldn't.
Yeah, but not God. He's not the God.
No.
And not
Well,
Elohim. He's the ruler.
It depends on how you define the word God, Shaman.
Bro, I've already explained to you.
You don't get
redefine words that already have definitions.
Baal is already an Elohim, dude. We've already told you, but it also means Lord because Ish is man and Isha is woman. Right. And so when you become man and wife, they're not man and wife. She's the woman, and she's now, this is your Lord, your ruler, your owner, because he had possession.
Property. You get the last name as well.
And they're not saying you're God or Elohim. They're saying you're Lord, right? And so it's just like a Lord of the manor, okay? But the reason why that word Baal became Lord is because Baal was worshipped as the fucking Lord of the Canaanites for fucking 2,000 years, bro. That's what you have to understand.
Yeah. Like chieftain, man.
It's like Zeus.
How is this complicated? You act like you've never spoken English before, man.
Ike started off so strong, and I don't know what kind of drugs he's on or whatnot, but he fell off completely, dude.
9 hours into this. I think we've talked about everything, though, so I'm happy, honestly.
Yeah.
We even had a Hebrew come in, which was lit. We didn't really get to touch on Paul, but
well, I hope you don't touch on Paul. I mean, the man's dead. Plus, I don't think that would actually be approved of by your church father.
Baltic religions.
It says Baal itself merged into what is now called as Baltic religions, or that's interesting because
Wise man is a legend, bro.
No, but this is interesting though, because if you're because think about this. If you have what's the three sons? Now I'm getting tired.
Shem, Ham, Japheth.
This would be the concept of the which ones would this be? Esau. The Baltics?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that the Bosk people?
It's belt.
No, Basque
Baltic it comes from
Basque is
Belt.
Spain.
Basque is Spain.
Spain.
Bell beakers.
Oh, here's Fourth Wiseman for clarification. When we drop the uppercase letterings and keep in mind the root forms of letters themselves, using etymology and also deeper symbolic references, it gets quite clear how and from where and also it. You see, guys, the reason why I have such a great recall is because I'm highly dyslexic. So when I read something, I fucking read it the same texture and absorb forever.
Yeah, like
because I can barely read. I need glasses too. This is how you know I'm not reading in a chat GPT during our debates, because I have to go like this when I'm reading. When we drop the Anyway, you can see now.
You're probably good at math, right?
No, horrible.
Math,
I'm good at alchemy though. I'm just I don't even know if
You're good at memorizing things maybe too.
I only certain things. I don't remember.
I don't. Yeah.
Only I have
He's
total
not
recall
Jewish.
of.
He's not good with numbers. All right.
That's how you know I'm not Jewish, because I have zero. I'm not good with numbers at all.
I ain't either.
Yeah, me neither.
Hey, Flying Saucer, are you good with numbers?
I'm saying, you know what's
But I
funny?
love numerology though, and gematria is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's so Baltic is
like
directly related to Blanco, which is white, not Baal. It's literally like it comes from the Baltic states, as in the Slavic, right? So the Balto-Slavic states. It means belt, so it's going.
Not everything is Semitic, I guess.
Yeah, not that one. It is Proto-Indo-Euro. But it's not. It's from Blanco, not
the etymology. The problem is because etymology for English you have to track, so you can't skip. Like you can't skip Germanic and skip Latin and go to a language from other route. It works sometimes, but not all the time.
Yeah, that High Northern going all the way up there. There was a huge division because that was north of the Phoenician. Like way up there, and then when you cross over the Baltic, then that's when you get to Scandinavia, right? And then if you go the other direction, that's when you get to what we would today call Russia, or the Slavic states, right? And I got going that way.
I got something for you that may be interesting. Watch this. Share screen. This is but the universal language of math, though. That's Arabic math. History. Oh, hold on. Watch this. The reason why we call it Arabic, right, is the interesting part. Let's see if you can see this. This is a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I've seen this. Yeah.
So these people were crazy. These people were pagan Arabs running through the Arabian deserts, eating flesh of body. Muhammad comes, conquers the entire lands, and in less than like 100 years, they create like algebra. That look, see, 1 is because it has 1 line. 2 is 2 lines, 3 is 3, and on and on and on of the Arabic numerical that we use today. It's quite crazy how fast, and they created algebra and all sorts of everything that came through the math. It's quite nuts.
They invented astrology too, right?
There's wisdom in these Semitic languages, man. There's deep wisdom in it that's fucking hard to explain.
The Europeans get so surprised when they hear that that area of the world invented mathematics that they took like ages to find. Like it's like, oh no, that was actually already invented by an Indian guy some time ago. Yeah.
What's that time clock that I forget what it's called? I always forget what it's called. But it's an ancient fucking thing, and they still cannot figure out. It's an ancient mechanical thing.
From Sumeria. We talked about that last week.
Yeah.
We pulled that out. We pulled that up Wednesday.
And forum and something.
Yeah, so I can't remember. Yeah, and there's a Baghdad battery. There's all sorts of crazy shit. This wisdom came from somewhere. According to the Bible, there was watchers that came down around the time of Enoch. Maybe the deposits of the Jews would say that the Nephilim never left. So they have like the 5 types of the Arab Rabs, and they say the spirit of the Nephilim.
How do you think they survived the flood?
How do the Jews say they survived the flood?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, Omar. If I put a pointer down, it's a continue. Oh, fuck. I didn't. Thanks, Fourth. He's like explaining the. Fourth is showing me. Okay, here we go. Ball itself merged into what's. Okay, here we go. All right.
Yeah.
Pointer down. When we drop the uppercase, so when I see the down, I'll know he's still writing. When we drop the uppercase letterings and keep in mind the root format of letters themselves, using etymology and also deeper symbolic reference, it gets quite clear how and from where, and also it reveals a lot of timeless terminations and transitional periods. It reveals a lot of timeline termination. Brother, go ahead, continue.
I think of them all as multiple Renaissance moments anew. Also, anew. Omar, if I put a pointer down, it's a continuation to what I've written. I know it's kind of sucks, but it's just a limited paragraph in chat form. Never mind. We'll get to it eventually.
Thank you. Thank you, Fourth. This is like my fourth time controlling this the starship.
We're gonna get through it, dude.
I will say
you're learning, man.
He's taking to the controls very well.
You cut me off when I was trying to give you a shout out earlier, Omar. When Ben had fucking like 30 people, and I was like, "Go fucking follow Shaman Omar." And I was trying to fucking shout you out, bro. And then you kicked me in the butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, Omar. Yeah, Omar.
I was white knighting for you, dude.
I did. All I heard was Omar. Is why I was trying to understand what the fuck they were talking about.
Yeah. Has Jody earned his chainmail?
By the way, speaking of the,
is he your squire yet?
Jody, have you downloaded my book yet?
I mean, everybody calls me your. Everybody calls
have you
me
downloaded my
Knight.
Have you downloaded my book yet? It's free.
No.
I think you're not that serious.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Omar,
It's a free download for the world.
I'll download it.
We are the world.
I've handed out over 5,000 copies, and we have 11,000 downloads in multiple languages. So it's free.
Omar, how is your book
Yo,
called?
boys, what does aloha mean?
Hi.
Hello.
No,
Hi,
it's like
Hawaiian.
Eloah.
You asked us what aloha means, as in the Hawaiian aloha?
No, I
Means
just
hello
spelled it.
and goodbye in the same fucking
You
word.
read
What are you
something
talking?
on a piece of paper sometime back in, whatever.
Eloah. Aloha.
Elahu.
Elahu. Sorry, I don't know. That's
It's
Elahu.
it's a.
You're speaking Jew.
Actually,
Aloha. Aloha.
Yeah, no, that's actually not even Hebrew, by the way. That's Aramaic.
Aloha is okay.
All right,
Yeah, because it comes from the A. No, it comes from the.
Also, dude. Oh,
it comes from the A, which was the Aramaic. What did Jesus call God?
Eli.
Allahu. No, Eli.
Eli Shabakli or whatever.
What?
You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Wow.
None of us know what
No.
you're talking about ever.
I think that
it's like off in the weeds.
That's a song. No, that's
Reeds.
it's an evangelical song.
he says that on the cross. I think it's obviously he's not speaking Hebrew.
Jesus spoke Aramaic. He didn't speak Hebrew. And but Allaha.
You don't think he spoke Hebrew at all?
I think he spoke Aramaic. That's all they've. Do you have any scripture you can point to where he said anything? And he said and then thus the Messiah said in Hebrew, or do we know he spoke Aramaic?
Well, I mean, it's all in Greek or
No, that's called the Septuagint.
So all the New Testament scriptures we have are Greek.
Oh, scriptures? No, I'm saying what
I'm
did they say
confused.
Jesus? What did they say Jesus spoke?
I would imagine he spoke probably Greek, Aramaic, and Hebrew. Probably all three. Most people today speak a lot
Really?
of languages. Yeah.
You think he was bilingual?
I think only the
Absolutely.
wealthiest,
Yeah,
most educated people of a child of farmers.
Preacher
he was not a traveling preacher, and we don't know he was a traveling preacher until what age did he become a traveling preacher?
When he started doing it, 30, I think.
Which was 31, 30.
Carpenter.
Okay, and where was he? He was a. Yeah. Okay. So you have your own Jesus, and your Jesus, he rides a dragon too. If you say so.
He just speaks the common languages of the land. He reads the scrolls in the temple every day. He was amazing people at 12 years old. He definitely spoke Hebrew, bro. Come on,
bro. Why would he definitely speak Hebrew when most of the people in those areas didn't mostly speak Hebrew? Why would he speak Hebrew, man?
I think everyone in the temple spoke Hebrew.
Bro,
the
temple
I'm not
priests.
saying, okay, wait, just one.
What are you talking about? They weren't walking around speaking Hebrew in the time of Jesus, man.
I don't think they may have had the correct pronunciation of the ancient of when they came back, but
pronunciation.
Pronunciation. But I definitely think they were reading the scrolls in the temple. Absolutely, 100%.
Who's talking?
You don't believe they had?
Hold on. Who's talking about Hebrew scrolls and temples? We're talking about people walking around the earth. And what you don't understand is all the Semitic Jews that were walking around were speaking Aramaic, man. The priest in the temple reading scrolls, they were reading it in Hebrew because it was fucking written in Hebrew. Everyone was walking. Jesus was not even in Jerusalem until the age of 30 something, bro. There's no history of Jesus walking around in temples. They say he was a Jewish rabbi. Everyone walked around, and the lingua franca of the Jewish people at the time was Aramaic. That's why we know Jesus spoke Aramaic, because all the Jews in the lands there were speaking Aramaic. Hebrew was.
I get called a fucking atheist, and I even know this. Like,
only people speaking Hebrew in the times were the priests praying in the temples. No one was walking around Israel speaking Hebrew, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like at your.
Yes, you did.
Market. No, I said Jesus could speak Hebrew, and I do think he could. I mean, I at least think he could read it fluently. I don't know, like as far as like how, like you're saying, if they had the original pronunciations, that'd be interesting. Because he, do you believe Jesus ever said the Tetragrammaton? Or that'd be it's an interesting question, but
no,
yeah, I mean, I definitely think he had a working knowledge of Hebrew. I think that's crazy to think the Messiah wouldn't have a working knowledge of Hebrew.
Well, that would be crazy if someone said that other than you. You're the only one who said that, so I think that is crazy that you say that.
He does.
I said, yeah. Well, you're the one that said it would be crazy if Jesus didn't have a working knowledge of Hebrew. But I thought everyone on the panel knew that he was a Jewish rabbi. So who said that he doesn't read or write Hebrew is interesting. What I'm trying to clarify now for the 6th time is that the spoken Hebrew was not a fucking common language at the time of Jesus. Remember? I told you they discovered how to start speaking it later. There was no one walking around speaking Hebrew. The only thing they had in Hebrew were the prayers and everything they relating to the religion. Jews were walking around speaking Aramaic.
Sure, yeah. Like they speak English.
No one was walking around. Everyone thinks Jesus walked around speaking Hebrew. No one was walking around speaking Hebrew. That's the problem. That's why I said it was lost. They only knew how to say the prayers in the scriptures.
You live in Miami, right? You don't think it would have been like basically like all the Hispanics in Miami where they speak English around the white people, but once they, you know what I mean? Once they get around like their group.
What kind of stupid ass do you understand?
That's a great analogy.
No, it's not. It's horrible because Spanish or English is not a fucking dead language right now. So it would be very odd if they were speaking Sumerian. If they were speaking Sumerian.
What by dead? What do you mean though?
It was not a spoken language, dude.
But
define $200.
You just said it was spoken in the prayers, which they would be praying at the Shabbat every week. So
God,
I don't know. I'm lost with
You're very
answers.
Lost.
Yeah,
you're lost. You're conveniently lost by choice. No one's.
Can I add this too, because this is
he's like stuck on purple apples.
I'm just trying to provide a little bit of understanding, you know, I like to try to do that, you know, and all that.
I like
Hebrew had no vowels. Okay. So the reason that it wouldn't make sense to speak Hebrew because it was just all consonants. It'd be like trying to speak Russian, right? Almost, right? I mean, I'm just being serious right here. So you would use it in prayer and in study and all that, but like common language, it's not going to be used. And then even with the merchants, they used Greek, right? So those two languages, Aramaic and Greek, they had vowels, so it would make sense to use those languages. And Latin was starting to come around.
Older.
But
Aramaic is older.
Aramaic had vowels, and it was a common language.
Remember, I said Hebrew. I said after the Israel as a nation, you have King Saul, we have King David, we have King Solomon. King Solomon goes down, and then this country splits apart. 722 BC, the Assyrian Empire invades the northern. Those 10 tribes are gone. 550 BC, the Babylonian invasion of Judea. Then they leave. After 500 BC, when they left, there's no one walking around speaking Hebrew because the Hebrew peoples of Israel were exodused out from the northern and the southern kingdom. So when you fast forward to Jesus, that's 1500. That's 500 years later, bro. So what we only know is that we assume that the priests were speaking the prayers out loud or was praying them in the temple, okay? But there was no one walking around speaking Hebrew because they had not done that since the Hebrew people left when the Babylonians took their asses, okay? But before that, Hebrew in the time of David and et cetera, sure, that's fine, okay? But Aramaic existed the whole time, unbroken, and it's a much larger language. That's why there's 100,000 words as opposed to biblical Hebrew, because it had grand opening around 1200, 1500 BC and grand closing at 500 BC. So it only was a lingua franca of a certain area for 1,000 years, of which they only had their own country for 70 years. You understand how this works?
Mm-hmm.
So then they were fucking gone. And then they come back later. And so at the time of Jesus, the only thing they had, and we don't even know if they had the whole Bible. That's the worst part. Maybe they had 4 scriptures that tell them we have the whole thing. We don't fucking know. All I know is they were lying and Jesus caught them. Okay.
It's like trying to use an abacus when we're in the age of the computers, right? It's just, I mean, what are we doing here, right? Come on, dude. You know what we're saying.
Hebrew even written was not even gone, right? After the time of Jesus, until again, the resurgence of what it means to read it again was done over the course of a while, and then spoken again started to be created in the 1800s, into the 1900s.
Pre-vowel points, obviously, you believe it was a spoken language. Why do you think they ever even added the vowel points? Why didn't they just
developments of languages?
Okay,
A-E-I-O-U, right?
Some languages have other ones. Yeah, some languages have more vowels. Some of them have less vowels.
I'm wondering why they even added anything though. Like, it would make sense if, like you said, like you can't speak the language without it. But if there was some way you could just, like Captain Tazariak, you know what I mean?
No, but that's why these older languages have clicks and stuff, because they didn't develop, right? and so after you add like the consonants and vowels and then applying tones, the clicks and all this stuff is like lower. Then you start expanding the sounds with consonants and vowels, and then you start developing more and more and more. As society grows and starts creating things, they make up names for them. There's only so many clicks you can do for one thing, so we just start progressing in the ability to make sounds. Okay, because after even 500 years, you're gonna have to go to make one to be like telephone.
Yo, bro.
How many different fucking click Morse code?
Bro,
Morse code.
But it's a real thing. It's a real language.
Have you seen the videos of the Hodge twins talking about how the dudes in Africa get girls? They just point at them and be like, ooh, ooh,
I love those guys. They do. You can see videos.
You just point at the chick.
The American natives had a similar a bit, the similar
Dialect.
style of language too. They like it's just the complete repetitiveness of what, like, a few consonants, and you're not really writing it anywhere. You're just repeating sounds to express, like, tree, but it's instead of tree, it's that's a group of trees.
Disrespect my elders, you fucking Florida man.
Fuck your elders. You know what? Straight in the ass. Fuck your elders.
Fuck you. You fuck you.
Fuck all
You're fucking 2-inch trees, dude.
Yeah, well, them 2-inch trees went straight up your ass, and that's not my fault. Stop sitting on
Shaman, what if I told you Paul was doing sacrifices in the New Testament post death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus?
I would tell you he was really a Jew.
Oh, okay, so you're pro that?
I would tell you he was really a Jew and never
What if I
what
told
you would call
you
a Christian.
Peter told him to do it?
Peter
was the biggest Jew in the whole Bible. Yep. I would give you.
Couldn't keep her.
Peter would even sit down. Peter,
but he was
had
messianic,
people.
right?
Peter had no. Peter had.
Wait,
Peter had.
Okay, my bad.
Peter had people check to see if they were circumcised before he sat down to eat with them. That's how big of a Jew he was.
I might do that before you come into my house.
Well, brother, Christians are all circumcised, buddy.
Be careful. Be careful. Clay will
Pull it out.
Clay will bite the portion
None of
off.
the table, Pablo.
Like, as of right now, you're not. As of right now, you're not. You haven't qualified to come to my Shabbat.
Why not?
Because
I know that I follow the Torah more than you do, and you're like a Jew.
That's really. I'm not a Jew. The fact that you think you know the Torah better than me tells me a lot about you.
He's not a Jew or a Muslim. I just
Jody, I know more.
Jody,
I know more of the I know more of the Christian Bible than you, and I'm not a Christian either. And I know more about the fucking.
No, not if you think Jesus.
I got a question for you, Jody. Jody, what did you do with that box?
What box?
That box you were sitting on when you were sucking my dick.
That makes no sense, dude.
Justice loss.
Whereas we literally went for 9 hours and 30 minutes.
I had to do it because you just fucking kill me, bro. You literally just come up here with some nonsense sometimes, bro.
I could run this stream for 3 days straight.
I was talking about the how you got all spurred out.
I know you were talking about dicks. I know.
No,
and so here we go. Let's talk about dicks. Jody wants
we're
to talk
gonna
about
ruin
dicks.
this. We're gonna ruin this stream, and I'm gonna have to this.
No,
we're not doing
I'm
any.
not gonna do it.
We're
I'm not gonna ruin
We're not
it.
doing any homosexual references on this
Yeah,
stream.
exactly. So, see what I'm saying, Jody? Like, I don't want to do that. We
No
can do
Tel Aviv
that.
talk.
I don't want,
No Tel Aviv talk.
please.
No Diddy.
No Diddy.
Someone goes, "Oh, Omar, what's that mean?" That means that's the capital of homosexuality on earth. That's what that means.
All right.
And then they go, "Oh, that's horrible, Omar." Well, that's what they said.
I'm gonna check this list real quick.
Of the gayest capital, the gayest cities on earth per capita, it's not even close. San Francisco doesn't even run. They celebrate having
in Atlanta or in America
per capita. You have to go per. It's not just number of people. No, per capita means percentage of people. Because if you have one place that has they have 100,000, but there's 10 million people that live there, that doesn't matter. But if you have 1 million people and there's only 2 million there, what?
Are you talking about those Afghani? Oh, that's the topic.
No, we didn't even say Afghan. We said Tel Aviv. That's the only word we said that has to do with geography.
How do you guys feel about?
Hold on, Ike.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna say what it is, but the reason why I stopped him the other night, Jody, was because it just never happened.
I know. I just knew that I just wanted to poke.
I hate it when
I just wanted to poke the bear a little bit, dude.
I know. I just don't. I'm literally the guy who believes these things happen. But if it's not there, I'm gonna point it out. And I'm gonna be like, nope, that never happened. So why are you talking about it? Like, what are we doing?
I know. But we're on Omar's show.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't. Let's not get
because
I haven't even started to get controversial yet. Just wait about 5 more weeks.
Let's talk about faith versus works.
Faith without works is dead. I mean, this
Exactly.
is literally the scripture.
It depends on who.
How can you have faith and you've not showed it? Like if I'm gonna believe, like if I'm your savior, right? And you're gonna say, I have faith in you.
Dude, you sound like a Torah observant Christian, bro.
Sir,
home.
Obviously, I believe that the Torah is accurate. I mean, I don't believe that the Torah, I don't see it as the Torah. See, that's the difference, though. I see it as the law of Moses. There's a difference, and it's history. Are you okay? I'm going to ask that every time you do that shit, bro. What are you doing?
I mean, that's shots fired, bro. I mean, I wouldn't do that with Clay.
Yeah, but yeah, because
the thing is, say that people in modern Christianity are turning Christianity into a lawless religion where it's all faith-based and you can basically just do whatever you like. What's the difference between where we're going? Because you guys, you know how there's Christians that fly the rainbow flags and they're literally like gay preachers, male preachers. What's the difference between that and just kind of like worksless theology? You know what I mean?
Hold on. Objective ethics. Sorry, just real quick. What's up? Objective ethics. I'm interviewing a Chinese philosopher on non-dualism today at 4 p.m. I will be having an open panel. Okay, hold on. Chinese philosopher, non-dualism. Amazing.
That means you're going to have to get some rest at some point because you're definitely going to want to get up there for that.
That's going to be a great one. I can't even imagine what he's going to say.
Sounds just so interesting.
Right? Chinese philosophy on dualism.
Not non-dualism.
Non-dualism, which I don't know.
Non-dual. Yeah, okay, but
does that fall under Tao?
And Kraut is trying to fucking debate. I'm sorry.
Kraut's trying to debate what?
Kraut's trying to debate that Democrats are pushing abortion.
Whatever.
Did you not just see the bill that got signed? They signed it in Maryland or Massachusetts like yesterday.
Her name is Seaweed. Hold on. No, we're not getting into this politics shit here. I'm gonna literally turn it off, you guys. Turn you guys off. Sorry. Her name is Seaweed. Okay, so it's a Chinese philosopher.
All right, that sounds interesting. Is that on,
I mean, it's going to be Chinese. Listen, China has 5,000 years of unbroken history, and we would be wise if we learned some things from their ancient history, regardless of communism or any of that shit. No, it's on objective ethics. But but there's a really one of the best like sounds of of God, which would be like it's non-personified God. In China, there has the Wu Shi. Wu Shi is the beginninglessness, like
the Shangdi.
The Shangdi.
Yeah.
No, the Shangdi is that's the formed. Which one's the Shangdi? I'm not. Again, I'm not. I have to download that. But we should all pay attention to that because they have amazing ways of describing things. I just recall like. The Wu Shi is like the beginninglessness, like beginningless.
They literally translate it into the great chaos.
That's the opposite. That's the difference between the yin yang. The one side is the great chaos, and then the other one is the perfective right? And then the creations, but. Anyway, they have all the ancient Chinese, the ancient Persians, the ancient Sumerians have the ancient Egyptians, the alchemic. They have great ways of describing things in such a simple way that's just like formed so easy. That's why L is so easy to understand. L is like close your eyes, and that's L. Open your eyes and start forming. That's different, But also the funny part is Wu Shi.
I thought L meant the Supreme Father.
So El is the formless God, the highest form imaginable, conceivable, right? The father of all gods, so to speak. But El's not a gender, technically speaking, because El would be the all. El would be like the all.
Serious question. Inside of the Ugaritic pantheon, doesn't the word, I know you said Elvion is underneath El. doesn't the word or the phrase Elyon like mean the Most High? How does that not like? And I understand the position.
I'm going to answer this one last time.
Yeah.
This is literally the last time. Okay.
Okay.
Every single Semitic tribe, Ugarit is a Semitic language. Arabic is a newer Semitic language. Hebrew is a Semitic language. All of them are Semitic languages of the lands of Canaan. Right. Every single one of them had their own Elohim, whether they recognized or didn't recognize the other Elohims, is whatever. Sure, and they all accepted El Elyon, and they all used the word for the Most High, not the Most High El Elyon, the Most High conceivable,
just
the
El
Wushi, the uncreated one was El. So they all understood the same thing.
Sure. My question is just though, like whoever invented the specific moniker Elyon, why wouldn't they choose like the slightly? And I'm not trying to be tongue in cheek here,
because that comes from El. If you say
less
El,
God instead of
El
saying
is
Most
unformed
High, you know what I mean?
through the process of simsum. This is how they explain it. Through the process of simsum, constriction. Here, watch this.
But wouldn't I think I'm following you, but wouldn't
you're not? You're gonna just try to confuse it further.
Wouldn't constriction be L the most lower, or not the most lower?
Yes,
but like
going down into form. Not forget about high and low, dude. That's such a Christian thing. You understand that none of those people thought there was a heaven and a hell, right? These Hebrew people, there's no heaven and hell. You're you're still in a Christian.
No, bro.
You're gonna go
definitely
up and,
believed in the firmament.
You think hell is in the earth and fire, and you think heaven is a magical place. They don't have those. I believe it's up a literal place. They have the form of formless to formless, formlessness, not form to form. So El is unformed. El Elyon is the first form, and then Elohim becomes more formed to create the matter that is the form, right? So it's
what you just said makes sense, because you said Elyon is the first form, which kind of the Most High, the first. But I thought the Elohim were on the same level as Elyon in this Ugaritic pantheon, as in you know what I mean, like the
not
other
at
ones.
All. Not at all. Watch this. Okay, you explain El to El Elyon to Elohim with simsum.
Simsum. Okay. That's a Hebrew word?
Hebrew word. It means constriction. Watch. Okay. Hopefully this will just be able to explain.
God, mighty one power, sure. God most high.
That's one thing. That's not three. One, God, El. Mm-hmm. It is described, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scroll down.
Number 2, El Elyon, God most high, right?
Yeah.
And then number 3, the constriction,
the
right?
Supreme transcendent aspect of El. Okay, yep.
Okay, right? To constrict, this is not really, because Insof is Kabbalistic. That's different. Insof means without end, or Insof is Kabbalah, 16th century. This, again, see how I'm catching this? This is a 16th century, watch. Mm-hmm. History of term. Watch this. It's even putting bullshit. Watch this. Okay, I'd say fine, 1200s, but it's really 16th century because it's in the fucking Zohar. Okay,
go
that's
back
my point.
to it.
No, hold on a second. So here's my point. We are asking this fucking bullshit AI to talk about the Hebrew Bible, and I said use the concept of simsum, which means constriction, and it immediately switches to insof. Which is a word that didn't even exist in Hebrew and is added around 1200. You see what I'm trying to say?
Well, what if even within wasn't invented until, you know what I mean, later technically? Just the concept of this constriction, you know what I mean? What if
what it means? It's not about the concept of the constriction. I'm trying to explain
the word. The word was around. I see what you mean.
I'm trying to explain hold on. Simsum, because it explains. Okay.
The cosmic dilemma.
This is a good one. Imagine trying to draw a picture on a canvas that is already completely covered in bright, blinding white ink. to make room for your drawing, you first have to wipe away a small circle of that white ink to create a blank dark space. Okay, so then the Kabbalah explains it further. Is the exact process of clearing a space. It describes how God contracted his infinite light to make a blank canvas for the universe. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, which is basically saying from the formless God, the unlimited potentiality, the form comes in the form of El, God, Elyon, Most High. High is referring to a place and a formation of something from nothing.
Yeah, I get it.
The first formation, but even that. So then Elyon creates the sons of the sons of Elyon, and that's the Elohim into a more form.
And then
you could say light bodies. You could say light. By the way, you could say light bodies like angels. You could say physical forms walking around the garden like the Anunnaki. I don't know that part, but each one would be a constriction deeper down.
The 70 nations were under one level underneath Elyon, right, and on same level or what same level as Elyon.
Here, let me just post flood. 70 nations post flood.
Deities or something.
Ooh, I got you. Ugaritic text. Okay. Can you guys still see this?
What is the Ugaritic text even called? Just the Ugaritic text?
So the Ugaritic text.
Yeah.
The Ugaritic. Let's see.
KTU. Okay, that's a weird name. It's a tablet.
Okay. Literal translation. Okay. The Ugaritic texts were found in 1929. Ugarit is modern day Syria, right next to Israel in the northern part. And above Jordan, and they found 10,000 over the course of the excavation. They found 10,000 of these
desert caves.
I think it eventually opened up into a very large dig. It wasn't a cave. That's more like the Dead Sea Scrolls. This was an entire. Hold on.
Just I see what you mean.
Hold on. Where's this? Okay, give me.
Summoned 70 sons of Arathroth.
English. Yeah, but I want to read it in. Okay.
It was in English.
No, that's not right. It
might not be their same exact text. Maybe it is.
It's Deuteronomy 32. What was it? 8 through 9 or 4 through 5?
I'm not sure.
4 through 5. I think 4 through 5. Let's see. No.
Just Alt tab to go to your other.
Hold up. Can you see this? Right? Is it?
Yeah, I can
see Deuteronomy.
Yep, I see it.
There we go. Okay, 32:8.
Sons of God. Yeah.
Okay, so when the Most High, that means it's El Elyon, gave the nations their inheritance. When he divided the sons of mankind, he established the boundaries of the peoples according to the numbers of the sons of God.
And Yahweh was the son of Elyon. Okay, now
right? Sons of God. Look, right? So, okay, here, this is perfect. Okay, so watch this. Compare. Here, this is the most important part. Compare.
Deuteronomy 18. Compare Masoretic to this.
Masoretic to Dead Sea Scrolls, because we see scrolls, because that's still old as fuck, to this one. Okay.
Yeah, Dead Sea Scrolls about the time of Jesus, right?
Exactly, bro. That's why we have to, and it's again, they're all nearly word for word, which gives credence to the Hebrew Bible.
What's Arathroth? Who's that?
That's another. I think that's the feminine wife. Hold on. Let's see.
That's like Asherah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I got you.
But attributed specifically to, I think, El Elyon.
Sure.
I think that's El Elyon's wife. Okay.
Sure. Do you even believe, by the way, that there were female angels? I don't believe in female angels.
Well, that's part of the problem with the world we have. See, El's divine family, because so then became sons of Elohim, and then it became sons of Israel. And Israel being a nation, this is the Masoretic. But in the actual older versions, it was not. It all revolved around the promise after
and
the
then
flood.
scroll up to the Masoretic. Let me
because
read the
because you have. This is the main point. Because the story is not a story of man. The story is of the gods. The story is of the gods of those lands. The creation of El. This is a story of El and his creation upon this earth on those lands. The humans were divided up like we talk about cattle. Okay, whether you think it's good or bad, I read this story and I'm saying this is not our earth. This is the earth of the Elohim. That's what the story really says.
You know, it's interesting because there's this movie called Hard to Be a God. You should check it out. And in this story, basically, these humans find another planet who are inhabited by another humans, and they're surprised. Look, wow, we found our brethren, but they're sent there by like this sort of a god figure, because these aliens who come into this new planet, they're free of sin. They're basically emotionless human beings, but they start to feel again. They start to become filled with emotion once again. Once it arrived to like this medieval movie, this medieval new world. They start getting back the emotions, but at the end of the movie, it's like it wasn't the human beings that they discovered who were being tested. It was them. What was tested about them was like if they could revert back to this state of savagery. It is you should really watch the movie. It's a really good movie.
What's it called?
And
Hard to Be a God, the 1989 version, not the new one.
In Genesis 14, when Abraham is going and meets Melchizedek, right, which is not Melchizedek, it's Melchizedek, right? Sadek is like a right, but it says right here, and Melchizedek, king of Salem. Salem also means Sadek. Salem, it's Shalem, right? Look.
Shalom
Hebrew.
means peace.
No, it's
King of peace,
Shalem,
right?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Or the King of Peace, exactly. But it's also the interesting part is there's also a place, but that's later. But
the place is named that because of prophecy, probably.
Well, here's the interesting part, because when they attribute Jesus to Melchizedek, as they say in English, it's interesting because you can read this thing that. Watch. So Abraham's walking down the street and sees this guy. Now they say he was a king, right? The king of Salem. But really, if you really think about it, this is just an old beggar sitting on the side of the street who sees Abraham and says right here, bread and wine, as he was a priest to El Elyon, and he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram, because he's not even Abraham yet. He's Abram still, because Genesis, the covenant hasn't happened yet, where he became Abraham and blessed the seeds.
This is an interesting verse. Do you think?
And he says, we're not changing verses yet. We're in the middle of this.
No, it's this verse. Yeah,
and he blessed him. He blessed him and said, "Blessed be Avram, right here in the Hebrew. Blessed be Avram by El Elyon, creator of the heavens and the earth." Right. And after this, he blessed him.
Can we pause on that verse?
And he blessed by El Elyon, who delivered you into your enemy's hands, and he gave him a tenth of everything. So the context is Abraham sees this man on the side of the street, and if you read it, then he's a king. But in reality, he sees this beggar priest man sitting on the side of the street who looks at Avram and says, look at you. You have been blessed by the Most High El Elyon, and you will win this battle, which was outnumbered. And when he went and won the battle, he came back and gave him 10% of everything for the rest of his life. This is where 10% comes from. This is where the first concept of a priest comes from. And this is where two different peoples recognize the God Most High in the form of El Elyon, even though Abraham was speaking to El Shaddai. They were using the common understanding of the Most High, El Elyon, and they recognize that in each other. El Shaddai is an Elohim. It's different.
It's one of the minor. It'd be the son of Elyon, right?
Well, El Shaddai was huge before, but it doesn't matter about
that. According to the pantheon you've been expressing all night, it's El Elyon.
He's an Elohim. Yes.
So that would be El Elyon. El Shaddai is in the third.
El Shaddai is an Elohim. El Shaddai is one of the
in
Elohim.
The third spot. Yeah. Correct.
Yes,
right,
but
let me ask the question.
Hold on, but this will make it easier. instead of thinking of it like linear, like height, okay?
Sure.
Think of it as a deeper constriction to be able to communicate. El cannot speak to us. So El Elyon is created to then create the Elohim that does speak to us.
But then doesn't
so the Elohim spoke to us. So this is the same way you would say the angel of the Lord.
Jesus.
An angel of the Lord who speaks to us is not El. It's an angel of the Lord sent to speak to us. All the Elohim are of the same nature.
All right. Can I ask you a couple questions now or no?
Yeah.
All right. Where this says, blessed be Abraham, possess by El Elyon, possessor, creator of heaven. I guess you kind of just answered it because, so honestly, I'm not going to lie. Well, I mean, you kind of have been, I would say, honestly, half your words, and you probably would like, you'll understand what I mean. So like when you say, when you say this,
Junior,
when you say this constriction thing, right? So that, like, especially the way you just explained it, that makes it really seem like they're all the same person, right? So
that's
El
what
is the same person.
That's you're perfectly fine in thinking that, because that's exactly what the Jews developed from Yahwism to the worship of from recognizing other gods like King.
Your opinion.
I'm not. I can't. You'll know what I mean when I finish the sentence. Okay. When King Solomon was cool enough with the other gods to let them build temples of Elohim, at that time, but then yet you fast forward to the time and there's no more Elohim and it's just the one. There's a development of the religion. I said
let me
just pantheon to Hinduism, which is like the understanding of other gods that worship one.
I get it.
And then there was but it doesn't matter if you get it, because I got what you said from the first two words. I knew you were wrong. Because
I'm asking you a question. There's no am I right or wrong?
Because you're still going down the same line.
Yes, I am, because I feel like there's been some shifting. So just if I could get a yes, and if a yes or no is not possible here, that's fine as well. But would you consider El and Elyon two separate beings? Because before, up until the majority of tonight, I would say yes, as in your opinion would be those are two separate people. I'm getting the vibes of,
I don't know what you mean by people.
Okay. Beings, whatever you want to put there.
But it's
one
easy.
Mind.
But you're still thinking personifications because you think Jesus is God. So like I
think he's an angel, basically. I think he's like an elevated angel.
Okay, but does that elevated angel create the universe?
No, because a God doesn't mean
that elevated angel comes from the source that created the universe, correct?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's Elohim, bro.
Yeah, I agree. Elohim.
That's Elohim.
Sure. Okay.
That were worshipped as gods. Just like people have patron saints, Catholics have patron saints. Hindus worship specific gods and devotees of Kali, but recognize, etc., etc. That's the world.
So if I could get a yes or no from you, though, and it's okay to say that this isn't a yes or no question. Are El and El Elyon the same being?
No. El is not a being.
So then how could you consider it a constriction?
Because
it has to be a representation.
Because
right?
formlessness, right? The all, the unformed, the pure potentiality, God in the highest understanding, has to constrict itself.
He has to be a being, right?
To be, well, what do you mean by he?
Being, exactly.
He, she, we, they, ze, zer, zim. They have to have one mind, right? It has to.
It is pure potentiality. El is whatever religion,
bro. Those are buzzwords.
whatever. Oh yeah, it's real big buzzwords. I just pulled up Wu Shi. Wu Shi means the formlessness, right?
You said that. Are you talking about the Eve's? No, Eve's Salt, the infinite. No.
How are you defining being?
I would say, it's a great question. I would say being is the same definition of the word person. It's the same definition of the word mind. It's the same definition of the word consciousness. It's one singular thought process.
So do you think minds have to be corporeal?
I don't know what you mean by it. Corporeal isn't like
What do you mean by that? Define that word.
So when we say the formlessness, right? Which is like the highest philosophical understanding of. No, I'm not talking to you. Okay, don't interrupt. When we say like the highest formlessness, then he's still thinking being, and you're talking about beingness. You're talking about the formless existence, and he's still thinking like individual person.
Yeah,
because he thinks God is a person.
Correct. And Darth, I'd say no to your answer. I would say God can like make himself somehow like invisible and make his body disappear, if that makes sense. But there's still a mind somewhere.
Wait, so do you think okay? Let me get my camera real quick, and so I can try to explain what I'm trying to get to you. You guys chat for a while.
Okay.
Oh, you mean like for another? Because in 7 minutes is 10 hours.
Dang. So wait a minute. So
beingness and being is different.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't how though. How? Let's talk about that.
Beingness is an existence
of a being.
You have to study philosophy and then deeply like break down principles and words. Like,
but I reject a lot of what philosophy. Like I think philosophy, science, history, and religion are all the same word.
It's just.
Well, then you should learn one of them. Then you should learn one of them more. You're leaning on only one.
Yeah,
you should learn more of them.
Lean on them.
But you're not answering. I'm asking you a question. You can't answer it. I'm saying, what's the difference between?
Because you're going to reject it. You're going to reject it anyway. So I'm just pulling the definition.
All right. Let's
because you can't allow yourself to think.
Oh wait, no, that's
you can't allow yourself to like absorb something.
Look at this. What do you? Every time we pulled up every Hebrew word, the Hebrew agreed with me. You're pulling up AI. It's agreeing with beingness. A quality
who's
state.
Talking about? Hold on. Who's talking about Hebrew, man? We just said being. Versus beingness,
I'm not
right?
going to believe it is in the words that you're pulling up. But
you're not going to believe the English either. Where Hebrew are you talking about?
Beingness.
Where is the Hebrew you're talking about?
The presence of being alive and aware.
Okay, great. Okay, ready? Being.
Define alive.
Entity. You see entity?
Yep.
We all know what that is, right? That's a person, as you would say, or a being, right?
A being,
okay.
A person, yeah.
Beingness would describe the essence, right?
Yeah. And
so the essence would be the spirit, the eternal aspect, the essence itself that's not formed in any way. You understand?
It's the mechanism.
The essence goes into something to create the will or mind, as you would say, of God, which is perfectly fine. Because the only way we can conceive of God conceiving is through a mind. So I also use mind, right? But I'm not using mind right now because I don't want you to start going back into this personhood stuff. I'm trying to say, you could say that El Elyon would be the form of the mind itself that would then create through, but El would be the unformed essence or the spirit that would, not in a Holy Spirit in the form of a person. That's Paulology. It's later stuff. We're talking about the Ruach. Ruach,
I would say El
which would be
was
the
the
essence.
body and El was the mind. In your
Hey, let me explain it to you this way.
You could, but as long as even that is still getting closer. That's still perfect. That because you're still understanding the concept now. Like if that's how you describe it, that's fine.
Okay.
But that's
and then El Elyon would be,
not
and then what would
two
El Elyon
beings.
be? What would El Elyon be?
El's the mind. Elyon is the body. So
And
he's just-
and the Elohim
would be
the
like the fingertips or the tools.
the
even.
materializations, a deeper materialization, right?
Yeah.
And there, my friend,
Manifestations.
there would be the Trinity in the Hebrew Bible for you. But there's the Trinity.
Let me explain it to you.
So there's your gift.
Okay, this okay, you guys see?
You want to pull up Darth?
Yeah.
Make me big.
This seems
Make me big, baby.
Make Darth big.
Hey, I'm going to bring out the Trinity. I'm afraid because in my Jewish debate, I got 5 things that I've never been hit with
I see a
before.
keyboard back there.
Can you bring up Darth to the full screen?
Yeah.
Am I blind?
So I can show you what I mean.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Can you do that, Shaman?
He's trying to show us something.
There we go.
Okay.
First time.
This is it's gonna be a physical example of what I'm talking about. Okay, so this right
That's
here.
the Earth.
No, this is going to be basically, this is the cosmos being generated by God. So we can say this is the mind of God, or God who has created reality.
The
so
projection of God. The projection of God, maybe.
So we can say that this right here is God. So these are going to be the particulars. This could be, it doesn't matter, a dog, a tree, a rock, it doesn't matter. So this is going to be the universe. So what happens when God, the bottom disc, tries to join our reality? What do you think is going to happen?
When go ahead.
Watch what happens. It all collapses. It's impossible.
But it can't happen. Yeah, it's impossible, literally.
So yeah, God cannot join us in reality because he's the one manifesting it.
Yeah.
Did he create a rock too big for him to lift?
I was gonna say, bro, that
Clay,
sounds
even
like
that,
more of like
no. Even paradoxes are outside of God. Okay, let me break it down like this. Okay, beneath the throne of God is truth and paradoxes. Okay, and then truth is on the right side, and then paradoxes is on the left side of but they're under the throne of God. But we're still not talking about God, right? That's the thing. But and underneath truth is good, and then from paradoxes comes evil. Okay, and then it generates downwards. Then eventually we come to matter. But before we come to matter, we have to manifest all the other dimensions and all these like astral realm and stuff, So eventually it all condenses and forms. It forms conditions for infinite universes and infinite numbers of infinite universes. And this is matter, okay? So God is still outside of all of that. God is outside of all of that.
All of that, yeah. So yeah, no. What you're talking about,
all of that is inside of it too. All of that stuff is inside as well.
God isn't on the throne. That's symbolic. It's just the throne of God. But where is God? God isn't here. So Nietzsche was like talking about God is dead, but I think he was talking about something deeper, like God isn't in existence, but we are still in creation.
People don't understand what they're talking. No, hold on. One
thing to add there also is don't forget, when we're talking about the throne, who sits on the throne, Clay? El Elyon.
Well, it's an image.
So no, it would be Jesus.
No, but in the Hebrew, by the throne is El Elyon, not El. El's not sitting on the throne. Anything compartmentalized is El Elyon.
Wait a minute.
Not Jesus, the Christ, right?
Doesn't it? Wait, who sits on? What's the words? Is it El or El Elyon that sits on the? Like when the fire comes down in the Old Testament and sits on.
God, really?
That's different. That's the cherubim.
Are we gonna just jump into something else again?
Okay, Clay. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Okay, so with God, right? I did like the analogy, Darth, which you can bring us all back there. So that we're not just staring at Darth's great and wonderful avatar. But the idea there is that, yes, God is outside of all paradoxes and existence and all of that. You could call it interdimensional crossovers and all of that, right? He sits outside of all of that. Now, he could easily come into existence. Whatever the fuck I'm talking about, whatever the fuck, it doesn't fucking matter. Okay, please. He could easily come into existence. He could easily create a rock that's too big to lift. He could easily create paradoxes. This is not the point. The point is that we exist in this particular existence where he put us. We don't know what he has and hasn't created inside, outside, throughout, and all of that, except for that which he has revealed. So if you say, is it possible for God to create a rock that's too big for him to lift? Well, yes. But if he sets the rules, then he also might not do that. So all we know is what we know. We don't know anything else other than what we know.
What that's the thing I'm trying to say. Like, he can't join us in existence, because as soon as he does that, it collapses the system, because the system is dependent on him being the bottom layer. So he cannot join the upper layers because he is the bottom layer.
No, you're
So
limiting. You're limiting again. Remember what?
No.
And this is why I actually agree with
It's-
Omar. Omar and I are on the same page with this. Unlimited potentiality. This
Well,
is
the
the
thing
way
is-
that Omar described it, and this is what I agree with.
Well, it's not about limiting God, because to say God is more powerful by being less powerful.
Can he come into existence?
Let me finish. To
No.
say God is more powerful by being less powerful. To say God is more powerful by making a rock he can't lift, that's making God less powerful.
Exactly. So, is there anything that God cannot do?
Well,
God
God
cannot
can
make-
lift
God-
a rock he can't lift.
God cannot make himself not God. God cannot make himself less powerful. That's
He
what I'm
can't.
saying.
So then you've
God can do
limited God.
impossible things.
No, God
You've
cannot
limited
make-
God.
God
If you
cannot
limit,
make himself God, not God.
it's nice. It's nice to know that
God
you can
can't
make
lie.
the rules for God.
No, it's
God
not about
can
rules.
lie.
It's nice to know that you can limit God. Hey, look,
It's not-
here's the thing. He's God.
God can do anything.
It's not about limiting God.
God
It's-
can do
it's-
things that we cannot conceive of. Like, we can imagine anything
Bible
and then
says
construct
God cannot
systems and beliefs.
God cannot.
Depends
not
on
be
what the
God.
definition
God
of
is
is.
outside of all of this.
God.
Define
God cannot-
$200.
Yeah, exactly.
But
God
here's the
cannot
thing. Here's the thing.
redefine himself to be a dog. or a
If
cat.
God, let's say that there's an if here, hypothetically, God, the God, whoever that fucker is out there, whatever he is, okay, if he decides that he's gonna blink himself out of existence along with every single thing he ever created, can he do that?
He can
Sure.
blink. He can blink the universe out of existence, but he cannot blink himself out of existence.
Exactly
Yeah.
what I'm saying. So
No,
so
but
here
he
it is
might-
that you have limited
maybe.
God.
He might
No,
be able to.
You're saying God can make himself not God. God cannot make himself not God.
Yeah, he could.
Well, no, well, yeah.
Maybe. Who knows? That's the thing.
Like,
It's
I
potential.
mean,
it's about potential.
potentiality
It's about
is
liminality.
unlimited here.
Well, it's about liminality.
No,
The whole God having a body thing, you guys reject that, right?
I do.
I think we've moved past that, sir. We're on a higher
God
form of
having a
thought here,
body.
sir.
Yeah, we're having this deep discussion now.
Is that Elohim or just
Bro, that's your daddy.
Elohim are like fairies. Okay?
Jesus.
They're like fairies.
No,
in the
that's
woods,
that's.
okay?
He's asking.
we came from
He
the-
said
Elohim are like
he said is
gnomes,
that
okay?
Elohim,
I
knowing
don't
that
care.
Elohim is plural, and then he's like,
Elohim
you
are
said
like
it's
fairies,
Elohim. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying Elohim is in a lesser than the top
Bro,
two.
can
They're
I
like
can I
fairies
give
or
you
something.
can I give you a Red Bull so that you can grow some fucking wings and come up here to a higher place where we're at?
I might be too
L is-
Jewish, bro.
I
think
don't
I'm-
think so. I can
I think
confirm
I'm
that's
too
not the case.
literal and too Jewish.
No, bro. You're like
You guys are
you
too
don't
New
you're at like
Greek.
level one. You're at level one Hebrew understanding, man. You're not
I
even
fight
not even
Archons,
close.
dude.
I'm too
I
literal.
eat Elohim for breakfast, dude.
You know, you're too literal King James claiming you're cosplaying at Old Testament through English and
How?
Greek translations of
I
Hebrew.
do the
Because
Torah.
you don't know
do
shit
the
about the
Torah.
Torah.
I
Oh,
do.
really?
You'll never make Squire.
I've been schooling. I'm going to send this 10-hour video to people to teach them Torah. Actually,
And they're gonna say, why does the guy who doesn't have the tan skin do it, and the guy that has the tan skin does?
no one's going to say that, dude. I don't know who you think's going to say that.
They are.
I really don't think you know. If you think that for real, that's because you
No,
literally
no,
don't know
dude.
shit about Hebrew Bible. Literally,
but I just
you're
have a
reading
literal-
the Greek and the New Testament English, bro. You have
Like
no,
a lot of
you have
these,
spent,
like-
Look,
you have
what
spent
I
more
find
time tonight.
fascinating-
You're a
No,
goof.
I can tell you the
Come
truth
on,
of the
man. You're a
reality.
goof,
Ike,
man.
you've spent more time tonight studying Hebrew than all of your life combined. Okay.
Like, what
So
do you
instead
mean
of
by that?
celebrating that, meaning that we've been studying Hebrew translations for 10 hours, and
You're
instead
saying
of
like the
applauding,
word
and
L?
instead of, I'm saying I don't have a problem communicating. I'm saying that instead of celebrating that, you're fucking trying to pretend for a second that you know more Hebrew than I do, I'm pulling book, chapter, verse off the top of my fucking head.
I didn't say I know more Hebrew than you do.
We said the creation. Oh, really? Didn't you
I said
just
you
say
don't
that?
believe some of the definitions, but you know it more than I do.
I believe only the literal definitions. That's what you're missing. I don't believe anything other than what I'm reading. I'm reading the words, and you're like,
that's exactly it. Like, what is one?
Though?
Define one. Well, one could mean three.
Well,
no,
you have to define
one
words.
is
Literally,
one.
Ike, that's what you've been doing. Ike,
If you don't realize the definitions of words,
it says in the Hebrew Bible, it says red apple, and you're like, yeah, but sometimes red could become green, and we're like, no, it says red. You're like, but if you add yellow and orange, it becomes green. Who the fuck said yellow and orange in the Hebrew Bible? It said red apple.
No.
And then we spent 32 minutes of you trying to dance and swim around how red could really mean green because you can add yellow and orange. That's been 10 hours.
Right.
And anyone,
in conclusion, we were once fish, right? And we grew legs, and now evolution and all that crap.
This is good though. Ike, this is good because you have a good heart and you have a good spirit, but you also have a lot of faith. The problem though is the seventh sin. What's the seventh sin?
I thought you said
you're the Christian.
The pride.
It's lust, gluttony, wrath, pride.
Oh, let's go.
That's four.
Envy.
Envy. Okay, 5.
Did you get sloth?
Sloth.
We're missing one.
Yes, I think that's all.
Gluttony.
No, I said that.
Well, gluttony was said.
Oh.
And the worst one is
greed.
The first one, right?
Greed. I didn't say greed.
Pride.
That's fine. That's
Pride.
fine. That's fine. But what's the first one? Pride.
I don't know, honestly.
Pride.
It's pride. And why do you think that? And why do we? And here, this is a litmus. And why do you think the first one, pride, is mentioned first?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Like, pride is spoken terribly of all throughout the Bible.
Okay, because it's the one. Because pride is the gateway or the doorway for us to create our own hell. Because through pride, we continue to fight when we didn't have to die. Through pride, we don't apologize, and we have generational tribal wars. Through pride, it opens a door for greed, envy. Through pride, I should have that what you have. The wrath, I don't have what you have. The sloth, I could never get what you have. The fucking greed, I'm gonna take what you have. Pride is the doorway, and this tonight, once you realize that we're here, you should have your pride is the only thing that would make you say at any point tonight that you know more Hebrew than anyone here, or about the Hebrew Bible.
Well, you kind of pretending it, but you know what the opposite of pride is, right?
No, you did say that.
I did not say I know more Hebrew.
At 10 minutes and 10 hours and 7 minutes and about 10 seconds. You say I think I know more of the Hebrew Bible than anyone here. I think I understand the Hebrew better than anyone here.
But Omar, in all seriousness, Ike, what would
I made a mental note of the timer.
What would be the antithesis? What would be the antithesis of pride?
Selflessness. I don't know. What
self-loathing.
No.
Humility.
Self-loathing.
Humility. Thank you, Omar. See, and here it is. Omar, the not Christian, the not Jew, is knowing exactly what the antithesis is. Humility. At some point, have a little bit of humility, my Christian brother, and admit that you don't fucking know shit. Jesus.
Yes.
Love Jesus.
Yeah, you didn't come here to start trying to. You didn't come here thinking you were going to school me on this shit, did you?
I wanted to go, like, honestly, way more Bible than we did. Like, I feel like we've been
on the Bible. To me, the Bible is the Hebrew Bible.
Bro, with me, the stuff can go quick. We can just literally pull up the Strongs of like El and Theos. And
bro, I think we covered more Bible tonight than I think I've ever seen covered in the whole
we could have just agreed
time I've ever been on any panel anywhere. Nobody's covered the Bible like we did tonight.
The premise of this entire conversation when I brought Ike up is I said Ike is an Old Testament Christian. Tonight we're going to dive into the definition. It's explained. Here's the case in point. It doesn't need to be explained. Old Testament is a thing. Christian is a belief. Old Testament Christian. We have been on the entire subject. I have not allowed. Someone said Sumerian, and I brought them back to Old Testament and right. You're more of a Christian in Old Testament because you're doing an ad hoc fallacy. It's where you have a conclusion and you use it looking back in history to affirm your conclusion. So that's why it's so hard for you to because it's one thing if I'm saying my opinion. Now, I've said lots of opinions, but I lead and say, this is my opinion. What do I think personally? And I throw my opinion.
Actually,
I
will say this, Omar. There was somebody that used to do a lot of shows, Demolished Doctrine. Darth, were you around when D-Doc was doing his stuff?
I don't remember.
Okay, Demolished Doctrine, which, I mean, his channel is still up, but he doesn't really do shows anymore. He's the one who I learned about the Blue Letter Bible from. And when he showed me that, I'm like, oh, shit, right? But he used to cover this stuff all the time, saying, look, these people do not know what they're talking about, because if you actually go to the original language, this is not at all, Trinity or all this other bullshit that people are saying. And I mean, essentially, like, I had to humble myself and listen to the man like this. I learned a lot from going on his panels, right? And now I'm over here. I've learned quite a bit, and I'm still learning shit. I mean, the shit that Omar is pointing out, I'm like, oh, okay, let me go check that out, right? But that's called humility, bro. And I'm not saying it to be prideful about my humility. I'm just saying, look, dude, at some point I gotta fucking humble myself and realize
because
somebody knows more shit than I do.
But Clay, also remember, to know something, you have to have learned it, and to learn it, you have to seek, and to seek, you have to care, and to care, you have to care about knowing the truth and realizing that you don't know, but you want to know, right? So how else would I have any idea about all this shit?
Yeah, it was.
I'm searching for peace in my soul.
Yeah. It was after I had been on some of the panels over there with D-Doc that essentially I eventually, started looking shit up, and I realized, and that's when I found out about Logos. And I already didn't believe that Jesus was God. Already didn't believe that, right? So when I saw that, I'm like, oh, well then damn, all of these Trinitarians, like, that's an easy way to explain it to these people, right? Just say, hey, look, Logos doesn't even mean the word. It means the reason. So if you just read it, now go ahead and read it, Mr. Trinitarian. And they get, oh my God, how are you telling me this? Oh, let me take you to a totally different scripture all of a sudden. But John 1:1 is the one that they like because it just fits their narrative so well. But when you explain to them, it's not.
Clay, if you would have scrolled down like a couple verses to the robed in flesh verse and just said, this is talking about the reason Jesus came. This isn't talking about his literal and like the plan of God. I would have got what you were saying way sooner. Cause like in my mind, you gotta, it's a literal, again, I read like a literal Hebrew. It's a literal manifestation going down.
But you're not reading the literal Hebrew with all due respect, because you're fighting the literal Hebrew. That's the problem. You've been fighting the literal Hebrew for 10 hours.
Let's talk
and by the way,
the essence of God. I want to
the essence.
Me on some
that's
philosophy.
That's the most important part, man. It's in the
Hebrew
Bible.
We're about to go philosophy.
No, but here's the thing though. There's no chance. I don't know if anyone's going to be watching this 10 hours and 15 minutes into this. But I'll tell you one thing though, because I have like one more Trinitarian thing, this debate that's going to come. That's going to be a whopper. But I'll tell you one thing, that then I'm going to give you the Trinitarian argument, which I'll do right now, since there's and anyone who watches 10 hours into this,
I don't want to do Trinitarian debate.
No, I'm going to give you the argument for Trinitarianism in 2 words. That's going to, because no Jew can argue this. Because ultimately,
I can argue
the Trinity is biblical for one reason, is because the Genesis depiction and the understanding historical context of El Elyon and the Elohim is itself a Trinitarian concept that it comes from. And I know I don't want to give this to all these Christians because it'll give them the fucking fuel they need for another 1,000 years of confusion. But technically speaking, that's a Trinity, although that still would all be a part of God, right? The Jews would just
Shaman,
back down in
you understood my opinion on that. What you just beautifully described your whole like theology on the El and God and all that.
No, that's not my theology. That's history, dude.
Correct. I'm sorry. What you believe is described.
For all I know, those could be the fallen angels that were sent down to rule on earth. For all I know,
you understood. You could steel man my position at this point,
yes.
right? What would you say?
Did you pull a fourth Wiseman?
Did you steel man my position against what you just said?
Fourth Wiseman. There is a Trinity, Clay, but it's not one and of its own. It's a portion of the greater. Maybe consider it part of the equation, but don't omit it entirely. Otherwise, a stepping stone is lost.
I agree with that.
Yeah, Trinity collectively.
It essentially it's the same thing. Quadra, or like if you go to 7
dimensions.
Septenary.
I like what this chat says.
7, so I could do it with the 7, right? And I understand and I recognize. Shut up, dude. God damn, dude. Jeez, can you respond to fucking what the fuck? Oh, yes. You just literally just butt right in. Fuck. Okay. Yes, and I agree. 7, like I could do it with the 7 because the 7 is the holy number, right? The 3 is I forget what the 3 is, and then there's 10 is the perfect number. But I could do it with each and every number. Yeah. So I don't discount it. Perfect. Yeah, I don't discount it at all. Fourth. Thank you.
10 is completion.
Yes.
That's gematria.
Yeah, and numerology and stuff.
Yeah, and the Hebrews did it too, right? They did I mean, there's a whole literal book called Numbers.
yeah. Kabbalism, Kabbalah, all of that stuff is
symbolism is a thing. Like I mean, even within Judaism, I know that it's not supposed to be idol and idols like that sort of thing, but symbolism, like we have to use it. We have to use the letter A, the letter B, C, D, E, F, G, so on and so forth. The numbers themselves, all of its symbols. Like we need the symbol to communicate. Well, I don't know if we need it, but you know what I'm saying.
I mean, there's magic in that stuff, man. Those Semitic languages all have serious magic. The most powerful magic on the earth for sure is the Hebrew magic.
Fire, water, air. Fire, water, earth.
Yeah.
They've got it figured out, dude.
What do you guys feel about what Tobias Singer said, where he's like, no magic since the temple fell or something like that?
That would be convenient.
No idea who that is.
hey, everyone!
He's the most famous Jew alive.
Yeah, did you see my 3-hour debate with him?
Yeah, that's part of the reason I found you is because that I think that I like looked on your channel. It was that, and then Captain Tazariak, and those are like two of my like favorite people to watch. So
but both of those were baseline. Just I was gauging their worldview, and part 2 is because I remember everything they said, and I make mental notes. But I wanted to just carry the conversation as long as possible, and then we'll go back for the debate concept of that. Both of them on Torah.
What are you gonna debate them on? I mean, because you don't even. Yeah, but you don't even. What are you gonna just like try to nitpick their part, or like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, their poor understanding of definitions, much like many Christians out here in the real world. Yes, this is something
with Rabbi Tobias Singer specifically. I would talk to him. I would talk to him. I would go deep now into the Messiah concept. Well, first I would go deep into the Genesis translations, right, and like the understandings of like the collective.
Like, what's his main thing that you have a problem with?
I'm not gonna like. I don't have a problem, but I don't have any problem with it. That's why I'm able to talk about this stuff, because at night when I go back to sleep, someone being right or me being right on how many times each one, it doesn't make a difference.
His theology,
because my faith doesn't have anything to do with this conversation. My faith has nothing to do with this conversation, right? The second part would be about the messianic prophecies, and the third thing would be on the concept and ideology of Zionism. The fourth thing would be on Talmud. What's his name? Captain Tazariak. Number 1 would be he likes to, which we kind of touched on. He likes to go race. When I say it's nations was promised. Each one of the promises to Abram, to Abraham, was about his seeds and nations, not race. And we kind of did that. Clay was there. The second part would be about fulfilling the covenant of Abraham through Ishmael, through Muhammad. And the third thing would be the transatlantic slave trade concept of Native Americans and Latin American people. That makes absolutely no sense. Now, some black people in Africa, that's very possible to translate. But the other stuff about Native American people and fucking people in Peru and Mexico,
You know what's
that's
crazy?
fucking cap.
His whole theology comes off of the verses of like them being carried on ships, but that was talking about when Israel was sold into slavery to Egypt.
Yeah.
And that was
Yeah.
fulfilled. Like,
Yeah, that
literally
happened.
that whole theology is so hogwash. It's so crazy. But,
There's a lot of other stupid
didn't
shit
you
involved
already
in that.
like basically do everything with him?
They
Like,
were
what else are
taken
you even gonna say
captive.
to him?
They were taken captive, but the place that they were taken captive to was not that direction. It was literally the opposite direction. It went to Babylon, the entirely different direction. That's how dumb this motherfucker. I'm sorry, that motherfucker is dumb, right?
Well, he knows a lot, and if you just go general, it's good.
Well, he's just gonna say, yeah, it's not enough.
But the problem is similar. No offense, Ike, but to what you have, he has a conclusion that he has designed his whole worldview around. Okay, but I haven't finished since saying it. So how do you know if it's? How do you know if you have the exact problem?
2 words in, and then
How do you know
throw these?
No, that's the
huge
opposite.
blanket
That's the same
statements?
exact problem you have. I did. I said Captain Zazariak's problem is similar to yours, and then you go no, but I didn't say why it's similar to yours.
Guy,
no, now you're switching to another guy.
was
We
the
said
pride.
Captain Zazariak.
Yeah. It was like a bunch of just long diatribe, but I'm hearing it.
Yeah.
I'm listening to all of it.
No, you're
All right.
equivocating.
No, I'm listening.
You're equivocating.
Tell me
right?
how I'm similar to Captain Tazariak.
No, not anymore. You've lost that opportunity to learn. But the other problem, you're demonstrating it. It's called affirming the conclusion.
Yep.
So just look up affirming the conclusion. And so
really
when in the Tanakh, right, it specifically describes where the northern kingdoms went to, man. It specifically says that they went to Halal, Habor, and the river goes on. Those places are not in fucking America. Those places are not in Africa. Those places are near Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran. These are places. Halal is a place. The Habor is a river. And by the way, Afghanistan, that's where the lost tribe concept comes from. That's why rabbis have done countless documentaries on this subject, all leading to the Pashtun people in Afghanistan. So he's done no research outside of his little like narrow thing he wants to see, and he's developed a whole pantheon. He's memorized all this shit.
I think,
to affirm a conclusion that has no grounding, and all you have to do is read 2 Kings verse 7 through 8. It tells you where the northern kingdom went to, and it's also in Chronicles confirming kings.
You want to know my honest opinion about him is I don't think he believes what he teaches. I think he kind of just gets rich off of it and has like that whole like.
I don't think he believes. I think he believes.
I don't think he believes that.
Ike's right about this. Ike's right about this. This guy's a televangelist.
Yes.
Well, that's for sure.
I don't think he truly believes that. Like,
I mean, he's capitalizing on a bunch of emotions from black people in the United States. That's what he's doing.
100%.
That's true, and they learned from the Nation of Islam because the Nation of Islam was the first one to do it in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and but also gave black people self-respect. But it was different though. They said you can be a part of God. They didn't say you're chosen. They said choose God. Islam says choose God. Then they're saying no, you were already chosen. They just white people lied to you.
And I'll say this too: as long as the people ain't hurting nobody, I ain't worried about it. But if you start preaching fucking hurting people, then that's gonna be a problem.
They're super anti-violence, and they live in the middle of New York, so it's probably a lot of like what he's saying, like it just keeps kids off the street. But I don't even think he believes it. I think it's like an Obama sold him out from the top type deal.
You think he's mostly doing it for himself, kind of thing?
Just money,
yeah.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 6. In the 9th year of King Hoshea, the Assyrian king captured Samaria. This is, by the way, 722 BC. Captured Samaria, northern kingdom, and exiled the Israelites to Assyria. This is 10 of the tribes, placing them in Halal and the Habor River in Gozan and in the towns of Medes. Right. This marks the end of the northern kingdom of Israel. Right. Now these are fucking places.
Places
man.
we know, yeah. And
these are not in Africa. This is not in New Jersey. Okay, the Northern Kingdom. Yeah, of course. Where else would they go on foot? This is why it's a
secret. All these names, bro.
You're telling me that the Jews ain't from Jersey?
This is my point.
They could have walked to Europe. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be a convenient. That would make you be. Then you would be the lost tribe. There's going to be white people. By the way, in less than 5 years, there's going to be white Europeans that are going to be saying that same shit. That the lost tribes actually were British. Watch.
What do you mean? That's been a thing since the beginning of time. That's what the Mormons believe.
That's literally
that's what the Mormons believe. I don't know if you know that.
That's crazy.
You didn't know that? Yeah.
Okay. Omar, I am gonna have to head out.
Yeah, let's go, guys.
Yeah. I'm gonna get my last thoughts, all that good stuff.
In a row, Clay first, and
yeah. So this was a lot of fun. 10 and a half hour stream, bro. I mean, I'm saying you're a fucking rock star right now.
I'm not even monetized. They just doing it for the love.
Don't hurt yourself doing this shit. Have fun probably later on OEs if you go up there, and all that good stuff. That'd be interesting to watch. I don't think I'd go up there, but it would be interesting to watch. But as far as the topics go, yeah, man, this really, of course you got to deal with the language being changed, of course. Still have to understand the concepts behind the words before you make a decision on what. We're still live. On what the on what the doctrine is going to be. Ultimately, the primary understanding from from what I believe is that there's only one fucking God. I don't know why anybody would need to make up more gods in their mind. I mean, ultimately, if you want to make up more gods, it's fine. Do whatever you want to do, as long as you're not hurting nobody. I think you're kind of dumb sometimes. I think you're a little prideful, but I also believe that you have exercised quite a bit of humility as well. So I appreciate that as well. Omar, I really appreciate. Darth, good to see you as well. Howard, always a pleasure to see you. Yeah, man, this was.
Yeah, man.
Interesting.
This was great, man. This was great.
I was gonna go live and talk and go straight spirituality on just like a tangent. Ike messaged me and he was like, wanted to go. I was like, okay, we'll do Friday. And he was like, oh no, Friday. Oh, let's just do it tomorrow. And we went 10 and a half hours on the whole, on the whole thing. Pretty, amazing. You know what I mean? So. Amazing. And it could have been anything, bro. Ike, you could have been a Muslim from Syria, and we dived through that. You could have been a Jew from Jerusalem. You could have been a Zoroastrian from Persia, bro. Like, I'm ready. You know what I mean? So it's all about just diving through the situation, right? But the most important thing that we have right now, more than anywhere time in the world, is we have actual scripts. And we have actual things that have been found, and we've had people dedicate their lives to actual literal translations. Some of the best Hebrew translation, by the way, has been sanctioned by the Vatican. The Vatican has grabbed the best Hebrew scholars and bring them to the Vatican for literal translations, right? Throughout the history of the world, the Vatican has been very powerful for a long time. And there are Italian Vatican translators that are writing their own books on this stuff. Save you a lot of time. This Italian guy, Mario something. He's like some 80-year-old guy, bro. He speaks 7 languages. He's just like fucking blessed. And he gives a lot of these translations. So there's a lot of details in out there. There's a lot of geniuses on this stuff. A lot of people, Bart Ehrman obviously doesn't believe in it. So he throws a little bit like, So if you're a believer in that, it's hard to listen to him, I'm sure. But he is going like scriptural and textual. There's a lot of them. There's so many of them.
I think you added a few grays here tonight to Omar's head there, Ike. So anyway, send us around.
My oldest is 19, by the way. So and I have 2 daughters that are teenagers. Like, this is like, as long as we're just in good spirits, like, it's cool. But if someone wants to just keep dancing around something to try to like see if there's a way to turn a square into a circle, it's just like at a certain point, you're like, dude, It's a fucking circle.
Send us around. Send us around the table for our closing. There.
You go around several times, but there has to be limits to certain.
But honestly,
what I'm saying, send us to the next person. Go ahead, whoever's next, please, Omar.
Like, I don't think anyone. I think most people just give up. But Ike, you were like, you didn't give up, man. You're still here, you know.
I hope he joins us more often. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Are we all saying something and dipping, or
yeah. Closing?
Should I wait? I was kind of last in the line. You were talking, Howard.
No, but I was just saying it's good. You're a good sport for staying.
Darth,
go.
Darth, go ahead.
Next.
I guess I'll say, because I was mostly just listening, but you guys should definitely check out the movie "Hard to Be a God" from 1989.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah, you should definitely check that.
Here. Movie.
It's like what Interstellar wishes it.
No way, bro.
Yeah, it is like, it's actually pretty, like, it's, I would say, the best movie ever made.
Really? That's phenomenal.
Yeah, I put my money on it. It's really great acting.
What was it called again? Part of God?
Hard to Be a God.
Hard to Be a God.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
I'm gonna watch that 100%.
Was it a sci-fi?
Yeah. Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, because it reminded me of something. I'm not like I haven't published anything, so I'm not an author, but I'm a writer, and I love writing sci-fi. And I was like, when you were talking about it, I was having issues and I couldn't talk, but I was like, that sounds very, very interesting. And concepts like that, I have been working with a lot of different concepts like that, and pretty cool.
Yeah, you'll love the story.
Yeah, definitely.
All right,
Ike, it's your turn.
All right, boys. Well, GG's. It's been 10.5 hours. This was officially my second theological discussion ever. My first discussion was like 5 hours.
Based. That was only my fifth.
Yeah, this is my second. The first one was with a Samaritan, someone who only believed the first 5 books of the Bible. It was very interesting. But yeah, so I think what I got from the debate, I would have liked to honestly have cut, it seemed like we got like a third into the Bible. I would have liked to have pushed heavier through. And again, I just said debate, but it wasn't a debate at all, just from the friendly discussion. I had a lot of fun. I did learn a lot from you guys. We definitely disagree on some stuff. I think the biggest thing is just the whole, pantheon. Obviously, most Christians aren't going to accept that, so you can't really be surprised if I don't accept that. But yeah, other than that, it was fun. I would have loved to talk about Paul and really more about Old Testament Christianity and how you have to get into the New Testament to start talking about that. But we went 10.5 hours, so I mean, we should have called it probably a long time ago. So
yeah, I would say that there's no Old Testament Christianity, right? There, because Jesus affirmed the Torah, so therefore there would just be
just Christianity.
There would be Old Testament. There would be Judaism, where the Messiah came. That's just called Judaism.
Or Judaism, sure.
Everything that Jesus pointed out was back to the Old Testament. So when Jesus fulfilled that, he was affirming and fulfilling the Old Testament.
Yeah,
Christianity is a religion that was created about Jesus afterwards. But using the word Christian for a Jew that received the Messiah would make sense, but that's not how most people use it. Just like I don't really recognize the concept of Judeo-Christian. It doesn't make any sense. It's kind of an oxymoron, because if you're a Jew, then that means you don't accept Jesus. And the foundation of Christianity is that Jesus, the Messiah, came and was death and resurrected. So how could it be Judeo-Christian? And of course, we will say, the law and great. But it's an oxymoron, and we're using our brains, and it's an oxymoron. Okay.
What about?
I can. We're not in the middle. I'm in my closing. Okay. So.
Oh, you're closing.
Yeah. Well, I'm not trying to have you ask me more details about something.
I didn't realize you were
trying to change my words into what I was
already.
saying. No, this was definitely not a debate, but we did get a few minutes of how the debate would go when you turned it into a debate with me. We'll be stuck. The reason we got stuck, so to speak, was because we were getting stuck on definitions. And so if you choose to say no, you don't accept a definition, that could be 8 hours or 1 hour or 8 minutes. But this is all new stuff. And next time, Ike, let's dive down more specific passages and so on. I think the theological stuff is great. I know Clay's probably had a great time. Howard loves to Darth, etc. But a lot of times we like to just dive into the philosophical stuff, of which a lot of people do mention passages of the Bible, but they're not trying to dive into the of the Bible. They're trying to use it as a bigger understanding, right? So grabbing something and bringing it up. So taking something that was said and what does it mean, right? So ontology and epistemology, like why?
Etymology.
Etymology. What did I say? Yeah.
Well, all of them.
No, etymology is the words, but epistemology is why, right?
Yes.
How do we know? How
That's
do we know
doctrine.
why? Like, you know what I mean? It's like the next step, right? So next time, let's get more into let's go into the bigger reasons of the whys, right? And
making sure that we understand the ontology, right?
But
The ontology, you can't go to the epistemology until if there's a discrepancy on the ontology.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
The metaphysics.
I think that was the biggest part of that's the biggest part of the problem is people don't actually understand the basic of what it actually means. And then once you understand what it means, then you can formulate your own very own opinion.
This was 8 hours easily of ontology, 8.5 hours ontology, and 2 hours epistemology.
Yes, sir.
It was just hardcore textual dive, which, by the way, anyone who watches this can actually learn a shitload about this stuff. And it wouldn't have happened if Ike, our dear brother and new friend, didn't come.
I think I'm too much of a literal Jew. It limits me. And I didn't realize
Okay, so I said that happened. I said, what was the time? 10 minutes and 7 seconds was where you said you were more of a Jew than anyone and more Hebrew. And now it was 10 minutes and 38. So I have mental notes.
You said that I knew more Hebrew than you, bro.
Say that.
These are different.
And 10
I'm
minutes
saying my
and 7
thought
seconds.
process is less esoteric. It's more literal. It's more black and white.
I'm literal because I don't necessarily believe any of it. I'm objective as it can be.
All right,
I'm the most textual critic you can find. You know why? Because I sleep at night regardless of whether it's true or not. It doesn't change my reality. I don't believe it, or I do, or I don't, or I do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's why that's why we can dive down this stuff, man. Because if I was
checking yourself,
I'm fucking checking myself every day. That's why this is a great conversation.
It's like taking philosophy seriously. Like you're taking it really seriously. But at the end of the day, you're like, you know?
Yeah, but these people
like actually.
This is a philosophy. If you even want to look at Jesus as a concept through or from God or from and through God, then that's a philosophical approach, a lens to look at and understand God through. That's why I don't have anything bad to say, right, about Jesus. I just don't believe in a single savior, right? But if Jesus saves your life, amen. If Moses saves your life, amen. If the Buddha's story saves your life, amen. If fucking the Matrix saves your life, it won't, but it'll open some doors. Good. You know what I mean? Don't stop searching. And let's, I guess Wednesday marathon to be continued. Fourth is still here, dude.
Yeah. Wednesday is coming, guys. I'll see you on Wednesday. Thank you, Omar.
All right, guys.
See you around.
Last men standing, dude.
I don't even know how that.